I actually awakened the only EX level talent in history, but the people around me are mocking me as trash, just because I chose the most useless summoner when changing jobs, but they don't know that I have already obtained the divine summoning system. As long as you complete the mission, you can obtain a divine summoning ticket. Killing 100,000 demons will allow you to summon the great sage equal to heaven. Eating lotus roots for 100 days consecutively can summon Neza, the third prince. Additionally, I will also gain access to all the attributes and skills of the summon spirit. The most useless summoner instantly transforms into a hexagonal warrior. Just at that moment, a voice sounded in my ear, and Song-Chi stepped onto the stage for his talent awakening. A staff member on stage looked at the form in his hand, lost in thought. He was very puzzled as to why this Song-Chi chose the profession of summoner. Please note that once a summoning beast dies, it cannot be resurrected, and the slot it occupied will permanently disappear. Moreover, most summoned beasts have very low intelligence and are easily killed in dungeons due to various circumstances. Just at this moment, a burst of colorful golden light shot up into the sky from the awakening platform, causing the staff to exclaim in surprise. It turns out to be an EX level talent. As soon as these words were spoken, several streaks of light appeared on the transfer stage. The next second, a group of high-level school officials appeared in front of Song-Chi with complex expressions. At this moment, one of the elderly men couldn't help but frown. The human race has never had an EX level talent appear before. Finally, when one does appear, it turns out to be a summoner. What a waste of the fortune of our human race. The rest of the people remained silent, apparently also having bias against this profession. On the contrary, it seems that our own principal is very dissatisfied with the old man's words. Old Chu, I see that you are jealous because our school has produced a genius. The old man couldn't help but sneer. What's the situation with summoners? Don't you know about the 5 paths of enlightenment? I think it's better to give his resources to other outstanding individuals of the same race. Gojo Satoru's veins bulged as he heard his words, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. I dare anyone to snatch the resources of my students at home. Saying that, he took Song-Chi to the professional hall to register. Half an hour later, Song-Chi completed the registration under the guidance of Mi Yenshur. Remember that your talent is your last trump card. Don't let anyone know, not even your own parents. The 5 principals solemnly warned. Many demonic forces are lurking in our rear, and the human geniuses have always been their targets for ambush. Now that your talent level has been exposed, you must be careful in all matters from now on. At this moment, the person in charge of the professional hall walked over. Dear Mr. Song-Chi, this is your exclusive credit card with a credit limit of 10 million. You can receive a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan. Additionally, once you reach the corresponding level, you can come and collect equipment and skill books. Song-Chi took a deep breath. He had never seen this amount of money in his entire life. Subsequently, Wu Wutai brought him to the summoning hall on the 2nd floor. Just as Song-Chi entered a room filled with formation scripts, suddenly, a prompt sound came. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully changed jobs and obtained 2 chances to draw prizes. Would you like to draw immediately? Song-Chi, as a time traveler, didn't think much and started extracting directly. Ding! Obtain 1 3x experience card. Obtain 1 summon ticket for the godly General Lubu. Song-Chi was overjoyed and immediately used the summoning ticket he had drawn. In the next second, a crimson light emanated from the magic circle on the ground. A burly man dressed in red and black battle armor, wielding a halberd, appeared in the formation. His information also emerged in Song-Chi's mind. Summon Spirit, Lubu, Level 1. Quality, Mythical. Strength, 99. Constitution, 99. Agility, 99. Spirit, 99. Equip Feng Tian Huaji. Skill, Unrivaled. After Lubu enters the battle, all attributes will continuously increase at a rate of 1% per second, with a maximum increase of up to 100%. Recklessness, Lubu enters a berserk state, instantly increasing all attributes by 500%, lasting for 10 minutes. After it ends, Lubu will enter a weakened state for half an hour, with all attributes reduced by 20%. Cooldown time is half an hour. Sacrificial strike. Lubu abandons all defense, channeling all his strength into his hand, unleashing a devastating strike. Divine Might. Any existence lower than Lubu will experience a decrease in attributes due to fear when facing him, with the highest weakening effect reaching up to 50%. Lubu was just summoned and immediately knelt down on one knee to pledge loyalty to Song-Chi. Lubu pays respects to the Lord. On the side, Wu Wutom also became interested when he saw this. The summoned spirit in human form seems to be a general from another world, and the armor looks quite nice. Wu Jiaogang just wanted to reach out and feel it, but he was suddenly slapped away by Lubu's palm. The sky-piercing halberd pointed at him. Is this disrespectful person an enemy to the Lord? It is better to let me slay it for you. Song Chi was startled when he saw the situation and quickly shouted to stop. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu stopped and put away his hostility, but still remained cautious towards Wuchuobeo. Gojo Satoru not only didn't get angry, but also had a delighted expression on his face. Your summoning spirit is extraordinary. It was able to repel my attacks, which is not easily done even by ordinary professionals. This summoning spirit has just appeared and is only at level 1, yet it already possesses such power. Okay, since the summoning is done, let's go back. The Lord has gone outside the city, so when he returns, I will take you to see him. Song Chi scratched his head and smiled, thanking him while retracting Lu Bu into the summoning space. After parting ways with Gojo, Song Chi headed straight to the beginner's instance area. As soon as he stepped in, the sound of the system rang in his ears. Ding! Detected host arrival in the replica area. Acquiring exclusive mission. Task 1. Clear the instance and achieve an S rank or above rating to receive 3 chances to draw prizes. Task 2. Level up to level 10 and receive 3 chances to draw prizes. Task 3. Eliminate 50,000 monsters and receive 5 chances to draw prizes. Surprisingly, 3 tasks came all at once. Just as Song Chi was contemplating how to complete them, a familiar voice reached his ears. I saw my childhood friend, Wang Zihao, standing in the crowd waving at me. There is also a group of people around him, who all seem to be recently graduated students. Has the job transfer ceremony ended? Song Chi was a little surprised. In the past, the job transfer ceremony would last a full day. No, I awakened my A-level talent and was brought here early by the teachers. Prince Wang explained proudly. By the way, Song Ge, you came to upgrade, right? Let's do it together. With your super S-level talent, we will definitely clear the level smoothly. If we form a team, I have to be the team leader. The difficulty and experience output of the dungeon will vary depending on the number of people entering. A dungeon can have a maximum of 8 people, and the team leader will also enjoy a unique 5% experience bonus. Compared to soloing dungeons, teaming up brings more benefits for Song Chi. Wang Zihao laughed heartily and was about to agree. However, there came an unpleasant voice from behind. Why are you becoming the captain? Did you get my consent? A tall and gloomy-looking man stepped forward, looking down on others with contempt. A first-tier summoner also wants to be a captain. Prince Hao awkwardly scratched his head and whispered in front of Song Chi. His name is Chu Xiaojiang. He is the nephew of a principal at Yizhong Middle School. After you left, he awakened an S-level talent and his profession is the same as the principal's. He is an assassin. Song Chi was speechless. How could he be criticized by the old and then be criticized by the young? Immediately, he said to everyone, you guys team up. I'll go solo. Chu Xiaojiang seemed to have heard a huge joke. A level 1 summoner wants to solo a dungeon. You must be really impatient to live, aren't you? Prince Wang Zihao quickly stopped Song Chi, his expression serious. Song Ge, don't be impulsive. There's no need to get angry with them over this matter. Summoner soloing dungeons is indeed seen by others as no different from seeking death. This is a choice that only someone who has lost their mind would make. I teamed up with Song Ge, and Wang Zihao gritted his teeth and looked firmly at Song Chi. Chu Xiaojiang on the side snorted twice. You really live up to being the son of a nouveau riche, with no sense of vision at all. You better think about it. If you team up with Song Chi, then don't cooperate with my Chu family anymore in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the other few professionals who were still hesitating about contacting Song Chi immediately fell silent. However, Prince Hao couldn't help but laugh. Just because of you, representing the Chu family? Song Ge, let's go quickly. Hopefully, this kind of stupidity won't be contagious. The two entered the instance amidst Chu Xiaojiang's furious roar. As their line of sight shifted, they found themselves on the rooftop of an abandoned building. Oh my! Song Ge, how did you enter the corpse-tied instance? Prince Hao looked down at the group of zombies below with an unpleasant expression on his face. In the beginner's dungeon, the most rewarding experience comes from the zombie wave. But of course, it is also the most difficult to pass. The corpse-tied is a special instance with only one final boss, the mother of zombies. And the attributes of these monsters are not high. Their attribute values are only at the level of ordinary small monsters. With its endless army of zombies and small elite monsters, it has remained a nightmare for countless low-level professionals, while also becoming the main dungeon for mid to high-level professionals to level up. Song Chi gave a faint smile. You can rest assured. Today I invite you to watch a movie. In the next second, Lu Bu descended from the sky and instantly rushed into the group of zombies on the road. The Feng Tian halberd, which is even taller than Lu Bu, swings incessantly. The blade of the halberd is stained with the dark brown blood of the zombies, appearing chilling under the sunlight. Every spear strike results in the death of several zombie monsters, and the crowded streets are quickly cleared in a large area. A series of experience prompts sound in the ears of the two people. Prince Wang Zihao looked at Lu Bu, who was killing zombies in the midst of a chaotic scene, with a shocked expression on his face. Wow, this is a top-level summoning spirit. Even if you say it's an intermediate practitioner, I believe it. Is this the summoner with super S-level talent? No wonder it's worth the entire human race's resources to cultivate. Song-chi on the side directly took out a triple experience card. Ding! Your current experience gain is 300%, with a duration of 2 hours. The experience points required for a professional to level up increase every 10 levels. The first level requires 10,000 experience points, but the experience points required for level 11 is not 110,000, but 200,000 experience points. Level 12 requires 300,000 experience points, and level 20 professionals require 1 million experience points. Level 21 requires 2 million experience points. Song-chi looked at his panel and secretly calculated. At this speed, there shouldn't be any problem reaching level 4 after completing one instance. Within 3 to 5 days, you can be ready to advance. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Song-chi's face. As Song-chi reached level 2, LV Bu also simultaneously advanced to level 2. LV Bu, who was fiercely fighting, suddenly brightened his eyes. He could feel his body starting to heat up, and some of his original strength began to return. Song-chi took a glance at LV Bu's panel and was directly shocked. All attributes have unexpectedly increased by 50. A loud shout came from below, and the Fangtian halberd in Lu Bu's hand emitted a faint red light. Lu Bu, who was already a great killer, turned into a war god after his attributes greatly increased. The originally somewhat resistible zombie army, at this moment, is simply no different from paper in front of Lu Bu. A single sweep, and a large group of zombies fell down. At this moment, a piercing roar sounded, and a bulky female zombie rushed towards Lu Bu. In the next second, a flash of red light, but the body of the lost mother is as fragile as tofu, splattering everywhere when touched. Ding! You have cleared the corpse-tied instance with an S-rank evaluation and earned 1000 credit points. After making a copy, Song-chi did not hesitate and directly chose to enter again. 2 hours later, Song-chi's level reached level 8, and Wang Zihao's level also reached level 4. After bidding farewell, Song-chi received 3 chances to draw prizes as a reward for completing the system task. Immediately start the lottery. The huge roulette will begins to spin, and the speed of the 3 pointers rotating becomes faster and faster. Ding! Obtain a hero-level weapon, the Bloodthirsty Greatsword. Get triple experience card, duration 2 hours. Obtain professional item voucher. Professional item designation vouchers are used during system lottery draws. Choose a profession and you can exclude all non-selected profession items. Weapon, Bloodthirsty Shark Tooth Greatsword. Level requirement, 30. Power, plus 275. Agility, minus 10. Constitution, plus 50. Mental, plus 5. An additional increase of 15% in user's strength. The wound caused by this weapon will continue to bleed and reduce the various beneficial buffs received by the opponent. Lu Bu definitely wouldn't want this piece of junk, but my sister still doesn't have a suitable weapon. This knife should be quite fitting. Song-chi pondered for a moment and then walked towards home. The next morning, Song-chi arrived at the professional hall early, ready to choose several skill books to study. The guard was still the middle-aged man who looked quite dispirited. Hello, I am here to learn skills. This is my identification. Feeling someone approaching, the guard reluctantly perks up and checks the identification. The middle-aged man looked at him with some confusion. Didn't you just summon your first summoning beast yesterday? Don't you know that learning skills requires reaching level 5? I have reached level 5. The caretaker suddenly woke up, and then his expression appeared very relieved. What skill are you planning to learn this time when you come over? Protect or recall? Both are survival-oriented skills. It seems that the strength of your first summon spirit should not be weak. The guardian's gaze towards Song-chi became increasingly appreciative. With your qualifications, if conditions permit, you can save some money to buy a skill book called Soul Linking. I seem to have never heard of the skill Soul Link. Is it a skill of the summoner? The caretaker smiled and then took out a skill book emitting golden light from the storage ring. Song-chi curiously looked at the introduction. Skill book, Soul Link. Quality, legendary. Class, summoner. Summoner can designate a summon and share all of its attributes and skills. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours, upgradable. Maximum level, LV 20. Song-chi was extremely surprised. If he could establish a connection with Lu Bu, wouldn't that mean he could also transform into a god of war who mows down enemies? Just as Song-chi was contemplating, the guard snatched the book back and stared at Song-chi with a playful expression. How is it? Do you want it? Song-chi smiled awkwardly and said, Uncle, please name your price. How much money? Forget about the money, but in the future, There might be some troublesome matters that I may need to ask for your help. Consider it as you owing me a favor. Alright? The current Song Chi is nothing more than a low-level professional who is not even qualified to go to the wilderness. Being able to obtain a legendary quality skill book for free is definitely a big win. Song Chi nodded and memorized the appearance of the guard in his mind. Then he walked outside. Song Chi opened the panel and took a look, but did not use it directly. Regardless of the other party's intentions, he plans to first accept the skill book before deciding. It won't be too late to use it after figuring out the other party's identity. Half an hour later, Song Chi arrived at the replica square. Due to the awakening ceremony that just ended yesterday, today's low-level instance is almost filled with new recruits. He glanced over and saw Principal Wu chatting and laughing with a beautiful woman wearing a gorgeous robe. Prince Hao also had a girl wearing glasses standing beside him. When Song Chi saw Principal Wu, he greeted him with a smile and introduced him to the others. Let me introduce you. This is Principal Lin from the 2nd middle school, and this is her disciple, Gong Sun Wu Yue. She awakened as a classmate with you yesterday, and her awakened talent is an A-level talent. Her profession is a mage. Xiao Song. I heard that Super S-level talent owners can enter the corpse-tide instance 3 times a day, and it seems like you also brought Wang Zihao in yesterday. Can you bring another classmate with you today? Principal Lin's voice was soft and melodious, and a fragrant breeze blew into Song Chi's nostrils. According to market price, the corpse-tide instance costs 10,000 credits per attempt. I will pay double the price. Without waiting for Song Chi to speak, Principal Lin swiftly operated with her delicate jade fingers and had already completed the transfer. Song Chi was holding his phone, feeling a bit at a loss, looking at Wu Tiao beside him. Principal Lin transferred money to you. Just accept it. What's wrong? Are you complaining that the price is too low? Song Chi smiled awkwardly and accepted the transfer. Then, Lin, the principal, and Gong Sun Wu Yue's friend, approved the application. Afterwards, I told Wu Tiao Wuji about what happened at the professional building just now. His name is Zhuan Mingjiang. He is one of the few summoners who can battle in foreign territories. Later, during a clearance operation, he fell into an ambush set by the demon clan. In order to cover his retreat, all of his summoned beasts were killed or injured. Summoners without summoning beasts naturally cannot continue to stay in the wilderness, so they return to the urban area and become guards in the professional hall, occasionally providing benefits to promising new summoners. Just accept what he gives you. And also remember to come to the Lord's mansion before 6 o'clock tonight. The Lord of the city will personally meet you when the time comes. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. After speaking, they walked towards the square with Principal Lin. The previously silent Prince Hao suddenly became extremely excited. Song Ge, did you see it? They definitely have something going on between them. Song Chi cleared his throat twice, glanced around, and then paid attention to the fact that Gong Sun was still nearby. Prince Hao only just realized. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Gong Sun Wu Yue awkwardly waved her hand and said, "Let's enter the instance quickly. Instead of listening to gossip, I'm more interested in seeing the combat abilities of this Super S-level genius." The screen turned and 3 people found themselves on a familiar street. Song Chi snapped his fingers, and the burly figure of LV Bu suddenly appeared in front of them. Without any nonsense from Song Chi, LV Bu immediately rushed out as soon as he landed, and the streets outside were instantly filled with flying flesh and blood. The sound of various zombies' limbs colliding with the walls kept echoing in the ears of the 3 individuals. Gong Sun Wu Yue's expression went from shock at the beginning to gradually becoming confused. Lu Bu's bulldozer-like killing speed made her feel a bit unreal. Even though yesterday her master specifically arranged a team of 3 level 20 mages for her, they couldn't level up as fast as this summoner. Song Chi opened the item bar and used the triple experience card and the Soul Link skill book together. After a moment of dizziness, Song Chi's mind presented the way to use the skill. After binding with Lu Bu, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly erupted within the body, instantly shattering the hard asphalt road. The attribute of personal strength has skyrocketed from single digits to over 400. The next second, the whole person suddenly burst out like an arrow leaving the bow. The utility poles on the side of the road were casually pulled out and twisted into twists as he killed the zombie hordes towards the other side. He has already familiarized himself with the next is the actual battle. Bang 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 bang. A series of zombie bodies were whipped until they burst. Ha 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 ha. Painful, painful. Song Chi threw himself up to the sky in pain. This watching others fight monsters was really completely different from experiencing it yourself. On both sides of the street, Lu Bu on the left side had already cleared a small half, although Song Chi on the right side was a little slower. The visual effect was even more impactful. Countless zombies were hardened by his brute force. The black and sticky blood turned into a heavy rain, spilling all over the ground. However, in a moment, Song Chi's fighting figure was getting farther and farther away and was obscured by the walls along the street. Only the tainted blood that burst like a fountain from time to time and the dull sound of a heavy weapon smashing into the ground still proved his existence. For a moment, the sound of experience value acquisition became even more intense. It was as tight as raindrops falling to the ground on a stormy day. Prince Hao in the street corner looked dumbfounded. His mouth involuntarily opened wide. He didn't even realize that the playing card in his hand had fallen. No! Is Song's profession a summoner or a berserker? Is this his new skill? How come it's not quite the same as the summoner skills I remember? Why am I getting confused? Prince Hao held his head in his hands, feeling like his worldview had been turned upside down. Summoners were magicians who manipulated magical creatures or beings from other worlds to fight, and their power often came from their summons, while their main body was weak and unbearable. This was the depiction of the summoner profession in their textbooks. But now, what about the said weak and unbearable instance? You call this kind of power that is less than level 10, that can crush the asphalt road with 1 foot, and one person kills through an entire tide of corpses weak and unbearable? Chapter 22 Scarlet Blood Nest. Legendary level. Prince Hao was startled. So it's a legendary grade skill. That's no wonder. After all, a skill of this quality would cost several 100 million credits just to make into a skill book. Prince Hao nodded thoughtfully. Skills could be copied. After a professional learned a certain skill, he or she could pay someone in the professionals union to make a copy of the skill on his or her panel into a skill book. But the higher the quality, the more expensive the materials required. And most of the time, the materials needed were still priceless. You couldn't even buy them if you had the money. Wait, so you mean that the first skill that Brother Song Yi learned was a legendary rank skill? Prince Hao reacted, his eyes widening in disbelief. If I'm not wrong, that's the case. Gongsun Maoyue nodded her head. But where did he get the money? A legendary quality skill book would have to be at least 50 million or more, right? Could it be that this is the privilege of a Super S rank talent owner, being able to pick a legendary quality skill book at will? Prince Hao couldn't help but guess so. He remembered that Song Qi's family was not in a good condition, not to mention tens of millions of credits. Even if it was 100,000 credits, their family wouldn't be able to take it out. No, this skill book is most likely a gift from someone else. Gongsun Maoyue shook her head. Gifted? A legend quality skill book, tens of millions of credits said to be given away? Prince Hao clearly didn't believe it. However, Gongsun Maoyue's next explanation broke his defenses. If I remember correctly, the one who learned the skill was a former member of our 7th City District's purge team. According to the biography, in the end, this summoner chose to enter the Professionals Association to work. So the odds are that this skill was learned because that person knew about Song Qi, and because he was the only Super S-ranked gifted summoner, he was extremely appreciative of him, so that person gave him the skill book for free. There's no heavenly reason. Prince Hao howled in grief. I spent over 100,000 credits yesterday to buy a rare grade Great Fireball skill, and it turns out that his first skill is actually legendary grade, and it's still a gift from someone else, without having to pay a single cent? It's so unconscionable, and I was just showing it off in front of him. Damn it, this bee must have just mocked me in his heart. After disheveling for a while, Prince Hao stood up, still a bit helpless. Originally, even though I'm a mage with poor combat power in the early stages, but by relying on my skills I might be able to close the distance between me and Song a bit. But now how come it feels like the gap between me and him is getting bigger instead? Gongsun Maoyue stepped forward and patted his shoulder. This is genius. I've seen the records of nearly 1,000 Super S-class talent possessors. Whether it's the ones who ended up accomplishing something, or the ones who fell halfway, almost without exception, they would all quickly pull away from those around them at an early stage. Just get used to it. Prince Hao nodded. Yeah, one can only get used to it. After all, you can't pull his leg, right? When I first enrolled in school I felt that he was not ordinary, and that he would definitely achieve something in the future. It's just that I didn't expect his achievements to come so quickly. The two people looked towards the two sides of the street with quite a bit of emotion. Song Qi and his summoned spirits were still maintaining the efficiency of their ultra-high frequency kills. Just then, ding, a golden light fell, and Gongsun Maoyue's level increased to level 4. Immediately after that, boss has been killed. Experience plus 2,400. Congratulations on clearing the copy. This clearance is rated as S, and the proceeds of this copy clearance are being settled. Swish! Without waiting for the two to react, the silhouettes of the three of them appeared in the duplicate square. Song Qi also returned to the side of the two. So fast? Prince Hao was a bit surprised. I'm afraid that the speed of the brush this time was only 10 minutes and nothing more. He tapped the panel to take a look, and the progress of the experience bar had risen by a large margin, still crediting more than 30,000 experience value. That meant that there weren't too many less small monsters to brush. Gongsun Maoyue, who was on the side, nodded with satisfaction after opening the panel and scanning a few times. It looked like she was also very satisfied with this copy experience. Ahem. That Lubu is a human-type summoning spirit, so if you brush more, the speed will naturally increase after the terrain is familiarized. Plus this time it's two people brushing together, so it's normal for it to be faster. Song-chi awkwardly explained. He didn't have the heart to say that he was actually high on killing himself. When he realized that the skill was about to end, he had rushed to the mother of zombies. He had no choice but to take advantage of the last few seconds left in the skill and first receive a pull to stab the boss to death. This explanation was reasonable, and Prince Hao didn't doubt it too much. But I have a question. Brother Song, is this skill of yours called Soul Link? Yeah, you know, what about a legendary quality skill? Chapter 23, the highest difficulty copy. Scarlet Blood Nest? Prince Hao froze for a moment. Why did you suddenly raise the difficulty so much all of a sudden? There were a total of 16 replicas in the low-level side quest area, with both high and low difficulty levels. Among them, Scarlet Blood Nest was the replica with the highest recognized difficulty. If the Corpse Tide relied on quantity to discourage people, then the Scarlet Blood Nest relied on quality. The demons in this copy were basically humanoid demons. Even the small monsters in general possessed notable intelligence and knew how to improvise. They would even set up traps for the professionals. What's more, the attribute values of the demons in the replica were not low, and the boss was even able to crush low-level professionals in terms of attributes. Every year, there were more professionals who confidently challenged the replica and ended up dying in the Scarlet Blood Nest replica than all the other replicas combined. Therefore this copy was also jokingly called the first highly intelligent copy for professionals. But now, the three of them, newbies who had just switched jobs within a few days, were actually going to challenge this copy? I'm afraid they're not living out of their minds. Although your summon spirit is indeed strong, the demons of the Scarlet Blood Nest aren't comparable to zombies. Gongsun Maoe shook her head. Of the three of us, the only one with battle power is you, Song-chi, and to be precise, only your summon spirit has battle power. It's too difficult to break into this copy with our strength. My suggestion is to pick some other slightly less difficult copies. Song-chi waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm confident. Prince Hao and Gongsun Maoe weren't clear about Lubu's attributes, but could he still not be clear? Basic attributes 99 points. Every level up raises it by 50 points. Now that he's level 11, Lubu's panel has also become Summon Spirit, God Lubu. Level 11. Quality, Mythic. Strength, 599. Physique, 599. Agility, 599. Spirit, 599. Equipment, Divine Square Heavenly Painted Halberd, sealed. Divine Red Hair Horse, sealed. Status, sealed. Due to the strength of the summoner, Lubu did not show his full power. Until his power is fully liberated, his level will increase in tandem with the summoner's level. Talent, Schwanless, No Strategy, Sacrificial Strike, Divine Might. Level 11. Full attributes over 500. Infinitely close to 600. What kind of concept is this? Even for a high-level professional above level 60, their bare attribute value would be a huge difference from Lubu. A several times difference in full attributes was enough for Lubu to crush any low-level copy. High level of intelligence? Setting traps? Can improvise? Useless. All useless. In front of absolute values, all demons and monsters are paper tigers. As long as he entered the replica, Lubu would be able to let those humanoid demons have a good taste of what it meant to be a numerical monster. Seeing that Song-chi was determined to enter, the duo was torn beyond measure. They weren't sure if Song-chi was truly confident or blindly overzealous. Prince Hao gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll trust Song-chi for once then. Song-chi nodded and looked at Gongsun Maoe. What about you? It really can't be helped. She sighed helplessly before taking out two fist-sized white stones from her backpack and giving them to the duo. Take this. It's an emergency disengagement device. Crush it when you encounter danger. Or if you really can't pass the level, it will first take you out of the copy. If you pass the level later, it'll be counted as a substitute fee for subsequent ordinary copies. If you don't pass, it'll be counted as a week's worth of Corpse Tide replica coaching fees. It was Song-chi's turn to be surprised. This kind of device was a luxury item worth 500,000 credits in the market. Basically, no one would use it in a low-level copy. Even a rich second generation like Prince Hao couldn't afford to use this treasure. Your master gave it to you? Prince Hao was surprised. No, I bought it myself. You're so rich? Prince Hao clearly didn't believe it. As the schools by Xiao Shang, he had never heard any information about the other party being rich. Instead, news speculating that her family was poor kept coming out. Gongsun Maoe smiled before pointing at herself. To reintroduce myself, my last name is Gongsun. Gongsun of Gongsun Zhao, the principal of the second middle school. F***ck. It turned out to be a little rich girl. Song-chi and Prince Hao jolted. No wonder the vice principal of the second middle school would shamelessly rush to take her as his disciple. So there was this relationship? Song-chi weighed the stone in his hand. Although he couldn't use it, he still put it into his backpack, preparing to take it home to his old sister. Alright, then, since we all have this device, the two of you should feel relieved. I'm on, at the ready. No problem. Tick. Song-chi found the copy selection, and then decisively pressed OK. Swish. The three of them disappeared in place. The profound ancient castle. A curved moon hung high in the sky, and from time to time, bats swept by from high above. The ancient castle was located on the edge of a cliff, surrounded by the sea on three sides, with only a small path large enough for people to go up. Chapter 24 Shocking Gonsun Maiwe for a whole day. The highest attribute of a blood slave is physique. Song-chi pondered for a while. According to the law of duplicates, a boss's attribute points were usually only about 2-3 times stronger than a small monster. In other words, Baron William's highest attribute was probably between 100-150. Coupled with the skill Scarlet Berserk, the theoretical maximum of his highest attribute value should be at 300. This value was indeed a bit terrifying for a low-level professional. It was worthy of being the hardest copy. But unfortunately, Lu Bu's full attribute was as high as 500 points. In front of him, there wasn't much difference between this group of blood slaves and zombies. After determining the value of the enemy's attributes, Song-chi's last shred of concern had also been put down. How about it? Song-chi, have you thought of a tactic? Break through the side door or the front door? Gonsun Maiwe inquired. According to her guess, Song-chi's summoning spirit attribute value should be around 100 points. It might be a bit tricky to deal with the boss, but killing a few blood slaves wouldn't be too much of a problem. Think about it. First receive a frontal breakthrough. Bang! Lu Bu appeared, his thick body splattering a circle of dust as soon as it hit the ground. Before kneeling on one knee towards Song-chi, Lu Bu, Sea Lord, get up. See that castle up ahead? The enemy this time is everyone in the castle. Yes. Lu Bu got up violently. His square heavenly painted halberd was already in his hand, and without hesitation, he was going to kill towards the top. However, Gongsun Wuyue hurriedly stopped Lu Bu. Wait, Song-chi, don't let your summoned spirit head take the charge. That blood slave in front of the door is the gatekeeper of the ancient castle. The first time he finds the enemy he will call for his companions, and there is even a certain chance of waking up Baron William. It's best to go around from the small path and sneak in when the gatekeeper isn't paying attention to avoid the other party waking up Baron William at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, Gongsun Wuyue's suggestion was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Against this kind of high-quality replica, one had to adopt the strategy of breaking them down one by one. Otherwise, once one was besieged by a large number of demons, unless one was strong enough, the odds were that one would die in 9. Only, right now was not a normal situation. Before Song-chi could open his mouth to explain, Lu Bu took the first step to gently push Gongsun Wuyue away. Only Lu Bu smiled evilly. Please don't worry, girl, although I am not talented, the district rats have not yet put it in my eyes. To deal with him, why is there a need for a sneak attack? Saying that, Lu Bu took a step across. Gongsun Maiwe froze for a moment. Wait, he can talk? Although she had already been led by Lu Bu to brush copies 3 times, due to the basic lack of communication, she had thought that Lu Bu was the type of summoned spirit that was only partially intelligent. That is, a level that could understand commands, but was unable to understand deeper words. Now, it seemed that Lu Bu's level of intelligence was likely beyond her imagination, and for a summoned spirit, the higher the level of intelligence, the quality it represented would never be inferior. But before she could react, something even more shocking happened, only to see Lu Bu slightly bend his knees, and a stern aura emerged from his body. This was the first to turn on, no scheming, to enter berserk mode. Ka ka ka. The ground was cracked by its hard stomping with brute force. The next moment, boom! As if a bomb exploded in front of its eyes, airwaves surged and pounded its face, and countless debris splattered endlessly. Lu Bu disappeared into thin air. When he looked up again, the guard in front of the ancient fortress was already like a ragged sack, broken into 2 sections and flying out horizontally. Lu Bu stood in front of the gate, his square sky painting halberd only just lowered. So fast. They were at least 100 meters away from the gate of the ancient castle, and one of Lu Bu's explosive steps actually crossed this distance in an instant. This speed. I'm afraid Lu Bu's agility and strength attributes are more than 100. At least 200 points to start with. A summoning spirit whose dual attributes broke 200 at the 11th level. No, it's not just 200 dual attributes. He should also have a skill that can instantly increase his burst. Gongsun Dancing Moon was horrified beyond measure. Is it hard to break 200 in dual attributes? An intermediate level professional can reach it by wearing a rare equipment, right? Prince Hao subconsciously inquired when he saw something wrong with her expression. Gongsun Maiyue was almost angry with him and glanced at him hopelessly. Ignorance is truly terrifying. She didn't even bother explaining to this kind of person. The more one knew about the occupation the clearer the implications were. With a perfect score in theory, she knew all too well what this matter represented. She continued to look into the distance. Only Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd was raised high, followed by a first slash. Boom! The gate of the ancient castle was instantly split in half. Several blood slaves screamed and killed their way out of the gate, still holding bright red lances in their hands. There were also 2 blood slaves who kept silent from the roof of the ancient castle and leapt down in a single bound, seemingly wanting to cooperate with the blood slaves inside the door to sneak attack from a high place and pincer attack. It was just that they obviously misjudged Lu Bu's strength. Chapter 25, Second Round, Beginning. Experience value plus 1007. Experience plus 996. Experience value plus 997. The pleasant sound of experience gain constantly resounded in the ears of the 3 of them. Worthy of being a high difficulty copy, the experience value of the small monsters here is really high. One is more than 300 experience. It's worth the experience provided by 10 zombies. Song Chi sighed as he held a handful of cards. With the triple experience cards, each blood slave could bring Song Chi nearly 1,000 experience value. However, the experience value gained by Prince Hao and Gongsun Maiyue was just a little over 300. Speaking of which, the blood slaves in the main hall of the ancient castle should be pretty much cleared, so it's time to go in and pick up the equipment. Gongsun Dancing Moon also got up and put her cards down. The Corpse Tide was a special copy. There was no burst rate to speak of. However, the Scarlet Blood Nest was a copy that could potentially produce rare-grade equipment or other items. Seeing the 2 making a move to leave, Prince Hao, however, stopped. Come on, you 2 are almost losing and you're playing tricks, aren't you? I still have King Bomb. I still have a big Shunzi. You guys owe me 10 brain busts even if you run away. Song Chi turned his head as if he hadn't heard, and pretended to discuss. I hope that 1 or 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment will explode. Even if we can't wear them, we can still sell them then buy them in the market. Gongsun Dancing Moon nodded. Compared to equipment, it's actually better to have skill books. The burst rate of skill books is lower, the market demand is greater, and the price is a bit higher. Makes sense. The 2 discussed while walking towards the ancient castle, pretending not to hear Prince Hao's rant. Seeing the 2 walking further and further away, Prince Hao gave each of them a middle finger towards their backs, then indignantly put the playing cards away and followed. The 3 of them entered the gate. At this moment, the blood slaves in the house had basically been emptied. Occasionally, there would be some movement coming from the roof of the building, and then it would quickly return to calm. Afterwards, the experience bar of the 3 of them would rise a little bit. It looked like Lu Bu had already cleared out the entire ancient castle. There's a staff here. As soon as he entered, Song Chi noticed an object shining next to the blood slave's corpse. He walked up and picked it up and looked at it. Weapon, brand new stainless steel staff. Quality, ordinary. Applicable level, none. Required attributes, spirit 15. Physique 10. Strength, +2. Agility, -1. Physique, +1. Spirit, +5. Spirit, +5. Effects, when releasing fire attribute spells, you can slightly enhance their power. Self-contained skills, none. Evaluation, the combination of industry and magic. Evaluation, a product of the combination of industry and magic. Although the effect is not strong, the good thing is that there are no side effects. Staff, which one of you 2 wants it? The 2 men came over to take a look, then immediately waved their hands in disgust again. Prince Hao, an ordinary quality staff. Then it's better for you to keep it. Brother Song, with this kind of equipment I might as well go to the market and spend some money on a set. Gongsun Maiyue also shook her head. I won't consider equipment or skills below transcendent quality for now. Song Chi, fine. All have money, right? Then I'll be polite. Saying that, Song Chi firstly took the staff and stuffed it into his backpack. A low-level normal quality equipment could be sold for 200 to 300 credits at the market price. Selling a few more pieces would be enough for their family to buy a rearing chicken for a toothsome meal. For Song Chi, who was used to being poor, it was also considered a considerable amount of income. The 3 of them wandered around again and found the second piece of equipment in a room on the second floor. It was an ordinary quality apprentice hat. It was smoothly pocketed by Song Chi. After another moment, boom! The roof of the ancient castle exploded. A huge bat rose up into the sky, letting out a shrill to the point of screaming as it tried to escape. This was the last demonic creature in the ancient castle, the copy boss, Baron William. And at this moment, the elegant and dangerous man in the mouths of players was in a sorry state at the moment. Not only did his body have multiple wounds that were deep enough to be seen on the bone, his eyes were filled with panic and unease. Without looking back, he ran towards the distant cape. Where to run? Lu Bu shouted angrily and leapt up right behind him. The square heavenly painted halberd flashed with a frighteningly cold light, arcing through the air as the silver-white pike passed through the bat's body. Prick la! As if the sound of cloth being torn, Baron William was completely split in two from his neck diagonally head to his lower limbs. Plop! Plop! The remnants of the body fell into the sea, splashing a lot of water. And then, experience value plus 10,034. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the copy. The proceeds of this copy clearance are being settled. Congratulations! The number of demons you cleared this copy exceeds 100%. For those who have exceeded 95% of the challenge time, this copy's comprehensive settlement evaluation is S grade. Congratulations! Based on the evaluation, you have been rewarded, plus 1,000 credits. Credits will be automatically credited to your account within 3 working days. If there are any surprises, you can go to the professionals hall to inquire about them. Chapter 26 Gong Sun Richie. Swish! The three of them reappeared before the gate of the ancient castle. Not taking a break? Prince Hao was teleported in before he could even put his feet down. It's 11 o'clock at noon. Why don't we have lunch first before continuing? Eat a hair. Brush 2 more. Song Chi pointed his hand and Lu Bu's thick body landed with a bang. Lu Bu, go! Got it! This time, Lu Bu had figured out the opponent's strength and did not rush to kill the guards. Instead, he purposely walked up with an unhurried speed. Kata! Lu Bu was getting closer and closer to the ancient castle, and the sound of his footsteps caused the guards to be alerted. After confirming that someone was coming, the guard immediately blew his whistle. Beep! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Creak! The gate of the ancient castle was pushed open, and several blood slaves ran out. 2 blood slaves with crossbows, as well as one with a staff, also appeared on the upper floor platform, ready to fire. Without any nonsense, 2 crossbow arrows interspersed with frigid ice prawns broke through the air. Humph! Lu Bu didn't even raise his head, and his square heavenly painted halberd made 2 empty strokes. A strong wind whistled past. The crossbow arrows and ice prawns were instantly misplaced and landed on top of a stone block on the side. Shrinking rats. It's not fun to fight and it's not fun to kill. It's really a bummer. Lu Bu even kind of missed the hordes of zombies from before. At least he was able to have a good time killing them. Croak! A blood slave in heavy armor rushed towards him with a lance in hand. But the next moment, bang! Lu Bu slapped his halberd horizontally and first slapped it into a bloody mist. He then killed his way into the ancient castle without further delay. In the distance, 1, 2, 3, 4, only 7 blood slaves could be summoned? Baron William didn't show up either. It's a pity. Song Chi lamented. He had originally thought of first picking up the boss to attract it out, first picking up the decapitation, and ending the battle in a short period of time to come. The Scarlet Blood Nest copy was different from the Corpse-Tide copy. Although the difficulty of this copy was high, it was only an ordinary copy. As a Super S-ranked talent possessor, he could pass through the ordinary copy an unlimited number of times, with no limit on the number of times he could pass through it. It was entirely possible to accumulate a large amount of experience in a short period of time by speed-killing bosses. However, right now, it seemed that the idea was beautiful, but the reality was not developing according to his expectations. Lu Bu still had to go to the ancient castle and search those rooms one by one. Another 10 minutes will have to be wasted. Forget it. Fight the landlord, fight the landlord. Song Chi turned around and smiled as he sat between the two. Quickly, Brother Wang, take out your cards. You can still play 2 more hands. No, you guys owe me the 10 brain avalanches from the last game and you haven't paid them back yet. Oh, at first, wait for all the brush finished and then a piece of settlement. We are not renegade people. That's good. I can remember. 10 brain melon crash. 1 cannot be less. I know. Unsurprisingly to Song Chi, this copy only took them 15 minutes. 3 pieces of normal quality equipment were produced. None of them were of much use either, and were pocketed by him. Afterwards, the 3 of them didn't have any delays, and just left the square, and immediately re-entered again. In Prince Hao's words, their feet had just stepped on the floor of the plaza, and the next moment they were airborne in front of the door of the ancient castle. The 3rd time he entered, he still couldn't lure the boss out, but fortunately, Lu Buka found Baron William 1 minute before the end of the triple experience card, and died in the coffin with a painful slash of his halberd. Congratulations on clearing the copy. Gains from this copy clearance are being settled. Congratulations, this copy of the comprehensive settlement evaluation is S grade. As another system notification was ringing out, the trio reappeared in the square. Brother Song, do we still need to continue? It's been a morning of brushing. Why don't we take a break first? Prince Hao said as he held his forehead with one hand and hugged his stomach with the other. In those half an hour or so just now, under his strong request, it turned into a brain crash on the spot now not. As a result, he had not only lost the 10 brain melon avalanche that he had saved up earlier. In the last calculation, he was also flicked 30 times by Song Chi and Gongsun Woyue combined. The center of his forehead was already slightly red. Seeing this, Gongsun Woyue could not help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Can't carry your head anymore? You made the rule to end it on the spot. Who said I can't carry it? I'm just a little hungry. I didn't eat in the morning, so I don't have the strength to play cards. Prince Hao said stiffly. If you don't believe me, let's play a few more hands. Alright, go eat. Song Chi interrupted the two. His triple experience card time had also ended. There was no need to continue. It wouldn't be too late to come back in the afternoon. Alright, it just so happens that I'm hungry too. Gongsun Maowei did not object. Also, I know a restaurant that tastes good and isn't far from here. Why don't we go eat there? Oh, the hotel recommended by the Gongsun family's little princess? Chapter 27, Genius Match. Chu Xiaojiang, the nephew of the principal of the first middle school. Profession is assassin. Talent is S rank. Because Principal Chu was dissatisfied with Song Chi, the newly appeared super S-rank talent possessor, in order to curry favor with Principal Chu. Thus he always deliberately worked against Song Chi. Last time when Song Chi played his first copy, he had threatened Prince Hao. He didn't expect to encounter him again this time in the Jingming Xian Hotel. Hey, have you guys come to the wrong place? This is Jingming Xian, a high-class restaurant where a cup of water costs 150 credits. Can you guys afford to eat? Chu Xiaojiang picked up the wine cup with his middle and ring fingers and wobbled in front of a few people. See this cup of wine? This cup is called Cui Yu Qing, produced in the First City District. A fine wine brewed by at least Western level 60 or above winemakers. The price is, it's not too expensive. 5,000 credits for a cup. How about it? Do you want to try it? Chu Xiaojiang shook his wine cup in front of several people, his face full of smug smiles and flirting. Cui Yu Qing? It's too dirty to even gargle for me. Gongsun Maowei snorted. At those words, Chu Xiaojiang's face darkened, but after seeing the other party's appearance his eyes lit up again and he laughed playfully. Actually brought a pretty girl over. No wonder you're here with a swollen face. Prince Hao frowned. Chu Xiaojiang, you're not finished are you? If Principal Chu knows that you, a junior with S-rank talent, didn't brush up on your copies but instead spent time here, guess what he'll think of you? Principal Chu, also known as the principal of the first middle school. Notoriously protective of his shortcomings, but at the same time, he was also extremely harsh on his juniors. The more outstanding the talent, the more Principal Chu valued it, and at the same time, the stricter the control. Like Chu Xiaojiang, this kind of extravagant behavior is strictly prohibited. He might even be subjected to the family law. Logically, when he heard, not to say immediately scared out of his wits, at least must put away that obnoxious face. But at this moment, Chu Xiaojiang was not the slightest bit flustered, and even somewhat contemptuous. The little brother behind him hurriedly stepped forward to chime in when he saw this. Chu Xiao's this time is a celebration banquet. It was agreed to by Principal Chu. That's right, Chu Xiao has already obtained the qualification for the Human Genius Selection Tournament, and will head to the First City District next month to participate in the competition. Not only that, Chu Xiao has also been especially valued by Principal Chu, and has specially applied for a replica ticket that lasts for a month. In order to do so, it's to allow Chu Xiao to rise to level 20 within a month, so that he can make an all-out sprint for the first place in the selection competition. Song Chi froze. A replica ticket, whose effect lasts for a month. He knew about copy vouchers. When the number of times a professional could enter a duplicate per day had been used up, a duplicate voucher could be used to gain another chance to enter. Using it once would give you a chance to enter the duplicate once. But wasn't this a disposable item? There is also a monthly use type. If you use it once, you will have unlimited access to all the duplicates in a month? Song Chi was a bit confused. If this was given to him, he counted with his fingers, he would be able to level up to 20 in 3 days. Sure enough, no matter what time of the year, the means of the privileged class can always exceed the imagination of the lower class. In addition, what's the Human Genius Selection Competition again? This term Song Chi had never really heard of. I haven't heard of it either. Prince Hao was also a bit confused. It's an athletic tournament led by the city lords of the major urban areas, with the top echelons of the human race joining forces to organize it. A competition that only the true pride of the human race is qualified to participate in. Chu Xiaojiang proudly said. Gongsun Maowei recalled and explained for the two of them. He's right. The main purpose of the genius selection is to screen out geniuses in the true sense of the word. Those who are empty of advanced talent without practical combat ability will have their resource weights lowered. Those with strong practical combat abilities will be given more weight. This kind of competition is held once a year. The first place winner can even pick a legendary quality equipment, skill, or even a rare item at will. Legendary quality items of any choice? Song Chi and Prince Hao, two guys who had never seen the world, were already shocked when they heard this news. However, in Gongsun Maoyue's eyes, this prize could only be considered average. She shook her head and said, as a matter of fact, the prize can only be considered an add-on. What's more important is that you'll officially enter the eyes of the human race's top echelons. The attention of those higher-ups is the biggest gain for the winner. You have to know that the energy they can utilize can be completely incomparable to a piece of legendary equipment. Immediately, Gongsun Maoyue added in doubt. It's reasonable to say that you, Song Chi, are a super S-class talent and should have received the news in advance. Didn't Principal Shun say anything to you? Song Chi shook his head blankly. Then it should have been forgotten. Gongsun Maoyue comforted. Ha, I think it's you who's been given up. Chu Shaojiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. What can a summoner do even with a super S-rank talent? It's reasonable to be given up. Chapter 28, Chu Shaojiang's ambition. What's the situation? Chu Shaojiang froze. Why were these three guys able to head up to the private room in the West Building? Hey, have you made a mistake? Why can they be first connected into the private room? Chu Shaojiang was anxious and dragged the waiter with him, wanting to ask for a clarification. But the next moment, thud, Chu Shaojiang's hand seemed to have hit some sort of iron wall and was recoiled back. As a restaurant specializing in serving VIPs, even the most ordinary waiter in Jingming Xian had at least the strength of a level 11 or above. By no means was it in existence that someone like Chu Shaojiang, who had just switched jobs, could touch. The waiter's face remained unchanged, only bowing slightly in apology. I'm sorry guest, Jingming Xian has a rule, please do not touch the service staff at will. As for why these guests were able to enter the private room, it is naturally because Miss Gongsun is our honored VIP customer. After saying that, he headed up and continued to lead the Song Chi trio upwards. Prince Hao didn't forget to compare a middle finger before leaving. I'm sorry, Chu Shaojiang. It seems that your status is still no match for Gongsun Maoyue. Only Chu Shaojiang was left behind frowning tightly, his mouth repeating this surname over and over again. Miss Gongsun? Gongsun. The 7th urban area has the surname Gongsun, and the age is similar to mine. Wait, Chu Shaojiang violently seemed to remember something, and his pupils instantly dilated. I remember. Second middle school principal Gongsun Zhao seems to have a granddaughter? Just now, if I heard correctly, Prince Hao called her Gongsun Maoyue. That nerd Gongsun Maoyue is Principal Gongsun Zhao's granddaughter? He pounded the table, his heart terrified. Damn, I should have thought of this long ago. How could she, an A-ranked talent, have attracted the vice principal to personally come down and accept her? And no one had any objections. How could her identity be simple? Although Chu Shaojiang was Principal Chu's nephew, he was not a member of the family's core circle. He just knew that there was such a person, but did not know the other party's last name. Not to mention the looks. Thinking back more carefully, there were indeed quite a few suspicious points, but it was a pity that he had never noticed them. The junior brother at the side thought that he was angry again and came forward to comfort him. Chu Shao, don't bother with them in general. Maybe they are taking the VIP cards of the elders in the family. That's right, don't let this spoil the fun. If you really can't swallow it, young Chu, why don't you find someone to teach them a lesson? Didn't Principal Chu find more than a dozen level 20 professionals for you? We just need to wait for Song Chi's gang. Shut up! Bang! Chu Shaojiang slammed the table and shouted angrily. It startled a few of his juniors. But soon, he quickly regained his composure and barely squeezed out a smile. Sorry, didn't control my emotions. Keep eating. But, don't say anything more about Song Chi. The several junior brothers looked at each other, a bit at a loss for words. They couldn't figure out why Chu Shaojiang's attitude suddenly changed so drastically. But since it was all said so, then let's listen to Chu Shao. Right. The odds are that guy Song Chi doesn't have much of a future anyway, so let him off the hook. Still, Chu Shao is generous. Chu Shaojiang smiled as he listened to the several people conversing, and summoned the waiter to add a few more meat dishes. For a while, the crowd seemed to have forgotten about the unhappiness they had just experienced, and they pushed cups and exchanged drinks in a pleasant manner. But only Chu Shaojiang's eyes flashed with a cold light, his mind pondering, why did he go and deliberately provoke Song Chi before? It was because Song Chi was a character in his eyes that it didn't matter if he offended. Although Song Chi's identity was a super S-grade talent, his family was not in a good condition, nor did he have any background. The parents were just bottom-level factory workers. His sister was also only a mid-level professional. Coupled with the fact that Principal Chu seemed to dislike him, that was why he chose to deliberately disgust Song Chi, putting on an appearance of not sharing the same fate as Song Chi. It was certainly better that Principal Chu had seen his actions and attitude and was willing to give a reward. It didn't matter if he didn't see it, or if Principal Chu saw it and didn't react. There was no loss for him either. This was a deal with 100 benefits and no harm. There was no loss if it could be accomplished, and no loss if it didn't. But now, the Gongsun family's little princess had disrupted all his plans. He couldn't quite figure out whether Gongsun Wuyue had simply gotten together with Song Qi out of a similarity of interest, or had the other party discovered something and wanted to invest in this Song Qi in advance. But no matter what the reason was, he would have to weigh his weight in the heart of Principal Chu, the head of the Chu family, risking the danger of angering the princess of the Gongsun family to do something that wouldn't necessarily bring gains to himself. Was it worth it? Chu Shaojiang understood very well that although he was born from the Chu family, he did not have a high status within the family. The S-rank talent was his knocking brick, a chance that would allow him to be able to enter the patriarch's line of sight. Chapter 29: A foreigner inside the city lord's mansion? More than an hour later, in the private room on the west floor of Jingming Xian, Song Qi's trio walked out with satisfied faces. Full. Can't eat anymore. Prince Hao burped and gently stroked his swollen belly. This Jingming Xian really lives up to its name. And the dishes taste Jane first so good that it's staggering. Especially that magic river fish meat. Fresh, flavorful, tender, and you can still gain experience after eating it? Wow. I'm afraid I won't be able to forget it in my life. It's just a bit propped up. Song Qi laughed and patted his belly, sending out bang, bang, the crunching sound. That fish was more than 5 kilograms. You ate most of it alone. Can you not be propped up? By the way, Gongsun student, how much did this meal cost? How much? Gongsun Maowei tilted her head in thought. I don't know. I never look at the price when I buy things. It's probably just 5 or 6 figures. 6. Song Qi and Prince Hao were once again shocked by her bravado. Sure enough, she was a rich woman. How could she describe the price in digits? How rich did she have to be? Even if second-generation rich Prince Hao heard this kind of description, he could only say that there were heavens beyond the heavens. At the same time, Song Qi couldn't help but start thinking about Gongsun Maoyue's identity. It felt like the other party should not just have a little relationship with Principal Gongsun, but rather a more important figure in the entire family. Only Gongsun Maoyue did not reveal too much. It must be that she did not want to say. Song Qi chose to give up after thinking for a while. The three of them walked out of the hotel. At this time, Chu Shaojiang's group had already left, so not much had happened. Depart for the replica plaza. This afternoon, I'll try to brush it a dozen or 2 times and level up another 5 or 6 levels. Prince Hao pointed at the sky, excited beyond measure. Today was another big meal and an unlimited speed brush for the duplicates. He was completely excited. Gongsun Maoyue also nodded in agreement. With Song Qi's strength and summoning spirits, this exaggerated goal of Prince Hao's that sounded like a joke at first could really be achieved. Song Qi thought about it and shook his head regretfully. You guys don't have much of a problem rising 5 or 6 levels, but I probably won't be able to do it. After all, I'm already 11 levels up. The required experience needs to be a full 200,000 points. At those words, Prince Hao and Gongsun Wuyue stopped at the same time and looked at him with a calm look. Pretend. Continue pretending. In your heart, you're afraid that you're all happy, right? Damn you. Damn it. 11 levels in 2 days. Do you still want people to live? Suggest to deprive you of your super S-rank talent privilege? When you play like this, others don't have the game experience at all. Agreed. The three of them joked and laughed while walking towards the replica plaza. Time was like a white horse passing by in a flash. The sun slowly set from directly above. Time came from midday to close to evening. On the replica square. Swish. Song Qi's trio appeared in the square with 3 reddened foreheads. For one consecutive afternoon, the three of them had hardly delayed at all, soaking their entire time in the Scarlet Blood Nest copy. However, since the one who did the brushing was Lu Bu, the three of them fought the landlord for the afternoon. Each of them lost and won. I don't know how many brain bounces were played on each other. Prince Hao was still a bit dizzy until now. Brother Song, still brushing? Song Qi looked at the time. 5:15 in the afternoon. Although the time to meet with the city lord was 6 o'clock, it was never good to step on the clock to go in order to leave some room for error as well as to give the city lord a good impression. Song Qi shook his head. No, let's brush up here today. I'm going to the city lord's mansion next. Gongsun Maoyue sniffed and stretched her back before saying with a smile. Alright, then I won't disturb fellow student Song as she embarks on her beautiful journey ahead. I never thought that brushing the books could be this easy, because the experience contributed by the small monsters in this copy wasn't much. Song Qi adopted the strategy of decapitation, not delaying too much time on the small monsters. There were also a few times when the gate guards lured Baron William out early, and the battle was quickly over in less than 3 minutes. In one afternoon, The three of them repeated the scarlet blood nest at least 24 times. Song-chi rose from level 11 to level 12. Lu Bu's attribute panel once again skyrocketed by 50. According to his calculations, at the current rate, it would only take about a week for him to level up to above level 20, and start trying to advance to intermediate level professional. The other two weren't too bad either. Prince Hao had risen 3 levels in a row in one day today, coming to the threshold of level 10. He had already started thinking about what to choose for his second skill. He even began to think about whether he should ask his old man for a few $1 million to buy a transcendent level skill to use. After all, he had risen to level 10 in only 2 days. With this kind of upgrading speed, there was no reason why his dad wouldn't give him money. On the other side, Gonsun Manhwa was also extremely satisfied. Chapter 30, Terrifying Strength Gap. A human-type demonic creature? No, this aura is different from demons as well as humans. Could it be that? Be an extraterrestrial demonic race? Song-chi became more and more nervous. Although Principal Shin had long ago informed him that the human race was not a monolith within itself. However, he still never expected that there would actually be demons lurking in the city lord's mansion. Turning his head to the side, Lu Bu was holding his chest, with blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth, and his tiger's mouth was slightly trembling. I'm afraid that no more than half of the strength of 10% was left. The other party's strength, Jane Head, was astonishing. The shock caused by just one glance had caused Lu Bu to be seriously injured to such an extent, and the other party did not have the slightest abnormality. The difference in strength between the two sides was unimaginably large. Thud! A dull metallic landing sound rang out as the black humanoid creature stepped out of the black fog. It was only at this moment that Song-chi finally saw his true colors. The opponent's entire body was completely surrounded by a black armor. The black mist that had originally been dispersed kept overflowing from the cracks of the various pieces of armor once again as he moved. In less than a few breaths of time, the large black hand once again condensed. Lu Bu's eyes reddened as he barely managed to hold up his body and took a step out to stand in front of Song-chi. My lord, go first. Bu will pad for you. Boom! Lu Bu's chi gushed out. The blood-red cloak behind him was blown and zipped, and for a moment, his voice was actually even more powerful than it was just now. Then, a tall crimson horse slowly emerged from the void. Ding! Sensing that his master is in danger, the red hair broke free of some of the seals and followed in his footsteps to this world. Congratulations! The current unsealing progress of the divine red rabbit horse is 10%. Ha ha ha. Good. Red rabbit, a red rabbit. I never thought that you and I would actually have a day to reunite. Since that's the case, then today, the two of us will combine our strengths to battle it out. Lu Bu coughed blood from his mouth and laughed wildly as he rolled over and jumped onto his horse. Whinny! The red hair seemed to have sensed the will to fight, its front hooves soaring into the air, sounding like thunder. One person and one horse pranced up, their battle intent abounding. The square sky-painted halberd slashed down with a roar. The large black hand was once again crushed. Red Rabbit actually broke free of the seal on its own? An unexpected blessing. Song-chi froze, and then he didn't stay idle, rushing to open the lottery interface. He had accumulated 3 lucky draw opportunities before, and had originally wanted to save them for the follow-up. But now, he couldn't give up any chance of increasing his chances of winning. Ding! 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 The system's mechanical tone sounded 3 times in a row. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 triple experience card, duration 2 hours. Congratulations! You have obtained a 5-fold experience card, duration 2 hours. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 triple experience cards, duration 2 hours. Please note that you have used 8 draw opportunities. The 10th draw is a guaranteed draw. There is 1 more draw left before the guaranteed draw. Please try again. F***CK. Song-chi only wanted to curse at this moment. What the hell lottery system? There's nothing but experience cards in the prize pool? A guaranteed bottom? These 3 prizes you gave are going to kill me. A guaranteed prize? While Song-chi was chagrined, the battle situation in front of him changed suddenly. A cloud of black mist bypassed Lu Bu's head and rushed toward Song-chi. Shit! Song-chi wanted to dodge, but the speed of the black mist was just too swift to react. The trailhead poured in from all 7 of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Goo! In less than a moment, Song-chi only felt that the inside of his body was completely filled with black fog. The respiratory tract was completely blocked, and a sense of suffocation surged through his heart. Even the sandwich between his scalp and brain seemed to be invaded by the black fog. Consciousness gradually fell into chaos. His mental energy had been disorganized, and he could no longer maintain Lu Bu's presence. Boo! Lu Bu and Red Rabbit disappeared as if they were a bubble. My life is over. Song-chi could feel the life force draining away. He was about to die. I just don't know if I'll cross over again after dying this time. Perhaps it was because of dying once and crossing over again. Song-chi calmed down at this moment instead. He felt his body getting more and more tired, and his brain had already been underoxygenated, making it extremely difficult to think. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, cough, woo, Song-chi felt that his body was empty, and all the black mist was violently drawn out again at the last moment. Huffing, he was thrown to the ground by the first catch and greedily breathed in fresh air in big gulps. It was only after several consecutive inhalations that his state improved. When he raised his head again, he found that the armored man had removed his helmet, revealing that face familiar to all 7th City District people. City Lord? Song-chi looked at the elevator door again. It was found that a thin layer of black mist drifted away from the LED lights displaying the number of floors of the staircase. Here, it was precisely the 12th floor. With the danger lifted, he sat down on his butt, not wanting to move at all anymore. Chapter 31 End of testing. City Lord's surprise. Testing if I'm a human? Song-chi was little surprised. The foreign races have all invaded into the middle of the human race's urban area? Combined with what Principal Shen had said to him earlier, countless conspiracy theories appeared in his mind for a moment. Could it be that there were countless foreigners living in the human city? They were lurking within the human region, waiting for the right moment, ready to explode at any time? Song-chi looked serious and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, I think Chu Xiaojiang and Principal Chu are suspicious. The two of them might be foreign races. I suggest that you, City Lord, go and do some checking. The City Lord stared at him with a pair of dead fish eyes and nodded his head to say in a rippling tone, well, I can hear it. You have a grudge against the Chu family. He. Being poked through his small mind, Song-chi smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. The City Lord looked to Lubu, who was on the side. Also, this summoning spirit of yours is really good in strength. Not only was it able to fight me, but it was also able to cleave through my black mist multiple times. Strength-wise it's indeed fine, but I'll have to look at the panel to see what the specifics are and how to rate you. One moment. Song-chi tapped on the system panel and found Lubu's column. While selecting public, ding! A light blue panel appeared in front of the City Lord. Summoning Spirit, God LV Boo. Grade, 12. Quality, Mythic. Strength, 649. Physique, 649. Agility, 649. Spirit, 649. Equipment, Divine Square Heavenly Painted Halberd, Sealed, Divine Red Hair Horse, Unsealed 10%. Status, Sealed, due to the strength of the summoner. Lubu did not show his full power. Until his power is fully liberated, his level will increase in tandem with the summoner's level. Talent, unrivaled. Lubu's battle power is unrivaled, and he grows stronger as he fights. After entering battle, his full attributes will increase at a rate of 1% per second. It can be increased up to 100%. No strategy, Lubu enters a berserk state, immediately increasing his attributes by 500%. Duration, 10 minutes. At the end, he will enter a weakened state for half an hour, with his attributes dropping by 20%, and a cooldown of half an hour. Sacrificial Strike, Lubu abandons all defense and pours his entire body into his hands, delivering a stunning blow. Divine Might, due to the acquisition of the Seed of Divinity, any being whose level is lower than Lubu's will experience a drop in their attributes due to fear when they first face him. The magnitude of the drop will change with the level difference and the size of the distance, and the weakening can reach up to 50%. Mount Summoning, Lubu summons the Red Hair Horse, increasing his power attribute by 10% and all skills by 10% when he enters the mounted state. Evaluation, a general with an army of thousands of horses. How hard is it to get the goods from the bag? Because the Red Hair Horse had just appeared, Song-chi wasn't too surprised by this fifth skill. The City Lord fixed his eyes on it, and with just a glance, his face, which was still quite calm, changed significantly. He'd sked as he looked down. Full attribute 649, this is only a few levels. Good guy. If I remember correctly, this summon spirit's base attribute value is 99. Come to that? First level full attribute 99, 12th level full attribute 649, then the full attribute increase per level is 50 points? The City Lord was shocked by the results of his own calculations. What was the concept of 50 points of full attributes for a level up? It was almost equivalent to the bonus of a transcendent level equipment. To convert it, it was equivalent to Lubu being able to wear one more piece of transcendent equipment per level up than an ordinary professional. I'm afraid that if this is leveled up, I'm afraid that I can crush a group of high-level professionals based on the attribute value alone, right? He calmed down a bit and continued to look down. There's also this skill. Matchless, up to 100% full attribute boost? Outrageous. Witless, 500% boost in full attributes? TSK. This one is even more outrageous. The aftermath is even more completely negligible. Sacrificial Strike. This is the same move he just used to break up my black mist? A divine skill that crosses the ranks. Divine Might. It's actually the rarest aura type skill. This kind of skill that even I covet. He actually brings his own? The more he looked down, the more shocked the city lord became. At first, he thought that Lubu was the type of summon spirit that had extremely fast growth in the early stages, but was weak in the later stages. The skills of this type of summoning spirit usually boosted a large number of fixed attribute values. For example, the first pick increased strength and constitution by thousands of points. This type of summoning spirit was often powerful enough in the early stages to allow the summoner to push through most copies along the way. It was even able to defeat the vast majority of professionals of the same level. But once they reached the later stages, this kind of summoning spirit would become a chicken rib-like existence. Therefore, although Lubu had cleaved his black mist, he was only slightly surprised. But after seeing Lubu's skills, he realized that he was wrong. Jane Head was very wrong. Not only were none of Lubu's skills that increased fixed attribute values. Chapter 32 Special Potion. Training? Song-Chi winced. What does a summoner like me need to train for? He was a summoner, not a mage or warrior or any of those professions. Wouldn't it be enough to be able to summon a powerful summoning spirit? As a summoner, wouldn't it be enough to leave all combat matters to the summoning spirit? And then choose a few more life-saving skills to make sure that you won't be dragging the summoning spirit down. After pondering for a while, Song-Chi suddenly realized something. Wait, I seem to have understood. Could it be that what you mean, City Lord, is, as their strength increases, summoners need to give their summons the right increase at the right time, so they need to exercise their grasp of timing? No, the City Lord shook his head. That is, a summoner will always encounter unexpected situations, such as when the enemy is already in front of them, and the summoned object is entangled and unable to get away. So an extra bit of strength is an extra bit of hope for survival. Also not true. The City Lord continued to veto. You're a summoner who's been meleeed. You're still fighting. This situation is not as useful as learning more life-saving skills. Song-Chi came to a realization. I see what you're considering, City Lord, is that summoners are physically weak, and their bodies won't be able to carry them on missions in the wilderness in the future. The City Lord looked at him with eyes of an idiot. Wouldn't you let the summoner run on your back? Also right. Song-Chi scratched his head. 3 guesses in a row were all denied, and he was completely out of ideas. It was neither here nor there. Then what was the exact reason? Then what is the purpose of my training? Song-Chi asked. It's simple. The City Lord got up and stretched. The purpose is to completely stimulate your potential and pull your attribute values up to the limit before you enter the next stage. At those words, Song-Chi frowned in disbelief. Exercise could indeed increase attribute values. This was not something surprising. Quite the contrary. This matter was known to almost everyone. This was also why both he and Prince Hao had continuously hammered their bodies before transferring, in order to be able to get their attribute values a little higher when they transferred. But the problem lay in the fact that the attribute values they raised after exercising for more than 10 years might only be a few points, compared to the improvement brought about by upgrading. Jane Head was 1 heaven and 1 earth. If I remember correctly, the textbook said that after becoming a professional, the attribute boost from exercising would become very low. It's a strength enhancement method with an extremely low harvest rate? The City Lord agreed. That's right. There's nothing wrong with what the textbook says. The higher the attribute, the higher the intensity of the exercise required for each point of attribute value raised. 10 points of strength, raising it to 11 points. Lifting weights 200 kilograms 100 times a day. Sticking to it for a month will probably raise it. But for 20 points of strength to be raised to 21 points through exercise, you'd probably need half a year for lifting 500 kilograms 1,000 times a day. The further you go, the more difficult it is to raise your attribute value through exercise, and it rises exponentially. Hearing this, Song-Chi was even more confused. Then what was the point of him exercising? The most important thing a summoner needed was a spiritual attribute, and his current spiritual attribute value was already over 20. Could it be that he meditated and meditated for a year just to raise his spirit a little? So what's the point of you training me, City Lord? It's simple. The City Lord laughed. Because we have a special potion to bring the difficulty down. And theoretically, it can increase your current full attributes by several times. And theoretically the limit can be doubled by 100 times. Of course, the effect varies from person to person. Theoretically, the full attributes could be raised 100 times by exercising. Song-Chi was stunned. He did a rough calculation. If it was true, then theoretically, his spiritual attribute could even break 2,000. The effect brought about by exercise was actually this good? Of course, he also knew that this was just a theory. Most people would probably top it off by doubling it a few times, but even if it was only doubled, it was already very desirable to Song-Chi. It was important to realize that the skills of most professionals were related to their own attributes. For example, the warrior's fury slash and the mage's fireball. Both of them inflicted different degrees of damage based on their own strength and intelligence. Skill upgrades generally increased the attribute value. Attribute value was definitely the most important thing for a professional. Strange. You, a super S-rank talent possessor, don't know about it? The city lord was puzzled instead. You get a certain share of this potion every month, and no one has told you about this? Song-Chi shook his head, and then nodded his head in a rush. No one has said. Incorrect. Principal Shin seemed to have said before that there would be additional rare resources given to me every month, but he didn't explicitly say what they were at that time. So the so-called rare resources are this? At those words, the city lord then turned around. That's good. I thought that within a few years, the people underneath would start playing the deception trick again. Alright, since you know all about it, then go back first. Chapter 33, Aggrieved Roaring Heavenly Father. 7th City District. Industrial area. Below a residential building. A strong man carried a 2-meter-high closet in his left hand and a 1-person-high refrigerator in his right hand, carrying all of these heavy objects one by one to the car. Song-Chi couldn't stop wiping his sweat at the side. It was because this burly man was the little Shin that the city lord spoke of. That is, his principal roaring heavenly father, Shen Huiwu. He knew that Principal Shin was dating Principal Lin today, but hell, he didn't know that the little Shin in the city lord's mouth was his principal. Look at this size, this face, this strength. Where does small fit in? If he had known that little Shin was his principal, he would have said no. Song-Chi sighed. Who would have thought that he would actually ask a principal-level character to move for him? This was something that could be thought of? Boom! The heavy object landed hard inside the van, and Principal Shin arrived in front of Song-Chi with a leathery smile. Esteemed Mr. Song-Chi, all the items in your home have been moved out. Is there anything else you need? It's fine. It's fine. Principal Shin, if you have something you should hurry up and go. I'll be fine by myself next. I can drive. Principal Shin's eyes went round. Principal Chang wants me to personally help you move to your new home. What could be more important than the city lord's command? Get in the car quickly. Old me will be your driver. After saying that, he blew his beard and eyes and got into the front of the car. Song-Chi shrunk his neck and got into the passenger side, not saying a word. Along the way, Principal Shin didn't give Song-Chi a good look. Of course, he also knew that Song-Chi was not to blame for this. But he was also aggrieved. He had been single for decades. It was hard to get acquainted with Principal Lin, the great beauty. First, he used Gongsun Maowei as an excuse to ask each other out. Then the two of them also shopped. Money was spent. In order not to be cold. The topic of conversation between the two started from the cultivation of the juniors at the beginning, to the later exchange of career insights, to the rise of the human race, and finally even talked about the wind and flowers, poems and songs. Tianzi pitted. He was a big old man who either fought or cultivated all day long, and he had been hard at work chatting about literature for over an hour. His head was about to explode. It was hard to stay up from morning to evening, and as it looked like it was going to be dark, Principal Lin was finally tired of shopping. Even the hotel was booked. As a result, a phone call from the city master. He has to run to be a porter again. It was absolutely impossible for any normal male to say they weren't angry when they encountered this situation. Maybe it's fate that hasn't arrived yet. Alas. Principal Shin sighed deeply. The mood calmed down a little. Then he turned his head to look at Song-Chi. But then again, if it wasn't for this kid, I wouldn't have had the chance to spend time with Principal Lin today. It still counted as a favor I owe him. After thinking about it, Principal Shin opened his mouth and asked, by the way Song-Chi, how many grades are you today? Me, 12 levels now. Song-Chi answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Principal Shin was taken aback, followed by unconcealed joy. Song-Chi was a student who came out from under him, and the more potential Song-Chi showed, the brighter his face as a principal would be. 12th grade? So fast? Good brat. No wonder the city lord values you so much. Bang! Hiss! The slap with huge force slapped Song-Chi on his back, hitting his head and pumping cold air. Oh, sorry. Forgot to collect my strength. It's fine. Song-Chi gritted his teeth. He wasn't quite sure if the other party was too surprised to pay attention to the Tao, or if he was simply looking for revenge, thus finding a reason to give him a bit of it. But no matter which reason it was, he could only choose to forgive. Seeing Song-Chi's grimacing appearance, Principal Shin's mood became even smoother. He laughed playfully twice and took out a skill book from his storage ring. Since you're level 10, it's time to consider what to learn for your second skill. I also count it as hard work for you to bring Gongsun Maowei a copy for a day today. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to make an appointment with Principal Lin. This is considered a thank you gift I prepared for you. A thank you gift? Song-Chi rubbed his back and picked up the skill book. Skill book, mirror image, quality, transcendent. Limited scope, summoner, effect, after use. It allows the holder to learn the mirror image skill. Skill description: the summoner can create a duplicate that has 50% of the attribute value of the summoner's own body. No skills can be used. Duration 3 hours, cooldown 6 hours. Maximum level, non-upgradable, maximum level, non-upgradable. Transcendent quality skill book. Although not upgradable, the effect is really good. The effect of the skill was on the auxiliary side, and it was able to firstly raise the battle power. It was just a pity that Song-Chi needed more life-saving or defense-type skills right now. With Lu Bu around in terms of battle power, there wasn't much need to consider it yet. What? Not satisfied? Principal Shen saw Song-Chi's hesitation and pulled out another book. But fortunately, I prepared 2 books of different types of skills. Chapter 34, Training begins. Sunset and sunrise. The day passed just like that. The next morning, Song-Chi yawned and climbed up from his newly bought big bed. Logically speaking, moving, purchasing furniture, and cleaning would take at least a few days. Thanks to Principal Shen's help in moving and finding acquaintances in the furniture city, all the furniture was bought at the best price. They also helped to deliver it to their home for free. Helped the family get everything done in one night. For example, last night he personally selected double large bed. As a result of sleeping for more than 10 years on a partition bed that was less than a meter wide, and often falling down when he turned over in his sleep, it led to Song-Chi being extremely resentful of the size of the bed. Therefore, even though he didn't have a date yet, he still chose the widest double bed, just for the sake of rolling over hard in bed. Walking out of the bedroom. Yo, baby boy, wake up. As soon as he went out, his parents had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for him in the living room with smiles on their faces. Today's breakfast is so sumptuous? Song-Chi sat down and looked around, realizing that today's breakfast was actually not buns and donuts, but several kinds of expensive pastries. Which is breakfast? It's already 10:30 and almost noon. Lunch is more or less the same. And these pastries are all sent by the neighbors. If you don't eat them early, they will go bad in a few days. Mom explained. From the neighbors? Song-Chi froze and picked up a piece and took a bite. The flavor was indeed good. The cream melted in the mouth and the taste was excellent. It was definitely a high-class pastry. Dad Bashful reclined on the chair and looked at his cell phone. Early this morning, several neighbors came to the door. But you were sleeping at that time, so I didn't disturb you. I'll tell you, the people in the inner city are really welcoming. They all come to the door with lots of stuff, and these pastries are kind of cheap. One of the neighbors even knows the head of a big mercenary group, and with one phone call he arranged for your sister to work for 30,000 credits a month, and she's still not tired. These days, are getting better and better. The 2 parents didn't have much heart. They only felt that the current days were getting more and more promising, so dreamy that it was a bit unreal. Song-Chi, however, revealed a dazed look. He finally understood why the city lord had asked Principal Shen to move him. Hopefully, there was still this layer of meaning in it. After simply eating 2 pastries and chatting for a few moments, Song-Chi bid farewell to his parents and walked towards the replica square. When they arrived at the plaza, Prince Hao and Gongsun Maui had already arrived early. As soon as they saw Song-Chi, the 2 of them hurriedly sent out a team invitation, and immediately began today's brush book action. As always, first there were 3 copies of Corpse Tide. Then it was the infinite repetition of Scarlet Blood Nest copies. For the current Song-Chi, brushing copies has completely become a repetitive and boring job. There was no challenge at all. The only thing he could do was to test the new skill, Life Blessing. He had tested it, and with this skill on, he could resist about 5 attacks from the Scarlet Blood Nest boss. This defense was already very satisfying to him. As the strongest boss in a low-level copy, he had almost 200 attribute values. If the first attack was on him, he probably wouldn't be able to carry it for even a single hit. More importantly, after the shield broke, whether or not to recall the summon was based on his heart. It was not immediately forced to be recalled. It gave him some room for tactical maneuvering. The other thing was the proficiency of Soul Link. After several hours had passed, Song-Chi exited the group and bid farewell to the duo. After opening his triple experience card and brushing for an afternoon, his level had come to level 10 West. The panel attributes became: Name, Song-Chi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience, 251338/500000. Strength, 7. Physique, 22. Agility, 21. Spirit, 38. Free attribute points, 14. Equipment, none. Talent, Divine Summoning. Skills, Summoning, Soul Link, Life Blessing. Summoning Spirit, God Lu Bu. Items triple experience card *9 5 times experience card *1 mirror image skill book occupation item designation ticket. Tasks, optional task 1, pass the copy and achieve S rank or above evaluation. Completed. Optional Task 2, level up to level 10. Completed. Optional Task 3, destroy 50, 000 demons. 21457/50, 000. Optional Quest 3, destroy 50, 000 demons. Evaluation, an unknown person, but has some kind of extraordinary talent in the path of summoning. Song-Chi continued to tap on the skill panel. Soul Link LV0, current proficiency is 2/3, using it once more tomorrow, Soul Link would be upgraded. The cooldown time could also be further shortened at that time. I just don't know how long it will take to upgrade to full level. Also, Optional Task 3 was finally mostly finished. According to this progress, he would be able to complete this last quest in about 3 Western days, unlocking 5 draw opportunities. Chapter 35, Attributes Directly Doubled? Walking into the locker room, Song-Chi came to locker number 02. Let's see. A total of a practice suit and a bottle of potion. Do you just use one bottle a day? The practicing clothes were a very common style outside, loose and breathable. The potion bottle was only the size of a thumb. The potion took on a demonic purple color. Just by looking at it, it was different. Boo! He uncovered the lid and sniffed it, feeling a slight sweet odor. The flavor was very good and light. It gave one the urge to lick it. However, it was good that Song-Chi held back and turned around to start undressing before applying the potion to his body. Soon, Song-Chi walked out of the dressing room. As soon as he entered the practice room, the city lord reached out and squeezed Song-Chi's arms and thighs before looking at the tablet in his hand. Well, physique-wise it's okay, but the strength is a bit poor. But after all, you're a summoner, so it's normal for your strength to be almost as bad. And your mental attributes. 38, the main attribute is also qualified. Next, watch this. There are 3 movements in total. This is all your training. Saying that, the city lord came to the very center of the practice room and set up a strange starting stance. It was somewhat similar to a combination of horse stance and meditation movements, but it was standing on one foot, and his hands weren't idle, lying horizontally on his sides, immediately followed by the second movement. His feet landed on the ground and his center of gravity began to lower, as if he were a swimming fish. Following quickly transformed to the third action. The change is not large. The center of gravity is still very low. Only the position of the western limbs changed, but the momentum is steeply changed, like countless extremely evil beasts pouncing on food in general. Ready to go. Immediately after, the city's main maneuver changed again, and smoothly became the first maneuver. He practiced it 3 times in total. The 3 movements seemed unrelated, but in the city lord's hands, the changes between each other were smooth and incomparable. Have you memorized it yet? Pretty much. Song-Chi nodded. There were only 3 movements, and the content wasn't complicated, so it wasn't that hard to memorize. Only, is it just these 3 movements? The Great Tao is as simple as it gets, and these 3 movements were originally the most effective postures summarized by countless human ancestors. The first movement is the one used for meditation, the one used to enhance spiritual attributes. After you are skilled in the first movement and have successfully entered the meditative state, we will begin the next step of training. The city lord changed into a chair and simply sat down on the side. Song-Chi nodded and went to the very center of the room, setting up his first move as he remembered it. His physique and agility were both above 20. Standing on one leg, which was extremely difficult for ordinary people, wasn't too difficult for him. Hands are too hard. This isn't strength training, it's meditation training. Relax. And the leg stretches a little bit. Letting you relax isn't this cramped state. Also, the spine isn't stretched out. Forget it, let me help you. Without waiting for Song-Chi to take action, a black mist had wrapped itself around his torso. With a crunching sound, ka! Song-Chi only felt his back as well as the popliteal fossa of his thighs being violently torn. Heart-rending screams resounded through the floor. The city lord blandly covered his ears, his expression not fluctuating in the slightest, as if he had already anticipated this situation. At this moment, Song-Chi only felt that his back and thighs had lost consciousness. His entire body was in a strange numb and painful touch. It was so sour and refreshing that he would never forget it in his life. This movement is a meditation posture? Song-Chi wanted to curse. Not to mention meditating, he couldn't even concentrate. If the other party wasn't a city lord, he would have to wonder if he was playing with himself. The black mist wrapped around him to death, keeping him in his current pose for one song. Sour pain continued to stimulate his brain. Maintain the current position. Don't howl. Feel the changes in your body carefully and don't waste the potion on your body. At those words, Song-Chi hastily stopped his mouth and gritted his teeth as much as possible to follow the black mist's force to assume the most standard posture. As his force became more and more correct, the black mist gradually fell from his body. And at this time, Song-Chi also finally felt the abnormality. He could feel a slight burning sensation starting to come from the place on his body where he had applied the potion. A warmth surged towards his abdomen. Soon, the feeling of discomfort gradually dissipated. In its place, a tingling electric current touched his entire body. The slight pain instead made this tingling sensation more concrete. He closed his eyes and his body began to naturally relax, but his movements became more and more standardized. After about 10 minutes, the black mist on Song-Chi's body had all left. The city lord looked at Song-Chi, who had entered a meditative state in the center of the formation. With satisfaction, a black mist condensed into a human face, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Alright, let's go out. Don't disturb him." Seeing that Song-Chi had already entered a state, the city lord got up and walked out of the room. Chapter 36, The Head of a Family. When Song-Chi came out of the city lord's mansion, the time had come to evening. The sky was completely dark. Looking at his watch, he realized that he had actually meditated for 5 hours at a time. It was now a few minutes past 11. However, it was worth it. His entire body ached as Song-Chi grimaced, but at the same time, he felt unbridled. 10 points of spiritual attribute value at once. Converted into an upgrade bonus, one would have to go up a full 20 levels to do so. If he could raise it this much every day. No, even if it was only a tenth of the value, he would still be willing. Attribute values, to a professional, were just too important. He slightly recognized the direction and walked towards his new home. It was a good thing that he had moved, right in the first neighborhood, not far from the city lord's mansion. Song-Chi held his stomach and returned home. The one who opened the door was his old sister, and both of his parents were still awake. It seemed like they were specifically waiting for Song-Chi to come home. "Mom and Dad, you guys aren't sleeping yet. Waiting for you. You're hungry. The food is all warmed up for you. Quickly eat while it's hot." Mom and Dad smiled as they got up and walked towards the kitchen. Song Lan was also pulled towards the kitchen by the two men. "Chicken soup is here." Soon, the three of them arrived at the dining table with steaming hot meals. "Yeah, old sister is also here. She wouldn't be waiting for me too, right?" Song-Chi teased with a smile. One must know that normally, although his old sister was good to herself, she didn't go to this extent. Song Lan blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger, "You're the head of the family now. It's only right to take care of you." Head of the family? Something wasn't right. Song-Chi detected an abnormality. This was not something that his oldest sister would say. "What do you mean?" "Returning gifts, big brother. This morning other people's neighbors gave so many gifts. We mustn't return them?" Song Lan explained. "Then let's return it. What about money? As the head of the family you have to give some money? If you don't give money, how can you have money to return the gifts? You can't just use a few hundred credits of industrial area souvenirs, right?" "And Mom and Dad spent all their savings to buy furniture," Song Lan said with her hands spread out without the slightest burden. "Oh, right. I forgot about this." Song-Chi also slapped his head. It had been too long since he had taken care of the money. It was habitually neglected. The parents sat on the other side, not as open as the oldest sister, slightly embarrassed. It is not that the feelings are not good. After all, Song-Chi a few days ago was still a child who needed to take care of himself. Today he asked him for money. A moment is still quite awkward. After thinking about it, he didn't first transfer money to his parents, but instead pulled out the black card given to him by the Professionals Guild and handed it to his parents. "Mom and Dad, this is my credit card. In the future, if you need anything, just swipe it." The credit limit of this card was 10 million credits. It was enough for a family. Okay, don't worry son. Mom and Dad will definitely save you some money." Mom received the card with a smile. "Don't save, just spend whatever you want. The card has a limit of 10 million credits. I'm happy to see you guys spend money." 10 million credits? Good. My son has grown up. He can support a family now. Mom and Dad were first shocked at the words, and then they were overjoyed. The problem of money was easily solved by Song-Chi, and the atmosphere returned to the original happy family atmosphere. Looking at his parents who were smiling more and more in front of him, even though Song-Chi was not a person who loved money, but at this moment also have to admit, sometimes money is easier to be happy. Soon, as Song-Chi finished his meal, everyone returned to their rooms. Song-Chi was lying on his bed, and for a while, he was a little lost in thought. A few days ago, he was still a student, and his status in the family was only that of a young son who needed to be taken care of. Today, he had suddenly become the head of the family? Change can be so fast. But if the head of the family, then it's really time to consider the situation of the family. $10 million on the parent's side should be enough. But if old sister wants to continue on the path of a professional, she'll have to prepare some equipment and skills for her. Equipment and skills for a professional would cost several million for transcendent quality. Some days from now, I'll have to find a way to make money. Right. There's also the emergency disengagement device that Gongsun Manhwa gave me. This is also for my old sister. This is useless to me, but it might be a life for her. Thinking about it, Song Chi himself fell into a deep sleep. The sun set and the sun rose, and the night passed by in a flash. Song Chi, quickly get up. Your classmates are here to find you. Older sister's voice entered his ears. Song Chi tiredly opened his eyes and was trying to get up. Crap. Pain, pain, pain. Just as he moved, an unspeakable soreness made him so cool that he couldn't breathe. After a night of lactic acid deposition. Yesterday, the western limbs that could barely walk around. Today the slightest exertion was torture like soreness. It was impossible to even move a little, let alone walk. Chapter 37, The Gongsun family wants to marry me? Marriage? I'm marrying the Gongsun family? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Song Chi was first startled, and then quickly calmed down. That's not right. Your Gongsun family is one of the western great families of the 7th city district. Why are you looking for me for a marriage? There were a total of western great families in the 7th district, holding a large amount of resources in their hands, and there were countless high-level professionals in their clans. And each family had at least one top human powerhouse who was at the principal level. The resources were so rich that they were staggering, and the manpower was strong enough to form a field extermination team alone. It was no exaggeration to say that if there was no city lord sitting in the city, then the entire 7th city district would not be too different from the private territories of the Western Great Clan. This kind of lofty existence actually wanted to marry a commoner like himself? If you say that you want me to join your family, the credibility is still a bit higher. Marriage? Such an equalizing word made Song Chi feel very unreal. Who am I marrying? Song Chi asked again. With the clan chief's precious granddaughter. Her status can be noble. Gongsun Manhwa said with a teasing smile. Impossible. Song Chi shook his head like a sieve. If you were to say that any senior member of the Gongsun family recognized a niece and then had this newly recognized niece come to dispatch me, I'd still believe it. The patriarch's own granddaughter? I don't believe it. Gongsun Manhwa sighed. As the personal disciple of Lord City Lord and your status is not low. What's so impossible about this? Do you know that right now? Your great name has become famous among the Western Great Clan, causing a lot of hostility. The Chu family side was even given a special warning by the City Lord, and I heard that their patriarch was so angry that night that he dropped a room full of things. Song Chi froze for a moment and interrupted her. Wait, when did I become the City Lord's personal disciple? It was normal for the matter of him going to the City Lord's mansion to be known. It wasn't like he was deliberately hiding it. The eyes of the Western Great family were spread all over the city, so it was too normal to know about this matter. But saying that he was the City Lord's personal disciple would be complete nonsense, right? Gongsun Manhwa shook her head. I know that the City Lord hasn't recognized you as his disciple yet, but the name is not important. What is important is the treatment you enjoy. The magic potion of the gods. This precious potion that doesn't circulate in the market but can stimulate the growth of attribute values. You should have already used it, right? You know what? The potion you used was actually snatched from the mouths of the Western Great family. The magic potion? Is that the purple potion that he put on his body yesterday? Meaning the portion that was used on him was originally meant for the Western family? As a result, it was stopped by the City Lord and given to him to use? That's right, I did use it, but I only used one bottle yesterday and that was it. And the Western Great Clan is so careful that they hold a grudge against me for using one bottle? Song Chi couldn't help but mutter a little. No. You use a bottle a day, ah? Gongsun Manhwa also froze, her eyes showed doubt and disbelief, and finally pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. In that case, then saying that you are the City Lord's personal disciple is a complete rumor. Song Chi nodded in agreement. Yeah, I also think it's unlikely that the City Lord would accept me as his disciple. No, that's not what I mean. Gongsun Manhwa shook her head. What kind of personal disciple? This is clearly treating you as his own son. Gongsun Manhwa suddenly became slightly agitated. Do you know that even for the key cultivators of the Western Great Clan, the dosage is only one bottle for 5 days. Every time you use it, you have to pair it with a large amount of herbs and magic essence to increase the utilization rate as much as possible. And you ended up with a bottle a day? And still think it's nothing? Gongsun Manhwa kind of wanted to hit someone. Their clan had produced a total of 12 Super S-class talent possessors so far, and when averaged out, the potions that the City Lord allocated to each person's hands were only 3 bottles a month. This was still only secured after their matriarch argued for it with reason. But Song Chi had 1 bottle a day? A difference of nearly 10 times. Should the difference in treatment be so great? That potion is so precious? Song Chi was somewhat staggered. Gongsun Manhwa gave him a blank look. You're really getting a bargain. Song Chi scratched his head in some embarrassment. He was truly unaware that the potion was so rare. After thinking about it, he decided to change the topic first to ease the atmosphere. Since that's the case, then why are the other three families hostile to me, but not your Gongsun family, and also use the patriarch's own granddaughter to marry me? Because none of our Gongsun family's descendants have been competitive. This generation's descendants don't even have S-class talent, so no one is qualified to use this medicine. The marriage is because the patriarch's own granddaughter's talent is not high. Although it's okay in the ordinary people, it's worse in the eyes of the family hierarchy. So even if she has a noble status, she can only be used as a political sacrifice. Gongsun Manhwa replied quite frankly. Song Chi. Well, even more embarrassing. None of this generation's descendants can do it? Chapter 38 Dynamic Meditation. The second movement is about moving like a swimming fish. To have a sense of spirituality, don't tense your arms, and widen the range of your legs a little more. Raise your right hand upwards. Be more natural. Very good. That's it. Next is the third movement. This one, pay attention to your own aura, and construct the likeness of a fierce beast in your mind. I told you to pay attention to your aura, not to show your teeth. Aura has nothing to do with expression. Right. Muscles firing, putting your whole body in a state of poise. The sphincter is not necessary. Very good. Next, try to connect the three movements together. Inside the practice room, Song Chi fiddled with his western limbs and body, trying to make himself look the way the city lord had requested. The black mist wrapped around his body, helping to fine-tune his posture from time to time. These two movements were less difficult than the first one. However, the transition between the three movements made Song Chi feel extremely awkward. When he had watched the city lord practicing before, he felt that the transitions were smooth. But when he was really allowed to do it himself, he realized that there was absolutely no correlation between the three movements. Even if he barely succeeded in the conversion, it would inevitably cause problems such as movement distortion. Every time, he always had to spend quite a bit of time correcting his mistakes, not to mention being coherent. At this time, the city lord's wrist flashed twice, and a message was sent. He glanced at it rather than getting up and walking towards the outside of the house. You continue practicing here. I'm going out to run some errands. It's considered qualified if you can skillfully vary the three movements within an hour and enter meditation while maintaining the state of motion. If you can't do it after an hour, then you'll meditate with the first movement first, just like yesterday. And you have to move while maintaining meditation? Song Chi was a little surprised, but then quickly calmed down. According to Gongsun Wuyue's words, the city lord was devoted to himself. He hadn't even skimped on the precious and incomparable demon exorcism potion. There was absolutely no need for the other party to coax himself. Yes, I will work hard, Song Chi said seriously and began to correct his movements a little bit. After watching for a while longer, the city lord walked out of the practice room. Bang! The main door was slammed shut. The black mist once again condensed into a human face, which floated over the city lord's shoulder with a look of contempt. I say Fu Tianqi, you don't want any face at all. It's even if you teach the three styles of demon execution in 2 days, but you still require others to enter the meditative state within an hour? Feel your conscience. Is this a reasonable request? The city lord shrugged and walked into the elevator. His talent is very good, but there's not much time left for him. He only has a month to prepare for this year's genius tournament, and the children of those big families in the first, second, and even third city districts have been taking the corresponding potions since they were young and have been preparing for 18 years. If he fails to display superhuman talent and shine at the genius tournament, attracting the attention of the higher echelons of the human race, then our 7th city district alone will definitely not be able to raise a city lord level powerhouse. His ceiling would then be nailed in place. There were a total of 13 urban areas in the human race, but the development of the 13 urban areas was not balanced. Among them, the most developed, the richest in resources, and the largest number of strongmen were the first, second, and third urban areas. These 3 urban districts were the first cities to be established after the human race launched their counterattack. Unlike the 7th district, where only one Super S-class talent possessor would emerge in a few years, these 3 districts would have multiple Super S-class talents born almost every year. At those words, the black mist human face sighed. That's also true, but 1 day is still too harsh. Don't worry, the city lord laughed. My real bottom line is a week. Just saying that just now is just to put some pressure on him. My expectation for him is the top 10 of the genius tournament, so as long as he can make it into the top 10, the odds are that he'll be fine. The human race executives aren't fools. With his family background, as long as he can make it into the top 10, then it's enough to prove that he has amazing talent. I don't need to worry about the subsequent resources. Alright, this time, I'll count on you to have a point. Ding dong! The elevator landed on the first floor, and the black mist human face quickly dissipated into the air. Inside the practice room, Song Chi's movements were still lagging. It was extremely difficult to switch between the 3 movements, not to mention having to maintain meditation. After another half an hour of perseverance, Songqi barely managed to ensure a standard posture when switching between the three movements, but then there was no more progress. After thinking about it, Songqi stopped. No, after practicing for half an hour, I've only found a little bit of feeling. At this rate, don't say you'll enter a meditative state within an hour. It's hard to even finish 3 movements fluently. I'll have to think of another way to do it, and strive to reach my goal one day today, or at least reach the pass line. Otherwise won't I fail the city lord's high expectations? Songqi sat down on his butt and began to recall all the details from the demonstration the city lord had given him. Chapter 39, Excited Heart, Trembling Hands. It was unknown how much time had passed. Songqi awoke from that metaphysical state. Has the medicinal effect ended? Songqi wiped his forehead and realized that his skin had returned to normal. It was no longer as red and slightly hot as before. The muscles were still in poor condition, and the soreness and pain continued to emanate. Songqi could even imagine that tomorrow morning, the probability was that it would be difficult to get up again, so he didn't hesitate to put a drop of life potion into his mouth. It's going to be eaten anyway, so eat a little earlier and suffer less. Songqi smacked his lips, turned to the changing room, and took out his cell phone. The time is, it's actually only 8:50 p.m.? So early, has less than 3 hours passed only? Songqi was a little surprised, knowing that yesterday, it lasted a full 5 hours before ending. It's true that the meditation effect of 3 movements far exceeds the meditation effect of a single movement. Also, how is my panel? Dropped. He tapped on the panel. Name, Songqi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 14. Experience value, 462311/500000. Strength, 9. Physique, 25. Agility, 22. Spirit, 120. Free attribute points, 14. Strength and agility increased by 1 point each. Physique increased by 2 points. More importantly, the spirit attribute skyrocketed from 80 to 120. Another great increase of 10 points of spirituality. Yesterday's spiritual attribute increase was 42. Compared to yesterday's spiritual attribute is 2 points less. But the regression isn't too big. It's within the acceptable range. And if I remember correctly, it shouldn't have taken me more than an hour from when I started training to when I entered the meditative state. At most more than a few minutes. Songqi recalled, but could only roughly estimate the time. There were no clocks in the practicing room, so it was entirely a matter of guessing by body sense. No matter what, it should be qualified. The city lord's side can sort of deliver. Songqi heatedly smiled. Yesterday's performance wasn't very good and disappointed the city lord, but today should be able to satisfy the other party. Just at this moment, ding dong, the elevator arrival beep sounded, and the city lord stepped out of it. At a glance, he saw Songqi, who was probing at the door of the locker room. What's going on? Why didn't you continue meditating? The city lord instantly frowned, starting to retreat after encountering a slight difficulty. As far as he remembered, if Songqi had used the first action to enter meditation, the medicinal effect would have to be absorbed for at least 5 hours, and now Songqi was bouncing around outside, and his entire body didn't look the slightest bit uncomfortable. Doesn't this mean that this guy Ason did not properly meditate? Good boy. Old me worked hard to help you snatch something from the mouth of the Western Great House clan, and you're so wasteful? The city lord was almost laughing with anger. He could accept that Songqi's talent was inferior, but it could never be accepted that his own heart and soul was being wasted by a dangling fellow. The city lord's eyes narrowed slightly. He decided that he would give Songqi a lesson that would last a lifetime. Boom! An appalling aura surged out from his body. An endless black mist covered the entire floor completely. Compared to the first time he had fought Songqi before, this time, the momentum was even greater. However, just as he was about to make his move, he realized that a black mist underneath his feet was tugging at his thighs. Wait, something doesn't seem right. The familiar voice of the black mist reached the city lord's ears. The smell of the potion on his body is faint, and it's mixed with a strong smell of sweat. Maybe he accomplished the goal you set? Black Mist's tone was also filled with uncertainty. At those words, the city lord calmed down a little. Are you saying that he really learned the 3 styles of the demons in one day and entered a meditative state? No, even if he learned it, the absorption of the potion would take several hours. It's impossible to be so quick. Halfway through his words, the city lord suddenly thought of something, and his words stuck in his mouth. He really entered the state and consumed the potion within an hour? The city lord revealed an expression of disbelief. The so-called entering the state within an hour was an impossible task that he had deliberately set out to accomplish. But now, this impossible task was actually completed by the other party? Could it be that this kid was truly a super genius that the human race would not encounter for 100 years? The city lord gathered his breath and solemnly came before Songqi, grabbing both of his arms, and then he pinched his abdomen and thighs. The strength of the flesh body has increased by a certain margin, and there are no remnants of the potion. The city lord froze. It really was true. The flavor of the potion could be washed away, but it was impossible for the physical strength to improve so quickly. In other words, the truth was already in front of him. He muttered to himself for a moment before frowning at Song-Chi. Song-Chi, how long did it take you to enter the meditative state today, and how was the final enhancement? Upon hearing this, Song-Chi proudly reported. Chapter 40, Interested in earning extra money? After walking out of the city lord's mansion, Song-Chi didn't first pick up and go home, but instead went to the professionals' hall. He had saved a lot of equipment from repeatedly clearing Scarlet Blood Nest these days. Walking into the hall, Song-Chi came to a burly man dressed as a blacksmith on the second floor. Hello, may I ask if this is the equipment recovery office? The burly man raised his head and looked at it before nodding. Yes, but let's make it clear first. I don't haggle here, and the price will be lower than the market price. Think it over before you make a bid. After considering it, please help me estimate the price. Saying that, Song-Chi selected all the equipment in his backpack and dragged it out. Wow! The first of the equipment piled up into a small mountain. So many? The burly man was quite surprised, instantly became interested and reached out to randomly draw 2 pieces out. Ordinary level equipment? This one is also ordinary level equipment. However, after a cursory glance, he became disinterested again. Almost all of them were ordinary grade equipment. Although the quantity was high, the value was very low. It can't be helped. If it wasn't for the union's rule that I don't have the right to refuse, I would really be too lazy to make this deal. Sighing, the burly man began to count the equipment. 3 pieces of rare grade equipment, totaling 6,000 credits. A total of 130 pieces of common equipment, 300 credits each, adding up to a total of 75,000 credits. Report the account. Drop. Okay, it's passed. Looking at those extra credits on his account, Song-Chi couldn't help but sigh a little. If it was a week ago, he could be happy as hell to earn tens of thousands of credits at a time. But now, it was a bit of a look down. Sure enough, the efficiency of striking gold in a low-level copy is still too low. Brushing for 5 days to produce such a small amount of stuff. Song-Chi sighed uncontrollably. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had an intention. The burly man raised his head sharply with a thoughtful look in his eyes. You brushed this much equipment in 5 days? Which copy did you brush? The Scarlet Blood Nest. Song-Chi explained. He didn't know how many hundreds of times he had swiped copies over these days, but the shipment rate was pitifully low. At those words, the burly man's expression changed. Scarlet Blood Nest? If I remember correctly, this is the most difficult of the low-level copies, right? Sorry for taking the liberty of asking, but what is your talent level? Super S rank. Indeed. The burly man's face showed delight, and he quickly reached out to grab Song-Chi's arm, fearing that he would run away. Little brother. What's your profession? Mage? Or magic swordsman? Neither. A summoner. The burly man's smile froze on his face. Summoner? Just that profession that depended purely on luck? But on second thought, since the other party was a Super S-rank talent and was able to easily clear the Scarlet Blood Nest, the same could also prove that its strength was not weak. After a pause, the strong man still spoke. Little brother, are you interested in earning some extra money? Extra money? What kind of extra money can I earn as a low-level professional? Song-Chi frowned in disbelief. A low-level professional was definitely at the bottom of the professionals' discrimination chain. Not to mention earning any extra money. They couldn't even take on quests in the professionals' hall. The burly man glanced around and pulled Song-Chi inside. Little brother, listen to me. The matter is like this. Only after a long time did Song-Chi understand. To put it simply, in addition to being a blacksmith store owner, the strong man was also a member of the Wilderness Purge team. Not long ago, he and his teammates discovered a field copy in the wilderness, and through their observation, it was highly likely that this field copy had undergone some unknown degree of mutation. But unfortunately, this copy had already been formed, and it was a low-level copy. In other words, this copy could only be entered by low-level professionals. But at the same time, the difficulty of this kind of field mutation copy was often incredibly high. The average low-level professional would be getting killed if they went in. First to the strong man met Song-Chi today. What you have to do is simple. It's to enter the wild copy, find the core of the copy, and bring it out. You don't have to worry about safety. We'll prepare an emergency escape device for you. If it succeeds, no matter what happens inside the copy, we will pay you 1 million credits. Even if it fails, as long as the information provided is detailed enough, we will pay you 100,000 credits. How? Song-Chi stroked his chin. A copy core. The market price is at least 10 million. And if it mutates to become a special copy, it's even more likely to be worth hundreds of millions. It's not quite appropriate for you to just give 1 million, is it? The burly man laughed. That's not the way to put it, little brother. The location of that copy is only known to us, but you're not the only one qualified to go in. The initiative is in our hands. Song-Chi shook his head. Not right, not right. The difficulty of the field copy is extremely high, and it's difficult for non-Super S-class talent possessors to clear it. If I remember correctly, I should be the only one with a Super S-rank talent in the 7th district for the past few years. Chapter 41 The Second Summoning Spirit. The First Emperor Ing Zhang. Sunset and sunrise, week after week. These days, Song-Chi maintained a 3.1-line life, walking back and forth between the duplicate square, the city lord's mansion, and his own home. Every day, after brushing the copies, he went to the city lord's mansion to work out, and after going to the city lord's mansion to work out, he went home to take a nap. Although tired is a little tired, but very fulfilling. On the third day, the demons that Song-Chi killed finally exceeded 50,000, and the long-lost system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on completing optional mission 3 and obtaining 5 draw opportunities. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the main quest, kill a field boss of level 11 or higher. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional quest 1, participate in the Genius Tournament and achieve at least the top 3 results. Reward 3 lucky draw opportunities. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 2, level up to 30. Reward 3 chances for lucky draw. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 3, or 5 pieces of equipment of at least transcendent quality. Reward 5 lottery chances. Mainline quest? Another new thing. I just don't know if this field boss pack includes the bosses in the field copies. Optional quests 1 and 2 can be done without intentionally doing them. Just go with the flow. It's this optional quest 3. 5 pieces of transcendent quality equipment. If you spend money on it, I'm afraid that $10 million won't even hit it. And if I buy them now, the equipment applicable level is too low, and in a few months it might turn into a pile of scrap iron again. Song-Chi pondered for a while. Optional quest 3 is better to wait until after you've been promoted to an intermediate level professional. A piece of equipment will also last longer by then. The mission veins are all clear to myself. So what's next? Song-Chi rubbed his hands together excitedly. It's the pleasant lottery session. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, your remaining chances for the lottery are now 5 times. Does it draw immediately? Yes. Song-Chi did not hesitate to click the draw button. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare grade helmet, trainee mage's hat. Please note that you have used 9 draw opportunities. The next draw will turn on the guaranteed bottom mechanism, and the common and rare quality items will be removed when drawing. Wow, a small half of the options were suddenly missing from the illusory lottery wheel. Here it comes, just waiting for you. Slightly nervous, Song-Chi tapped the system backpack and double-clicked on the occupational item designation ticket. Ding, you have used the occupation item designation ticket. Please select the occupation you wish to designate. Summoner, designation successful. For this extraction, all non-summoner occupation items in the prize pool will be removed. Wow, the items in the drawing wheel were once again reduced by half. Draw for me. Song-Chi didn't hesitate to tap the start button. The roulette wheel began to slowly rotate. He took a deep breath and kept praying and meditating in his heart. God, Jesus, Jade Emperor, Buddha Rulai, bless me to definitely draw the summoning ticket this time. Summoning ticket, summoning ticket, summoning ticket. As the roulette wheel gradually came to a stop, the tension in Song-Chi's heart grew stronger. The pointer crossed over a transcendent level hat, and then a legendary level staff. It scared Song-Chi to death, but fortunately, the roulette wheel was still sliding and eventually stopped at a yellow grid. Song-Chi fixed his eyes on. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary Ing Zhang summoning coupon. Nice. Song-Chi was so excited that he was dancing around. Not only is it a summoning coupon, but it's also a legendary level summoning coupon? It's not in vain that I saved up to the guarantee and used a profession item designation coupon. A legendary grade summoning coupon. A complete surprise. His initial goal was actually satisfied as long as it was a transcendent grade summoning ticket. As a result, he never expected to get his hands on a legendary grade summoning coupon. Coupled with his talent, the quality of the summoning spirit was raised by 3 levels, which was equivalent to this summoning voucher being able to raise its quality to Holy Spirit for the first time. This was the highest quality that the human race could recognize so far. For this world, if mythic level Lu Bu is this terrifying, how strong should a Holy Spirit level Ing Zhang be? But unfortunately, I'm not even level 20 yet, so I can't summon it for now. Song-Chi reluctantly put the summoning coupon back into his backpack. There are still 3 more chances to draw. Use them as well. Drop, drop, drop. 3 consecutive clicks on the lottery button, and the animation was skipped. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare grade equipment. heavy plate armor. Congratulations, you have obtained the triple experience card *3. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare grade weapon. Standardized lance. 2 rare grade equipment isn't much use, but 3 experience cards are okay. Song-chi nodded and pocketed the items, and then continued walking towards the city lord's mansion. In order to rise to level 20 as soon as possible, Song-chi began to brush the books even more frantically in the next few days. Chapter 42, I'll give him a chance to catch up. Good man. Song-chi first called out good guy. Is this a Holy Spirit level summoning spirit? These 5 skills are all more outrageous than one another. The first to create a wide area field, and can simultaneously weaken the enemy and strengthen the friendlies. The most important thing is that no matter how strong the enemy or friendly troops are, the minimum range of strengthening and weakening is 20%. In other words, even if it was a city lord level powerhouse, Ing Zhang would be able to enhance or reduce their strength by 20%. The skill, Book with Text, although it did not have the combat power boost of the first connection, was a skill with a concept level ability. Any text was able to be read and interpreted by Ing Zhang. In other words, even if it was an encrypted message from the demon race, Ing Zhang would be able to read its contents just as easily. It's a secret breaking skill. The car on the same track is even more outrageous. Select 2 objects and force their agility attributes to be equal. In other words, let's say an enemy has an agility of 10,000, but Ing Zhang can bind it to a chicken with an agility attribute of 1, and then the opponent's agility attribute will be forced down to 1. This is an absolute single hard control technique. Sweeping **** is basically equivalent to a collective berserk without side effects. Although it didn't have the high bonus of Lu Bu's without strategy, the key was that this skill could be used on others. Moreover, the number of objects used could be increased as the spirit attribute increased. Coupled with the skill, Terracotta Warrior. The scene of dozens of all-round warriors with tens of thousands of all-round attributes and no fear of death, lunging towards the enemy. If it looks like this, Ing Zhang is a summoned spirit that belongs to the support type. There's only one Terracotta Warrior with combat type skills. But that's right. What kind of emperor fights and kills all day long? Song-chi nodded, satisfied with Ing Zhang's panel. In terms of combat power alone, Ing Zhang was inferior to Lu Bu. However, in terms of comprehensive ability, Ing Zhang was much stronger than Lu Bu. He tapped his backpack and took out the mirror image skill book that Principal Shin had given him at first. At this point, he instead looked at it a little bit. The mirror image created by this skill was not as high as Ing Zhang's Terracotta Warriors in terms of attributes. After thinking about it, he ended up putting it into his backpack. Let's wait for now. If there really isn't a good skill book to follow, then we'll talk about it. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry for this moment now. Song-chi looked at the time. 1:30 p.m., time to go to the weapon store to find that person. It just so happens that today is also a day of rest. The day after accepting the strong man's invitation, he had already spoken to the city lord about this matter. Song-chi was still very precious about his little life. Despite the fact that the other party had given him a lot, he still chose to report it to his parents in order to avoid any accidents. However, to his surprise, not only did the city lord not object, he was very supportive. The city lord said, "With your strength, only brushing low-level copies will not have the effect of exercising, so you should really go to the field to properly try out for a while." So he was given a day off. Song-chi walked out of the room, and the caretaker turned his head at the sound. "Little fellow, how is the quality of the second summon?" "Not bad," Song-chi responded with a smile. "Also thanks to your skill book. It helped me a lot." The caretaker waved his hand. "It's good that it can help you. It's a waste to leave the skill book in my hands. Hurry up and improve your strength, but don't let me down." Song-chi nodded and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of the blacksmith store as promised. On the other side, inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord stood in front of a light screen with a gloomy expression. The light screen, on the other hand, displayed an old man with completely white hair, but hale and hearty. I'll say it again. Song-chi is the treasure of our 7-city district and even the entire human race. According to the rules, with his talent he should receive 3 bottles of origin water every month. The city lord's words were of unconcealed anger. Origin water. This was a precious potion that only the first urban district could produce. To be more precise, it was a precious resource that could only be collected from the underground of the first district, and its attribute enhancement effect was far stronger than that of the demonic potion. It was only because of the extremely low production of origin water that it simply couldn't satisfy the needs of too many people. Later on, high-level apothecaries added various medicines and magical essence to it, and then it was made into the demonic potion. All the magic potions distributed to the various urban areas were actually just the product of adding various drugs and magic essence to the source water and diluting it with water. But at the same time, in order to cultivate the true geniuses of the human race, A certain share of origin water would be stored every month. The old man in the light screen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fu Tianqi, I'll also reiterate once again. How talented Song Qi is in your mouth is not trustworthy based on your words alone. If that teenager is really as powerful as you say, then let him prove himself in the genius tournament soon. Chapter 43 Wild Copy. Weird Demon Flower and Giant Tree Man. 7th City District. Wilderness. After Song Qi followed the strong man out of the city, he was picked up on his shoulder and sped towards the west. After a full hour, the two of them finally arrived in a cave. This is it. The burly man stopped and lowered Song Qi from his shoulders. Slow down first. After Song Qi was put down, he didn't raise his head the first time, but instead leaned one shoulder against a tree and began to close his eyes. Being carried over bumps for so long, if it wasn't for the fact that Song Qi had been applying the potion of all demons during this period of time, allowing his physique to rise quite a bit, maybe he would have thrown up halfway. It was only after a long time that Song Qi finally slowed down. Alright, he raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the cave. From the surface, there didn't seem to be any difference. Only by carefully sensing it could one detect the hint of strange fluctuations. I'll just walk in first next, right? That's right. The burly man nodded. But don't blame me for not reminding you beforehand. The difficulty of a field copy is not at all at the same level of existence as the difficulty of a copy in the urban area. Not to mention that it's highly likely that this copy has also undergone some sort of mutation. It's not unlikely that the level and attributes of the magical creatures in it are even comparable to an intermediate level copy, or even a high difficulty copy of it. Saying that, he pulled out a white stone and threw it into Song Qi's hand. This is an emergency disengagement device. Once any accident occurs, don't hesitate to use it immediately. As long as you don't die inside, anything is fine. At those words, Song Qi was a bit surprised. He was acting a little too abnormally with these words. The other party seemed to be very afraid of him dying inside. You're so afraid of me dying inside? Song Qi subconsciously asked. The burly man let out a bitter smile. Having worked with you, I had to know your background, so I went to inquire with others. This is a shock without asking. Song Qi, the only Super S-class talent possessor in the 7th City District for several years, and also the City Lord's personal disciple, with the power to enter and exit the City Lord's mansion as well as the 12th floor at will. If I had known that you were in this capacity, how would I have dared to trouble you? Song Qi scratched his head awkwardly. That said, the City Lord's disciple's name was so good? In addition, he was already so famous in the 7th City District? After hesitating for a moment, he still took the emergency disengagement device. The one Gongsun Wuyue had given him earlier had already been given to his old sister, and it just so happened that there was one missing from his hand. Alright little brother, go in. Remember, don't hesitate if there's any abnormality, just first connect and exit. Okay, then I'll go in. Song Qi nodded and turned towards the cave entrance. Wow! As Song Qi probed his hand into it, the originally uncharacteristic cave entrance rippled with water waves. A circle of strange colors spread out, spreading to Song Qi's hand, and there was also a not-so-weak suction force that seemed to be trying to pull him in. Song Qi froze. He had never had this kind of thing before when he was playing copies in the city, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, and continued to walk inside. Plop! After a heavenly spin, Song Qi appeared from several meters up in the air, and then landed on his butt on the ground. TSK, this copy really deserves to be in the wilderness, and the entrance methods are all so wild. He rubbed his butt and grimaced as he stood up before he began to survey Western Zhou. Although the entrance was a cave, however, the scene inside the copy was completely different. It was a plain as if it was a paradise. There was still yellow soil under Song Qi's feet, but about a dozen or so meters outside it completely changed. In front of his eyes, there was lush grass, trees, and flowers. The elegant fragrance of flowers blew into Song Qi's nose with the wind, mesmerizing people. Not far away, there was a river. The water was not shallow, but it was extremely clear, bisecting the entire environment. On the other side of the river was a forest that was lush to the extreme. It was impossible to see the situation for the time being. Plain terrain, but the difference between the environments on both sides of the river is this big? Song Qi did not act rashly, but pondered. Also at a glance there doesn't seem to be any shadow of a demonic creature. The demons are deep in the forest? Or perhaps, are they plant-based demons? The biggest difference between plant-based demons compared to other demons was that they were most adept at camouflage. Most of the time they looked no different from ordinary plants. But the moment the prey enters the hunting range, the deadly trap would instantly tighten and kill the prey in an instant. Forget it, it's better not to take the risk, just be a bit of a wimp. Song Qi snapped his fingers. Snap, my lord, sir, Lu Bu, holding a square sky painting halberd, with a stout figure and a fierce aura, stood on Song Chi's left-hand side like a door god. Ying Zhang was dressed in luxurious clothes. His every move was powerful, holding a sword and standing on Song Chi's right-hand side. Go scout the path. Pay special attention to the footsteps. I suspect it's a plant-based demon. Yes, *2. The two led the order. The first of them took a step towards the grass. Chapter 44 Rocket-like upgrade speed and a twisted covenant. Roar! Ow! The demonic creatures tumbled up and roared angrily. Even more surprisingly, they seemed to know a certain amount of tactics. One part of the demons roared and attacked Lu Bu and Ying Zhang who were in the encirclement, while the other part rushed towards Song Chi who was not far away without looking back. It looked as if they wanted to carry out a decapitation plan. In the face of the demons' rushing faces, Song Chi was fearless. With a cold smile, he beckoned with his right hand, and his square heavenly painted halberd was conjured out of thin air. Shine! A white pike cut through space. The figures of several flower demons paused in the air before. Stab! Experience value plus 2113. Experience value plus 1604. Experience value plus 2216. The mutant flower demon, which was flailing a moment ago, burst apart, splashing green sap all over the place. Soul Link LV2, 6 out of 10 summoner can designate a summoner and share all its attributes and skills. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 21 hours. The LV2 Soul Link, combined with Lu Bu's super high personal attributes and skills designed for combat, was enough to keep Song Chi completely safe and secure in the copy. As expected, after realizing that I'm a summoner, they deliberately stayed still and didn't attack my summon spirit, trying to lure me onto the bait. But these little monsters shouldn't have such high intelligence. If I'm not wrong, there should be 2 other leaders with extremely high intelligence levels among them. Also, these magical creatures provide so much experience value. Looking at the experience bar that was more than 2,000 a jump, Song Chi couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. He still had a 5 times experience card in his hand that he had treasured for a long time. If he used it, that would provide him with almost 10,000 experience points for each demonic creature. He was currently level 20, and the experience required to upgrade was 1 million. In other words, as long as there were around 100 demons here, after using the 5 times experience card, he would be able to take the first upgrade and save several days of swiping time. The only problem was that after this copy was finished, the remaining time on the experience card was basically tantamount to a waste. There weren't many reusable copies for him to brush in this neighborhood. He raised his head, roughly estimated the number of magical creatures, and gritted his teeth or took out the 5 times experience card from his backpack. Let's waste it. Level 21 will be able to enter an intermediate level copy. A day early into an intermediate level copy can earn much more than this. After saying that, he first crushed the experience card. Ding! You have successfully used the experience card. The current experience gain multiplier is 500%. Hearing the system's beep, Song Chi's heart was certain. Lu Bu, Ying Zhang, kill for me. Got it. *2. Boom. Squeak. As each halberd fell, broken wood flew about and the giant tree man roared in rage. What followed immediately was the crashing collapse of a huge object. The dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was incessant. The mutated giant tree man, which was enough to make a low-level professional despair, was like a toy in Lu Bu's hands. His agility attribute of less than 3 digits made it impossible for the giant tree man to pose any threat to him at all. Ying Zhang was located in the center of the flower sea, and the western terracotta warriors had returned to his side. A mutant flower demon screamed and pounced over, but it was difficult to even get close to Ying Zhang. The terracotta warriors with 1,000 attributes formed a battle formation and surrounded Ying Zhang in the center. Their lances made of yellow sand stabbed out, then retracted and stabbed out again. There were no fancy techniques, just the simplest stabbing, and stabbing again. However, the group of flower demons were dying in batches under such an attack. Even the speed of killing the enemy was quite a bit faster than Lu Bu. Experience value plus 10, 534. Experience value plus 10,440. Experience value plus 8,149. The pleasant sound of experience gain put Song Chi in a good mood. The experience bar, which was only slowly pulsing, was currently rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. At this rate, in less than half an hour, he would be able to receive his first upgrade. Sure enough, leveling up monsters is the truth. Song Chi sighed as he killed the demons that kept coming towards him. This kind of upgrading speed was too mesmerizing for him. Put! Another halberd fell, but this time the familiar screams of the flower demon didn't appear. Instead, Song Chi's weapon was stuck between a thick vine. He fixed his eyes on it. It was a flower demon with an even larger body, and the dark purple eyes hidden within the flowers were less tyrannical but more rational. Demon, mutant bloodthirsty motherflower. Level, 45. Strength, 623. Physique, 1425. Agility, 489. Spirit, 611. Skills, Vine Entanglement, Regeneration, Disguise, Command. Evaluation, the leader of the magical creatures that have mutated due to some unknown reason. It possesses a higher intelligence and physique compared to its counterparts. The mother flower seemed to have planned ahead, first sending out ordinary flower demons to make Song-Chi relax his guard. Chapter 45, Tarnished Love. Licking dogs really don't end well. Ring, Twisted Covenant. Quality, Transcendent. Applicable level, none. Required attribute, none. Strength, +0. Agility, +0. Physique, +10. Spirit, +50. Effect 1, summons 2 level 40 mutant flower demons to fight for you. Effect 2, Fusion. Evaluation, the flower spirit had made a covenant with the tree spirit that they would be the eternal guardians of the forest. First to the giant tree was corrupted by the power, drawing the breath of the abyss to infect the land. A ring of transcendent quality. The effect is poor but the attribute bonus is moderate. The first effect is quite understandable. What does the second effect fusion mean? Song-Chi held the ring and pondered for a while. Could it be that this ring isn't a full body? He turned to the evaluation below the ring. This copy actually has a backstory. Flower spirit, giant tree, and covenant. The flower spirit can't be this mutated mother flower, right? That tree spirit should be the giant tree people on the other side of the river? Interesting. Makes me kind of want to know the follow-up. Song-Chi looked not far away. The battle formation formed by the terracotta warriors was coupled with Ing Zhang's domain ability. The flower demons almost collapsed at the touch of a button. And in just a few moments, they had already suffered numerous deaths and injuries. There was no need for him to continue helping on this side. Then let's go to the other side first. Song-Chi leapt up and flew across the river. The Fong Tianhua halberd in his hand was treated like a wolfsbane as he slammed it down. Bang! A halberd slashed down. Deadwood flew across the river, and the giant tree man several meters tall touched the back of his head with a piece of it mutilated, staggering to the ground with a loud crash. Oh, cool. It's true that you still need something hard to fight. Vines don't feel anything at all when you chop them up. Song-Chi exclaimed in pain, and then stood in place for a while. But after a while, the mutant giant tree man leader did not appear. Strange, isn't it targeting me? Or is there only one leader in this copy? Song-Chi thought for a while and decided not to dwell on this issue. It was better to get down to business first. He leapt up and killed another giant tree man once again. Although he didn't have Lu Bu's stance, the pure attribute crush was enough for him to kill this group of demons in seconds. The two of them killed the monsters together, and their efficiency rose steeply by a large margin. For a while, countless giant tree people's heads were easily smashed. Dull sounds of falling to the ground rang out every second. Every second, uncountable pieces of wood burst open. The crisp and pleasing, and rain-like dense experience acquisition sounds sounded like Song-Chi's heart surging. About half an hour later, boom! As the last giant tree man fell, a golden light landed on top of Song-Chi's head. He had finally leveled up to level 21. But there's no pass tone, and the copy core didn't appear. Is there still small monsters that haven't been cleared? Song-Chi was puzzled and looked to the west. All the giant trees had been uprooted and fallen to the ground. The entire plains area was also cleared of all the demons. There was thick green sap everywhere, and even the sap flowed down so much that even the rivers changed color. Looking around, there was nothing but Song-Chi himself and the two summoned spirits. There was no third living creature. It shouldn't be. Song-Chi searched around again and finally placed his gaze on the river in the center. In the entire replica, there was only the bottom of the river that had yet to be explored by them. After thinking about it, he walked to the bank and tentatively put his hand in. The next moment, boom! A huge moss-covered giant hand burst out from underneath the riverbed, wrapped in a huge current and blasted towards Song-Chi's face. Blood and flesh. The hoarse and low roar was deafening, and it seemed to carry some sort of mandatory control. Without paying attention, Song-Chi was unexpectedly fixed in place, unable to dodge at all. However, he didn't panic at all. Sir, be careful. Only seeing Ing Zhang's index and middle fingers together, he lifted them upwards, and countless yellow sands immediately coalesced in front of Song-Chi to form a terracotta warrior soldier. Bang! The terracotta soldier hardened against the blow, half of its body being shattered by the blow. It was then that Song-Chi finally got a good look at the appearance of this last chief. Its body was extremely tall, like a small mountain. Its height was visually estimated to be over 50 meters. Its entire body was covered in sturdy bark and moss. Its branches and trunks were transformed into western limbs, and wisps of black breath overflowed from the gaps in the bark, combined with the human face hanging in midair like a mask. It looks evil and horrible. Song-Chi clicked on its information. Demon, mutant tree spirit. Level, 47. Strength, 1987. Physique, 2196. Agility, 135. Spirit, 69. Skills, tough bark, camouflage, corrosion. Evaluation, a tree spirit that actively absorbs the power of the abyss out of jealousy. While gaining great power, it also completely loses its mind and is reduced to a beast that only pursues its instincts. After reading the information introduction, Song-Chi was finally able to be 100% sure. Chapter 46 Legendary Level Treasure. Old Man Subway Cell Phone. JPG. Song-Chi was a bit speechless for a moment. Originally thought it was a singable, epic-like history of resistance. Tree spirit and flower spirit in order to protect the forest. Fight to the death to resist the invasion of foreign forces. And finally the tree spirit could not withstand the temptation. Helplessly accepted the power of the abyss. As a result, I never expected a big reversal at the end. It's actually a Minotaur plot? Although there weren't many words, Song-Chi had almost sorted out the storyline. To put it simply, there were two guys, the tree spirit and the flower spirit, living in this forest. One of them, the tree spirit, loved the flower spirit deeply, and in order for the flower spirit to have a place to live, it went so far as to hollow out its own torso. But he didn't realize that the flower spirit didn't take this licking dog seriously at all, and turned his head to find a strange male to live with him, and even fucking spent the night. 6. Song-Chi Jian head speechless. The first time I saw a man, 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 I saw a man. The result is no surprise. Licking dog tree spirit first received blackened. It turned its head and took the initiative to accept the baptism of the abyssal power. Not only infected the flower spirit, but also turned the forest they were originally going to guard into the present-day demonic creatures rampant. Ugh. So don't be a licking dog, licking until you end up with nothing. Song-Chi let out a long sigh. It's better to study the condition of the two rings now. Since the effect is fusion, it should only require a simple activation, right? He took out the two rings and wore them on his left and right hands respectively, chanting silently in his heart. Fusion. The next moment, the two rings suddenly shone brightly. Before Song-Chi could react, the two masses of white light had touched each other, and immediately afterward, he only felt that the two hands wearing the rings were forcibly fitted together. Splat! After a crisp sound of palms colliding, the white light dissipated and a book that was only the size of a palm fell to the ground. Two rings resulted in the synthesis of a book? Song-Chi picked up the book. It was a thick leather book wrapped up by cowhide. It was purple in color with a wordless cover. After holding it in his hand, it gave a cold but vaguely discomforting feeling. Song-Chi tapped on the information. Treasure, 7 Deadly Sins Envy. Quality, Legendary. Applicable level, none. Required attribute, none. Strength, +0. Agility, +0. Physique, +0. Spirit, -1. Spirit, -1. Effect 1, select a target. If any attribute of that target is higher than the owner, it will make it forcibly stunned for 15 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes. The greater the difference, the longer the stun time. Effect 2, possessor can send a request for a date to the enemy. If any attribute of the opponent is higher than yours, the opponent can't refuse and bystanders can't intervene. Cooldown time 48 hours. Evaluation, a gift from the abyss. Collect all 7 copies and you can open the door to the abyss. 2 transcendent quality rings actually fused to produce a legendary quality equipment? And it's still a treasure type equipment? The joy on Song-Chi's face could not be concealed. Treasures were different from other types of equipment, and were equipment that only came from wild magical creatures with a very low probability. And all treasures were not restricted by occupation, level, or attribute. Even the number of them that could be worn was not restricted. That is to say, even if you have dozens of treasures, as long as you can find a way to wear them all on your body, then the effects of these dozens of treasures can be successfully triggered and used. It was for this reason that even a rare grade treasure could be sold for as much as 1,000,000 credits. For legendary quality treasures, Song-Chi had never even heard of anyone putting them up for auction. According to his guess, if this book was put up for auction, 1,000,000,000 credits wouldn't necessarily be enough. It would definitely cause all the magnates in the entire city to loot it. Of course, sell it? It was impossible for him to sell it. At least it was impossible to sell it now. Song-Chi was overjoyed. I had thought that at most I would fuse a heroic quality equipment. This is a huge profit. And the 2 skills that come with it are extremely effective. One is a super strong single heart control, and the other is forcibly pulling people into single combat. For me as a summoner, both are divine skills. Imagine a bunch of enemies coming at him aggressively, only for the leader to be named by him and forcefully pulled into the realm of single combat. Then Song-Chi backhandedly summoned the 2 beaters, Lu Bu and Ing Zhang, and then used effect 1 to knock the opponent out. I'm sure there's no need to say how it would end, right? A perfect decapitation combo. At the thought of this, Song-chi couldn't help but reveal a smile as bright as the sun. Jia. Ahem. Sir, the copy has already ended. How much longer do we have to continue to stay here? Ing Zhang voiced out a reminder. It was then that Song-chi came back to his senses. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There are still people waiting for me outside. He contentedly tucked the book into his bosom and turned around to grip the copy core. Chapter 47, Clearing Your Thoughts and Determining Your Goal. More than an hour later, the two once again returned to the inner city. Little brother, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As for the reward, if it's quick, tonight, tomorrow morning at the latest, it will definitely arrive. No problem. There's no rush. The burly man arched his hand and quickly disappeared into the street. It looked like he was in a hurry to find a buyer. Seeing that the other party had already gone far away, Song-chi slowed down and lifted his leg towards the professionals' union. It's time to go update the profession information. He was currently level 21, but in order to become an official intermediate professional, he still needed to take a test. Only after passing the test would his information be changed to an intermediate level professional, thus gaining access to the intermediate level side area. It was said that there was no such test in the past, but due to the fact that the mortality rate of intermediate level copies was simply too high, they had no choice but to come up with such a method. Of course, this test didn't have any difficulty for Song-chi. 10 minutes later, Song-chi walked out from within the professionals' hall. Without any surprises, the test was completed successfully. He raised his head, and the sunlight first fell on half of his face, warm and slightly piercing. He was suddenly somewhat dazed. 3 points in one line for a small half a month, but now inexplicably idle. So much so that he didn't know what he should do for a moment. Go to the city lord's mansion? No way. He had taken a leave of absence from the city lord today, and it was likely that the city lord hadn't prepared today's potion for him either. Go home? Looking at the time, it was only a few minutes past West o'clock in the afternoon. It was too early. Let's find a place to sort out my thoughts first. There's too many things going on lately. It's a bit hard to remember. Song-chi scratched his head, walked into a restaurant, ordered 2 random dishes, and asked the owner for paper and a pen. He then tapped on his panel. Name, Song-chi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 21. Experience value, 43125/2000000. Strength, 13. Physique, 36. Agility, 34. Spirit, 382. Free attribute points, 21. Equipment, 7 deadly sins, jealousy. Talent, divine summoning. Skills, summoning technique, soul link, life blessing. First of all, in terms of attribute value, this period of training is remarkable. The spiritual attribute is close to the 400 mark. A high spiritual attribute also means that I can try to learn those high consumption skills. It just so happens that I have risen to level 21, and the 2 newly vacated skill bars are useless. Song-chi picked up a pen and wrote down a 1. As for the type and direction of skills, considering Lu Bu and Ing Zhang's perverted panels, therefore the assisting type, attacking type skills are not needed for now. The defense class is already available. In addition, if the city lord doesn't have the means to let me enter the advanced side area early, I may have to find a way to go out into the wilderness to upgrade in the next few days. So for the choice of skills, I'm more inclined to choose between fleeing for my life, rushing, and these 2 types. Thinking about this, Song-chi's thoughts were almost sorted out. Very well, then the first thing can be determined. Learn 2 consumable skills that can be used to escape or rush. Second, ask the city lord about a way to enter an advanced copy in advance. Third, if it's not possible to enter early, then try to ask the city lord for a map of the distribution of the wild magical creatures. Song-chi wrote down all the ideas. About the skills have been finished, then the next is the equipment issue. First of all, the first question, do I need equipment very much right now? He gave an answer almost instantly. The answer is, not too much need. More accurately, not too much need for equipment below legendary quality. He was extremely strong right now, but on the contrary, the level was not high. The attribute values provided by low-level equipment were generally not high and were dispensable to him. The only thing that could motivate him somewhat was the system's quests. Optional Quest 3, where 5 pieces of equipment of transcendent quality or higher. But the problem was that it wasn't like the quests disappeared. There was no time limit, and new quests would only be refreshed after all of them were completed. There wasn't much difference between completing a single quest a few days early and a few days late. Therefore there was no need to rush. That is to say, I only need to consider the choice of skills now. Song-chi crossed out the equipment column on the paper while checking it a few times. Only after confirming that there were no omissions did he put the paper away and start eating. Since the sale of skill books was stipulated to only take place in the professionals' hall, Song-chi went back inside. Song-chi first carried a fruit basket and came to the 22nd floor to find in front of the caretaker. Zhuo Mingzhang. Seeing Song Qi come, Zhuo Mingzhang looked at him with a slightly puzzled expression. Why are you carrying a fruit basket over here? This is not a hospital. Song Qi smiled. Senior, don't joke around. It's like this. I heard that Senior is a top summoner. Therefore, I wish to ask you a few questions on summoner skills. Chapter 48 Directional Leap. Skill Test. Hello sir, Void Riptide is priced at 18 million credits and Directional Leap is priced at 9 million credits. May I ask if you're buying just one book, or both together? So expensive? Song Qi was taken aback. He didn't expect the two books to be so expensive. Originally, he had thought that with such a small number of summoners, the skills would be cheap to come by. He didn't expect the starting price to be 9 million. Originally, he had earned 10 million today and thought that these credits were a lot. He was lamenting the fact that it was easy for professionals to make money. As a result, he didn't expect the reality of the situation to hit him in the face, telling him that it was easier for professionals to spend money. After thinking about it, Song Qi still gritted his teeth and said, help me wrap up the directed leap, and charge the money to my credit card. The labor union had issued him a card with 10 million credits, and the card account was first registered in his name. Therefore, although the card was in his parents' hands, he could still use it. Upon hearing this, the front desk lady tapped her fingers. Then she raised her head and smiled sweetly. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the skill book for you right now. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the inner room. Within a few minutes she walked out with another book in her hands and placed it in Song Qi's hands with a smile. This is the skill book you wanted. Please confirm. Song Qi took the skill book over and glanced at it. Skill book, Directional Leap. Quality, Heroic. Limited range, Summoner. Skill description, the user can instantly move to anywhere within sight, within a maximum range of 2 kilometers. Cooldown 10 minutes. Upgrade can shorten the cooldown. Maximum level, LV 10. That's right, this is the one. Saying that, Song Qi did not hesitate to first choose to use it. Ding! You have successfully learned the skill, Directional Leap LV 0/10. After learning it, he turned around and walked out of the professionals' hall. Now then, let's try the exact effect and consumption first. Song Qi swept a circle around him, and to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he aimed at a deserted street corner not far away. He focused his attention on the street lamp directly below the street corner and chanted in his mind. Leap! Swish! Song Qi's figure instantly disappeared from the entrance of the professionals' hall and appeared underneath the streetlight on the street corner. However, probably because it was the first time he had used it, Song Qi did not appear right below it, and was a little to the left. Song Qi touched his head and moved again. Feeling his body and western limbs, there was no abnormality found. He then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The launching effect of the skill is instantaneous, and there are no after effects. As for the loss of mental energy, it's also okay, only making me feel slightly exhausted. Then, continue. Song Qi used his skills to hurry while walking towards his home. Testing the skill consumption was also a way to increase proficiency. 20 minutes later. Swish! Song Qi appeared in front of his home's front door, and at this moment, he had felt a clear exhaustion. However, the consciousness was still very clear. Third time using it, there is a noticeable feeling of exhaustion, but it is at a level that is still acceptable. Also, if one sees a corner of a certain location, but there is a transparent material such as glass blocking the center, I wonder if it's possible to also first leap to the target. Song Qi didn't open the door and stood still, his eyes looking towards the second floor bay window. The windows on the second floor bay window of his house were a double-layered structure, with the outer layer being screened, so he could see the scene in the house. Next, it was Song Qi's skill effect testing session. As an escape-come-rusher skill, he had to study it thoroughly before he could do so. Otherwise, if he really encountered danger, there wouldn't be any enemies to give him time to experiment. 10 minutes later. Swish! Poof! Song Qi's figure suddenly appeared in the room on the second floor. Experiment successful. So the skill's activation condition is just to be visible? Even if there's a material barrier in the middle, it's still possible to cross over. In addition, this is the Western launch for the first time. There has been a noticeable headache and dizziness, but the pain is not strong. Song Qi rubbed his head a little hard. After this leap, his consciousness had been slightly blurred. It was somewhat similar to the state of being mentally depleted after a long period of no sleep. If he had to describe it, it was a bit like what he looked like after an all-nighter in his last life. According to his guess, this skill, Directional Leap, he could probably use it about 10 times in his current full state. However, 10 times was the limit, and forcing it to be used 10 times might be the result of running out of mental energy. If there was still a need for normal activities in the follow-up, the number of times should best be kept below 5. Of course, today was mainly an experiment, so it didn't matter if it went to the limit. Continue. Song-chi continued the experiment. He took out a mirror with his back to the toilet. This time, the experiment is, can the location seen through the mirror be leapfrogged? The door of the toilet was half hidden, and from Song-chi's standing position, he couldn't see what it looked like at all. However, with the help of the mirror's reflection it was possible to see what a part of the squatting toilet inside looked like. Chapter 49, City Lord's Congratulatory Gift. Origin Water. Early the next morning, Song-chi opened his eyes in a daze and touched his head. His head had returned to normal and was no longer in pain. He then picked up his cell phone, and the transfer message surfaced before his eyes. It was from the strong man from yesterday. 10 million credits have already been called. So let's pay off the credit card first. Song-chi slid his phone and paid off the expenses from yesterday's skill purchase. By the way, he also paid off his parents' expenses during this period of time. After spending all of this, he still had over $80,000 left in his hand. After thinking about it, he transferred another 500,000 credits to his elder sister, noting take it to buy equipment. DDT. Older sister returned 2 messages in seconds. Older sister Song-lan, ? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Song-chi, I've reached the age where I can explode gold coins. Shows teeth. 10 million SMS incoming charts. Older sister Song-lan, surprise. JPG. Xiaodeng. Old sister is very pleased. But still, I hope you'll keep up the good work and give me a burst of equipment in the next first pickup. Also, since you're up, come down for breakfast. After eating breakfast, Song-chi first came to the replica plaza and found Prince Hao and Gongsun Maoyue to explain his situation. He was now an intermediate-level professional and could no longer continue to take them to brush low-level copies. However, the two seemed to have guessed this and were not surprised. After exchanging pleasantries, Song-chi bid farewell to the two of them and came downstairs to the city lord's mansion. Ding dong! Arriving at the 12th floor, Song-chi had just stepped out of the elevator, only to find that the city lord was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly in a daze. There was also a package on his right hand, and he didn't know what it contained. City lord? At the sound of his voice, the city lord turned his head and smiled after realizing that it was Song-chi and waved at him, gesturing for him to go over. It's Song-chi. Why did you come so early today? But it's just right. Come closer. I'll show you something good. Song-chi walked up, and the city lord got up and touched his arm before asking suspiciously, haven't seen you for a day. You upgraded again? Yes. I'm now level 21, and I've already passed the intermediate professional certification. Song-chi nodded and admitted it quite frankly. TSK, what a monster. The city lord couldn't help but spit out a sentence. This upgrading speed of Song-chi's, even for him who had seen many talented people, he really couldn't understand it. It had only been more than half a month, but he had actually risen from a freshly transformed summoner to a mid-level professional. The key was that he didn't just have a fast upgrade speed, his talent was also high, his enlightenment was excellent, and his luck was even so good that he was able to summon a mythic grade summoning spirit. Jane's first song was perfect. Previously, the city lord was so suspicious that he always felt that Song-chi's talent was so good that it was a bit unreal, and he had secretly poked and prodded and examined him for an unknown number of times. But no matter which time the result was, it could be proved 100% that Song-chi was a pure-blooded human, and there was not half a bit of demonic aura on his body. Right. What about your second summoned spirit? Has it come out, or did you not plan to summon it for the time being? It has already been summoned. City lord, please look. Song-chi summoned Ing Zhang, then tapped on the panel information and chose to make it public. Let me take a look. The city lord took a sip of his tea before slowly getting up to check it out. A human-type summoning spirit. It seems to be strong on the outside. Saint Ing Zhang, the quality is Holy Spirit. Put. The city lord's head received a mouthful of water sprayed out. A Holy Spirit level summoning spirit? The city lord's expression instantly changed from carelessness to shock. A strength attribute of over 500? This can only be said to be not bad. Physique and agility over 1000 each? For a holy spirit, it's also considered moderate. As for the spirit attribute, seeing this, the city lord began to realize that something was wrong, and his pupils began to shrink slightly. Spiritual attribute, 2100? Spiritual attributes this high, but when he turned his eyes and saw the talent column below, his mood completely tensed up. Talents. There are a full 5. And the effects of these skills. The skill, book with text, barely makes sense. But the effect of, car with track, is just too rogue. No matter how big the strength gap is between the two sides, grabbing an animal at random is hard control. And what the hell is this, Murphy's King's Land, skill? How come your summoned spirit still has domain type skills? And what the hell is, sweeping, collective berserk, and no side effects? And the number of effects increases as the spirit attribute improves? There's also the terracotta soldier skill. The full attribute of the summoned soldiers is half the value of his spiritual attribute? The city lord looked at Ing Zhang's 2,100 points of spiritual attributes. That is to say, she only had a full attribute of 1,000 or more, defied life and death, and could summon unlimited soldiers. The more he saw the back, the harder his expression became taut. Well, strong control, weakening, enhancement, attack, burst, defense, all functional skills. You this summoning spirit one person to round up. Chapter 50, almost died in the practice room. Origin water? Songqi was so shocked that he almost threw away all 3 bottles in his hand. Although he wasn't clear about the demonic potion, he was too clear about the origin water. It was one of the very few items in the laws of the human race that were prohibited from being sold, circulated, and used for any trading nature. Once discovered, it would be regarded as treason, and the entire human race would be executed. Just by looking at the wording, one could tell how precious the origin water was. Not the city lord you. Let's say it first. Although you are very good to me, but this kind of thing of losing my head, I won't do it. But don't worry city lord, I will definitely not report you either. I'll pretend I didn't see it. Songqi put the 3 bottles of water on the ground in shock and slowly backed away. The city lord was angry and amused. Come back. Who told you I bought this? This is what I asked for you with great difficulty from the first city district. At those words, Songqi stopped in his tracks. Asked for it for me? He was a bit puzzled. That's right. The city lord nodded. Do you know what the origin water's function is? No. Songqi shook his head dryly. The textbook only said that origin water was very precious, and was one of the major reasons why the human race was able to develop the current 13 entire urban areas. As for what the origin water effect was and why it was severely banned, the textbook didn't write it. The effects of origin water are simple, the city lord said blandly. That is to stimulate the potential of the professional and promote the increase of attribute values. Promoting the enhancement of attribute values? Isn't that the same as the medicine I usually apply on my body? The same? Of course it's not the same. The city lord shook his head. Origin water is indeed the main ingredient of the potion of all demons. But the potion of all demons in conjunction with the 3 styles of all demons can only raise your main attribute value. Taking origin water, on the other hand, can increase all of your attribute values in all directions. And most importantly, the city lord paused. The effect of origin water is more than 100 times that of the magic potion of all demons. 100 times? Songqi was horrified and picked up those 3 bottles of origin water again. Doesn't that mean that if I use just 1 bottle, it can be worth 100 days of my usual hard training? The city lord hemmed and hawed. That's for sure. Otherwise, what did you think I was doing by pulling down my face and begging you for 3 bottles of origin water? It's still not so that you can save up some more capital before entering the genius tournament? The point in time when the genius tournament opened was only a month away from the transfer time point. It didn't matter to the geniuses of the big families. They had been preparing for this genius tournament for as long as 18 years. However, it was very unfair to others, such as civilian geniuses like Songqi. This was because a month's time, even if there were enough resources, was simply not enough for them to squeeze out all their potential and attribute values. Thus, in order to gain Songqi more chances of winning, the city lord had asked for origin water for him in advance. The purpose was to shorten Songqi's training time, allowing him to catch up with the progress of the children of the great families in a short period of time. Alright, now that you know, hurry up and take it to train. Oh yeah, by the way, the origin water will be more effective when first picked up and drunk, but it will be a bit painful when it works. So the 3 styles of the gods and demons is better if you can stick to it. It's fine if you can't stick to it and lie down on the ground. Songqi arched his hand and thanked him. His heart moved, although he hadn't said it on his lips. The city lord's kindness to him was one he could see in his eyes. Thank you city lord, I will definitely not let you down. The city lord laughed lightly and waved his hand. Alright, then I'll wait and see. Songqi took a bottle of origin water and entered the practice room. He took several deep breaths before opening the cap of the bottle in his hand. He first sniffed it. There wasn't any off flavor. Then he tentatively put a drop into his mouth. Songqi pursed his lips. TSK. There's no flavor. No matter if it looks, drinks, or tastes, it's just like real water. Saying that, he simply drank it all in one gulp. However, I don't know if it was because the amount was enough, or the effect of the first sip had finally arrived. Songqi, who was just about to run a specific action, suddenly froze in place. He felt as if there was a blazing flame in his stomach that was burning its way down his intestines and towards his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Hiss. Crap. This is a bit painful? City lord, you're punking me to death. Bang. Songqi held on for 5 seconds before falling headfirst to the ground with an agonized expression. All 5 senses were shrunk into a ball due to the intense pain. The pain came swiftly and unexpectedly. He felt as if the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys within his body had been sliced into pieces with a sharp blade and then placed on the fire to keep roasting. It wasn't just the epidermis. He felt like the cells in his entire body were being artificially split apart. Chapter 51, Potential like a Spring. Name Song-Chi. Strength, 115. Physique, 156. Agility, 158. Spirit, 698. Free attribute points, 21. Equipment, 7 deadly sins, jealousy. Talent, divine summoning. Skills, summoning technique, soul link, life shelter, directional leaping. Song-Chi's eyes looked head over heels. His strength skyrocketed from 13 to 102 points, first drying up to 115 points. Physique and agility increased from 36 and 34 to 156 and 154 respectively. Attribute points increased by a full 120 points. The main attribute spirit, moreover, had skyrocketed from 382 to 698, over 300 points of main attribute boost. No wonder it's called Origin Water. This enhancement effect Jane show is outrageous. Song-Chi touched his abs with great interest. Just ask any male who didn't wish to have a flawless muscular body. However, Song-Chi chose to be a summoner. Strength and physique are not the main attributes, so the idea of body shape has basically been cut off. Unexpectedly, a bottle of Origin Water gave him a solution. He was already handsome, and now his body is perfect. TSK. If I were to dress up properly, I'd have to go out and mesmerize a lot of women. Outside the practice room, the city lord looked at the data displayed on the tablet and was much more bashful. A bottle of Origin Water. The main attribute is raised by 316 points, and the secondary attributes are raised by 100 points each. The boost is very good, but on him would only be considered moderate. Subconsciously, the city lord divided Song-Chi's standard of judgment into 2 parts from that of the others. If this elevation was anyone else's data, he would have been surprised and greatly appreciated it. But on Song-Chi, it felt a bit sparse. He was very dissatisfied. The city lord felt like a bit of a double standard. But once he thought that the object of the double standard was Song-Chi, he felt that there was nothing wrong with the double standard. Geniuses, of course, should be held to the standards of geniuses. Knock, knock, knock. The city lord extended his hand and knocked on the window. Take a break and continue later. Continue? Upon hearing this, Song-Chi, who was indulging in abs in his room, walked out the door with some confusion. No, what did you just say, city lord? Continue what? Of course it's to continue drinking the second bottle of Origin Water, the city lord said bashfully. ? Song-Chi froze for a moment before revealing a smile that was worse than crying. No, city lord. I just drank the first bottle. I can't hold up with 2 bottles in this day. The Origin Water enhancement was indeed high, but the process was just too painful. He had just almost fainted from the pain. As a result, the city lord told him that he had to do it again. 2 bottles a day? The city lord sneered. How could it be that simple? You have to use all 3 bottles for me today. Ha! Song-Chi wanted to cry, just hearing that he would have to drink another bottle. His internal organs had already begun to suffer from vague phantom pains. As a result, he didn't expect to actually have to drink all 3 bottles. He couldn't figure out where he had offended the city lord or what. Seeing that Song-Chi was somewhat resistant, the city lord's expression gradually became kind as he coaxed and encouraged. Song-Chi, it takes a lot of suffering to be a man. Isn't that how I came to be, city lord? Moreover, these 3 bottles of Origin Water are the ones that I had a hard time asking for. So if you want them again, you won't necessarily be able to get them in the future. Song-Chi gritted his teeth. It's not impossible to drink it all in one day today, but you have to promise me a request. City lord. Demand? What request? The city lord raised his eyebrows with considerable interest. This was the first time Song-Chi had made a request to him in these days. Song-Chi rubbed his hands together in anticipation. It's like this, city lord. I didn't go to the wilderness yesterday. Then I realized that not only does fighting monsters across levels give more experience, and the difficulty isn't too high for me. So city lord, can you help me open the permission to enter advanced copies in advance? I want to advance too much. Can't be done. The city lord said without a trace of anger. I'm the city lord, not a wish-granting machine. The copy rules are a manifestation of the world's will. If I could change them for you, would I still be in the 7th city? The 1st city district would all have to invite me back to make offerings. After thinking about it, the city lord flirted. It's not easy to fight monsters across levels. Go to the wilderness. Mediocre professionals choose copies, and truly talented professionals wouldn't have spent too much time in copies in the first place. Song-Chi shrunk his neck. But I'm only level 21, and according to the rules, without a high-leveled professional leading the group, professionals whose level is below level 60 are not allowed to go out of the city alone. This is simple. The city lord waved his hand and said, "Come find me tomorrow and I'll personally sign a permission to leave the city for you." The wilderness is so big. Where am I going to find a magic gathering place? Song-chi asked again. Then I'll give you another map. The kind that details all the surrounding magical creatures. Chapter 52, This kid's purpose is impure. Song-chi took the second bottle of origin water back to the practice room and sat down cross-legged. He nervously took several deep breaths and closed his eyes again for a while. Phew! Dry! Tons and tons! With a tilt of his head, Song-chi first received it and drank it clean, and then he hurriedly tapped on the panel, allocating 10 attribute points to strength, agility, physique, and spirit in the ratio of 1 to 1 to 1 to 7. This was what the city lord had calculated to be the best ratio for Song-chi to add points. Originally, Song-chi wanted to add all 10 free attribute points to the spiritual attribute, but the city lord told him that a person's spirit and were two inseparable parts. If the strength of the body didn't keep up, then the enhancement of the spiritual attributes would also be limited. The city lord had said so Song-chi naturally obeyed obediently. After a few minutes, well, it's coming, but this time, the sensation seems to be that much lighter. Song-chi's expression was incomparably painful, but he still maintained his meditative movements. Due to the first bottle of origin water, he had already tapped into his original potential to about the same extent. Therefore the effect of the second bottle would be quite a bit worse than the first. This was something that Song-chi knew well now. The pain brought by the first bottle of origin water not only came silently, but most importantly, the burning sensation that penetrated into the bone marrow and internal organs was omnipresent. This second bottle of origin water was much better. Although it hurt, one's internal organs still had the feeling of being scorched. But the good thing was that it wasn't as intense. Song-chi let out a long breath and frowned as he sat down. Time passed minute by minute. West hours later, Song-chi woke up and without even looking at the panel, he immediately drank the third bottle of origin water again and used up 10 free attribute points once again. Another West hours later, Song-chi inside the practicing room slowly opened his eyes and a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled. He looked out the window. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. He had arrived here around 7 in the morning, but it was now past 10 at night. Of course, his boost was also tremendous. With 2 bottles of origin water and 20 points of free attribute value, his panel had become: Name, Song-chi. Profession, Summoner. Level, 21. Experience, 43125/2000000. Strength, 215. Physique, 276. Agility, 278. Spirit, 991. Free attribute points, 1. Equipment, 7 deadly sins, jealousy. Talent, divine summoning. Skills, summoning technique, soul link, life shelter, directional leaping. Strength, physique, and agility each rose by over 100 attribute points. Spiritual attribute was still the one he had raised the most, infinitely approaching the 1000 point mark. This was on the verge of catching up to Lubu in a single attribute. Of course, Song-chi was very self-aware. He knew that even if he caught up with Lubu in all of his attributes, their strengths were not at the same level at all. Even if he surpassed Lubu in all attributes, Lubu would still be able to stab 10 of him to death with one halberd, because the panel was only part of the mythic rank summoning spirit's power. More importantly, was there terrifyingly staggering skill effects? Also, Song-chi did some math. Even if his potential was tapped cleanly and he only relied on free attribute points to break through the limit, each bottle of origin water could increase Song-chi's main attribute by at least around 150 points. This value was horrifying. If someone had told Song-chi a month ago that the bare attribute value of an intermediate level professional could reach 1,000, he would have just told the other person to read less ground-up literature. But now, he had become the protagonist of the groundwork literature in his own mouth. No wonder even the city lord couldn't beg for too much origin water. The effect is truly amazing. If the geniuses of those big families grew up using such treasures, Jane Head, dare not imagine how high their attribute values are. Song-chi was a little lost for a moment, and just at this moment, bang! The main door was pushed open and the city lord walked in with a wine jug. Don't worry, their attribute values aren't necessarily as high as yours. He glanced at the empty bottles on the ground and confirmed that Song-chi had drunk all of them before nodding in satisfaction and tilting his head to take a sip of the wine. Something like origin water. Even the sons of the great families don't have the means to acquire too much of it. This kind of resource is incomparably precious. Every time a bottle is drawn out, there will be a specialized person who will register it in the record. Plus the effects also vary from person to person. If you can use 3 bottles of origin water to raise your main attribute to 1000, It's because you're highly talented. There are people who even drink 10 bottles. Their main attribute may still be a long way from that number. Song-chi revealed a dazed look, then asked with a slight doubt. So it is. But didn't you, City Lord, say in a previous song that my talent was average? Cough cough cough. The City Lord was caught off guard, halfway through his drink, and choked on Song-chi's words. He had forgotten about that. He had forgotten about the fact that in order to put pressure on Song-chi, he had suppressed the other party without conscience. Chapter 53, Departing for the Wilderness. Back home, Song-chi broke the news that he was about to leave the city. Of course, he didn't say that he was going to the wilderness alone to fight monsters and upgrade. In order to keep his parents from worrying, he said that it was a special training arranged by the City Lord's mansion, and that there was no need to worry as safety was guaranteed. The next day, early morning, Song-chi stood outside the house, ready to leave for the wilderness. Dad, Mom, and old sister, I'm leaving. Mom worriedly helped Song-chi straighten his collar. Son, you must train hard out there. Look at how good the City Lord's mansion lord is treating you, giving away houses and money. And now there's special training, so you can't live up to others' heart and soul for you either. To be a human being, you have to have a conscience. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it when others treat you well, but if you accept it, then you have to accept the favor. Dad nodded in agreement. Song-chi, you've got it made. Logically, I have to teach you a few words of wisdom before I leave. But your father, I've been working in a factory all my life, and I really don't have a lot of sense in my head, and I also know that you are the most promising person in our Song family. I don't have that level to teach you. Letting you go on your own is the best choice. The two of us are doing you a favor by not adding to your mess. But, if it's possible, I still hope that our old Song family's child will be a proper head. At these words, Song-chi helplessly laughed. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Your son is only going to the wilderness to train for a few days. Nothing too dangerous. Why is it like a life and death parting? After saying that, he waved his hand towards Songlan, who was not far away. Old sister, I'm leaving. Well, remember to return home safely. 7th City District. At the gate. Rumble. The gate of the city was slowly pushed open. Song-chi followed the flow of people out of the gate, paid 500 credits, and boarded a bus that had been specially modified. He sat by the window and looked into the distance with slight emotion. The last time he came to the wilderness was when he followed that strong man out. Therefore, he wasn't able to properly appreciate it. It was only today that he finally had the chance to see it clearly. The so-called wilderness was actually the city that was once there. If one looked closely, one could still vaguely see the shadow of the former city. Various moss-covered skyscrapers stood on both sides of the road. Some of them have been broken down and chopped off at the waist. Some still maintain a relatively intact mold. On the roofs of these buildings there are occasionally many flying demons flying up and down. What was once a human city had now turned into a hotbed for magical creatures. Just at this moment, little handsome boy, hello, feeling that someone had grabbed his arm, Song-chi turned his head in confusion, only to find that it was a middle-aged female mage with a rather charming appearance. The other party's clothing was very revealing, and the two large and white masses were very conspicuous. Hello, what can I do for you? Song-chi pulled his arm out of the other party's arm and asked with a flat face. The female mage smiled coquettishly and didn't care. Little handsome, I see you're quite young. You should be coming over to practice leveling as well, right? Do you want to join our squad? Our squad has a total of 5 people right now, and the average level is above level 65. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Song-chi. I'm sorry, I have no intention of joining another squad for the time being. Well, that's quite a pity. To be honest, I actually quite like you. After being rejected, the female mage said with slight regret. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, and got up to look around before coming to sit next to another person. Song-chi also did not pay too much attention to the other party, turning his head to continue to enjoy the scenery outside the car. More than an hour later, the bus came to the destination without any danger. Although there are also encountered a few waves of demonic attacks in the middle of the road, but they were all killed by the driver's first shot of fireball magic. Obviously, the driver's level wasn't low either. Endless snowplanes has arrived. Hurry up and get off. Under the driver's urging, the passengers got off. Song-chi stepped out of the car, rubbed his hands, and exhaled a white mist. It's so cold. No wonder this place is called Endless Snowplain. This was the gathering place of the human race, and 3 kilometers further on was the Endless Snowplain, the gathering place of the demons. The Endless Snowplain was the first choice for leveling for most of the professionals who had just left the urban area. Once a professional exceeded level 60, they would be forced out of the urban area and not allowed to continue entering the duplicates. They were forced to enter the wilderness to train. Most of the demons in the outer layer of the snowy plains were around level 40-70. It was just right for this group of level 60 and above professionals to cultivate. Of course, since it was the wilderness, the level and range of activity of the demons were not fixed. Level 80-90 demons would occasionally appear, but most of them were in the inner layers of the snow plains. Even demonic attacks had happened quite a few times. Therefore, for most professionals, they wouldn't live in the gathering place often, and mostly just used it as a landing spot. Chapter 54 Icefield Snow Wolf. Killing monsters at a crossing level is awesome. After determining his destination, Song-Chi didn't go out immediately and backhandedly took out a pure white coat from the system backpack and put it over himself. The vast majority of the endless snow plain was covered in thick snow. The pure white coat was able to make Song-Chi's figure more hidden, to avoid being attacked by other humans. Yes, in the wild, danger did not only come from demons, it also came from humans. Song-Chi, who had been a human for 2 lifetimes, understood very well. This thing called human nature was very anti-survivalist. Now that the world was being invaded by foreign races, the demons were crowding out the human survival territory. The survival of the human race is in jeopardy, and there is a danger of overthrow at any time. You would think that at a time like this, all people would rise up and fight back, with the will of the people and the unity of all people? However, just the opposite is true. The more critical the situation, the more scarce the resources, the more intense the fight between people instead. Even at the brink of death, there would be people who would think of how to get one last handful. On the other hand, the safer the situation is, the more abundant the resources are, the friendlier the people are to each other. Everyone had something to eat, so naturally, no one would try to rob. A granary knows manners and etiquette. Clothing and food are sufficient to know honor and disgrace. The beautiful talk of not closing one's house at night would only happen in times of prosperity, not in times of chaos. The current situation of the human race was similar. Therefore Song-Chi had always remained sufficiently wary of bystanders after arriving in the wilderness. Even the invitation from the big-breasted beauty he refused. It could not be said that he was not cautious. One must know that. That was a big-breasted beauty. Being a male was really hard to turn down. Song-Chi gave himself a nod for his iron will, before turning around, closing the door, and going downstairs. Half an hour later, the outer layer of the endless snow plain. A group of Ice Plains snow wolves were in the middle of their hunting activities. Several unlucky reindeer were surrounded by them. 2 of the reindeer had already had their necks bitten off and had no sound. The surrounded reindeer were huddled together, struggling to resist the wolves' attack. At this moment, brush! A silhouette suddenly appeared not far away. It was precisely Song-Chi, with nearly 1,000 points of spiritual attributes. Song-Chi could now use directional leap a dozen times in a row without worrying about spiritual exhaustion. Thus, he first used it as a rushing skill. As soon as he landed on the ground, Song-Chi immediately spotted the scene of Icefield snow wolves hunting reindeer in the distance. His eyes lit up as he clicked on the information panel that popped up in front of him. Demon, Ice Plains Snow Wolf. Level, 45. Strength, 966. Physique, 1033. Agility, 1148. Spirit, 843. Skills, Tear Bite, Ice Mist Spit, Frost Blade, Quick Digest. It's the Ice Plains Snow Wolves. Yes. The number totals. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. 12 Ice Plains Snow Wolves? It seems like it's just a small detachment. There should be a larger group of snow wolf troops nearby. Looks like I'm in luck. The smile on Song-Chi's face grew wider. Ice Plains snow wolves were pack animals, and when they hunted, they would split into several small groups, ranging from as small as 6 to as many as a dozen. A group of 12 wolves like this was usually the hunting vanguard sent out by a large wolf pack. Lu Bu, Ying Zheng, bang, bang. The duo instantly appeared behind Song-Chi. My lord, sir. Song-Chi pinched a triple experience card and pointed it toward the front, and the duo understood without needing to explain anything more. Remember to keep one for it to go home. Yes, *2. The 2 of them arched their hands, and then slowly walked towards the distance. Lu Bu raised his hand. The square heavenly painted halberd appeared in his hand, and the long-lost red rabbit horse stepped from the void. Faced with 12 demons whose attribute values were not much worse than his own, Lu Bu also took a rare serious approach. On the side, Ying Zheng's face remained unchanged. His index finger and middle finger were together, and he slightly raised them upwards. Wow! The Western Terracotta warrior soldiers coalesced in place, protecting in front of him and advancing step by step towards the snow wolves. Neither of them deliberately concealed their figures, so when they approached to a distance of a few dozen meters, they were immediately discovered by the other party. Oh! Seemingly sensing the approaching danger, the Ice Plains snow wolves instantly turned their guns, and even the reindeer that they had finished rounding up did not hesitate to give up. The 6 on the left are yours. Is that okay? Do you need me to even out a few more? Lu Bu stepped onto his horse, and even if he faced a demonic creature whose level was twice as high as his own, and whose number was also several times higher than his own, he was similarly not weak. Ying Zheng smiled. Naturally, there is no problem. On the contrary, it's you. Don't use all of your skills now and delay Mister's upgrading speed. There will be a vicious battle later. Lu Bu coldly glanced at the other party and said disdainfully, just a few beasts in the district. It's not worth me actively using my skills. Hiya. After saying that, Lu Bu violently flung his horse's rope, and the red hair horse had a heartfelt feeling. Its western hooves stepped on the snow, and it turned into a red thunderbolt to kill at great speed. Chapter 55, Thunder rises from the flat earth. A halberd breaks the sky. Woo! Woo woo! Above the snowy plains that could not be seen at a glance, a lame snow wolf whimpered lowly as it ran towards the east, with blood flowing down from the corner of its mouth from time to time. The two of them, Lu Bu and Ying Zhang, followed behind it unhurriedly. They gave it enough pressure, but at the same time, they didn't rush to make a move. It just firmly maintained a distance of 100 meters. After a few more minutes, a high wolf whistle came from the top of the mountain not far away. The injured snow wolf's spirit, which was already atrophied, shook violently. It was a sound he recognized. That was the king of their pack. At the same time, it meant that it had finally arrived near the large group. It was so excited that its speed accelerated once again, wanting to rush into the large group. But the next moment, a cracking sound abruptly came from the rear. The snow wolf that was running away only felt the hairs of sweat rise, and subconsciously turned back. But it was too late. Poof! The square sky painting halberd is incomparably sharp, breaks through the air, and beheads it, and the snow wolf instantly separates its head and body. Due to the speed of its escape, the corpse skidded along the snowfield for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. Looks like this should be their lair. Lu Bu rode his red hair and went forward to pull his square halberd out of the snow, not even glancing at the wolf corpse on the ground. The reason for leaving it alive was to let him lead the way and find the snow wolf's army. Now that the large troop has been found, naturally the first to receive a kill. This group of wolves is quite numerous. A whole hill is occupied by them. At a rough estimate, there must be about 200 of them. Ying Zhang rode a sandhorse on his hips and wobbled up. General Lu, how do we divide them this time? How to divide it? Lu Bu let out a sardonic smile. Looking at the snow wolves roaming the mountains, he did not flinch in his eyes. Instead, he was filled with stirring battle intent. Having been summoned out for so long, every day he was either bullying the weak or on his way to bullying the weak. He had long been suffocated. Today, it was not easy to encounter this group of enemies that were quite handy to chop up. He had long ago gotten itchy. Divide my ass. Of course it's every man for himself. Red Rabbit, let's go. Whinny. The Red Rabbit sensed its master's thoughts and was extremely excited and full of battle spirit. Its front hooves were raised high, and then fell violently. Bang! A circle of shockwaves bulged out, and the figures of Lu Bu and the Red Rabbit transformed into stumps as they headed for the wolves. Kill! Lu Bu's shouts of killing shook the heavens. Without the slightest intention to hide his figure, the wolves also discovered Lu Bu, who was charging towards them. The Wolf King tilted his head and growled in a low voice. Roar! Ow! Dozens of snow wolves received the order and immediately turned their heads, adjusted their formation, and pounced towards Lu Bu's one person and one horse. The Snow Wolf King was extremely intelligent. In its eyes, Lu Bu's speed wasn't too fast, and at the same time, it didn't give them too strong a sense of crisis. Therefore, there was no need to send out too many members of the clan. But soon, it realized that it was wrong. The red lightning and the pure white torrent violently collided together at the foot of the mountain. Boom! The rain of blood in the sky exploded into the air. The battle formation formed by dozens of snow wolves collapsed almost at a single touch. Hot wolf blood floated in the sky, and cold light flashed across the halberd blade. The square sky-painted halberd was not even stained with blood. The Snow Wolf King's judgment was not wrong. Lu Bu's basic attributes were similar to the average snow wolf. However, it had overlooked one issue. Just because the attribute values were the same, it did not mean that the strength was the same. It was like playing a game where some people could take the same hero to the king, while others could only take him to a silver. Lu Bu, who has fought countless battles throughout his life, is undoubtedly one of the kings. His staggeringly rich combat experience alone was enough to allow him to cross the ranks. Kill. A few dozen snow wolves were obviously not enough to make Lu Bu's life enjoyable. He clamped his legs together and continued to charge towards the Wolf King of the mountain peak. Roar! The Wolf King roared up to the sky in anger. Dozens of its compatriots actually died tragically in its hands just like that. It opened its mouth wide, and the snow moon essence continued to condense in its mouth as a huge round of moonlight slowly took shape. And then, boom! The more than 10-meter long moonflower was like a huge monster, rumbling and chirping as it crushed towards Lu Bu. The pack wolves followed suit. Countless frost blades were spat out, and the frosty splendor in the sky fell like rain towards Lu Bu. It was a pity that Lu Bu and the red rabbit were too agile. One person and one horse flickered and moved, and the square sky-painted halberd danced impervious to the wind. They were not able to hurt them in the slightest. Not only that, even though the attacks were so intensive, Lu Bu was even getting closer to the wolves. At the foot of the mountain, Ying Zhang was holding his sword, and there were scattered snow wolves in the western zhou that glared at him, but they were not put in his eyes. The sand horse under his crotch disappeared, and the western named terracotta warrior soldiers scattered in the western corners of the mountain peak, presenting a siege. Chapter 56 Heroic Weapons and the Woman in Red. Woo! Ow! Ow! The Wolf King himself was dead. The surviving snow wolves were leaderless and became restless, no longer able to organize a decent charge. Lu Bu riding his red rabbit was still enjoying the afterglow of the battle, with a look of uninterestedness on his face. From time to time, he dropped his halberd and killed the snow wolves passing by. At the foot of the mountain, Ying Zhang was maneuvering the western terracotta warrior soldiers, slowly approaching from the western corner of the mountain peak, continuously strangling the snow wolves that were fleeing down from the top of the mountain. Under the enhancement of sweep ***, the full attributes of the western name's terracotta warriors had all reached over 3,000. It was enough to create a crushing attribute advantage over the snow wolves. Coupled with the fact that terracotta warriors did not have the concept of being injured, there was no need to worry about defense. For a while, all the snow wolves were hardened by the western terracotta warriors on the mountain. The peak of the mountain had Lu Bu wantonly killing. The foot of the mountain had terracotta warriors blocking the road. The entire area completely turned into a huge snow wolf slaughterhouse. Experience value plus 46,871. Experience value plus 44,913. Experience value plus 45,419. Swish! Another golden light fell, and Song Qi, who was already just a little bit short of upgrading with experience, leveled first to level 23. The experience required for level 21 was 2 million, and the experience required for level 22 was 3 million, adding up to just 5 million. 100 snow wolves would be able to provide Song Qi with 5 million experience. Here, on the other hand, there were nearly 200 of them. In other words, with this wave, he would almost be able to level up another level. 3 levels in a row in one afternoon. This kind of upgrade speed is just too wonderful. Song Qi couldn't help but say with some intoxication. Thinking back to the previous scene of drudging, mechanically repeating the copy brush all day long in the city, he felt more and more happy. Sure enough, happiness comes out of contrast. Something like brushing copies is simply not suitable for a genius like me. I should just come to the wilderness. This upgrade speed, TSK. Too cool. Song Qi paced to the foot of the mountain peak. At this moment, the snow wolves roaming the mountains had been almost completely exterminated. Only a small portion of snow wolves remained at the top of the mountain to stubbornly resist. However, with the cooperation of Lu Bu and the western named terracotta warriors, it was only a matter of time before they were all resolved. Then next, Song Qi rubbed his hands together excitedly. It's the tense and exciting trash picking session. Picking up trash actually meant picking up equipment. Wild demons would also burst out equipment and skill books, but due to the fact that whether it was in a copy or in the wild, the burst rate of good things was extremely low. Most of the equipment that popped out was ordinary or rare quality stuff. In addition to selling them in bulk, they are no different from trash. As a result, it was also jokingly referred to as picking up trash. Song Qi stepped into the pile of snow wolf corpses and kept searching. Soon, a pair of iron boots stained with blood was turned out. Ordinary level equipment. Unfortunately, but the applicable level is 45. Selling it for 1,000 credits should not be a problem. Song Qi put it away in his backpack and continued to start rummaging. It didn't take long. Dangling! Another iron sword was kicked out. Rare grade two-handed sword. Common weapon for the 3 positions of warrior, knight, and paladin? This one is good. This one will sell for tens of thousands of credits. I'm afraid. Song Qi joyfully put it into his backpack. It was considered a small fortune. After another moment, a pair of armor was rummaged out from the pile of corpses. But unfortunately, this time, it was still normal level equipment. But Song Qi didn't lose his head too much. He just spat out a sentence and put it away in his backpack, and then continued rummaging around. After the 3 bottles of origin water, Song Qi's hands were not slow. One piece of equipment was quickly rummaged through. However, most of them were common grade equipment. Rare grade equipment was pitifully few. Even after rummaging through the entire mountain, they only found western pieces. Not to mention the transcendent grade, there wasn't a single piece. In the end, Song Qi set his eyes on the smashed mountaintop. There was still a Wolf King's corpse there that hadn't been examined. Wolf King, Wolf King, don't let me down. He stepped forward, full of anticipation, and reached out his hand towards the Wolf King's stomach. Just as he reached out, Song-chi revealed a delighted expression as he touched a hard and long object. It seemed to be a staff-type weapon. Sure enough, there's equipment. He hastily pulled it out. It's a staff. And this luster. It's a hero-level weapon? Such good luck? Song-chi couldn't wait to tap the information panel. Weapon, Snow Wolf King Staff. Quality, heroic. Applicable profession, mage. Summoner. Applicable level, level 30 or above. Required attribute, spirit 300. Strength, +0, strength, +0, strength, +0, strength, +0. Agility, +0. Physique, +10. Spirit, +150, spirit, +150. Effect 1, increases the user's spiritual attributes by an additional 10%. Effect 2, drawing on the power of ice and snow increases the full attributes of all summons by 20%. And if it is in the middle of a snowy plain, the effect is raised to 30%. Chapter 57, Demon Worshipping Sect. Get the hell out of my way. With almost no hesitation, Song-chi immediately unleashed the Life Shelter skill. A circle of pale yellow shield fell at once, repelling the red-clothed female away. And then Song-chi disappeared in an instantaneous figure and appeared in the distance. Lu Bu and Ing Zhang were also recalled to his side. Cluck cluck cluck. Little handsome, why are you so nervous? It's not like they're going to eat you. Seeing Song-chi's nervous appearance, the woman in red looked even more excited. She stood above the mountaintop out of thin air and laughed. And it was only at this moment that Song-chi finally saw the woman's face clearly. This red-clothed woman was precisely the big-breasted beauty who had previously traveled with him on the bus and had also taken the initiative to invite himself to join the other party's squad. The other party's dress was still the same as it was at that time. A red low-necked vestment robe covered her entire body, and the plum blossom mark on her chest was hidden, making her look charming and enchanting. How did she catch up with me? Song-chi ignored the other party's taunts, and instead, he sank his heart and began to think. If I'm not mistaken, she just appeared on me out of nowhere, without any sign, without any process of movement. It just appeared on my back in an instant. Then that means the other party used some kind of skill similar to directional leap, but the route I traveled was completely random. Even I didn't know where I would go. It was impossible for her to know in advance. Therefore, it's highly likely that my opponent has left a mark on me in advance, and the only chance she had to touch me was that instant on the bus. Song-chi hastily raised his right hand and looked over his arm. As expected, there was an extremely hidden plum blossom mark on the back of his arm. Not only was it in a tricky position, but it was also completely transparent, indistinguishable to the naked eye, with only an extremely weak spiritual fluctuation. If one didn't deliberately check it out, one would not be able to notice it at all. TSK, careless. Song-chi invoked his spiritual power to flush out this mark. The red-clothed woman high above had already landed, walking towards Song-chi with a slight teasing expression. You're so smart. Little handsome, you actually found it in a flash. But unfortunately has been too late. It's really interesting. I found that if I use my hands to leave a mark, the probability of being discovered tends to be high. But as long as what touches you are breasts, you males will always unconsciously ignore the touch. Song-chi sneered twice, not picking up on the other party's words, but first answering the rhetorical question. Then may I ask, why did you purposely leave a mark on me? I'm just a newbie just out of the city and I don't have too many valuable items on me. Even if you rob me, you won't be able to make much money, right? Listening to the other party, this wasn't the first time she had done this. In other words, this was some sort of means of livelihood for her? The other party was a wilderness robber? The kind that specializes in robbing newbie professionals just out of the city? Or perhaps there was another purpose? Or is it, this sister, you're so short of men that you want something to happen with me? If it's true, you can say it first, and I won't necessarily refuse, Song-chi said with a smile, deliberately provoking the other party. However, the other party didn't seem to care about this level of flirting. Not only did he not get angry, but instead walked over with a smile on his face. Don't be in a hurry, little handsome, as long as you're willing to join us, not to mention me. All the females in our sect other than the Holy Maiden are available for you to use. Even one change a day is enough for you to play for a year and a half. If you have to choose sister specializing in accompanying you to play for a month is not impossible. Oh, the red-clothed female winks like silk, exhaling like orchids, deliberately pulling the collar down to reveal her tantalizing figure, wanting to use this to confuse the other party. You teach? Song-chi frowned, his mood getting heavier and heavier. What do you mean by your sect? Which sect are you? Originally, he had thought that it was just a temporary robber, and this situation was fine. The probability was that the other party might only be one person. But if it was tainted with the cult factor, then the situation instantly became complicated. In today's world, where transcendent power had been popularized, there was still a sect that was active in human society and possessed notable power in many believers. There is only one, and the form style of this sect could be described as twisted. Which sect are we? I believe you should have heard of it. The woman in red didn't first answer, but instead stretched out her right hand, and a black mist floated out from her sleeve. A bizarre aura instantly filled the entire space. This was a power completely different from the human occupation way. Soon, the black mist dispersed. A bizarre statue made purely of wood appeared in her hands. On the statue, Song-Chi couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of transcendent power, but for some reason, just viewing it from afar made one feel intensely uncomfortable. Chapter 58. So there's only 2,000? Demon-worshipping sect. Ha ha, I didn't expect to actually be seen by your sect. It's really my honor. Song-Chi smiled grudgingly. I just don't know why your sect has chosen me. It's simple, because you're young enough, the woman in red leisurely explained. Daring to go out of the city means that your level is at least around level 60. Being young means that your talent or family conditions aren't bad, not to mention that you're also a notoriously rich profession like a summoner. You are well suited to offer everything to our Lord. Well, make your choice. The woman in red seemed to pick up on some signal and looked into the distance. Don't think about running away. Our people have already arrived. Song-Chi followed her line of sight. Only to his left, he saw a burly man in heavy armor stepping through the snow with a 2-man-tall giant axe in his hands. Not far from him, on a tree branch, an assassin dressed as a nightwalker stood in the wind, his gaze like a torch, looking at Song-Chi's back. There was also a paladin wearing a gold-colored heavy hammer praying piously under the tree. The paladin was holding a tome in his arms that was alien to the holy light and was surrounded by tentacles. Together with the woman in red in front of him, it happened to be the standard Westerner squad. Battle, law, assassin, and a paladin who can be considered a half-priest? Such a perfect supporting lineup really looks up to me. Just to deal with me, a rookie professional who just left the city? The corner of Song-Chi's mouth twitched. This lineup could even go deep into the snowy plains to hunt high-level demons. Kid, don't put gold on your face, the heavily armored warrior said impatiently. We only came over this time to fulfill the regiment master's mission and nothing more. Pulling you into the sect is just in passing. Hurry up and answer. We don't have the time to accompany you here to continue to spend time. Oh yeah, by the way, I'll tell you an even more desperate news. We Westerners are all devout believers who have received the Lord's blessings many times over. And even though we're only level 65, when we put on our equipment, our main attributes are basically all over 2,000 themselves. As he said this, the heavy armored warrior looked proud. The other three also seemed to be quite proud of themselves. Obviously, for a level 65 professional, having over 2,000 attributes in full equipment was something to be proud of. However, Song-Chi froze after hearing this. Wait a minute, 2,000? Full equipment. The main attributes all exceeded 2,000? That means, you said that your main attributes all exceeded 2,000, but how much on average? 2001 and 2999 were two completely different concepts. The heavy armored warrior froze. He didn't seem to expect Song-Chi to ask a question and didn't react for a moment. He scratched his head and counted on his fingers. Average over. About 50 points. So, your highest attribute is only 2,000? Song-Chi raised an eyebrow. The red-clothed female mage slapped her forehead and sighed helplessly. You're really answering. But, it doesn't matter. She turned around, and her eyes became stern as she looked at Song-Chi. Alright little handsome, give your answer. Enter the religion. Or become a sustenance for the snow plains. Give your answer in 10 seconds. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly appeared in the center of her hand. As long as Song-Chi made the slightest misstep, she would immediately launch an attack. However, at this moment, Song-Chi suddenly became relaxed. So it's really 2,000 out. Told you so. Really, the way the other party came out was just too unexpected. Another demon-worshipping cult. Another Westerner squad. Almost bluffing him. The red-clothed woman frowned her eyebrows, seemingly puzzled. What do you mean? What I mean is, Song-Chi spread his face and smiled an extremely sunny and bright smile. You guys can go to hell. Wow. A book-like equipment appeared in Song-Chi's hands, and without waiting for the Westerner squad to react, Song-Chi had already pointed a finger at the red-clothed female mage. Thud. After a marvelous spatial fluctuation, Song-Chi and the other party disappeared in place at the same time. What the hell? The red-clothed female mage's disappearance immediately caused the remaining three to be shocked. But before they could do anything, the next moment, wow! A rain of blood sprayed out of the sky as the female mage reappeared in the air. The entire process didn't take more than a breath of time. However, the head of the woman who disappeared and suddenly appeared was separated from her body and flew high into the air. there was still a shock in her eyes that hadn't dissipated. The 7 deadly sins, jealousy. Effect 1, selects a target. And if any of the target's attributes are higher than the possessor's, it will force the target to be stunned for 15 seconds. Effect 2, possessor can send a request for a date to the enemy. If any attribute of the opponent is higher than yours, the opponent cannot refuse and bystanders cannot intervene. The legendary Great Treasure, combined with Lu Bu's terrifying combat power, allowed Song Qi to instantly decimate one of the opponent's great generals. Chapter 59, Touching the Corpse. The assassin standing on the tree branch, as well as the paladin on the other side, were all stunned. They were still looking for a chance to make an entrance. And the warrior died? One should know that although that warrior was a bit reckless, his strength was absolutely unquestionable. Almost all of his abilities and skills were in attack and defense. As a result, he actually died just like that? Just like that, he was beaten into a mist of blood? This was their team's vice titan, apart from the paladin. He was the second strongest person who could withstand the attacks of high-level demons. The two of them glanced at each other and could see the disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. No! Where was the fledgling rookie professional that Red Clothes was talking about? Where was the fat summoner? The flower in the hothouse that was promised? Red Clothes called this level of opponent a rookie? If this damn thing was a rookie, what were they? They realized that this time they had kicked the bucket. The assassin jumped off the branch and landed beside the paladin. You said, if we apologize to him now, will he let us go? How about thinking about it differently? Well, then it looks like we're dead. The assassin paused and jumped in place twice. In that case, the only way left is to fight for our lives. The paladin looked at him rather surprised. You're not running? I feel that I can't run away. The assassin shook his head and looked at Ying Zhang beside Song Qi. The other party looked as usual, just coldly looking at him, but it made him feel as if he had a sword at his back. It was as if there was a sharp sword hanging above his head. The cold edge of the blade was almost touching his skin. It was chilling. He had a premonition that once he chose to escape, it was highly likely that he would die instantly without even being able to resist. Since that's the case, let's die. The paladin slowly opened his eyes, and the tentacle-wrapped tome in his hand erupted with dazzling holy light. Holy light art, weapon blessing, angelic guardian, piety aura. A series of Western skills landed on the duo. The assassin on the side let out a long breath and slowly crouched down, his hands propped up on the ground, his entire body seeming like a spring that was tightened to its limit. The huge golden warhammer was held in the paladin's hand, and he took a deep breath before killing towards Song Qi without hesitation. For the Lord, the paladin's heavy armor was already very heavy, and with the Western enhancement skill on it, it was even more like a fully loaded wagon, and every footfall could step out a big pit in the snow under his feet. Bang, 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 bang. Each footfall was a dull ringing sound. It was as if the earth was shaking. Ying Zhang's eyes were drawn to him, but soon, he reacted that this paladin was just fainting. Turning back once more, the assassin's figure had indeed disappeared. The plan is good. It's just a pity. Ying Zhang's expression remained unchanged, and he faintly sighed in praise before pointing out of thin air. High speed. In front of me is the most useless ability. Buzz. A fluctuation was transmitted out, and the assassin who was moving at high speed once again surfaced in the air. He only felt that his body suddenly became uncontrollable. It was as if it had been fooled hundreds of times. Forcibly, he was kicked out of his supersonic state. Damn, what's going on? The assassin was horrified. His proud speed had actually become as sluggish as a turtle. Found you. Ying Zhang laughed lightly and lifted his finger. 2 terracotta warriors immediately surfaced around him, without any unnecessary nonsense or explanation. The spears in the hands of the 2 terracotta warriors stabbed down. Plop, plop. The assassin was deprived of the power to even wail. The lances stabbed through his throat and brain one after the other with precision. Assassin, killed in action. Drink for the Lord. As his teammates died out, the paladin acted as if he hadn't heard, his eyes red as he continued to kill toward Song Qi. But the next moment, ka-ching, a flash of cold light flashed from its back. The furious Lu Bu did not know when he had appeared behind him. The square sky-painted halberd slashed down, splitting the paladin into 2 halves with his armor. As of this moment, the demon-worshipping cult's Westerner squad was completely annihilated on the snowy plains. It's over. Even though it's said to be the first time I killed someone, I actually didn't feel any discomfort. Song Qi was a little emotional. He had thought that he would have nausea and regurgitation after seeing a dead person with his own eyes, or dry heaving for a few minutes, but now it seemed that the experience in the novel didn't apply to him. Not only did he not have a feeling of nausea, but instead, he was vaguely excited. Bad. I won't be a natural-born killer, right? Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? The enemy has been resolved. Next it's time to harvest the loot. Song-chi rubbed his hands together and excitedly walked towards the corpse of the Westerner. Although the Western demon-worshipping cult members had been killed by him in seconds, they were all level 65 senior professionals. Not to mention, they seemed to be the elite of the sect. Chapter 60 Demon-worshipping Sect's Bounty Mission. In the evening, Song-chi returned to the endless snow plain gathering. The sky was gradually darkening. The town that was sparsely populated during the day became lively at night due to the return of many professionals. Song-chi returned to the inn, sat down on his butt, and casually flipped open the menu. Waiter, order the food. Rice for one, a small fried beef, and a cold chicken. Serve it fast. I've been hungry all day. Okay, please wait. The waiter nodded and turned around to walk towards the back kitchen. Within a few minutes, the dishes were already served. Although it wasn't exactly outstanding in terms of flavor, Song-chi was still devouring it. The first time he came to the wilderness, he was inexperienced and didn't bring any food out. After starving for a day, he naturally ate anything that tasted good. It was only after consecutively finishing off half of a screaming chicken, 3 bowls of rice, and a small fried beef that Song-chi finally slowed down. Satisfied. Burp. Check out. He contentedly rubbed his belly and patted it, and was about to get up to settle the bill. But just as he finished checking out, he again suddenly noticed that there were a few more pieces of paper resembling bounties on the lookout board in the center of the hall. He frowned and went forward. Waiter, what is this? Sir, this is a private bounty mission from the gathering place, the waiter patiently explained. This kind is usually an unofficial style mission that is issued by an individual who funds it, and then it is issued by the head of the gathering place after being approved and guaranteed. Even though it is an unofficial mission, because there is old Lou, that is, the person in charge of our gathering place as a guarantee, so there are usually no cases of reneging on the payment. Song-chi nodded indistinctly and directed his gaze towards one of the reward notices. It was a brand new bounty notice with a picture of the Shiming occupier on it, as well as a storage ring with a plum blossom seal. The content of the quest was also simple. Private bounty mission. The members of this squad were lost this afternoon, and important items were lost, so we are willing to pay a high price for any reliable information. Squad members and storage ring appearance as above. Once any information is confirmed, 100, 000 to 1, 000 credits will be given depending on the importance of the information. If someone picks up the storage ring, we are willing to give the returnee a copy of the exact location of the legendary treasure. If interested, you may return the ring to us. If anyone is interested, they can first contact the person in charge of the gathering place without having to contact us. Song-chi narrowed his eyes and looked at the photo above the bounty task. This Western individual was none other than the Western-named demon-worshipping cult member that he had resolved this afternoon. The ring was also the very same storage ring on the red-clothed female mage's hand. It was the other demon worshippers who initiated the bounty? The Western one of them just died this afternoon, and as a result, the demon worshippers received the news immediately? So the demon worshippers might still have some sort of way of detecting the life and death status of people. But from the description of this mission, the other party doesn't seem to care much about the death of that West guy. Instead, they value that ring even more. A storage ring that is willing to give information about a legendary grade treasure? Song-chi stroked his chin and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. One had to know that the value of a legendary grade treasure was measured in billions. For example, the 7 deadly sins, jealousy, in Song-chi's hand. If he was willing to sell it, it would be at least 1 billion credits upwards. Even if he didn't sell it, it would be of great use to keep it in his hands. And in order to dispel any possible concerns, they even made it a point to have the most prestigious person in charge of the gathering place act as an intermediary, so that both sides could do a contactless transaction. That's really thoughtful. The other party seemed to realize that Song-chi himself knew their identity, and thus had even given a special solution. In other words, as long as Song-chi was willing, he could completely sneak the ring to the person in charge of the gathering place at night, and then he would be able to learn the specific information of the legendary grade treasure. The information of a legendary grade treasure, even if he didn't go looking for it, taking it to auction would definitely be able to sell it for tens of millions of credits. What was the difference between this and getting tens of millions for nothing? It had to be said that Song-chi was somewhat moved, so he decided to go upstairs and sleep. What? Why didn't he take the mission next? What a joke. Is tens of millions of credits a lot? Well, it was indeed a lot. But the crux of the matter wasn't whether it was a lot of money or not, but rather that Song-chi didn't think tens of millions of credits were enough for him to take this risk. Who knew if the other party had set any traps inside? Who knew if the head of the gathering place was also involved with them? Song-chi believed that with his talent and hard work, his future achievements would definitely not be in existence that could be measured by tens of millions of credits. But this bounty order has brought me good news. This group of demon-worshipping cult members don't seem to know what I look like. Otherwise, there's absolutely no need for the other party to get a bounty quest to spook the snakes, and they can completely first pick up and squat me outside the gathering place. So it's best if I don't make any out-of-the-ordinary moves right now so as not to attract attention. Chapter 61 Elder Lu and the Demon-Worshipping Sect. However, just at this moment, retreat and disperse. A tall white-haired figure appeared in front. He reached out his hand and gently pushed it forward. The voice from his mouth wasn't loud, but it contained an amazing transcendent power. Dang! Like a twilight drum and morning bell, the sound waves spread out, and the few people who were chasing the assassin were instantly knocked back. The assassin's eyes lit up as he recognized this old man in front of him. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he came to the other party with great joy, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he howled, "Elder Lu, ow ow ow, you finally appeared." Hovering on the brink of death for many times, the assassin's psyche had long ago reached its limit. After seeing Elder Lu, he finally dropped all his guard. The white-haired old man kindly touched his hair while pulling out a bottle of potion. "Don't talk for now. You're so badly injured. Drink this bottle of medicine." "Thank you, Elder Lu. Thank you, Elder Lu." The assassin cried out in pain and kowtowed several times in a row before accepting the potion and drinking it in one gulp. This old man was the head of the gathering place, Senior Secret Speech Master Elder Lu, whose rank had exceeded level 83 years ago. He was also known for his trustworthiness and care for his juniors. Coupled with the current situation, the assassin was unprepared for him. Seeing that the other party had already drunk the potion, Elder Lu waited for a while before sighing and asking, "Let me ask you, is that ring really not on you guys? Then why did your squad secretly get up in the middle of the night and run towards the city side?" "Elder Lu, why are you asking this too?" The assassin was greatly confused. "I really don't know anything about the ring. The reason why our squad sneaked out in the middle of the night was because we stole something after dark and didn't dare to stay long, so we walked out of the gathering place. Our squad, Sai Jin, are all assassins, a squad that specializes in stealing other people's property. Although we stole quite a few things today, the Plum Blossom ring is something we really haven't seen before." Halfway through his words, the assassin seemed to realize something and violently covered his mouth. He didn't know why he was suddenly saying everything out loud. He raised his head in horror and looked at Lu Lao. However, he realized that the other party had already opened his palm and was facing his face. Lu Lao closed his eyes in an unforgiving manner and gently opened his mouth. "Mend." In the next moment, the assassin's eyes instantly became lifeless, and his pupils turned into a snowy white. Plop! The assassin, who was alive and kicking 1 second, became a stiff corpse the next. "Hey, how did you kill him? We haven't even tortured him yet." The repulsed trio came forward as if they were familiar with Lu Lao. "I gave him the truth potion to drink," Lu Lao explained. "People who drink this potion are absolutely incapable of lying. Since he said he hasn't seen it, then he really hasn't seen it. You guys are looking for the wrong person. Just give his companions a hard time as well. Stop making fun of the pain of your fellow clan members and give yourself some virtue." Upon hearing this, the leading one snorted disdainfully, not answering Elder Lu's question, but instead asking in return, "Since it's not them, that means the murderer is still within the gathering place?" "Old man, this time is different from before. The troop master gave a death order. We must get the ring back tonight, even if we have to massacre the entire gathering place. You guys have the guts to try." Boom! Elder Lu was enraged, and his aura instantly erupted. White hair stood upside down and rose to the sky. A secret speech master was originally a profession that focused on cultivation in spirit and spirit prana, and his might far exceeded that of an existence of the same level. At this moment, his pressure gushed out in full force. Just his aura alone caused the other party's men to break out in a cold sweat. Demon-worshipping sect, don't bully people too much. Lu Lao's white hair was windless, and he was furious. Countless complicated words flowed around him, seeming to contain mysteries, and as if there was some kind of destructive aura flowing out. "My willingness to cooperate with your arrest tonight is already the limit. If any of you step inside the gathering place tonight, even if it's your regiment's leader, I will still curse and kill them. Do you understand?" Scram! He waved his hand violently, and a circle of invisible airwaves spread out at once. Rumble! Those 3 people from the demon-worshipping sect were blown away almost without any resistance. Only after flying out for hundreds of meters did the 3 finally manage to stabilize themselves and land on the ground. As soon as they landed, the 3 of them looked at each other. There was silence for a long time before someone finally spoke. "Big brother, what should we do now? It seems like we've pissed off that old man surnamed Lu too much. How about we sneak in and kill a few tonight?" Slap! The leader backhanded a slap. "Don't drag me along with you if you want to die. But if one person dies, do you think he won't be able to guess that it's us? When the time comes, you'll carry his spell for me?" The other man thought about it and spoke. "Big brother, Then why don't we call a few more brothers and ambush the bus tomorrow morning? Chapter 62. Anyone who pronounces his name will be known. Inside the gathering place, the night was uneventful. Early in the morning, the sound of a rooster crowing outside the house woke Song-chi up. He first thanked Lubu and put it away. After briefly washing up, he went to the floor-to-ceiling window and lifted the curtains with one hand. The bright sunlight fell on his face. Warm and cozy. Ah, another peaceful day. Song-chi crossed his arms and closed his eyes to enjoy this rare tranquility. After basking in the sun for a while, Song-chi opened his eyes in satisfaction and looked downstairs. The first bus traveling between the city and the gathering place had arrived just in time. Song-chi took stock of his belongings, confirmed that he hadn't missed anything, and then went downstairs. However, he didn't rush to get on the bus, but sat on the side to make sure there were no accidents on the first bus before walking onto the second bus. More than an hour later, Song-chi finally returned to the 7th City District. Without any delay, as soon as he got off the bus, he headed to the 12th floor of the City Lord's mansion. As usual, the City Lord was leisurely reclining in his chair, drinking tea. Seeing Song-chi return, he only asked carelessly, "Why did you come back so quickly? Didn't you say you were going to the wilderness to fight monsters and upgrade? It's only the second day." Without any nonsense, Song-chi first took out the demon-worshipping sex statue from his system backpack. The City Lord frowned as he glanced at it, and his originally careless expression instantly became serious. He recognized the statue's provenance at a glance. Demon-worshipping cult? Where did you get this statue? Song-chi pointed outside the urban area, at the endless snow plains gathering. 10 minutes later, Song-chi told the whole story of his experience. The City Lord pinched the bizarre statue and pondered for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. The demon-worshipping cult. These guys actually reached their hands to the 7th City District? I actually didn't receive any news at all. The City Lord got up and paced back and forth, pondering. However, listening to your description, it seems that they haven't established themselves here. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that they'd grab a random professional by the side of the road and have to ask the other party to join the religion. That is to say, they should still be in an extreme lack of money here, in the early stages of development. That's good news for me. But the fact that they actually brought a bust of their lord's statue means that the other party is very serious about the 7th City District. So I'm afraid that there won't be any peace under my rule in the future. Hiss, it really hurts my brain. Hearing this, Song-chi was a little puzzled. City Lord, this statue is of the demon race, right? And who is it that is carved? And what does the bust represent? The carving is of the devil race, yes. But as for who it is, the City Lord shook his head. That is not a level you can access for now. Anyone who reads his name will be known. Being targeted by him is not a good thing. You'll be known if you pronounce his name? Song-chi admitted that he was shocked. This goat-head's strength was exaggerated to the point of being a bit excessive, wasn't it? This kind of ability was something he had only heard of from those deities. Could it be that the goat-headed man was a deity of the extraterrestrial demon race? The City Lord paused and continued to explain. The statues are a way for them to pass on important orders that contain information that only they can decipher. There are two types of statues, busts and full-body statues. Busts represent acting covertly, while full-body statues represent not needing to worry too much. But no matter which kind, as long as a statue appears, then it means that this mission is extremely important. As for the statue itself, aside from the fact that this being who carved it is a bit special, there's nothing special about it. Song-chi came to a sudden realization. I see. He nodded, before snapping back to his senses. Wait, the statues contain information? A message that only they can decipher? Then is Ying Zhang able to decipher it? Song-chi remembered that among the skills possessed by Ying Zhang, there was a skill called Shu Tungwen. Shu Tungwen, Ying Zhang is able to read any text and understand what it represents. City Lord, show me this statue. Take it. Song-chi took the statue. The statue could be touched, but he could feel a row of dense bumps. He hadn't thought much about it before, but he reacted after the City Lord's explanation. It was highly likely that these bumps were, in all likelihood, Braille-like writing. Braille should also belong to text-based information, right? In that case there's a high probability that Ying Zhang can decipher it. Unexpected joy. Snap. After a ringing finger, Ying Zhang appeared out of thin air, and he arched his hand. Sir, what is the reason for calling me out? Look at this statue. Can you decipher the words on it? It may be possible to try. Ying Zhang took the statue and touched it just a little before revealing a thoughtful expression. How? Song-chi asked nervously. Ying Zhang smiled and nodded. Not to be outdone. Read it. There are 3 lines of text on this statue, and the first 2 lines are prayers that don't have much practical meaning. Chapter 63, What a Good Kid. The Gate of the Abyss? Song-chi froze for a moment at the words. Didn't the description of 7 deadly sins envy also happen to have such a description? So he actually had a key in his hand? So, are we trying to find a way to stop the opening of the abyssal gate? If so, I actually have a key here, Song-Chi asked tentatively. Although he was reluctant to give up, he still knew the importance of the situation. In the face of a danger that could jeopardize the entire human race, a little petty profit was just as good as giving it up. Stop? Why should I stop it? The city lord laughed as he stood up and stretched. The abyssal gate is a good thing. What's more, the opening of the abyssal gate cannot be stopped. In as many as 10 or so years, or as few as 3 Western years, the abyssal gate will be mobilized by the world's will and open automatically. The more you stop it, the more difficult it will become to resolve the abyssal gate when it opens instead. But if you detonate it in advance, it will be much easier to resolve instead. You can simply understand it as an act of excretion by the world's will. And those 7 keys are actually the tickets to enter the abyssal gate. An endless army of demons sounds like it's terrifying. But in reality, as long as one is well prepared, what's the difference between that and endless experience value? You can even think of it as an extremely special copy. So, keep that key in your hand. It will be of great use in the future. Speaking of this, the city lord didn't even ask what that key was in Song-Chi's mouth before lifting his leg and walking towards the elevator. Let's go. Next I'll go over to the endless snowplane with you to take a look. Ah, city lord, you're going in person? After Song-Chi put away the loot on the ground, he jogged to follow the city lord. The city lord smiled. It's more secure for me to go personally. And, in 5 more days we should leave for the 3rd city district to participate in the Genius Tournament. We can't delay the upgrading progress of our only Super S-class talent possessor in the 7th city district. Song-Chi walked into the elevator and thought for a moment. Then, city lord, wait for me a little longer. I'll go deal with the loot and buy another skill book. Not long afterward, Song-Chi once again returned to the endless snowplains gathering the loot from that Western demon-worshipping cult member, plus the storage ring, and the things in the storage ring, allowed Song-Chi to sell a total of 24 million. The Void Riptide skill book was finally in his pocket. With this life-saving skill, this operation and his future trips to the wilderness to brush up on monsters, he also had more confidence. However, this time, the city lord did not appear by his side. According to what the city lord said, the main goal of this operation was not to drive away the demon-worshipping cult's gang. Instead, it was to figure out the purpose of the other party's search for the abyssal gate. Therefore, it was necessary for them to act on 2 fronts, one bright and one dark. The bright line would alert the snakes and draw out the head of the other side. It was best to capture them alive and bring them back to the city to be judged. And Song-Chi was the stick to beat the grass. At the same time, he was also the most suitable to be this stick. After all, the members of the demon-worshipping cult would never have imagined that a professional they had casually messed with would actually be the first to contact the city lord. As for the dark line, it was the city lord. He would keep a watchful eye on Song-Chi, while observing any suspicious people who approached Song-Chi. Song-Chi looked around the west, and everything was as usual in the gathering place. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Song-Chi, who knew the inside story, realized that at times like this, the calmer the surface appeared, the more the wind might have risen behind the scenes. But Song-Chi knew that at times like this, the calmer the surface appeared, the more the background might be in turmoil. He exhaled a mouthful of white mist and walked towards the highest house in the center of the gathering place. That was the house of Lu Lao, the leader of the gathering place. According to the description of the reward quest, that Lu Lao is most likely involved with the demon-worshipping cult. Although he doesn't necessarily know the identity of that group of people, it's highly probable that he knows a certain few of them and has a good friendship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold this favor. As for his information, Song-Chi also already knew it from the city lord's mouth. Lu Lao, formerly known as Lu Runfu, it was a secret speech master with a level of at least 80. The talent was also an S-rank talent that fit the profession extremely well. Iron painting silver hook, the power of text-based skills is increased by 30%, and at the same time, this type of skill will always be treated as a ranged attack, with the specific range depending on the user's spiritual attribute. It was also because of this talent. Unlike the secret word masters that were specially trained in the city lord's mansion, Lu Runfu was more adept at combat skills. The endless snowy plains gathering place had been attacked by the snowy plains beast wave several times. Each time it attacked, there was no lack of a small number of demonic creatures from the depths of the snow plains with levels as high as level 80 or even level 90 in the beast tide. However, the gathering place he was responsible for had never lost any of them. The high level of his battle prowess could be imagined. However, his persona in the eyes of the crowd was not violent. On the contrary, it was also extremely gentle. Chapter 64, Are you totally not faking it? It's just a shame. For the sake of my child, I have to condescend to you a bit as well. Lu Runfu's eyes were filled with kindness as he gently stroked Song-Chi's head. However, he could still feel a killing intent spreading itself. Song Chi was instantly confused. No, Grand Master, what you're doing is a head-killing act. You do not pretend at all? You're just going to be exposed? I haven't even said anything yet. I haven't even taken out the ring. I haven't even started the conversation yet. And you just blurted it out? What's wrong with the script? Aren't you afraid of my teammates? Shouldn't I come into your house and you ask me tentatively how much I know about this and if I've told anyone else? Then I pretended I didn't know anything and blurted out that there were a couple of other teammates so you wouldn't be afraid to throw in the towel. After a few rounds of this back and forth, either you blow my cover, or I'm going to find out your secret? You're revealing your biggest secret right out of the gate? Really have no defense at all? Or maybe, you don't intend to let me go out alive? So you don't want to talk to me? You are also a member of the demon-worshipping cult? Song Chi asked against the pressure. It seems like you really do know a lot of things. In the face of Song Chi's rhetorical question, Lu Renfu didn't show much surprise. I didn't join the demon-worshipping cult, and I can only speak of cooperation with them. To be more accurate, it was my son who joined the demon-worshipping cult. At those words, Song Chi became even more curious. In the information given to him by the city lord, the other party did have a son, and his talent was not bad. Decent talent, coupled with the rich family fortune accumulated by his father. His growth journey could be described as smooth sailing. It was just a pity that the growth might have been too smooth, and having only just risen to level 50, he couldn't wait to enter the endless snowy plains, wanting to make a big splash. The result was that he inexplicably died in the wilderness. In order to find out the true cause of his son's death, it was only then that Lu Renfu, a rare senior secret speechmaster, requested to take the initiative to station himself in the wilderness and came to this gathering place to become the person in charge. Your son? But rumor has it that your son wasn't already. 20 years ago. My son didn't die. Lu Renfu suddenly became agitated and interrupted Song Chi. My son just had his flesh dissipated. His flesh rotted away in the wild, but his soul still exists. His soul has been successfully captured by that group of people from the demon-worshipping cult. They promised me that as long as I was willing to make a move, they could create a perfectly fitting body, and my son could be resurrected. He would be able to return to this world once again. Song Chi shook his head, but Lu Lao. Even elementary school students know that the so-called resurrection that the demon-worshipping sect talks about is nothing more than a means to coax others into joining the sect. Bang! Lu Renfu slammed the table. His eyes were crimson and reddened. Endless madness and impatience could be vaguely seen in his demeanor. It was as if he was a gambler who had lost to the point of no return. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? I saw my son with my own eyes. He can even name exactly the amusement park I took him to when he was 5. He even clearly remembers the handwriting I've been making him write since he was 8. Even the unique training methods I taught him, he can accurately name them. He cried to me at the hands of the demon worshippers, saying that he didn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. He said he still wanted to hug me. His father, Lu Renfu, completely fell into a frenzy, his eyes reddening as hot teardrops fell silently. Song Chi tried to interrupt several times, but the other party was completely deaf to any other sounds. It was just self-centered, roaring on and on. Song Chi sighed. He could see that Lu Renfu definitely understood rationally that he had most likely been tricked by the group from the demon-worshipping sect. But nay, he really missed his son too much. Therefore, even if there was only a sliver of hope, he was not willing to give up. Even if a drowning man saw a straw, he couldn't wait to grab it. Even though he understood that a straw could not carry his weight, it was also because he actually knew that he was probably being cheated. That's why he kept brainwashing himself while refusing any rational communication. It was only after a long time that Lu Renfu finally regained some sanity. He looked at Song Chi, his eyes constantly easing down from madness, and in the end, he actually showed some dismay and love. You and my son are very similar, equally young, equally accomplished. I believe your father should be proud of you as well. I really don't want to trade you if I don't have to. Song showed appropriate trepidation. There's no use in you capturing me. The ring isn't on me. It was given to my other teammate before I came here. Chapter 65, When a Man is About to Die. His words are good. Song Chi took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and then, City Lord, if you don't show up I will really die. Lu Renfu froze, completely confused as to what Song Chi was up to, but before he could react, bang! A mass of black mist broke through the window, and several lines of interlocking text flashed by, being instantly crushed and failing to do any blocking. The black mist landed on the ground and gradually dispersed as a tall human wearing black full body armor slowly rose. Black fog was still continuously overflowing from his surroundings. The helmet was then uncovered, and his face was completely revealed to the other party. It was none other than the city lord of the 7th city district, Fu Tianqi. Lu Renfu's motion of calmly sipping tea instantly froze in place, and his hand holding the teacup was also fixed at this moment. At the first glance, he wasn't sure, but after the second glance at the other party's appearance after removing his helmet, boom! Lu Renfu felt his head first explode. All of his thoughts first became a pot of chaos. The development of things was completely beyond his imagination. What is the situation? That child summoned. City Lord? Is that what you mean by summoner? Lu Renfu felt that his brain was a bit underutilized. A city lord, one of the heads of the 13 city districts, the topmost battle force of the human race, to be shouted out by a child with a single sentence? Is this reasonable? Why would the city lord appear here? For that legendary treasure? Incorrect. How could a hallowed city lord personally show up because of a legendary great treasure? So it's to solve the matter of the demon worshippers? But didn't the demon worshippers just arrive in the 7th district a week ago? Their troop leader had also sworn to guarantee that this operation would be top secret and no one else would know about it. Then it's this child's special identity? Could it be that this child's surname is Li? Is it the offspring of that lord? The city lord is actually his protector? That's not right. Isn't one of that lord's descendants in the 1st city district? Could it be? Is it some kind of hallucination? Or maybe it's just a pretend city lord? Thinking about it, Lu Renfu decided that it would be better to go out and test the waters before saying anything. He stood up and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ridiculous. Could it be that you think you can scare me off by finding someone to pretend to be the city lord? Truly naive. With that said, he spread his hands out, 5 fingers facing upwards, and the transcendent power within his body boiled over. Countless prohibitions were invoked in unison. Countless words surged out from all corners of the house, and black fonts continued to weave in and out of the sky. Rumble. It was as if space was trembling. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire house. Lu Renfu rose up in the air. The complicated and mysterious words clustered around him, setting him off like a god or a devil. At this moment, Songqi seemed to see the shadows of those principles in him. He had actually surpassed the shackles of level 80 in a short period of time. He vaguely had the strength to rival a level 90 or above powerhouse. However, the next moment, ignorant, the city lord coldly grunted as he stepped out with his right foot and violently stomped downwards. Thud! An invisible fluctuation instantly spread out. Wow! It was like the passage of a hurricane. The ocean of words churning inside the room was emptied clean. Several sealed windows were instantly broken. Bookshelves, tables, chairs, and benches all flew out along the opening. The room that had seemed rather crowded one moment immediately became wide and bright the next. Then a black mist the size of a finger suddenly flew out from within the city lord's armor and drilled into the other party's mouth. Ahem. Ouch. Lu Renfu only felt a tickle in his throat, and the originally smooth transcendent power in his body immediately became stagnant and blocked. His entire body could no longer maintain its airborne state, and he fell headfirst to the ground. How? Can you prove now that I am the city lord himself? It's you, Lu Renfu. Aren't you famous for not being able to rub sand in your eyes? Back when you were young, you were the one who fought the most vigorously against the extraterrestrial demon race. I didn't expect you would also fall to the point of being in cahoots with the demon-worshipping cult for such a ridiculous reason. The city lord's face was filled with disappointment. Facing this old man who had been stationed at the gathering place for the human race for decades, he was also quite sorry. If he could, he truly wanted to let the other party off the hook. But nah. This matter involved the human race's largest group of traitors, the demon-worshipping cult. Losing his transcendent power, Lu Renfu's originally withered body instantly collapsed. He continuously coughed violently for several times before raising his head with a bitter smile. Cough cough cough. It's actually really the city lord. I'm afraid that the demon-worshipping sex regiment master would never have imagined even in his death that you, city lord, would actually notice the abnormality over here so quickly, right? But I still don't understand. What exactly is the identity of this little gentleman? To actually be able to make you move? The city lord did not answer his question, but instead took the potion of truth in Songqi's hand and handed it to the other party's eyes. Chapter 66 Regiment Master Xin Xiana. Songqi was at a loss for a moment as he held the ring that the other party had stuffed into his hand. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring had also been erased. He stole a glance. This was a shock without looking. There was no equipment or weapons inside, only a large number of props and talismans, and all of them were high-level items that could only be made by a high-level secret speech master. If they were to be sold, each one would be a luxury item worth hundreds of thousands of credits or more. Some of them were even worth 10 million credits. What's more, this kind of high-level item was always priceless and in short supply. There was no worry about selling them at all. He roughly estimated that this pile of props might start at $1 billion. Songqi was a little confused, and his breathing couldn't help but start to accelerate. His heart and liver were trembling. So, I'm considered to have inherited this elder Lu's legacy? Although it was said that after becoming a professional, his sensitivity to money had decreased a lot, but this level of money was still enough to make his heart pound with excitement. 1 billion credits, what a concept! He could probably buy himself a superb heroic grade equipment for a little over 100 million. Even as long as he didn't get too picky, he could totally buy himself a full set of legendary grade equipment. But at the same time, he was puzzled. Wasn't the other party still saying that they were going to kill him a moment ago? How come he suddenly stuffed him with an astronomical amount of inheritance? And more importantly, why would he give me the inheritance? Doesn't he have any other offspring? It's been 20 years. Even if his son didn't leave any offspring, hasn't he thought of raising another trumpet? The city lord gave him a deep look inside. He was a secret speechmaster as well as a former warrior who resisted the extraterrestrial demon clan. He had left some serious, permanent injuries on his body. It dawned on Song-chi. Alright, I get it. The two tidied up the room, restoring it to the way it was before the fight. According to Lu Rinfu, he had informed the demon worshippers to come. The demon-worshipping cultists had also replied themselves, but as for who would come over, he wasn't sure. Half an hour later. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door woke up the duo who were resting their eyes. The demon-worshipping cults people are here. The city lord stood up and came to the door. 3 people have come, but unfortunately none of them seemed to be big names. He was slightly lost. This kind of minion usually wouldn't know too much about things. Of course, it was time to interrogate them. A black mist spilled out from within the armor and tumbled out along the doorway. The 3 people who were knocking on the door couldn't even react in time, and they only felt that the transcendent power inside their bodies then suddenly stopped spinning. An irresistible huge force then came from under their feet. Subsequently, come in you. Plop. The gates suddenly opened, and the 3 of them landed on the back of their heads and were ripped inside with a whoosh. The gate then instantly closed again. The entire process didn't take more than a breath. They didn't even manage to resist before they were already lying inside the house. The city lord manipulated the black mist, hoisted the 3 people up, and propped open their mouths and throats. The 3 only felt their mouths and teeth being pried open, and a long tube was inserted into their stomachs, followed by cold liquid flowing into them. These were the last 3 bottles of truth potion left in Lu Rinfu's storage ring. For this group of devil worshippers, the city lord was too lazy to feed them one by one. Therefore, he simply cured the black mist into a tube. The first step to the stomach. After stuffing the potion, the black mist disconnected and entered the trio. Now, you have 3 seconds to answer each question. The city lord's tone was cold and merciless, without giving them any room to think. The questions began immediately in the next moment. The first question: besides you guys, are there any other companions behind you as secret sentries? Wait, I'm not. The first person obviously hadn't reacted yet, and was dumbfounded. Time's up. Wrong answer. Without any hesitation or sympathy, the city lord blasted out with a punch. Bang! The first demon worshipper's chest was pierced by a punch. Bright red blood and crushed internal organs splattered all over the wall. But what was even more astonishing was that even so, this person was still not dead. A black mist covered his broken chest, allowing him to hang on for dear life. Song-chi had already known yesterday that the demon-worshipping cult had some sort of method of knowing the deaths of its followers, and thus had the city lord deliberately leave him alive. Ho! Ho! The man's panting was as strained as a broken bellows, and an unspeakable pain arose. Just hearing it gave one the creeps. The other 2 people's expressions, which were still quite calm, instantly became terrified. The city lord turned around and looked at the second person. It's your turn to answer next. 3, 2, no. Chapter 67. Who, me, a prophecy-type talent? Song-chi was shocked. Wouldn't that mean our every move was already seen through by her? It's not that powerful. The city lord shook his head and suddenly became a little annoyed again, as if he had remembered something. Her talent is only capable of allowing her to roughly know the fortune or misfortune of an event. Moreover, this talent is extremely consuming. With her qualifications, even if she receives the blessing from the lord of the demon-worshipping sect, being able to use it once a day should be the limit. Although prophecy-type talents are strong, they are also quite restrictive. If you forcefully use it without regard to consumption, it may even cause permanent damage to your soul. Oh, Song-chi detected a hint of something wrong. The city lord appeared to be familiar with this person, and appeared to have a past relationship. You know her, city lord? A human trader who went out from the 7th city district. Can I not recognize her? The city lord said as he forced down his anger. She was the super S-class talent possessor that appeared in the 7th urban district 30 years ago, and at that time she was also the key cultivation target of our urban district, just like you. As a result, I didn't expect that after only 2 years, She chose to betray the human race and joined the demon-worshipping cult. Hearing this, Song-Chi's curiosity was immediately aroused. Could it be that this troop master named Xin Xiana had suffered some sort of grievance when she was on the side of the human race? Was she persecuted by her fellow clansmen in her early years? Or perhaps she had been oppressed by a great family, thus causing her to become completely disillusioned with the human race? Why did she choose to join the demon-worshipping sect? Could it be that she was once oppressed? Oppressed? Are you kidding? The city lord said with disdain. When she said that she was a prophecy-type talent, it immediately drew the attention of the entire human race. Not to mention the 7th urban district. The entire human race doesn't even dare to oppress her by more than a handful. It's good enough that she doesn't oppress others. Who else would be ungrateful enough to oppress her? As for the reason for the betrayal, because she is a cowardly and death-hungry rat. In the prophecy she saw, the end of the human race wasn't very optimistic, so she chose to betray. It's as simple as that. Song-Chi scratched his head awkwardly. This answer was a bit out of his expectation. The two demon worshippers behind him were also listening in thought. It turned out that their troop master's talent was actually a prophecy class? No wonder. No wonder her thoughts suddenly made a 180-degree turn yesterday. Not only did she give up on the task of setting up a branch religion, it also immediately shifted from acting conservatively in the beginning to becoming a radical. The first to do so had people head to the depths of the snowy plains overnight with that treasure. As expected of a troop leader, he is really decisive. Hey, wait. That doesn't seem right. The two men looked at each other. If the troop master had predicted the risk of continuing contact with Lu Renfu, then if the three of them were arranged to continue to meet with Lu Renfu, wouldn't it mean that they were treated as outcasts? The two people's pupils quaked as they finally reacted. No wonder the ever-steady regiment master favored them without arranging any backhanders and warning methods, so the three of them were just used for sacrifice and to stall for time? Big brother, what now? The person on the left was in tears and looked helplessly at the man in the center. The man in the middle also had a look of despair on his face. What can I do? I've already tried my best to bring you guys as far away from danger as possible. Who the hell knew that our three brothers were abandoned from the start? He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Perhaps this is the fate of the little people. No matter how cautious and careful we are, one thought from the big man and we will end up inevitably heading towards the doomed end. The person on the left saw this and became anxious. Then, big brother, perhaps we can surrender? I remember when I was studying as a child. Didn't my teacher teach us that even if we rebel, as long as we sincerely repent, the human race will still be willing to accept it? There were also examples in the textbooks, and several people who rebelled and returned were properly resettled. The man in the middle closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Third brother, don't be silly. How do you prove your sincere repentance? Where is your sincerity? Sincere repentance doesn't depend on how sincere you are. It depends on how much you are worth. And we are just pawns who don't even have the qualifications to sincerely repent. At those words, the man on the left finally fell silent. The city lord came before the two and gently clapped twice. Well said, and a clear self-recognition. Then, goodbye. After saying that, he flexed his fingers and flicked. The heads of the three instantly burst open, dying without any pain. Song-Chi stepped forward, and with the experience from last time, he took down 3 storage rings, 3 weapons, and a few pieces of equipment with ease. It was so skillful that it made the city lord's face twitch a little. He even began to wonder what exactly Song-Chi had done in the wilderness. He wouldn't be doing all the killing and overkill stuff, right? Chapter 68, Chi Men Dunjia Heavenly Rush. If I'm not mistaken, there should be quite a few props and talismans in the storage ring Lu Renfu gave you, right? The accomplishments of a senior secret talker who has been drilling for his entire life are in your hands. Even if you don't have any tactics and just throw them all out in a brainstorm. With the power of these props, a sudden attack without any defense, let alone a level 70 professional, even a level 90 professional wouldn't be able to withstand it. After saying that, the city lord waved his hand and pulled out a skill book and handed it to Song-Chi. Of course, it won't let you work for nothing. This skill book is considered to make up for your loss. Skill book? Song-Chi was a little surprised and took it to have a look. Skill book, Chi Men Dunjia Tianchong. Quality, legendary. Limited scope, summoner, priest, mage. Skill description, the user can send out a powerful shockwave by consuming spiritual energy. The power of the shockwave is directly proportional to the user's spiritual attributes, and can inflict a lower level of damage to the enemy as well as an extremely strong impact effect. Cooldown, none. Maximum level, cannot be upgraded. A legendary skill book? The skill effect is a shockwave? That seems a bit of a misnomer. Song-Chi was a bit confused, feeling that the skill effect was a bit unworthy of its legendary level quality. Obviously, this was a skill that was on the defensive side. The main function was to pull away the distance between him and the enemy. Although it was partially offensive in nature, it still couldn't make up for the flaws in the effect. It would be considered good if it was a transcendent level skill, but a legendary grade skill would be a bit too forced. He continued to look back. The cooldown is none. Song-Chi's pupils quaked. Crap, a divine skill. The moment he saw the cooldown time, his attitude immediately made a 180-degree shift. Skill with no cooldown time? It's really worthy of being a legendary grade skill. Jane's head was outrageous. Song-Chi only felt that he had picked up a treasure. Originally, it was just a defense-type skill, but the restriction of no cooldown time instantly turned it into a control skill with an exaggeratedly strong effect. You know, not only stuns, confinement and other effects can be called control. Flying and knockback also belong to the same kind of control, as long as the skill consumption wasn't too excessive. Even if the effect was a little bit worse, the outrageous cooldown time would be able to fill in all the shortcomings. This is a skill book that I specially prepared for you to participate in the Genius Tournament, the City Lord said with a smile. The effect is almost as good as an epic level skill. How is it? Satisfied. Satisfied. Too satisfied. Song-Chi was busy nodding his head. At the same time, he was somewhat moved. Legendary level skills like Soul Link, which were exclusively for summoners, were priced at around 80 million to 100 million. This kind of top-tier legendary skill that not only summoners could use, but also the two popular professions, mages and priests, could also use it, and the effect was also heaven-defying. How could it be said that it had to be 500 or 600 million credits? If the public auction was held, and the news was released in advance to the entire human race, it would not be impossible to double it again. And the City Lord just gave it to him so easily? One must know that even Lu Renfu, a level 80 or above secret speechmaster, had a lifetime inheritance of just 1 billion or so, and this skill book, which was infinitely close to epic quality, was close to being able to match this entire inheritance. This gift from the City Lord could not be described as unimportant. The treatment of him was just too good to be true. Song-Chi gritted his teeth and looked at the pile of valuable props in his storage ring. He also looked at the Void Riptide skill on the panel, plus Lu Bu and Ning Zhang's panels. Don't worry, City Lord. I'll definitely get my hands on the Abyssal Key. Good. I'm relieved with your words. The City Lord laughed magnificently. Go on. I believe in you. The words just fell. A cloud of black mist surged out to wrap the City Lord, and then with a roll, the entire person disappeared into thin air. There was no hesitation at all. Song-Chi scratched his head inside. 570 level professionals, I don't know how strong they really are, although the sea mouth has already been boasted. I'm actually still a bit bottomless. But, why do you trust me so much? City Lord? He finally realized it. The City Lord didn't seem to be worried at all about the safety of him, the Super S-rank talent possessor. Before, letting him go out of the city to practice leveling was fine. Now it had developed to the point where he was letting him go over level 50 to challenge a high-level professional for the first time? To say that the City Lord does not value his words, it doesn't seem right. This kind of thing is the source of water to get to their own drink, but also for their own preparation of a top-class legend skill book. It didn't seem like he didn't value himself at all. Is it that he has left a backhand so he's not afraid, or is it really completely loose? Song-Chi also understood that the reason why the City Lord didn't make it clear was that the probability was that he wanted to use it to sharpen his will, so that he wouldn't be so scared that his legs would go weak when he encountered a life and death crisis in the future. Chapter 69, Starting the War. Deep within the endless snowy plains, the bitterly cold wind was whistling endlessly. The pure white snow coat completely covered the entire land. The deeper one went, not only did the level of the demonic creatures get higher, but also the ambient temperature got lower and lower. Even though Song-Chi was a professional with a physique much higher than normal people, he couldn't stop shivering when he came here. Fortunately, he had arrived at his destination. He could vaguely see the figures of the demon worshippers a few hundred meters away. Song-Chi summoned Lu Bu and jumped off his horse, before first attaching a life blessing to himself. Pay attention to guarding the Western Zhou. Be careful of any hidden sentries or ambushes on the other side. Faced with 5 high-level professions above level 70, Song-Chi didn't dare to be careless. The higher the level of the professional, the more difficult it would be to upgrade. However, at the same time, the gap between each level was also larger. For a level 65 to upgrade to level 70, it would usually take 4-6 years. Although the elites of the demon-worshipping cult could not enjoy the origin water and the magic potion, they did have the Lord's blessing, and every year, they could enjoy the Lord's blessing a different number of times. In 4-6 years, it was enough time for them to raise their basic attribute values by a large margin compared to a level 65 professional. In addition to the increase in equipment level, there was also an increase in the ability to strike gold. Level 65 professionals wore rare grade equipment, and most of the highest quality equipment on their bodies was only transcendent grade. Heroic grade equipment was extremely rare, whereas a level 70 professional could easily save up a set of transcendent level equipment, and it was not uncommon for them to even have 1 or 2 pieces of heroic equipment. Not to mention, the talents of the professionals who could rise to level 70 were generally not that bad either. A rank and S rank talents, which were extremely rare among low-level professionals, were commonplace among professionals above level 70, not to say that they could be found everywhere. Songqi brought Ying Zhang and Lu Bu around in a circle to another hill that wasn't too high. 1, 2, 3, a total of 17 people? The number is right, and the location is just around the corner. This group should be the members of the demon-worshipping cult. Songqi lay on his back in the snow and secretly watched. The group of demon-worshipping cult members were at the bottom of a steep cliff. A strangely shaped item, similar in appearance to a medicine bottle, was suspended in the air, constantly dripping purple liquid onto the ground. With every drop of purple liquid that fell, the ground would briefly flash through a translucent hole, which then immediately disappeared. However, as more and more drops fell, the speed at which the hole disappeared was slowing down. That pill bottle should be the treasure that the demon-worshipping cult used to corrode the seal. It looks like I didn't come too late. So the entrance to the hidden copy is below the cliff? Songqi looked around. There were a total of 12 people surrounding the copy entrance. These 12 people should be those 12 level 40 intermediate professionals. There was nothing to pay special attention to. The other 5 level 70 advanced professionals were patrolling the western perimeter, but always maintained a formation with each other, ensuring that if an accident happened to one person, each other would be able to notice it immediately. Of the 5 people, there were West males and 1 female. They were all holding weapons in their hands, so their occupations were quite distinguishable. Warrior, shield warrior, paladin, priest, and ranger. 3 big front rows, a back row output, and a healer. The priest and ranger are specially protected in the center, making it difficult to rush through. 7 deadly sins can only pull 1 back row as well, and no matter if the remaining one is a priest or a ranger, it feels tricky. If there's a back row one that harasses or heals, I still feel a bit hung up once I hit the west. Songqi rubbed his chin. Gotta find a way to get rid of both back rows all at once. As for the 3 front rows, he opened Lu Renfu's storage ring and counted. There's no need to rush the 3 front rows. The storage ring Lu gave me has enough both offensive and defensive props in quantity. If there are only 3 of them, I can completely rely on props to smash them to death. After thinking about it, Songqi took out a few talismans and pasted them onto his body. Incantation, stash. Incantation, sprint. Incantation, shield. Incantation, submerge ground. Below the cliff, the temporary camp of the demon-worshipping cult. The immensely strong shield warrior, holding a huge shield 2 men high, walked around the western week in a bored manner. Even in the depths of the snowy plains, he was still naked without the slightest discomfort. It was enough to prove how high his physical attributes were. After a while, he couldn't hold back a yawn and turned his head to look at the priest. I say Wacken, how long before this seal is broken? I've been bored to death from the first watch last night until now. The short-haired female priest at the side looked at the cave entrance with an expressionless face. The seal of the entrance is already very unstable. More than half an hour, less than 10 minutes, it can be unsealed. Of course, it's also possible that the unsealing will fail and blow up along with the copy. Chapter 70, Battle to the Point of Madness, Sound to the Point of Hoarseness. Ruanan. The shield warrior shouted loudly as a green light spiraled down. The injuries on his body instantly improved. It was then that he let out a sigh of relief. But fortunately, we have priests on our team, and I'll definitely win in a fight of attrition. At this time, the warrior and paladin also finally came to his side. Is everything alright? It's fine. Just my hand is a bit injured. His power is strong. You guys be careful, the shield warrior warned, before putting his shield up once again. The 3 of them were ready to combine their efforts to kill this strong enemy in front of them. On the opposite side, Lu Bu had recovered at this time. He stood tall and looked disdainfully at the 3 of them without the slightest bit of panic. The red rabbit's skin was as red as blood, snorting, but when it saw the opposite 3 people standing together, its eyes showed a human-like color, full of disdain. 1 person and 1 horse, arrogant to no end. Wasn't it just 1 against 3? It wasn't like they hadn't tried it before. Whoosh! A feathered arrow broke through the air, so fast that it didn't even exist as a shadow, charging at Lu Bu's face. Wow! A terracotta warrior holding a shield instantly coalesced quickly in its path. Bang! The terracotta warrior and the feathered arrow exploded at the same time. This arrow returned with no success. The ranger frowned and looked into the distance. It was found that the summoned spirit wearing a black dragon robe was staring at him with unblinking eyes. Obviously, His every move had been watched long ago, just in case he made a sneak attack. To actually be able to accurately summon a summon to block my streaming wind arrow halfway through? These two guys, both are not simple. He himself knew best how fast his own streaming wind arrow was. The fact that the other party could do this was already enough to prove their strength. For a time, the battlefield fell into a short silence. Both sides just looked at each other without striking. Tick. At this moment, an inconspicuous drop of snow water dripped down. Then, go, kill, as if the two sides had agreed on a good deal. 1 second it was calm, and the next second it instantly collided together. Dang, dong. Lu Bu rode his red rabbit horse and hardened himself against the three men. Deafening sounds of gold and iron clashing like some kind of fierce marching song played in the middle of the snowy plains. The Westerners battled as waves of air continued to erupt. The Rangers searched for an opportunity to leap up, and with just a slight pull, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. Among them, there were also a handful of holy light bullets from the priests. Ying Zhang raised his palms unhurriedly. Clearly there were only a quota of Western terracotta warriors, but at the moment it was hard as if it was an uncountable army. Each terracotta warrior was always able to collide with the feathered arrows the instant they coalesced and took shape. Every terracotta warrior burst the next moment. There is always a new terracotta warrior appeared in another direction, continuously, one after another. None of the arrows in the sky fell into the battlefield in front of them. All of them were blocked out by the terracotta warriors. With the enhancement of sweep ***, Ying Zhang's spiritual attribute was up to over 6,000. This was enough for him to completely ignore the consumption of the terracotta warriors. This time, both sides didn't point and click, but continued to attack again. Ying Zhang and the ranger were in a stalemate as they attacked and defended. Lu Bu and those three were even fighting to the point of insanity, so hearty that their voices were muffled. However, no one noticed. A small bulge in the snow had already chrysalitically arrived inside the temporary camp of the demon-worshipping cult, which was behind the priest and the ranger. Wow! A pair of witty eyes were revealed from beneath the snow. It was precisely Song Qi who relied on props to dive under the snow and make a big circle. Strange. Where's that priest? He stuck his head out to try to identify the direction, but realized that the light was not very good at his location. The short-haired priest who had just been on his heels had also disappeared. Somewhat puzzled, he turned his head to look, only to find a pair of black silk legs. He froze for a moment, and then looked up just in time to meet the short-haired priest's western eyes. Song Qi. That. If I say that I'm not a pervert and I'm simply here to kill you, do you believe me? The next moment, sharp and high howls resounded throughout the entire camp, and several golden rays of light fell onto the female priest's body. She panicked as she enchanted herself with various defensive skills and ran towards the ranger's side. But unfortunately, it was too late. The Fangtian painted halberd appeared in Song Qi's hand, and his pupils began to flicker with red light just like Lu Bu's in front of him. Soul Link LV2, 9 out of 10 summoner can designate a summon object and share all of its attributes and skills for 30 minutes with a cooldown of 21 hours. At this moment, he had turned from a summoner into a berserker with terrifying values. Even though he didn't have much combat experience, he was facing a brittle auxiliary like a priest, and in a close-quarters state. The ending naturally needs no introduction. Chapter 71 Burning Potion, Shield Warrior Fighting for Life. Bang! The shield warrior shattered the ground with a punch and placed the corpse of the female priest, covering it up in the process. And then he got up and pulled out a bottle of potion that was as bright red as blood. Don't! You can't drink the ignite potion, brother Dong. If you drink it, it's not certain if your enemies will die, but you'll definitely die. The warrior and paladin on the side seemed to recognize the potion and reached out their hands to try to stop it. But the shield warrior didn't have any hesitation and took a sip without removing the lid. Not more than a few seconds after entrance, the potion began to take effect. His body began to emit heat and his skin became like a boiled prawn. Thud! A dull reverberation like the beating of a drum emanated from the shield warrior's body. That was the sound of his heart beating. Every time the sound came out, his muscles would shake violently, and then his entire body slightly expanded by 1 point. The body that was already very burly, but in half a minute, it was already as if it was as tall as a small giant. Just now, I felt the fluctuation of space. What that summoner used shouldn't be an instantaneous transmission type skill, but a space type skill. Plus, Zhang Wei was also pulled in, so it shouldn't be an escape type skill either. Skills like this that can pull the enemy into another space as well, where they disappear, they usually appear. Let's just wait for him here. He picked the shield up. The huge shield that could have completely blocked him from head to toe was only able to reach his waist at the moment. The warrior and paladin looked at each other, and then could only sigh and stand beside the shield warrior. A few minutes later, poof, the headless body of the ranger as well as the three of Song Qi reappeared. Due to the use of the Soul Link skill in the opening of No Schemes, the 5,000 points of full attributes allowed Song Chi to numerically crush the Ranger. Instead, there was no way to first stun him with 7 deadly sins, thus wasting a few more minutes. However, as soon as he appeared, Song Chi felt a gust of wind greet him. He turned his head, and a huge shield was close to him. Also appearing was the shield warrior's face, which was twisted with rage. Give me death. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. Intense sounds like fried beans kept coming out. Layers and layers of incantations around Song Chi's body kept surfacing and then being slapped to pieces. Boom. In the end, all of the incantations all shattered apart, and Song Chi was slapped away by a force that was brutal to the extreme. Rumble. The entire person was sent flying, falling backwards at extreme speed, flying at a speed that even passively exceeded the speed of sound. It smashed into the snowy mountains hundreds of meters away behind him. Not even an avalanche had time to occur, as the tiny snow mountain was instantly smashed from the center. My lord! How dare the rats! Lu Bu roared with rage. He watched as his lord was slapped away in front of him, and his anger almost overtook him. Immediately afterward, it was a surging battle intent and anger that spewed out. Die! A demonic god's shadow manifested behind him, solidifying much more. Boom! The giant shield and the square sky painting halberd collided together once again, with the two as the center. A circle of terrifying airwaves swept out. The ground collapsed into a huge circular depression. The snow in a circle of several kilometers was cleared. In front of this terrifying collision of power, both the warrior paladin and Ing Zhang could only barely stabilize their positions, and were unable to make any other movements. The sheer power of this strike could be imagined. However, the shield warrior still blocked it, and although his face became flushed, he actually defended Lu Bu's strike. Ing Zhang glanced back as Song Chi was sneak attacked, and his face didn't look too good either. Since you've moved, sir, there's no need for more words. He drew his sword and raised his finger. Wow! The Western-named terracotta warriors coalesced. Ing Zhang himself went into battle and killed the warrior and paladin. For a time, the battle flames reignited once again. In the distance, amidst the snowy mountain rubble, cough! Song Chi spat out a mouthful of blood as he lay amongst the rubble. He only felt a fiery pain in his chest, and his internal organs had been severely impacted, with the drilling pain constantly stimulating his brain. I'm afraid that several ribs were broken. Crap! I put 50 defense spells on my body and I couldn't even defend against it? A defense spell from a level 80 secret word master, and it was a full 50 of them. It was actually shattered by all of them by the other party with a single shield? He had some heart palpitations. Fortunately, he still maintained his Soul Link and schemeless status. His 5,000 points of physique made it enough for him to carry off this attack. Spell heal. Song Chi opened his storage ring and took out a few spells for healing and applied them to his body. After a while he was able to regain his breath and once again returned to the vicinity of the battlefield and surveyed it. Ing Zhang was fine, although it was 1 against 2. His own battle power was still not bad, plus the Western-named terracotta warriors were still considered to be at ease. Chapter 72 The Power of Money. Advanced Secret Speech Master's Talisman. Song Chi shook his hand and injected transcendent power into it. On the 5 runes worth millions of credits, the text immediately lit up with a striking luster. Weakness. Retard. Mutilate. Mend. Impact. Song Chi's hand shook and 5 talismans came out of his hand. Go! The bearer lit up with fire and quickly burned out. Then the bright red text turned into a solid and sped away. The shield warrior was unable to react and was struck in the torso by the trailhead. His body instantly shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his reactions became sluggish. The full force of a level 80 secret word master's strike was surprisingly effective. But that wasn't all. Song Chi backhanded another 5 talismans held in his hands. Guard. Inspiration. Light spirit. Healing. Sharpness. The 5 talismans similarly ignited themselves without fire, transforming into bright red solid words and striking into Lu Bu's body. Lu Bu's eyes lit up as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He only felt that his body instantly became a lot lighter, and the fatigue accumulated from the successive great battles was swept away. The Fang Tianhua halberd was covered with a layer of blood-red film, and there were sounds of wind and thunder rolling between swings. The entire person was once again revitalized, returning to his peak state. The shield warrior turned around violently and followed the trajectory of the talisman to discover Song Chi, who was still alive. You actually dare to come back? Let's see me smash you into mush with this first pick this time. He was instantly red-eyed and wanted to charge in. But alas, how could Lu Bu let him have his way? Make no mistake, your opponent is me. The square sky-painted halberd came down with a bang, forcing him to turn around and go back to defense. Roll away. 2 shields roared up, trying to slap Lu Bu away, but his power had already been cut down too much. Even in his heyday, he was only a small advantage against Lu Bu. Now, not only had 5 negative statuses been added, the other side had 5 gain statuses added. Under this circumstance, the strength of the two sides had already opened up a big enough gap. Lu Bu held his halberd in one hand and easily swung away the opponent's double strike. The shield warrior first froze and looked at his opponent with disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. I even drank the ignite potion. I don't even want my life. How could I still not be able to defeat you? Tramp. I'm going to smash you into mush. He hissed hoarsely, his eyes red, holding his dual shields as his aura rose to the extreme once again. One step out. Boom. Dust flew and mud and rocks splashed westward. The earth was cracked, and countless cracks spread tens of meters away, starting from where he landed. Die for me. The two shields were accompanied by a sharp and extreme barrier-breaking sound as they blasted towards Lu Bu with great force. The impacting airwaves alone were as sharp as razor blades. If it was before, facing this strike from him, Lu Bu really couldn't take it head-on. But now, enough. The square heavenly painted halberd was inserted into the gap therein at a strange angle, and then gently picked. Dang! A shield was slapped away, effortlessly as if it was playing a game. The look on Lu Bu's face changed, and his battle spirit no longer surged. And then he strangled his horse's rope and took 2 steps back, holding his square heavenly painted halberd and raising it high. The demon god's shadow once again appeared behind him. His physical strength, which had been fully restored, was enough for him to use the shedding strike once more. You're a good opponent. It's just a pity. Count me out this time. Goodbye. The Fong Tian painted halberd slammed down, and the huge halberd in the demon god's shadow's hand also slammed down at the same time. The shield warrior was a bit disoriented for a moment, and all that was left in his eyes was this increasingly large halberd. The next second, boom! When the smoke and dust cleared, only a puddle of dark blood remained in place. Shield warrior, death! Seeing this, the warriors and paladins on the side immediately panicked. The shield warrior was already the strongest of the 5 of them. Not to mention, he had also drunk the ignite potion, which boosted his combat power at the cost of his life. And now, he actually died? Not from the side effects of the ignite potion. Instead, he died at the hands of the enemy? Run! Run! We're definitely not an opponent. The warrior made a snap decision and turned around to escape. Too late. A red lightning streaked across. The red rabbit snorted, and then the 2 men's heads shot up into the sky. Lu Bu had appeared behind them at some point, and warm blood still remained on his Fong Tianhu halberd. Without the defense of the shield warrior, they were unbeatable in front of Lu Bu in his current state. At this point, all 5 senior members of the demon-worshipping cult had been killed. And at this time, Song Qi also walked over from not far away. He walked over to the 12 intermediate-level professionals who were trembling and didn't even dare to think of escaping, and raised a stone. Knock knock knock. A series of 12 knocks sent all 12 of them to dreamland. Only then did he finally take a breather. Phew. Chapter 73, Harvest Time. Equipment worth $250 million. This was the 3rd time Song Qi had touched a corpse. Other than the shield warrior, the corpses of several other people were still there. The equipment on the Western individual was taken off by him with an increasingly skillful technique. However, it was a pity that apart from the shield, which was a legendary grade equipment, the highest quality of the other equipment was only heroic grade. Among them, the ranger's bow and arrow, as well as the priestess's staff were of the highest quality. The prices were estimated to be up to $10 million or so. The paladin's weapon was the most trashy. It wasn't even heroic grade. It was just a transcendent grade tome. The effect was to reduce damage and extend the duration of game-type skills. Luckily, I didn't listen to my teacher and switch to paladin in the first place. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd have to be like him. Still being a sandbag at level 70. Song Qi spat out a sentence and continued to organize. The overall quality of the 5 people's equipment was quite good. At a preliminary estimate, it was worth around 60 to 80 million credits. Plus the legendary giant shield was also close to 200 million credits. Not only did it make up for the loss of that pile of props, it also made a huge profit. After touching the corpses, Song Qi buried a few more people into the original pit of the female priest. As the saying goes, taking someone's hand is soft. After receiving other people's equipment, naturally, it was not a good idea to let other people expose their corpses to the wilderness. We're also a man of honor, Song Qi said as he held up his shield and patted the dirt tight. After collecting the equipment and storage rings of the 5 high-level professionals, the 12 intermediate professionals were next. Although the rank was a bit lower, after all, a mosquito's leg was also meat. It might add up to 1 million or so credits. That was indeed what Song Qi thought at first. But to his surprise, these 12 people gave Song Qi a surprise. Not only did they each have an emergency disengagement device on them, and one of them actually had a legendary grade weapon on him. Weapon, Staff of 1,000 Mechanisms. Quality, legendary. Applicable profession, mage. Summoner, priest. Magic swordsman. Applicable level, level 35. Required attributes, none. Strength, plus 10. Agility, plus 10. Physique, plus 50. Spirit, plus 350. Effect 1, when summoning a mechanical creature. The summoned object's full attributes are increased by 30%. Effect 2, consume all mental energy to randomly summon 1 to 6 mechanical puppets. All mechanical puppets appear randomly within level 20 to 70. Duration 1 hour. Evaluation, epic equipment for Euro Emperors. Suicide pleasure staff for non-celebrities. Song-Chi stroked his chin. The attribute value isn't bad, but the effect is a bit. It's not good to say. It's not good to value a special legendary equipment like this. Effect 2 was really too much to look at. With luck, it was 6 level 70 mechanical golems. For an intermediate level professional, it was completely possible to crush all copies, but if one was unlucky, not only would all their mental energy be consumed, but they would only be able to summon one level 20 mechanical golem. Encountering some random danger is basically the same as committing suicide. The difference between the upper and lower limits is outrageous. If it was put up for auction, it could probably be sold for 70 or 80 million credits if there was a demand for it and people had money in their pockets. But if it was unlucky and people didn't really need it, then it would only sell for between 20 and 30 million. Let's go with 40 million then. They still have 12 emergency disengagement devices in their hands, which adds up to 6 million credits. And there are some miscellaneous things that add up. Barely 15 million credits. Not bad either. For being able to scavenge 5,000 credits from these 12 intermediate level professions himself was quite beyond his expectations. Also, seeing these things, I can pretty much guess the demon-worshipping cult's plan. Song-Chi recalled the copy of the 7 deadly sins when he obtained them. If the 7 sovereign sins were the keys to unlocking the abyss, then that meant that all of these copies should be about the same level of difficulty. And in that low-level copy that he had cleared back then, the demons could all be level 40 or lower. Then the wild monsters that would appear in this intermediate level copy would most likely be level 60 demons. At this level, it would be difficult for an ordinary intermediate level professional to pass even in a group, let alone solo. Therefore, it was useless to have a large number of professionals. He was initially curious as to why the demon-worshipping cult was looking for 12 intermediate-level professionals to come together. But now, he understood. The demon-worshipping cult had prepared this legendary grade weapon for these 12 people. At the same time, it also prepared an emergency disengagement device for each of them, just so that they could take turns entering inside the replica and summon the mechanical golem by fighting for luck. If they were unlucky, then they would first use the disengagement device to exit the copy, allowing the next person to continue. As long as one of them could successfully summon a level 70 mechanical golem, they would be able to pass the copy and take the 7 deadly sins treasure. But now, this is where all these things will be cheap. Chapter 74, 2 levels in a row. As the parchment approached, the already shaky seal let out a crisp ring. Ka! It then ruptured like a piece of glass. It was only at this point that Song-Chi finally got a good look at the entrance to the replica. It was a cave entrance next to the foot of a mountain cliff. More accurately, it was actually a pit spread out flat on the ground. The surface of the pit was covered by a strange, soap bubble-like transparent film. The bottomless blackness below could be vaguely seen. Song-Chi stretched out his hand and probed in to try. A weak suction force wanted to pull him into it. It's enterable. It's indeed an intermediate level copy, all right. However, Song-Chi didn't rush to jump in, but instead took out a few more spells for healing and unleashed them on Lu Bu and Ing Zhang. Facing the siege of several level 70 advanced professionals, both of them had accumulated quite a few injuries. Although they didn't appear to be affected on the outside, it was better to heal them just to be on the safe side. After all, they would have to fight the level 60 plus alpha level demons later. Afterwards, Song-Chi waited in place for a while and took out the cookies and dried meat that he had prepared beforehand and ate them. He also shared a few with Ing Zhang and Lu Bu to give them a taste. Only after their skill cooldowns had returned to 0 did Song-Chi recall them and leapt down to the entrance of the replica. Bang! Song-Chi landed on one knee and barely stabilized his body. With the experience from last time, this time he no longer landed on his butt. Then as per usual, the first thing is to observe the surroundings. Song-Chi looked around his western surroundings and surveyed them. This place was a combination of 2 decayed and dilapidated palaces. He was located in the middle of the two. On the left was the luxurious palace. The meadow was deserted and weeds were spreading. As far as the eye could see, there was a broken wall-like scene everywhere, with moss and other plants crawling on various buildings and houses. The next thing that came into his sight was the demonic creatures here. Most of the torsos of these magical creatures had rotted down to their bones, with a small portion of their torsos still having left. They wore uniform armor, held long spears, had bows and arrows behind their backs, and had a longbow on their waists, constantly patrolling back and forth to Shizhou. The movements of the demonic creatures, whether walking or turning around, were smooth, and if one did not look at their appearance, one could barely tell the difference from a normal human. Demonic creature, Ancient Kingdom Prohibited Guard. Level, 55. Strength, 1684. Physique, 1617. Agility, 1010. Spirit, 899. Skills, gunnery, bow technique, early warning. Evaluation. The forbidden guards that once guarded the king of the ancient kingdom were corrupted by the power of the abyss and transformed into demonic creatures that attacked anyone indiscriminately. Song Qi then turned his head and looked to the right. The palace on the right was much more obviously plain. The magical creatures on this side still had the same decayed appearance, with long swords on their belts. They could not tell their gender from their appearance. However, Song Qi could still tell from the armor and clothing on their bodies that this group of demons should be female. He clicked on the message and saw that. Demon, Ancient Kingdom Sword Maiden. Level, 52. Strength, 700. Physique, 713. Agility, 1600. Spirit, 1525. Skills, lightness, swordsmanship, early warning. Evaluation. Once guarding the queen of the ancient king's maid, she was corrupted by the power of the abyss and transformed into a demonic creature that attacks anyone without discrimination. The two types of demons dutifully guarded their respective areas without any junction. Seeing the attributes of the demonic creatures, Song Qi couldn't help but be staggered. Turtle. All of them are level 50 plus demons, and their individual attribute values have broken 1600? Worthy of being a demonic creature in a special copy. The intensity is really high. Luckily I waited for a while for my skills to cool down before I came in. With these basic attributes, it would be hard enough for an average intermediate level professional to kill a pawn alone, let alone pass the level. Not to mention the alpha level demons in the back, even Lu Bu and Ying Zhang. If they didn't turn on their skills, I'm afraid it would be hard enough to kill them with their basic attributes alone. And it looks like it's a dual alpha configuration copy? Song Qi noticed the ratings of the two types of demons. Whether it was the forbidden guards or the swordsmen with swords, they seemed to be guarding their respective masters, the king and queen. Based on his experience, the ultimate leaders of this copy were probably the king and queen of the ancient kingdom. But what puzzled him was, why weren't the king and queen together? Instead, they were each on one side. Don't they sleep together? They were both kings, so they couldn't still be NTR, could they? Or perhaps there was some other story in there? After rambling for a while, Song Qi got up and came to the center. Observation complete. The situation is in a manageable state. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the duo of Lu Bu and Ying Zhang reappeared. Song Qi pointed a finger. Ying Zhang, you go and take care of the demonic creature on the right. Lu Bu, you go and take care of the demonic creature on the left. Fight quickly and don't get attached to the battle. Also, the attribute values of the demons this time are not low. The main attributes are all above 1500. Don't save your skills. Chapter 75, Queen and King. On this side, Ying Zhang maneuvered the Western terracotta warriors into a battle formation, continuously harvesting the lives of the demons. On the other side, Lu Bu had also entered the luxurious palace. Just like Ying Zhang's countermeasure, Lu Bu did not rush to kill. He rode his red hare horse and turned into a red lightning bolt, running recklessly in the palace. He was also making noises to attract the attention of the demons. Relying on their super high movement speed, the group of forbidden guards couldn't aim their bows and arrows at all, and could only run around with their lances. Being led by the nose by Lu Bu, he was trying as much as possible to get the group of demons to gather together. It was also commonly known as gathering monsters. And as the number of forbidden guards grew, Lu Bu finally stopped. His western perimeter was already completely surrounded by demons. Roar! Ow! Countless forbidden guards howled as they rushed in with lances in their hands. The forbidden guards who were farther away were the first to take down the bows and arrows behind their backs, ready to shoot the berserker. Almost there, Lu Bu was unperturbed, without the slightest bit of tension from being surrounded. Then, without a plan, open, stabbing, a silver-white circle flashed. It was then as if the circle of magical creatures surrounding Lu Bu's body had all been pressed the pause button. Immediately after, Kala, their heads panned out and slid down from the top of their necks. A red residual shadow then kept weaving in and out. Pieces and pieces of demonic creatures began to fall in bulk. Lu Bu was holding his square heavenly painted halberd, and wherever he went, not a single demonic creature could survive for more than an instant. Experience value plus 240,000. Experience value plus 240,000. Experience value plus 240,000. The terrifying income of 240,000 experience points in one jump made Song Qi, who had just risen to level 24, instantly fill up his experience bar by more than 90% again. Crap, this side is even more powerful. 240,000 experience points a pop. It's only been less than a minute and I'm leveling up again? Songqi said in surprise as he looked at the experience bar, not letting him wait too long. Ying Zhang's side was once again powerful. Ding! Another white light fell. Songqi had risen to level 25. Crap! He completely froze in place. What kind of astounding upgrade speed was this? Less than a minute. 2 levels in a row? One must know that the experience value he needed to upgrade now was calculated in millions. An ordinary intermediate level professional who wanted to ascend a level would have to keep track of it in months at least, not to mention half a year. And in his case, it had become recorded in minutes. It was too terrifying. If other occupiers knew about my upgrade speed, I'm afraid they would die of envy. Songqi looked to the sides and realized that about half of the demons were still left. He did some math. Together with the experience value provided by the 2 demonic leaders, there's absolutely no problem in ascending to level 26. Songqi's spirit shook. Then a bold idea popped into his head. A level 50 demonic creature's experience value is this high. What about level 60? Wouldn't it be 100,000 experience points to start with? Maybe. I can try to go out into the wild to find level 60 magical creatures to upgrade? He felt a little excited for a moment, but after thinking carefully, he gave up. It doesn't seem very feasible. Although this side of the endless snow plains is a practicing ground for level 60 professionals, most of the level 60 magical creatures are scattered. The main attributes of level 60 demons are at least 2,000. So if Lu Bu and Ying Zhang don't turn on their skills, it will be a bit difficult to kill them. If you turn on your skills, since the demons are scattered, after killing these few, you often have to spend quite a bit of time looking for another group. Killing monsters is too inefficient. With this time, the skills are all going into cooldown. The time for experience cards will also be wasted. Songqi shook his head inside. That is to say, if I don't have the means to easily kill level 60 demons in normality, then it would be better to go brush the snow wolves. Then is there any place where level 60 demons also gather in packs? He thought hard for a while and took out the map given by the city lord and looked at it, and eventually found a location for it. Level 68 magical creature rock-eating earth dragon. Huge magical creatures that lived in the desert in clans. But unfortunately, he eventually chose to give up, because the living location of this kind of demonic creature was labeled on the map as a practicing place for level 80 to level 90 professionals. In other words, that was the place where level 80 demons were found all over the place. For him to go over there to practice leveling, he belonged to the category of being a bit of a wannabe. Forget it, maybe when I summon the 3rd summoning spirit at level 40, I can go over there and try. As for now, well, it's better to honestly brush the snow wolves over here. Come to think of it, using the triple experience card for one snow wolf also has more than $1,000,000 experience value. It's not that bad. Songqi soothed himself. A few minutes later, poof, the last servant with a sword also fell under the head of the terracotta warrior's gun. Boom! A tall female figure broke through the ground beneath the palace on the right. Chapter 76 The King Who Fell into the Abyss. Set. Ying Zhang pointed from afar, and the blurred figure of the queen instantly appeared. At this moment, she was only 10 meters away from Ying Zhang. Just a few meters away, the tip of her blade would be able to touch Ying Zhang's throat. Unfortunately, these few meters were a gap that she could not overcome. 2 terracotta warriors had formed on either side of her the moment she revealed herself. Poof, poof, the 2 lances stabbed out without hesitation, and the queen's head was pierced through by the radial head. There was no struggle or resistance at all. Her body mass of less than 200 points had created her unrivaled speed, but at the same time, it also left her with almost no defense. Experience value plus 640,000. A white light rose above Songqi's head in the distance. A huge amount of 640,000 experience value allowed him to first rise from level 25 to level 26, and the experience bar refreshed and went up another small amount. Outrageous. Even Songqi himself felt that this upgrading speed was a bit exaggerated. One must know that Lu Bu's side hadn't even been killed yet. Coupled with the experience value of a king, he had just upgraded. And I'm afraid that his experience bar would be half full again. When he goes out later, he'll find a random snow wolf pack to brush up on. And today is 3 consecutive levels. Also, if I'm not wrong, she should have a ring on her as well, right? Songqi walked forward and circled around the queen's body. As expected, a ring that shimmered with silver light was lying quietly in the center of her hand. Ring, the vow that was held fast. Quality, transcendent. Applicable level, none. Required attribute, none. Strength, plus 0. Agility, plus 300. Physique, plus 10. Spirit, plus 50. Effect 1, summons 2 level 55 swordsmen with swords to fight for you. Effect 2, Fusion. Evaluation. The queen adored the hero who saved this country. She had made a promise before the gods that she was willing to accompany him for the rest of her life and dedicate herself to him. But what she hadn't imagined was that her hero would also be corrupted by power to the point that he would be completely disfigured. As expected, the effect is fusion. Song-Chi weighed the ring and put it into his backpack. If I was 80% sure before, then this time I can be completely sure. The equipment hidden in this copy is another 7 deadly sins. And the 7 deadly sins are the 7 keys that open the door to the abyss. I just don't know how many keys are needed to open the abyssal gate. Does it have to be collected all together? Or can it be opened by reaching a certain number? Also, the content of this evaluation is quite interesting. According to the Queen's introduction earlier, she seemed to be a woman of extremely noble character. She used to be very devoted to that hero who saved the country. Only what she didn't expect was that the hero became completely different from what she had in mind when he sat on the throne of the king. So that's why the queen and the king live separately? Idealists and realists collided? Not really understanding you guys' love brain. Song-Chi shook his head and looked to the other side. In the middle of the luxurious palace. Bang! The square sky painting halberd slapped out horizontally. A forbidden guard was slapped away by the terrifying power. And the moment it smashed down on the wall, the bones of his entire body split in 5 and scattered. Lu Bu let out a long breath. That one guard just now was the last one. At this moment, his surroundings were covered with a bunch of broken limbs. The corpses of the forbidden guards covered the entire hall. The last one has also been resolved. So what's next? All that's left is the last demonic creature leader. Lu Bu walked out of the great hall and came above the square, vigilantly looking towards the western Zhou. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no sign of the other party. Strange, there isn't one? While Song-Chi was wondering, rumble, the earth suddenly began to tremble. The entire palace shook. Low and grandiose sounds came out from the ground. It was as if it was coming from hell. It was accompanied by endless blood and scarlet liquid gushing out from the ground. Blood, sacrifice, eternal, life, rumble. The entire earth was lifted up. A huge humanoid demonic creature large enough to cover the entire palace slowly sat up from below. It was a huge male with a rough appearance and a crown on his head. He hadn't even gotten up yet. And just the half of his body that sat up was hundreds of meters tall. Demon, King of the Abyss. Level, 60. Strength, 4,317. Physique, 6,431. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Skills, Massivation, Slap, Immortal Body. Evaluation. When the kingdom was about to be broken, the hero came out of nowhere and crushed the rotten noble class with his own strength. He ascended to the throne amidst the cheers of the crowd, and the young and beautiful queen stepped into the hall with him. He had also been inspirational and dedicated to his people. First to the inevitable approach of old age and death. Turtle, 6,000 plus physique, but the agility and spirit are low, and it looks as if it's a stance-type magical creature that can't move around at will. Chapter 77, The 7 Deadly Sins, Greed. Leaving the copy core in place, Song-Chi walked towards the king's corpse. Soon, he found a second ring in a pile of rubble. Ring, spurned beginning. Quality, transcendent. Applicable level, none. Required attribute, none. Strength, plus 300. Agility, plus 0. Physique, plus 50. Spirit, plus 0. Spirit, plus 0. Effect 1, summons 2 level 55 ancient forbidden guards to fight for you. Effect 2, Fusion. Evaluation. The former savior of the ancient kingdom has fallen into the abyss. He was given a spell gifted by the abyss to use the souls and flesh of his people as bait to nourish his aging body. But at the most critical moment, his lover split his spell in two, and the two of them fell into eternal slumber as a result. Seeing this, Song-Chi also roughly understood the story in this copy. To put it simply, there was once a kingdom ruled by corrupt nobles, but at this time, a hero, the king in front of him, stood up and defeated the entire noble class. The young, beautiful, and pure-hearted female knight falls in love with him and eventually marries him. At first, the king may indeed be a good king, but as the years went by, the aging body and the clearer death made the once brave and fearless king fall into the arms of the abyss. Compelled by the abyss, he laid down a spell and slaughtered his people in exchange for his own lingering existence. At the last moment, it was the queen who jumped out, destroying his array and preserving the people of the entire kingdom. However, she was also infected by the abyss because of the formation, and from then on became in this state of unlife and death. In a sense, the queen ended up kind of fulfilling her original promise, staying by the king's side forever. Song-Chi took out the first ring and looked at it. The last story was about the dog-licking tree spirit being jealous of the flower spirit's other half, and the final fusion came out to be jealousy among the 7 deadly sins. And the theme of this story is the king's attachment to life, which is greed. Interesting. So is it that each of the 7 deadly sins corresponds to a story? I just wonder if these stories have any archetypes? Are they made up out of thin air? Or are they stories that are already circulating in this world? This world was different from his original world. Coupled with the fact that it was surrounded by extraterritorial demonic races, the school did not place much emphasis on cultural content. Thus Song-chi was not clear about the origins of these two stories. Perhaps I can ask Gongsun Manhwa. Song-chi still remembered that Gongsun Manhwa was the one who deduced the origin of the skill soul link in his body based on just one skill. Whether it was her knowledge base or reasoning ability, she was extremely outstanding. If the 7 deadly sins were really based on a realistic story, then I can take the initiative to look for those hidden copies. Thinking of this, Song-chi's eyes lit up. Such copies were torture for others. But for him, it was a great benefit. Not only was there a huge amount of experience value to be gained, but there were also copy cores, as well as legendary treasures to be taken. Jane Head shouldn't be too happy. Song-chi giggled for a while before coming back to his senses. Then for now, it's better to take a look at the effects of the 7 deadly sins this time. Saying so, Song-chi's 2 ring-wearing fingers violently collided together, and the 2 rings came out of his hand. Fusion. A white light flashed. Bang! A thick book fell to the ground. The cover was as pure black as the 7 deadly sins of jealousy, and it was devoid of any fonts or extra paint. The entire book gave people an uncomfortable feeling just by lying quietly in place. Song-chi picked up the book and tapped on the information. Treasure, 7 deadly sins, greed. Quality, legendary. Applicable level, none. Required attribute, none. Strength, +0. Agility, +0. Physique, +0. Spirit, -1. Spirit, -1. Effect 1, select a target. Designate the cooldown time of a skill of the opponent to be zeroed immediately, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Effect 2, select a piece of equipment. Designate a certain effect of that equipment to be zeroed immediately, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Evaluation, a gift from the abyss. Collect all 7 to open the door to the abyss. Crap, this time, the treasure effect is actually refreshing the cooldown of the skill? Song-chi's eyes glazed over. And effect 2 also refreshes the effects of equipment? Then can't I just first pick up the card bug and use effect 1 infinitely? Oh no. He fixed his eyes again, only to realize that effect 2 could only refresh one effect. Then you can't card a bug. But it's pretty good. Song-chi was still satisfied. Greed, combined with jealousy, was equivalent to him being able to pull people into the single space twice in a row. Chapter 78 Upgrades and Skill Tests. Half an hour later, Song-chi and the others finally approached the snow wolf-infested area. Their luck was good. They hadn't even entered the territory yet, and they could already see the snow wolves from afar. After taking a look from afar, it was a relatively large pack of wolves. The number should be around 200 to 300. Although I wasted half an hour of experience cards, it's not a loss to brush another wave. Song-chi jumped down from the sandhorse. Ying Zhang and Lu Bu paused for a moment, and without needing to say much after seeing the snow wolf pack, the 2 of them first charged out. Right. Leave me a wolf. I want to try the skill power. Please don't worry, Mr. Lord. The silhouettes of the 2 had already disappeared in place. The next moment, roar, ow, here and there, wolf howls and hisses sounded at the same time. Pieces and pieces of snow wolves collapsed in the snowy plains before they could even react to what had happened. Song-chi's level had risen to level 26, and at the same time, the levels of Ying Zhang and Lu Bu, the 2 summoning spirits, had also synchronized to level 26. Even if they didn't use their skills, their normal attribute values would still be superior to those of the snow wolves. Originally, they were going to crush each other in terms of combat skills, but now their attribute values had also surpassed them. To say that it was a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep was not appropriate enough. More accurately, the 2 of them were like 2 extremely vicious tigers pouncing on a flock of chickens. Every move and every style they executed was the death of several snow wolves. An earthquake called panic was immediately set off within the entire wolf pack. Experience value plus 46,871. Experience value plus 44,913. Experience value plus 45,419. 10 minutes later, the corpses of hundreds of snow wolves colored a large portion of the snow plains bright red. The upgrade special effect finally appeared on top of Song-chi's head again. His level was now 27. The experience value required to upgrade had also increased to 7 million. Looking at the increasingly high experience value, even Song-chi couldn't help but feel a little panicked. For the next few days, it's possible to level up at most 1 level a day. Although this speed is not bad, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance. But it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. If the usual intermediate level professionals heard this Versailles speech from Song-chi, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to help but beat him up. We're overjoyed when we go up a level in a month, and you're still too slow to go up a level in a day? But fortunately, Those 12 intermediate-level professionals around him were unconscious and couldn't hear him spouting off. Of course, even if they were awake, Song-chi wasn't afraid, because normal intermediate-level professionals couldn't beat him. Just as Song-chi was thinking wildly, Lu Bu and Ing Zhang had walked back, and Lu Bu was carrying a snow wolf with its tail in his hand. My lord, the live wolf you wanted. Bang! This snow wolf was casually thrown in front of Song-chi. On the surface it didn't look like it had suffered any injuries, and although there were blood stains on its epidermis, it was clearly not its, but it didn't run or attack anyone either. It just shrank in place with its tail between its legs, not daring to move a muscle. It seems to have been scared out of its wits, but it doesn't matter. It's not injured, and its physique is high enough to resist the damage. Song-chi slowly stretched out his hand and aimed it at the head of this snow wolf. Chi Men Dun Jia. Heavenly punch. Bang! A powerful stream of air suddenly erupted from his hand. The pure white airwave transformed into a sharp sword and blasted at the snow wolf's head at a speed that caught him off guard. Immediately afterward, this snow wolf's head received a spin and flew backwards. The entire western limbs of the wolf continuously stomped in the air, flying out hundreds of meters away. It was only after the snow wolf, which was as tall as a man, completely transformed into a small black dot that it finally landed on the ground, probably about 300 meters. My spiritual attribute at this time is 1,000 out. The snow wolf's physique is also almost 1,000 out. The effect of being able to hit and fly 300 meters is truly amazing. If you look at it this way, even if it's a demonic creature with 2,000 points of physique, this skill will be able to hit and fly at least tens of meters. It's just that the damage is a bit poor. Song-chi could see that although the snow wolf flew exceptionally far, it immediately whimpered and ran as soon as it landed. There was no sign of any injury. A shot like this to the head couldn't even cause much damage, so the idea of trying to take this skill output was better to be dispelled as early as possible. The power has been tested. So next is the consumption test. Song-chi turned around, raised his hands towards the snowy plains to the side, and began to build up his strength. Immediately after that, bang 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 bang, it was as if his hands were transformed into semi-automatic rifles, and white waves of air continued to spray out. 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds, 50 rounds, 100 rounds, 150 rounds. It was only when the first reached 150 rounds that Song-chi finally stopped. He frowned and rubbed his forehead. After 150 rounds, there will be a noticeable sense of exhaustion. That is to say, 1,000 points of spiritual attributes is enough for me to use Heavenly Rush 300 times in a row. Of course, if I need to ensure my sanity, 200 rounds is the limit. Chapter 79, Selling. Song-chi did not first enter the gathering place. Instead, he first let Ing Zhang take the 12 captives inside and move them into Lu Lao's house. Originally, tying up 12 people to enter the gathering place was indeed a bit conspicuous, but since it was going to the house of the head of the gathering place, plus the news of Lu Lao's death had not spread for the time being, therefore, the onlookers quickly realized it. As the head of the gathering place, Lu Lao was mainly responsible for the stability of this area. It was too normal to catch a few scum once in a while. After a while, Song-chi walked in alone. He first went to the restaurant to rub a meal, and after he was full of wine and food, he booked a room in the hotel, playing with his cell phone while waiting for news from the city lord. He first waited until the early morning, but also still did not see the city master's half of the news. The next morning, ding bell bell, Song-chi was awakened from his sleep by the sound of the phone. He woke up and picked up his cell phone. It was an incoming call from the city lord at a few minutes past 6 in the morning. Hello? Where are you? I didn't see you on the copy side. I've returned to the gathering place. The copy has been resolved, and the abyssal key is in my hands. By the way, what about you? There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while. Chased her all night, but still gave her a run for her money. The demon-worshipping sect side paid a lot of attention to her, giving several treasures that were at least epic level, and the effects were still all in the escape and life preservation category. But I also injured her, and in a short period of time, the demon-worshipping cult shouldn't dare to continue striking in the 7th city district. Song-chi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, I also captured 12 members of the demon-worshipping cult. What will happen to them? You first receive and release them to Lu Renfu's home. The city lord calmly said. There will be a new head of the gathering place coming over to take over his shift this afternoon, and those 12 people will be sent back to the city by him somehow. As for you, just continue to stay there and upgrade. Remember to return to the urban area after the western sky. I'll take you to the genius tournament then. Song-chi asked tentatively. But I want to go back to the urban area right now. Why don't you pick me up on the way? There were still a ton of things in his system backpack that he was in a hurry to take to sell. There was something vaguely disturbing in his heart if these things weren't converted into money in a hurry. The city lord thought briefly, and then he spoke. It can be. In that case, the 12 members of the demon-worshipping cult that you captured can simply be pulled out as well, and I'll bring them back in one piece. Song-Chi compared it to an okay. No problem. 10 minutes later. 7th City District. In front of the professionals' hall. Bang! Song-Chi was first received from the sky, dozens of meters high, first frozen throne in front of the door of the professionals' hall. Sure enough, it's still faster to follow the city lord back. Song-Chi crouched down and slowed down for a while, waiting until his paws were no longer numb before saying, if he took the bus, he would still have to wait for the 8 o'clock bus and then waste another hour or so on the road. By the time he returned to the city, it would be at least after 9:30. Unlike now, he had already arrived at 6:30 in the morning. After selling his stuff, he could take the first bus back to the endless snow plains. Not a bit of time was wasted. I'm really a master of time management, Song-Chi boasted to himself and walked into the Hall of Professionals. He first went and sold all those miscellaneous items and equipment below the legendary level. A total of 150 million credits were gained. Price-wise, it was a bit higher than what he had previously predicted. He didn't touch Elder Lu's storage ring and inheritance, preparing to keep it as a base card. Song-Chi then continued up the stairs, arriving at the auction hall located on the 30th floor. The auction house in the professionals' hall didn't have an auction house, but a completely online format. After the staff appraised the item, they would enter the information of the auction item into the system. The auctioneer could set a reserve price and a one-buy price for his item. The auction then opens automatically. Others can then view this new auction item on their cell phones. Each auction item could last for a maximum of 7 days. And if no one bid above the reserve price after 7 days, the auction would automatically be aborted. If someone bids a single price, they can buy it without waiting for the end of the auction time. After the auction, the item will be taken off the shelf, and the auctioneer needs to come to the lobby to pick it up. The auction house also has a reminder service. If you have any special needs for equipment or items, you can register here, and when the relevant item appears, there will be a text message reminder. So if it was a really good item, there was no need to worry about no one buying it. Of course, it had to be at least a hero-level item or other special items to be eligible to be auctioned. Soon, Song-Chi arrived in front of the little working girl. It was a cute young lady who displayed a professional smile. Hello, I'm here to consign. Okay, please place the item on the consignment table and fill in the reserve price. I will automatically just start the auction once I confirm that there are no errors. Chapter 80 Yingling Set. Staff of Dragon Bone. Summon a bone dragon of the same level? Not required. Staff of Earth Bane. Increase spell casting distance, and the power of earth attribute spells? Not needed. Staff of Iron Serpent. Song-Chi continuously flipped through the attributes of each piece of equipment. His goal was clear. Right now, all of his skills were in Lubu and Yingzhang. Moreover, the battle power of these two was already strong enough. Therefore, he didn't need any weapons that increased his body's battle power. What he needed was equipment that could first increase the battle power of his summons, preferably a percentage type of enhancement. That way he could use it for a longer period of time. Perhaps it was because there were few summoners, or perhaps it was because for other level 30 summoners, their summons needed fixed attribute enhancements more. Song-Chi quickly found a whole set of equipment that suited him. Weapon. Sword of Yingling, 20% increase in all attributes of humanoid summons. Helmet. Spirit of Ying Helmet, humanoid summons full attributes increased by 10%. Accessories. Amulet of the Imperium, humanoid summoners full attributes increased by 5%. Upper body defense. Imperium armor, 10% increase in all attributes of the humanoid summoned object. Lower body defenses. Yingling leg armor, humanoid summoners full attributes increased by 5%. All 5 pieces of equipment were heroic grade items, and the effects were surprisingly consistent, increasing the full attributes of the humanoid summoned objects. Adding them up would exactly increase Lubu and Yingzhang's full attributes by 50%, although it couldn't be said to be a qualitative change. The effect was enough to satisfy Song-Chi. After all, this was only a level 30 hero quality equipment. It couldn't be compared to a legendary treasure like the 7 deadly sins. At the same time, the set attributes of these 5 pieces of equipment could also raise Song-Chi's spiritual attributes by more than 500 points. For himself, the increase in spiritual power was equivalent to enhancing his ability to preserve his life. Although it could only be considered an addition, it wasn't bad at all. 5 pieces of equipment, totaling 26.5 million credits? It averages out to 5 million apiece, which is quite acceptable considering I bought them all at one price. As for the Snow Wolf King staff, I can also keep it, so if I need to enter the snowy plains or something like that in the future, I can replace it. The effect of the Snow Wolf King's staff was to increase the full attributes of the summon item by 20%, rising to 30% in an icy environment. Drop. Song-Chi first chose to pay. After buying the equipment, he started looking through the list of skill books again. Skill books of the same quality were much more expensive than equipment, even if they were only heroic quality. Most of them were over $10 million, and some were even close to $100 million. I already have Void Riptide and Directional Leap for the life preservation and running skills. The defense type also has Chi Men Dunya and Life Shelter. And Soul Link can also be considered a half defense skill, so it's best for me to choose an attack type skill. But for me, increased type skills are actually attack type skills, but none of the hero quality skills have a high strength of increase. The maximum is only 50%, and the duration is only 5 minutes. Song-Chi stroked his chin and changed the quality from heroic to legendary. Swish! Dozens of skill books instantly popped out. However, the long string of zeros that carried behind them caused Song-Chi to draw in a breath of cold air. He took a glance at it. The lowest one had to be 200 million credits. The highest even reached 1.5 billion. Not to mention buying it at a single price. He couldn't even afford the reserve price of the auction. Forget it. It's better to hold off on things like skill books. It's better to wait until we have the money to buy legendary skill books in the future. The skill bar is limited. It's better to be short than short. Song-Chi shook his head, closed the auction program, and went to the storage department, receiving the 5 pieces of equipment from the staff and casually putting them into his system backpack. He descended the stairs while sighing with emotion. Making money on making money. For professionals, money is really never enough. You said, why can't someone suddenly appear and somehow send me a few legendary level skills or billions of credits? After finishing his business, Song-Chi went downstairs to eat an early breakfast, and then he once again caught the bus to the endless snow plains. This time, he didn't encounter any more big-breasted beauties looking for him to strike up a conversation, nor did he encounter any other strange things. It was safe to arrive at the gathering place. Afterwards, Song-Chi booked a hotel and headed to the snow wolf-infested area to begin his journey of brushing monsters. There are only a few days left before the Genius Tournament. Although from the City Lord's mouth, he already knew that the geniuses of the first 3 districts were extremely far away from the other districts, but he really didn't know much about it. But he really wasn't too sure just how strong the other side was. If he leveled up to 30 and added that heroic equipment, he could at least increase his chances of winning a little more. As long as he could enter the top 3, he would be able to complete the system's mission. Maybe we can find a chance to ask the City Lord then? Chapter 81 Hymn of Life, Epic Skill. Rewards being prepared for the host. Within Song-Chi's sea of consciousness, the huge draw roulette wheel that he was familiar with slowly surfaced. Whether to draw immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Drip drip drip. Song-Chi couldn't wait and pressed 9 times in a row. In the process of extraction, the roulette wheel began to slowly rotate. But Song-Chi couldn't wait any longer and first double-clicked on the roulette wheel to skip the animation this time. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5 times experience card *3. Congratulations, you have received a triple experience card *10. Congratulations, you have earned a triple experience card *5. Congratulations, you have obtained the occupation item designation coupon *2. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare grade defense, which Helena's panties. Congratulations, you have obtained. Ding, you have drawn 9 consecutive draws. The next draw will be a guaranteed draw, removing all items below transcendent grade. 9 draws, other than the experience cards and the occupation item designation coupons. Everything else was a bunch of rags of rare or ordinary grade. There was basically nothing that could be used. But luckily, I only drew 9 times and left a guarantee. It's just right for a big wave with the designated coupons. Song-Chi revealed a fruity expression. Little friends who often played card drawing games knew that if a game sets a guarantee in the card pool, then it was basically equivalent to not shipping non-guaranteed. That was why Song-Chi had placed all his hopes on the 10th draw at the beginning. Occupational item designation ticket. Use it. He crushed the designation ticket without hesitation. Ding, you have used the occupation item designation ticket. Please select the occupation you wish to designate. Summoner. Designation successful. For this draw, all non-summoner occupation items in the prize pool will be removed. This extraction is a guaranteed extraction. All items below transcendent will be removed. Extract. Skip. Song-Chi didn't hesitate to click down, and then skipped the animation. In the process of extracting for you. Congratulations, you have drawn the epic skill book. Hymn of Life. Ha! Song-Chi's entire body stood head at once. Epic level? Crap. I actually drew an epic level item, or the rarest skill book. He was surprisingly at a loss for words for a moment, followed by ecstasy. What was the concept of an epic item in the current human society? It was items and skills that only existed in stories, but that wasn't to say that no one possessed them. Rather, it meant that ordinary people simply didn't have the chance to see items of this quality. Epic level items were already strategic level materials. Songqi excitedly took out the skill book and tremblingly tapped on the information. Skill book, Anthem of Life. Quality, Epic. Limitation, Summoner, Priest, Paladin. Skill description, the user is centered in the center. Skill description, with the user as the center. Rains down an Anthem of Life. Friendly troops within the Anthem's range will recover 10% of their own life force, spiritual energy and physical strength every second. The first diameter of the skill's range is half of the user's spiritual attribute value, meters. Duration 300 seconds. Cooldown 48 hours. Maximum level, not upgradable. Crap. Songqi Shuji froze in place, his eyes about to glaze over. He turned into a relentless crap repeater. He only had 2 words to describe this skill. Invincible. If anyone else had gotten this skill, they might only be able to use it as a ranged healing skill. But in Songqi's hands, there was a qualitative leap. To give a very simple example, Lubu's Sheer Strike. This skill was Lubu's strongest burst skill, but even at his full strength, using it twice a battle was the limit. Generally speaking, in order to not affect his battle power, he would only use it once. In other words, each use of Sacrificial Strike would consume about 50% of Lubu's stamina. But now, once the Life Hymn was turned on, every second was 10% of life force, and the recovery rate of stamina. Lubu could completely use Sacrificial Strike without any fear and let go. One release in 5 seconds. One big one in 5 seconds. The key is also a strong burst skill with a super high bonus. If he had this skill when he fought those demon-worshipping cult senior professionals, where would he have needed to go through so much trouble? Lubu jumped up from a distance and did a big attack, instantly killing one. Then he landed and did another big move, instantly securing one more. Then a big move on the left, a big move on the right, and another big move on the backhand. Well, the demon-worshipping cult senior professionals squad, 25 seconds to speed kill pass. That's not all. You know Songqi has a Soul Link skill. Although his combat skills were not as good as Lubu's, who wouldn't know how to smash things? Lubu's, no strategy, plus Ing Zhang's skill, sweep ***. That's an 800% increase in all attributes. Chapter 82, Facing Chu Shaojiang. 7th City District. At the gate. Stop. Get off. With the driver's yell, the passengers got off. Songqi entered the city along with the general flow, and then he rushed to the city lord's mansion without stopping. When he arrived at the 12th floor, the city lord was lying on a chair looking at the scenery of the city, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. Beside the city lord was another person, Chu Shaojiang. It was only when he saw Songqi finally arrive that the city lord finally got up from his chair, and he looked around curiously. You're a summoner. Why are you dressed like a warrior? Songqi shrugged. The Yingling set, a hero-grade equipment that increases the full attributes of the summoner. That's what it looks like. I can't help it. The weapon of the Yingling set was a one-handed sword. The defense was also armor instead of a robe. Coupled with Songqi's already outstanding height, the silver-white armor set him off in a valiant manner and sold extremely well. Upon hearing this, the city lord nodded. Alright, since all the people are here, let's go later. Songqi froze. Are there only 2 of us from the urban area competing in this genius tournament? Theoretically, I could pick 5. But that group of people who can't even pass the test would be disgracing my 7th urban district if they go. The city lord explained, then slammed his head as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. His name is Chu Shaojiang. That's the Chu Shaojiang that you said earlier that there was a possibility of colluding with foreign clans. But don't worry, I've already checked. He has nothing to do with the foreign races. Also I have to go get some identification. You 2 stay here for a while. Saying that, the city lord walked into the elevator and descended the stairs. Songqi, Chu Shaojiang. No, city lord, do you have to say it first in front of the 2 of us? It's embarrassing, okay? With his departure, a weird silence fell between the 2. However, Songqi wasn't in the habit of putting a hot face on a cold ass, so he simply ignored the other party's thoughts. But this time, Chu Shaojiang's attitude towards him made a 180-degree shift. He smiled slightly fawningly and came forward. That, brother Song? It was my fault before. You are magnanimous. Aha. Although Songqi was surprised at the change in his attitude, he still didn't even return his head, only responding from his nose. Seeing this, Chu Shaojiang wasn't annoyed either. If it was said that before, his evaluation of Songqi was that he was a small person who was fine even if he was offended. Then with the city lord's actions. Now, in his eyes, Songqi was the 7th district city lord's actual personal disciple. He was at least at the principal level in the future, and there was a slight possibility of becoming a city lord level powerhouse. Genius professional. His future was so bright that it was blinding. It was simply not an existence that a small person like him could afford to mess with. He pulled out 2 bottles of light blue potions from his storage ring. I heard that your parents worked in a factory before. Brother Song? It's not like before the apocalypse. The labor in the factory is more intense and the protection is incomplete. Auntie and uncle worked in there for so many years. It's inevitable that they would inhale a lot of toxic gases and their bodies would be left with dark wounds. Although everyone is a professional now and has good health, it's inevitable that old age will produce after effects. Those ailments must be cured early. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Song Chi turned his head and asked with some impatience. However, Chu Shaojiang didn't care about his attitude at all, and instead respectfully placed 2 bottles of potions in front of Song Chi. Look, Brother Song, this is a miasma expelling healing potion that I specifically asked the senior pharmacist in the family to create especially for my aunt and uncle. A potion specially created for my parents? Song Chi asked, slightly puzzled. Chu Shaojiang nodded curtly. A few days ago, I went to your home in the name of a classmate, and I brought that senior apothecary of our family who was above level 85 along with me. He examined your parents' bodies, and when he went back, he specially made these 2 bottles of potions. Not only can they help aunts and uncles remove dark wounds and eliminate toxins from their bodies, but they can also nourish and beautify their faces, prolong their lives, and make the 2 old men several years younger. Upon hearing this, Song Chi couldn't help but frown at the other party. This guy, why is it faceless and skinless? Didn't you have to fight me to death a few days ago, and now you're rushing up to flatter? However, this potion also gave him a wake-up call. The physical condition of his parents really should be concerned. Maybe when they leveled up in the future, they could bring their parents along to the wild monsters to brush the monsters? Not for anything else. Just increasing a few attribute values would be excellent. After thinking about it, he spoke again. My sister, a warrior, has been brushing copies for so many years. There should be quite a few dark wounds, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Shaojiang not only didn't show emotions such as revulsion, but instead, he smiled joyfully. Don't worry, Brother Song, your sister wasn't at home that day, so when I have time, I'll be sure to help your sister specially formulate a pair of potions as well. Chapter 83 Rules of the Genius Tournament. After delivering the gift, Chu Shaojiang did not continue to force a conversation. Instead, he honestly retreated to the side and sat down. Silence once again returned between the two. A few minutes later, ding dong, the city lord stepped out of the elevator. Alright, let's get going. Is there anything else you guys need to clear with the family? This trip to the Genius Tournament won't be too short. Chu Shaojiang shook his head. The news that he was going to the Genius Tournament was known to the entire clan, and what he had to confide in had been confided in long ago. Song Chi, on the other hand, raised his hand. I still have a few things to say to my parents. The city lord nodded. Then you go back first. Chu Shaojiang and I will wait for you at the gate. No problem. Song Chi went back home first. After talking to his parents for a while and watching them drink the potion, he got up and left. When he arrived at the gate, the city lord and Chu Shaojiang had been waiting for him for quite some time. The two were sitting on a cloud of black mist suspended in the air. The black mist was large enough for 5 or 6 people to lie flat with no problem. Song Chi approached and reached out to try his hand. Although it was black mist, the construction was very sturdy, but it wasn't very hard. Somewhat similar to the feeling of a sofa. What are you touching? Hurry up and come up. If you piss this guy off, no one will take you to the first city district. This guy? Song Chi froze for a moment. It has a consciousness? Cut the crap and hurry up. The city lord didn't explain, and with a wave of his hand, the first connection conjured up a black mist to lift Song Chi to the top. A transparent circular barrier then surfaced around the west of the black mist. Sit tight. The words just fell. Boom! An airwave exploded and dust flew. The 3 of them, along with the black mist, instantly disappeared in place. The 2 of them, Song Chi and Chu Shaojiang, didn't react for a moment and crashed headfirst into the barrier. As their speed gradually stabilized, the 2 of them were able to steady themselves. At this time, the city lord also opened his mouth once again. It's going to take West hours to fly from the 7th city district to the 1st city district. So if you have thoughts of pooping and farting or something like that in the middle of the journey, my advice is that it's best to hold it in. Otherwise, don't blame me for not stating it in advance if you get thrown off by the first connection at that time. In addition, about the schedule and mode of the Genius Tournament, I'm here to talk to you guys in advance. First of all, the Genius Tournament is co-organized by all the top levels of the human race, and each urban area can select a maximum of 5 participants to take part. The quotas, on the other hand, will be decided by the city lords of each urban area on their own. Under the city lord's explanation, the two gradually gained a general understanding of the Genius Tournament. The duration of the Genius Tournament was variable, as short as 10 days and as long as 1 month. The exact ending time mainly depended on when the last place was decided. The tournament system was divided into 3 rounds. They were the survival round, the group round, and the individual round. According to the order of priority, survival tournament, that is, the group of geniuses randomly put into the designated wilderness area, usually lasts about a week, but depending on the situation the specific time is not fixed. The contestants gain points by killing different levels of magical creatures. The higher the level, the higher the score. Higher level demons are also intentionally placed in the area. Higher level demons also provide higher points. In the end, by virtue of the number of points, the respective rankings would be judged. Of course, this field area would first be familiarized with and explored by the strongest members of the human race in advance, confirming that there were no abnormalities in the area before selecting it. And during the competition, at least 5 city lord level powerhouses and dozens of level 90 or above senior professionals would be exclusively responsible for observing the situation to ensure that no accidents would occur. During the period the players can cooperate, but infighting and killing are not allowed. After all, this group of people can all be the human race's 1 in a million heavenly pride. In the future, they might even become the backbone of the human race, or even the top battle babies. The death of any one of them was worth their heartache for a while. As for the team competition and individual competition rules will be much simpler. Individual competition, as the name suggests, is a random draw 1v1 match. The winner goes to the next round, and the loser loses the qualification, or enters the resurrection round based on the judge's judgment. The higher the ranking, the higher the points. Finally, there is the team competition. The team competition was for the players from each urban area to form teams of a maximum of 5 and a minimum of 2, and then randomly draw lots to face off against each other. Hearing this, Chu Shaojiang froze for a moment, and after a while, he still couldn't help but step forward and ask, "City Lord, I have a question. If you say that, wouldn't our urban district be at a natural disadvantage? There are only 2 participants from our urban district." The City Lord nodded. "That's right, that's how I arranged it. But don't worry, the fewer people on the team, the higher the points earned for the same rankings. For example, if it was the same top 10 ranking, a 5-person squad might only receive 10 points. However, a 2-person squad could gain Western 10 points." Chu Shaojiang was still a bit terrified. Chapter 84 Alignment and Brush Video. West 1 hour later, as the City Lord repelled the swarm of demons attacking them for the 6th time, the first city district finally surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. Just a glance caused Song Qi and Chu Shaojiang to marvel. The entire first city district was much larger in scope than the 7th city district. It was at least 10 times more. Even though they were separated by several kilometers, the 2 of them were still able to see the colorful, brilliant to the point of dazzling neon lights in the city. The magical airships, air vehicles, and various skyscrapers rarely seen in the 7th city filled the sky and earth of the first city. All sorts of strong people traveled through the air. The traffic looked chaotic on the surface, but in reality, it was well organized. A dozen or so vans loaded with heavy magical defense formations pulled out just in time, and the overflowing transcendent energy above them was even clearly perceivable to the few people in the sky above. There was no telling what exactly was loaded inside, but soon, as a plain black cloth covered it, the transcendent power instantly disappeared without a trace. "This is the first city district?" Song Qi was fine. He was someone who had seen modern society, and although he was odd at first glance, it only stopped there. However, Chu Shaojiang felt as if he was in the future and couldn't stop exclaiming. If the first city district was a super first-tier modernized city, then the 7th city was almost equivalent to a village in a remote mountainous area. It couldn't be said that there was a huge development gap between the 2. It could only be said that it was as if they were separated by an era. Song Qi glanced at the periphery and realized that the industrial area of the first urban area was also completely different from the 7th urban area. By all rights, the industrial area should be a place filled with stench and sewage. The rivers in it would even be polluted as a result, turning into rivers that were like stinking ditches. But here, not only was the industrial area clean to the point of being spotless, the river next to it was also crystal clear. "City Lord, doesn't the first city district have any heavy industries, or do they have other means of sewage disposal?" "There's actually no pollution at all in the industrial area." Song Qi couldn't help but ask. "Neither." The City Lord shook his head. "It's just simply that there are enough high-level professionals. So many that they have the luxury of sending senior occupiers to clean the streets and rivers." "I see." Song Qi came to a realization. It was true that a lot of things were a matter of whether or not there were enough resources. "All right, it's time to go down." The City Lord looked down and maneuvered the black mist to land before the gate. He came before the guards and took out his identification. Soon, a very beautifully dressed young girl came out and admitted the 3 of them to a hotel called Imperial Hall. Although the name was a bit rustic, it was indeed luxurious to the point of being unlike anything else. Song Chi and Chu Xiaojiang each had a room. As for the city lord, as soon as he entered the city, he first disappeared in place. Also do not know what to do to go. Song Chi came to the hotel room, first went to take a shower, and then fell on the bed comfortably, taking his cell phone to brush up the video. It's really worthy of being the first urban area. Even the internet speed is quite a bit faster. It's not stuck at all. Song Chi couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't experienced such a smooth video swiping experience in a long time. I'll take another look at the same city. This video. Hiss. What's the difference between these pants and the mask? They don't stop anything but the center one, right? The underwear cage is more than that. Is this something that can be filmed? And this body. Are all the beauties here so big and open? Now that the human race is in a precarious situation, even if you don't think about serving your country, you actually rub it in? Song Chi looked serious and clicked favorite, ready to criticize it later. There's also this video. It also needs to be severely criticized a few times. This one too. After swiping for less than a few minutes, Song Chi had already criticized several videos. It's really worthy of being the human race's biggest urban area. It's just too depraved. Wow, this childish face. This video has to be criticized too. Oh, the location is actually in the neighborhood? The video synopsis is there a brother who lives in the Imperial Hotel who is willing to take me in for a night? Song Chi's spirit was shaken. He remembered that the software in this side of the world didn't have features like beauty face. Wouldn't that mean that the other party was real? No way, I can't just watch. As a genius of the new generation of the human race, I have the responsibility and obligation to help these young girls who have gone astray. Song Chi could feel a sense of justice welling up in his abdomen, urging himself to go out. However, just at this moment, knock knock knock. May I ask if the brothers inside are coming over to participate in the Genius Tournament? We're from the 10th City District and would like to talk to you about an alliance. Song Chi's movement of putting on his pants lurched. The 10th City District? An alliance? Could it be that you wanted to unite the lagging urban areas together to defeat the top 3 urban areas? After thinking about it, Song Chi still put his pants on and opened the door. Chapter 85, Descendant of Lear the Great? The night passed quietly. The next morning, the city lord appeared out of nowhere. Right on time, he woke the duo up from their sleep and brought them to the upper floors of a building in the center of the city. Just as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a man with a well-built body and wearing loose practice clothes walked up to them. He was followed by scheming, spirited teenagers. As soon as he saw the city lord, he smiled and greeted him. Yo, old Fu, old Tian, long time no see. The city lord responded with a smile. It looked like he and the other party should be acquaintances. The person called Old Tian glanced at Song Chi and Chu Xiaojiang before enviously saying, Yesterday I heard that you only brought 2 people this year. Originally I didn't believe it, but now I do. It looks like you're a sure thing for this genius tournament. Nowhere. It's really just that the others can't hold their own. City Lord Fu said modestly. By the way, how is your Western District? How can it be? Every year, 3 or 5 Super S classes hang around half dead. Not able to go up and not able to go down. So they're just stuck there. It's embarrassing. Anyway, as long as one of them can make it into the top 10 I'll be satisfied. And we won't be missing out on too much in the distribution of resources. City Lord Fu nodded and asked again. I heard that the one surnamed Li is competing this year? You are close by. How is his strength now? Have you inquired about it? City Lord Tian shook his head. I haven't heard about the exact strength, but it must be ridiculously strong. From what old Nya and Vivian said, their 2nd and 3rd city districts were originally planning to first give up on grabbing first place. City Lord Fu froze. That powerful? Didn't the 2 of them used to like to fight with the 1st city district, but this year they wimped out on the first takeover? City Lord Tian smiled contemptuously. Joking. Born with their own profession and unusual people can be compared? Plus that identity. Is me I also choose to give up. But then that person said that he would take the initiative to suppress his strength and keep it at level 25. Only then did old Nya and Vivian and the 2 of them become slightly more spirited. That's so. Upon hearing this, City Lord Fu chatted with the other party for a few more moments before leaving with their respective team members. However, at this moment, Song Chi's curiosity was piqued. From the sound of it, it seemed like there was an extraordinary big shot who would be competing this year. Even the city lord used honorifics. This status was definitely not low. And he's going to compete in a competition that will actually make the other city districts give up their fight for the first place? And what was the deal with being born with a self-occupation? A series of questions lingered in Song Chi's mind as he came forward and asked in a low voice. City Lord, the one you guys just talked about. Who is it? And what is the meaning of the birth self-occupation? The City Lord looked at the 2 in confusion, before coming to a realization. You guys don't know about this? It was a sensation a decade or so ago. But that's right. You guys were just born then as well. So it's too normal for you not to know about this. After a pause, he continued to explain. That little fellow surnamed Li, called Li Zong, is the descendant of the original Li Ir Great Emperor. Li Ir Great Emperor? The moment they heard that name, Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang both only felt their breaths jerk. The Great Emperor Li Ir, who came out of nowhere at the most critical moment of the human race, repelling the extraterrestrial demonic hordes, creating transcendent professions, and preaching to the human race? And this Li Zong was actually a descendant of the other party? Then in that case, the so-called birth self-occupation is actually, the city lord nodded. That's right, it's literally. Li Zong didn't cry or make a fuss after his birth, and even used his transcendent power to repel the midwifery nurse who tried to spank him. It was only after testing later that the human race's top management realized that not only did Li Zong bring his own occupation with him at birth, but his talent was also a super S-class existence. However, his occupation and talent are both confidential information, and only the old city lord of the first city district knows what the specifics are, Chu Xiaojiang said in confusion. Wait, occupation is also kept secret? In that case, his occupation isn't on that list of occupations we know so well? That's right, the city lord nodded. His occupation. There are many different opinions. Some say he can wear and use skills, equipment, and items from any profession. There are also those who say that his growth rate is more than dozens of times higher than the average professional. There are also those who say that even just the name of his occupation being exposed is enough for the extraterrestrial demon clan to come and attack and kill him at any cost. That's why, for the sake of safety, the higher echelons of the human race chose to block out most of his information. Good fellow. The two first called out good guy. Other people could only transfer at the age of 18. He automatically awakened his profession at birth? Doesn't that mean you have 18 more years of upgrading time than others? That's not enough. The strength of the key profession is still exaggerated to the point of being unbelievable. The growth value could potentially be dozens of times that of a normal person? Just revealing the name of the occupation was enough for the extraterrestrial demon clan to kill at any cost? Just how strong does this have to be to have this kind of effect? Chapter 86, Genius Tournament First Round. Beginning. The three of them walked out of the building and once again arrived on the street. City Lord Fu raised his hand and looked at the time. It's only 8 in the morning. The match starts at 1 in the afternoon. It's still early. You two feel free to move around next. Just remember to report to the tournament location at 12 o'clock early. He waved his hand and turned around, ready to leave. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang heard this and just stepped away ready to leave. The city lord behind them suddenly gave another beat and turned around to say seriously, "Oh yeah, and you guys are not allowed to go to the Phantom Bar. Brother Song, where are we going next?" The two of them walked down the street. Chu Xiaojiang curtly stood at one side and softly inquired, "I say, can't you go play by yourself? What's the point of always following me? He. Isn't this because I've offended you before? Brother Song, I'll settle the bill for all of your spending today. Brother Song, as an atonement for your offense." Song Qi helplessly skimmed his mouth. But after all, reaching out was not a good idea, not to mention that the other party had sent 2 bottles of precious potions before. It wasn't good for the first to pick up and drive away. It could only be followed by him. The two of them wandered aimlessly on the street. While admiring the skyscrapers of the first city, they occasionally entered a small restaurant to experience the specialties of this side. Song Qi realized that meat, which was hard to enjoy for the lower-class civilians in the 7th district, was extremely common in the 1st district, and the civilians here seemed to be used to it. In this post-apocalyptic environment, there were even restaurants that used the gimmick of free-range chickens and free-range cows and sheep to attract customers. There are also many restaurants that are famous for specializing in the sale of magical meat. It would be fine if there was only one restaurant that used magical meat as a gimmick, but if there were 3 restaurants on a single street, that would be enough proof that the cultivation of magical creatures in the first city had formed a large scale. Otherwise, it would never be possible to provide a stable supply of so many restaurants. Song Qi went in and tried out a few of these stores. The flavor was indeed extremely delicious. The price was even cheaper than eating a raised chicken in the 7th district. At this moment, he could only lament. The difference in living conditions between the 2 urban areas Zhou should not be too great. If the distance isn't too far, I do really want to take my parents over to live here. But when you think about it, our family isn't too far off in terms of living conditions now. The duo of Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang were both professionals with huge appetites. After entering several restaurants in a row and eating several meals in a row, they were still only half full. Just between eating and drinking like this, the time came to noon, and the duo also walked towards the competition location. First City District, 110 kilometers into the western suburb of the wilderness. Swish! Inside the teleportation array, two silhouettes suddenly appeared, precisely Song Qi and Xu Xiaojiang. At this time, quite a few players had already arrived. The blonde man who came to look for Song Qi's alliance last night had also arrived, and there was a circle of people around him. It seemed like the alliance movement was going well. However, the two of them did not see their own city lord. After arriving by teleportation array, the two waited for about half an hour. Again, quiet. A loud and clear voice came from high above, and a middle-aged male holding an exquisite staff and dressed in white descended from the sky and landed in front of the crowd. All contestants now immediately come before me and line up in order of the urban area. Those who do not arrive within 3 minutes are considered to have automatically forfeited their rights. Upon hearing this, the surrounding contestants who were originally still chatting amongst themselves gathered. Seeing that the people had pretty much arrived, he tapped his cane to the ground 13 times in a row, and a series of 13 strange formations surfaced one after another. Everyone, stand up to the formations, one urban area at a time. First of all, although it's possible that you all already knew about it in advance, I still have to repeat the rules once more. The first round is a survival match. The map is the area of about 10,000 square kilometers behind you. You can gain points by killing demonic creatures, and the higher the level of the demonic creature, the more points you'll gain. Most of the demons in the field are level 30-50. If you don't feel like you can even beat a demonic creature of this level, my advice would be to take the first withdrawal now. And to increase the difficulty, we specially selected 10 high-level demons above level 60 to put in. The highest ranked among them is the level 80 Abyssal Inferno Demon. Although the pamphlet given to you all has a distribution map of these fiends, it doesn't mean that they'll stay in place for one song. So it's best for you guys to pay attention to your surroundings when you kill the demons, so you don't somehow get eliminated without knowing what's going on. After a pause, he continued, contestants can cooperate with each other, but the demonic creature points won't be distributed according to the contribution of the kill. They will only be calculated on the head of the one who caused the lethal damage. So even if you are cooperating, you'd better discuss in advance who the points will go to. In addition, if you don't take it upon yourselves to be defeated by the demonic creature and your life symbol is triggered, you will be considered eliminated. Chapter 87. Will you be my friend? In the middle of a high mountain wild forest, swish, a white light flashed, and Song Qi suddenly appeared here. As soon as he appeared, he immediately summoned the duo of Lu Bu and Ing Zhang. He then looked around the western Zhou and realized that his initial place was quite safe, and there were no magical creatures in the vicinity. There was a huge piece of white paper in the sky, and all the names of all the contestants were registered above it, and those names were followed by a number 0. Obviously, this was some sort of means used to tally the scores in real time. Song Qi turned his head and realized that 2 contestants to his right had also appeared at the same time. Were looking around. One of them was alert and didn't immediately step forward. Instead, the other player was relaxed and came forward with a smile. Hello, you seem like a summoner to me. Need to work together? As for the points, you and I can just split them equally. The teenager was wearing a casual outfit, and his pupil color was surprisingly as brilliant as gold. The appearance could not be called very handsome, but it gave people a feeling that they could not help but want to get close. His smile was extremely sincere. It was as if he had no defenses against others at all. He simply saw that he was a summoner and wanted to help him out. Song Qi froze for a moment as he realized that the casual clothes on the other party's body were actually real casual clothes, not some strange-looking equipment. In other words, the other party had come to the tournament without even wearing equipment. One had to know that even for Song Qi, he had honestly put on his Yingling suit. Obviously, this person was either confident beyond measure, either that or he was simply stupid. But the probability of a contestant who could participate in the genius tournament being a fool was negligible. So it should be an existence that was extremely confident in its own strength. Or perhaps, it was a member of that alignment movement yesterday? After thinking about it, Song Qi shook his head. Thanks for the kind words, but let's forget about it. I prefer to be alone. That's so. The teenager nodded, slightly disappointed. It's a pity. I had wanted to make friends with you. Make friends? Song Qi listened dumbfounded. Make friends? Now, making friends with someone in the middle of a match? Could it be that it was really a fool? Yeah, the teenager sighed and explained. I'm from the first city district, but I've been disciplined by the adults since I was a kid. Every day it was either exercising or drinking those messed up medicines. Even going out had to be followed by people, and there were even strict norms for every word and action, saying that they wanted to maintain some kind of majesty. It's hard for ordinary people to get close to me, let alone make friends with people my own age. It was only this time when I participated in the competition that I was finally able to have a bit of free space to move around. So I thought of taking this opportunity to make a friend. Saying this, the teenager suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, if you promise, I can take care of the combat part. You just need to kill the demons. How about it? This deal is reasonable, right? Song-chi revealed a look of pity. Pity. Another child who had lost his childhood because of his parents' high expectations. Can making friends be described as a deal? It was really hard to know whether to call it naive or what. But these experiences sound like they are the children of some big family? This kind of big family's child. It seemed like it was not his turn to sympathize? After all, other people had resources that 99% of people couldn't have at birth. Come to think of it, if one could be born into this kind of family, losing a childhood in exchange for a lifetime of glory and wealth seemed to be worth it? I'm sorry, I sympathize with you, but not right now. If there is a chance in the future, it's possible. Saying that, Song-chi waved his hand and walked forward. All right. The teenager lost his head and turned towards the other side. However, right after Song-chi left, the third person who appeared at the same time suddenly came before the teenager. He acted very excited. That what? You are young Master Lee Zong, right? I recognize you. You're the only one with such unique pupils in the entire First City District. If you don't mind, I can be your friend. Upon hearing these words, the teenager named Lee Zong turned his head, his pair of golden pupils first sweeping suspiciously before staring at the other person dead on. The person hastily shot up and showed his best mental condition. However, for some reason, after being stared at by the other party for less than half a minute, his forehead was covered in cold sweat and his mouth was dry. Afterward, the teenager slowly closed his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. You can't be my friend. The man froze, and then was somewhat at a loss for words. Why? He can be a summoner. Why can't I? A mage? And I'm still a super S-rank talent. It has nothing to do with that. The teenager didn't seem to understand the human condition and just explained in a very first white manner. You can't keep up with me. The gap between the two of us will only gradually widen with the passage of time until we never cross paths again. Chapter 88. A little interesting. It wasn't known if the organizers had randomly placed them or if it was intentional. Almost every demonic activity area had a corresponding high-level demonic creature placed in it. The high-level demonic creature here was called Abyssal Demon Ape. It was placed right in the center of the group of apes. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that this was a demonic creature infected with the abyssal aura, due to the similarity in race and appearance between the two sides. With the average rank of 45 of the tyrannical ape group, after the demonic ape entered, it would become the new ape king of the group in a short period of time. It was even possible that the original black-furred tyrannical apes would be infected with the abyssal aura as well. The original level 45 tyrannical apes would most likely advance to level 50 or above as a result. The same situation was also true for the demonic groups in other regions. Even a level 30 demonic creature might be infected with the abyssal breath and then advance to a level 40 demonic creature. The organizer is simply not trying to let the average genius pass through smoothly. Song-chi guessed as he walked forward. Chu Xiaojiang had told Song-chi about his situation in advance in order to not make a fool of himself in the group competition. During this month's time, he had obtained copy tickets that allowed him to enter unlimited copies through the family's resources. He had hired unlimited people to take him to the duplicates, and he had slept for only 7 hours a day, frantically working on the duplicates. He finally reached level 25 on the day before the Genius Tournament at the right time. Although he didn't have any origin water to drink, he also had a quota of 3 bottles of Plague of Demons potion. With the family's support, he drank a total of 8 bottles this month, consuming 1 bottle on an average West day. Paired with those herbal essences, the 8 bottles of the Potion of All Demons exerted a double effect. It allowed his base agility attribute to reach 200 points, combined with a heroic grade equipment. It was also able to provide 300 points of main attribute, with 500 points of agility attributes. It was enough for him to easily hunt level 30 demons. The attribute values of level 40 demons were usually around 600-700, so if he went one-on-one, he could barely beat them by relying on his skills and talents. But a level 45 demonic creature, he wouldn't be able to fight them at all. Compared to a level 45 demonic creature that could easily have thousands of attribute values, the gap between the two was just too big. Too big. Even if the demonic creature's intelligence level was not high, the crushing attribute advantage was enough to step on all deficiencies. If Chu Xiaojiang is regarded as a genius tournament floor, then the average strength of the contestants who were able to participate in this match should be the level where they could hunt and kill a level 45 demonic creature. A few would be able to hunt level 50 demons or be able to barely remain undefeated in front of level 60 demons. So, they should pick 2 kinds of people for this round of the Genius Tournament. 1 is one whose own strength is so terrifying that it can break the norm, a supreme heavenly pride that can't be viewed by common sense. This kind of existence is naturally the focus of what they want to cultivate. Such as me. Song-chi nodded in affirmation. The other type is a genius who possesses the potential to be a commander-in-chief. What about ordinary geniuses who couldn't fight high-level demons and couldn't get up in points? Of course there was no choice but to make alliances. The devils were in groups, and there might even be high-level devils present among them. It was simply impossible for a single person to kill their way into them. Then the only way is to form a team, and allied with others to kill into the group of demons, to fight against the impact of high-level demons with battle formation. But the problem was, who was able to participate in this match that wasn't a genius in each city district, to fight a high-level demonic creature after one's own hard work, and in the end the points were given to someone else for nothing. This kind of scene wouldn't be pleasing to anyone. Therefore, at this time, it was up to who could pull together a team and stabilize people's hearts. According to Song Chi's guess, this kind of special talent, even if their potential was not very high, the probability was that they would be able to share some resources after the tournament. As he walked, Song Chi had gradually stepped into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and looked to his right. Shadowed figures were swaying around in the forest, and roars were constantly coming out. It looked like it was a group of tyrannical apes that were foraging for food. A group of tyrannical apes? Then it looks like I've reached the center area. But this group of tyrannical apes looks normal, not infected by the abyssal aura. Song Chi held his breath and took a look. In terms of numbers, there are about 200 of them by visual estimation, and this is already the center area. The probability of encountering other groups of tyrannical apes is not low. It's not too much of a waste to use the experience card now. Saying that, Song Chi took out a triple experience card and decisively crushed it. A system beep sounded. Ding! Your current experience value acquisition rate is 300%. Duration is 2 hours. Up. Song Chi pointed forward, and 7 strong winds suddenly blew up beside him. Lu Bu rode his red rabbit and instantly accelerated from a static state to a blur of silhouettes. The 6 terracotta warriors followed closely behind, forming a common charging formation. As Song Chi rose to level 30, Ying Zhang's spiritual attribute came to 3,000 points. The limit on the number of terracotta warriors had changed from 4 at the beginning to 6. Bang! Chapter 89, First Line Heavenly Talent. Poof, 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 puff. Dull ringing sounds came out as the lances of the 6 terracotta warriors pierced through the heads of the enemies in front of them with precision and accuracy. Roar! A tyrannical ape roared, instantly blasting 2 terracotta warriors into powder with a single punch. But it didn't wait for it to be happy for too long. Poof! The remaining western lance poked out without hesitation, stabbing the approaching tyrannical ape through the heart. But the decrease in the number of terracotta warriors seemed to have spurred the tyrannical apes, letting them see the hope of destroying this group of strange enemies. For a while, many of the tyrant apes withdrew from Lu Bu's encirclement and roared as they pounced on the terracotta warriors. However, rise! Ying Zhang stood at a distance and lifted his finger with an unhurried motion. The terracotta warriors that had just been destroyed coalesced once again, and their number returned to 6. In the face of the overwhelming number of tyrannical apes, the 6 terracotta warriors simply continued to thrust out the lances in their hands. Poof poof poof. Another 6 tyrannical apes lost their lives, but at the same time, the apes' attacks had also fallen, and countless fists the size of half an adult hammered the 6 terracotta warriors into powder in an instant. Oh! Roar ow ow ow. Seeing that their enemies were finally annihilated, they were so excited that they kept pounding their chests and roaring. However, they didn't wait for them to be happy for too long. Plop plop. There was another familiar dull ringing sound. Several of the tyrannical apes only felt a pain in their heads, and then completely lost consciousness. It was then that the other tyrannical apes reacted with hindsight. The 6 terracotta warriors that had just been hammered to pieces had somehow regained their original state. For a moment, the entire battlefield was split into 2 pieces. On one side were the 6 terracotta warriors that were constantly being shattered and restored. On the other side was Lu Bu's almost one-sided slaughter. Uncountable amounts of experience value fell into Song Chi's body in a steady stream. Perhaps it was because he had entered a berserk state, and his reasoning had been thrown out of his mind. Even with such heavy casualties, not a single tyrannical ape escaped. In less than 10 minutes, more than 200 tyrannical apes were completely dead. Bright red blood stained a large area of the forest, and even many hundred-year-old giant trees were therefore splashed with dark red color from top to bottom. The death of more than 200 tyrannical apes brought Song Chi more than 9 million experience points. The originally empty experience bar was already half full. Looking up again, his points had also risen to 1,032 points. Ranking first, not worthy of being me, Song Chi said triumphantly, although he didn't know how strong the level 25 Li Zong was. But in terms of killing efficiency, as a summoner with 2 fierce men, Lu Bu and Ying Zhang, Song Chi was really not inferior to anyone. Continuing to look down, he realized that the second place actually had more than 800 points as well, and it was still rising. Song Chi was a little surprised for a moment, but after seeing the name, he instantly took it for granted, because the name of the second place, called Li Zong, it was the one that the city lord had previously spoken to him about, the strong person who had actively suppressed his own strength before entering the competition. He should have also encountered other demonic swarms and is fighting. At this speed, it feels like he'll catch up with me in the next minute. No, can't be left behind by him. I can't wait to drink a few more bottles of origin water. Song Chi swept a glance at Shizhou, casually collected the equipment and items that the tyrannical ape had exploded, and continued towards the center area. A few minutes ago, in the sky above the forest, several strong people sat around in the air. Their figures, appearance, and even outward age didn't look too consistent. Some of them even looked a bit oddly shaped. Some of them were sipping tea in a bland manner, displaying the demeanor of a high-ranking person. Some of them were lying on their sides in the air, holding a bunch of potato chips, desserts, and chili fries in their clothing. In their hands, they were also clutching a bottle of high-capacity carbonated beverage that they had drunk a small half of. At first glance, there was no difference from the average otaku, but those who knew him would never really treat him as an otaku. This was because all of the people sitting around here were City Lord level powerhouses, the existence of the human race's topmost combatants. City Lord Fu was also among them, but he was currently meditating with his eyes closed. There was also a wide and ancient copper mirror in the middle of the crowd. The mirror's border was slightly yellowed, and it seemed to have a certain age, but at the moment, the mirror clearly displayed dozens of players on the screen. Above the name, the city and the current points notes. Occasionally there are strong people slightly move the palm. The screen will automatically start to switch the perspective. Suddenly, the geeky-looking person suddenly shot up, as if he had discovered something interesting. Ha, don't geek out old things. Look guys, someone named Song Chi actually suppressed Li Zong by a head and grabbed first place? This killing speed is faster than even Li Zong. At this moment, the image playing in the bronze mirror was exactly the scene when Lu Bu and Ning Zhang were fighting with the group of tyrannical apes. Chapter 90, Song Chi rebounds again. The treatment of human geniuses was set into a total of 4 tiers. 3rd tier geniuses, 2nd tier geniuses, 1st tier geniuses, and top geniuses. This wasn't the geniuses that people in the 7th city district spoke of. Rather, it was a genius status that was observed and recognized from the perspective of the entire race. It was different from those geniuses who drank a few bottles of magic potions and had to be stingy at the city level. Geniuses at this level are the first to drink the origin water. What he had previously applied for Song Chi was the 3rd tier genius treatment. 3 bottles of origin water per month. If it was a 2nd tier genius, then 5 bottles of origin water per month. It comes with the right to choose a legendary item from the human race's treasure trove. A 1st tier genius, on the other hand, would be treated to 7 bottles of origin water per month and come with the right to choose an epic level item. In other words, Song Chi would be able to obtain 7 bottles of origin water every month starting from this month. He would also be able to go to the human race's treasury and pick an epic level treasure, or skill, that best suited him, and Elder Mu had even opened his mouth. Then Song Chi only needed to not pull his weight too much in the next 2 rounds, and this would be the nail in the coffin. More importantly, the influence of a tier 1 talent was much more than that. A 1st tier genius was the potential of a city lord level powerhouse. To put it another way, a person who was recognized as a tier 1 heavenly talent. As long as they grew smoothly, they would be able to become a city lord level powerhouse. In other words, Song Chi's current title would change from Genius of the 7th City District to Certified by Elder Mu as a future city lord level powerhouse. Based on this name alone, even if Song Chi didn't open his mouth, he would still be able to attract countless people who would willingly give up large amounts of credits. There might even be quite a few established high-level professionals who would take the initiative to ask to become his left arm and right-hand man. Of course, potential was potential. There were more than 200 people who had been rated as first-tier geniuses so far. However, those who eventually became city lord-level powerhouses, even counting those who had yet to take down their own city, were less than 30. The rest either died in the wild, either that or they hadn't grown up yet. As for the top geniuses, City Lord Fu didn't have this idea for the time being. Elder Mu and the other city lords didn't think in that direction either. This was because in order to enjoy this level, one had to show exception level potential. What did it mean by exception level? Simply put, it meant that the talent and potential must be so strong that it exceeded the imagination of the crowd. Strong enough to require an exception to discuss the existence, allowing the crowd to clearly observe that he possessed the possibility of breaking the current limits of the human race. And in the future, he would be able to impact the potential of the theoretical supreme realm. So far, since more than 100 years ago, there were only 3 people in the entire human race who enjoyed this treatment and were rated as top geniuses. These 3 people were not all amazingly talented. Li Zong was one of them, and Elder Mu, who had once briefly followed Great Emperor Lear on the front lines of battle, was also one of them. A group of city lord level powerhouses would normally have rarely encountered anyone with whom they could communicate on an equal footing. Coupled with the fact that there was Elder Mu sitting on the scene, the atmosphere at this moment was therefore a harmonious mess. Everyone happily congratulated City Lord Fu for meeting a good seed, but within a few minutes, the City Lord dressed as a geek suddenly pointed at the bronze mirror again in surprise. Hey! Li Zong's points just suddenly skyrocketed by 1,000 points. Now Song Qi has been overtaken again and pulled away by a large margin. Upon hearing this, the others didn't feel surprised. Even City Lord Fu acted calmly. Being surpassed by Li Zong? Normal. Overtaking Li Zong was what was abnormal. Song Qi being able to briefly suppress him was already very good. Therefore, he deserved the treatment of a first-tier genius. Mu Lao shook his head slightly helplessly. 1,000 points? That should be for killing a level 70 high-level demonic creature. This kid, didn't I tell him to tuck in during the match and give the other players a little chance to catch up? This is completely not listening to my words. The bystanders laughed heartily at this. Perhaps in this kid Li Zong's opinion, he's already tucked in enough. After all, when we were level 25, killing a few level 60 demons wasn't a problem, so it's reasonable for him to kill level 70 demons. The others nodded in sympathy. Who among the people present was not once a one-in-a-million supreme genius? Who hadn't fought over tens of levels? Battling over levels was too normal for geniuses, but with his level 25 state facing a level 75 demon, I'm afraid it would be a bit of a struggle. As for the level 80 Abyssal Inferno demon, it should be considered a bit of a challenge for him as well. I think so too, Elder Mu agreed. The higher the level, the greater the difference in strength represented by each level. As the level increased, the strength of both the professionals and the demons would begin to increase at an exponential multiplier. Level 70 was a watershed. Chapter 91 Holy Spirit Grade Summoning Spirit? Song Qi, the kid that old Fu trained? He can actually defeat a level 70 demonic creature as well? That's rare. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the bronze mirror in amazement. With a wave of Mu Lao's hand, Song Qi's image was immediately enlarged. In the image, Song Qi was standing on top of a tree. At this moment, a small piece of the mountaintop was already bald. Several earth pits formed by violent bombardment had been filled with black-tainted blood. The dozen-meter-tall abyssal demon ape fell to the ground. Its torso slashed diagonally from the right shoulder to the root of the left thigh, dead beyond death. Looking further up, Song Qi's two summoned spirits were continuing to fight with the group of tyrannical apes. Of course, rather than fighting, it was more like a lopsided slaughter. The demise of this group of tyrannical apes was merely a matter of time. The one that died was an abyssal demon ape, a level 72 demonic creature. But it looks like it seemed to have gone through a hard battle. Mu Lao thought for a moment and pulled back with his large hand. Rewind time by 10 minutes. The image on the bronze mirror began to rapidly rewind, returning to 5 minutes ago. However, at this time, Song Qi in the picture was still searching for the demonic creature and had not met that demonic creature. The battle hadn't even started at this point, which means he actually resolved the level 70 abyssal demon ape in 10 minutes? This child's potential is a bit beyond my expectations, Elder Mu said with some surprise. The remaining few city lords also revealed looks of interest. Only City Lord Fu smiled meaningfully, but then didn't say anything and just watched. It seemed to be enjoying this feeling. Wasn't he clear about Song Qi's strength? It had been tested once before when he was in the endless snow plains. 5 level 70 professionals could give Jan a go. What was a mere level 70 demonic creature? Advance for 5 minutes. Mu Lao gave another pull. 5 minutes ago, Song Qi was still wandering around and hadn't encountered an opponent for the time being. Solved a level 70 demonic creature in 5 minutes? Now, the curiosity in the eyes of the crowd had turned into surprise. This strength was indeed worthy of the treatment of a first-tier talent. Elder Mu frowned slightly, becoming somewhat serious. Continue forward for 2 minutes. 3 minutes ago, Song Qi had only just encountered the group of tyrannical apes, but still hadn't fought the abyssal demon ape. 3 minutes and still no encounter? Good lord, that means this kid solved a level 70 demonic creature in 3 minutes? Old Fu, what is the level of this kid in your family? It wouldn't take a month for him to level up to 40, would it? A few people turned their heads in slight confusion and looked at City Lord Fu. City Lord Fu smiled and replied, level 30 in all. It's not as exaggerated as everyone thinks. Level 30? That's fighting over level 40, and solving it in 3 minutes? Awesome. This strength, this talent, put it in the first line of talent. It's also called the top level. I'm afraid that even if this Song Qi were to be placed in the first city district, he would still be among the top handful of the pyramid, right? At this moment, the city lords had begun to vaguely feel that something was wrong. Wouldn't really let this guy surnamed Fu pick up the treasure, right? At this point, several city lords of the top-ranked cities had already panicked a bit. The Genius Tournament is not just about the resources of the players. At the same time, it was also about the resources that the first city district distributed to each city district every year. That was why the city lords were so concerned about the geniuses of their own city. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Elder Mu once again waved his hand. Continue forward for 2 minutes. The time came to 1 minute ago. Roar! A skyrocketing roar came out from within the bronze mirror. At this moment, it was Song Chi's 2 summoned spirits that had finally killed their way into the center of the group of tyrannical apes. The abyssal demon apes were forced out of the cave by their opponents and battled to a standstill. The abyssal demon ape just came out this time? That means the battle was resolved within a minute? Seeing this, the many city lords finally couldn't sit still. However, without waiting for them to finish sighing, as the footage continued to play, only a few dozen seconds had passed in the exchange of blows. Song Chi's summoned spirit dressed as a military general suddenly leapt up, and a huge shadow rose up behind him. The huge halberd shadow fell, and the abyssal demon ape did not have any power to resist, being split in two by the radial head. Then, it was the scene they saw at the beginning, including Elder Mu. Many city lords were a bit unresponsive for a moment. After a while, boom! This group of human race's top combatants were suddenly like a big mom in a vegetable market encountering gossip, making a lot of noise. Heaven! It's not 1 minute, it's 33 seconds. I just counted. His summoned spirit and the abyssal demon ape exchanged blows for only 33 seconds. Hiss, combined with less than a minute? Only half a minute? What's the difference between this and a face-to-face head-to-head second? Level 30 killing a level 70 demonic creature. They could do it, but this degree of level crossing, and controlling it to 30 seconds or less? Ask themselves, even their group of city lords would never have been able to do that when they were young. Chapter 92, Treatment Further. Examination of Top Geniuses. For a moment, it was as if everyone had the pause button pressed. The movements all instantly stiffened in place. The smile on Elder Mu's face that had eased his embarrassment looked even more awkward at the moment. Holy Spirit level? A city lord couldn't help it, and even started stuttering even as he spoke. Right. City Lord Fu nodded in response. Do you want to hear what you're saying? A first-tempered city lord couldn't help but stand out. Even if it's a mythic grade summoning spirit, even though no one has summoned one before, we've seen a lot of equipment at least at this level. A Holy Spirit level summoning spirit? Our human race only has 2 pieces of Holy Spirit level equipment even. Holy Spirit level skills are even more unseen. As a result, you're telling me that a level 30 child summoned a summoning spirit of this quality. What? Are you going to say next that he's a son of good fortune who was favored by the heavenly Tao? City Lord Fu shrugged his shoulders. I didn't say that. But although I did have that thought is all. Obtaining a mythic grade summoning spirit at level 1, and a Holy Spirit grade summoning spirit at level 20? Not to mention other people. Even he himself was half-hearted until he saw the panels of these 2 summoning spirits with his own eyes. But the thing was, it just really happened to him. Alright, quiet. Elder Mu interrupted the man's attempt to continue speaking and looked at City Lord Fu. I believe that you wouldn't lie about such a matter. But this matter is just too rare. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I can't help but have some doubts. After all, the Holy Spirit level is already the highest quality that the entire human race has access to. The Holy Spirit level was not the upper limit of this world. It was only that the human race had only seen the highest Holy Spirit grade equipment so far. Thus the quality level was also recorded to be at the Holy Spirit level. After thinking about it, Elder Mu opened his mouth again and asked, by the way, how many people know about the quality of these 2 summoned spirits of his? Not many. City Lord Fu shook his head. The only people in the entire 7th urban area who know that he has mythic grade summoning spirits are me and one of the principals in the urban area. Those who knew that he had a Holy Spirit level summoning spirit were even more so only me before. As for now, the few people present all know about it. At those words, Elder Mu nodded his head. The people present are all city lords, so it doesn't matter if they know about it. But regarding this news, it must not be leaked out again. City lords were already at the highest level of the human race. City lord level powerhouses were not necessarily trustworthy, but city lords must be trustworthy, because the 13 city lords of the human race, their lives and power, were somehow bound to the entire human race. It was an existence that was almost impossible to betray. Also, Elder Mu still spoke due to a moment later. After all the matches are over, have the boy Song Chi come see me? I need to make a comprehensive assessment of him as a way to determine if he deserves the treatment of a top genius. At those words, the rest of the people were shocked. Assessing whether the other party was qualified to be a top genius? The human race is going to have a Western top genius? The crowd was astonished beyond measure. Elder Mu, have you really thought about it? A Holy Spirit level summoning spirit. If the ability is outstanding enough, in a sense, it seems that it does deserve such a spot. They couldn't help but show an incomparably envious look to City Lord Fu. If this was really chosen, not only would Song-Chi be able to reach heaven in one step, the entire 7th urban district would be able to benefit from this. City Lord Fu's eyes also widened, and he was instantly elated and beaming with joy. The surprises that Song-Chi had brought him were really one after another. At first, he had fully cultivated Song-Chi just hoping that the other party would be able to enter the top 10 of the Genius Tournament. But now, he had actually made it to the top in one step. Not only had he almost internalized the name of a first-tier genius, it was even more likely that he would become one of the only Western top geniuses in the entire history of the human race, even without mentioning the benefits of this incident. Just the name Bull was enough to make him happy for a while. He puffed out his chest and patted it hard. Don't worry, Elder Mu. Once the match is over, I'll personally deliver him to you. In the forest, a small half of the mountain was littered with the corpses of the tyrannical apes. Song-Chi tapped the panel while nodding in satisfaction. This wave hit down. The first pickup gave me a level 33. With this wave of swipes, Song-Chi's first catch rose 3 levels in a row. From level 30 all the way to level 33. There wasn't a single pause in between. The base experience value of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was 16,000, and with the triple experience card, it was 48,000 experience value. The first group of Tyrannosaurus Rex had 200 of them, giving him 9 million experience points. This group of tyrannical apes, led by the abyssal demon ape, had gathered as many as 500. After all of them were resolved, the first one brought him more than 20 million experience value. Chapter 93, Goblin Camp. Song-Chi briefly circled around the tyrannical ape gathering and met several other players who were fighting sporadic tyrannical apes. Taking another look at the triple experience card, there was still half an hour left. Looks like the hordes of tyrannical apes over here are gone? It's better to go then. After killing more demons and hordes, Song-Chi's was being raised as well. Unless it was a high-level demonic creature above level 60, a few sporadic demons were too much to look at. He didn't hesitate, and first took over the sandhorse and ran towards the next devil gathering place. 10 minutes later, arrived. Song-Chi patted the sandhorse and the three of them stopped on a small hill. Looking downwards, they were able to see some crude lookout platforms, as well as wooden railings surrounding a circle and a crude camp that covered an extremely wide area. From time to time, one could also see a few stout green humanoid demonic creatures walking around, patrolling. Song-Chi tapped on the information. Demon, Warrior Goblin Scout. Level, 48. Strength, 1000. Physique, 1200. Agility, 1250. Spirit, 1100. Skills, shooting, stone throwing, quick digestion, eagle eye. That's right. Here, it was the gathering place of the kobolds. There were a total of 6 areas on this middle level, and the levels of the magical creatures were all between level 40 and 50. 3 of the areas had high-level demons placed in them. The Goblin Gathering Place was one of the 3 gathering places that didn't have high-level magical creatures placed in them. Song-Chi looked around the western circumference and didn't see any other players. This was not beyond his expectations. This was because with similar levels, a demonic creature like a kobold was the last demonic creature that a professional would want to fight. Kobolds possessed a certain level of intelligence no matter how low their level was. Not to mention, they often appeared in groups and lived as a tribe as a whole, possessing highly socialized habits. And most of them are also skillful in using tools. The use of tools and socialization habits represents that after the number of kobolds reaches a certain level, will have formed different attributes of the combat unit. This also meant that the kobolds would be able to use the combination of military types to utilize a combat power that far exceeded that of other magical creatures of the same level. However, fortunately, the upper limit of goblins was only 50 or so levels. If the ceiling had a level 70 or 80, it would really be a big trouble for the human race. Song-Chi looked inside the camp, where a flag that looked like a ghostly painting fluttered at the highest point. Many wooden houses had similar flags flying above them. This kind of flag was a symbol of a kobold's identity. Song-Chi counted. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 is a total of 9 flags. The red one represents the kobold lord, and the 8 yellow flags represent the 8 centurions. That means there are about 800 kobolds in this batch? It seems that after being captured here, they felt threatened and consciously gathered together. But it's just right, saving me a lot of time. He looked at the remaining time on his experience card. Triple experience card, 14 minutes and 11 seconds. There's still 1070 minutes left. Let's have a quick battle this time. No need to save your skills. Go! Ordered. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang and Lu Bu gently arched their hands before rushing out with a bang. Lu Bu's eyes instantly glowed with a faint reddish light, And, no schemes, first opened. The sweeping was also instantly added to his body. Right now, Lu Bu's level was 33. That meant the full attribute was 1,699 points, with a terrifying 800% increase. The first connection caused Lu Bu's full attribute to instantly skyrocket from 1699 to 14,000 points. That's close to 15,000 points. In terms of attribute value alone, it was even enough to completely crush that level 70 Abyssal Demon Ape from before. But that's not all. A looming demon god shadow coalesced behind it, and the hundreds of meters tall square halberd shadow appeared out of the sky. Following Song Chi's orders, Lu Bu did not have any intention of holding back. The moment he struck, it was an absolute killing blow. The countless kobolds in the camp looked up at the sky. They hadn't even reacted to what was happening. The next moment, the halberd shadow wrapped with purple thunder and matchless might fell down. Boom! Air waves rose to the sky. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. The crude camp didn't even manage to hold on for a split second. The impact that erupted from this strike alone completely destroyed the entire camp. The wooden fences that had been tied up with vines were blown to pieces in a matter of moments. The entire area shook. It was as if a small earthquake had occurred. Those players not far away thought that they had encountered some high-level demonic creature passing by, and hurriedly held their breath and found a place to hide. Experience value plus 52,000. Experience value plus 52,000. Experience value plus 52,000. Experience value plus 240,000. Experience value plus 240,000. Experience value plus 240,000. Tick tick tick. Intense experience value acquisition sounds sounded like rain beside Song Chi's ears, and then a white light rose above his head. The level was successfully raised to level 34. Chapter 94, The Hope of the 10th City District. Rain. Stepping on the last minute of the triple experience card, all the survivors within the goblin camp were all strangled to death. A single kobold could provide over 50,000 experience points. More than 800 kobolds, plus the Kobold King, first provided Song Chi with more than 70 million experience value. Not only had Song Chi arrived at level 34, but the experience bar that had just been refreshed had once again come to a near full state. Turtle. This upgrade speed. It feels like if there was no one else in this survival match, maybe I would have been able to level up to 40. When the time comes, the first pickup summons the third summoning spirit, crossing over all the enemies in the world. He was complacent for a short while before looking up at the points. First place, Song Chi, 3,115 points. Second place, Li Zong, 2,140 points. Third place, Ryan Maynard, 1,416 points. West place. Song Chi was undoubtedly occupying the first place, but Li Zong's points were also in the midst of rapidly rising. Chasing after him is so tight. Li Zong is also over 2,000 points, but his words are normal. Third place is the one who came to me earlier for an alliance? That's a bit unexpected. Ryan Maynard, the man who came to him to inquire about an alliance on the night Song Chi arrived in the first city district. Originally, I thought it was a guy who wasn't very strong. That's why he went around looking for someone to ally with. But I didn't expect him to be quite powerful as well. It's just that I don't know if this is a score he achieved solo, or if he did it with team power. After thinking about it, Song Chi didn't spend much effort on it. He pulled out the pamphlet and glanced at the map before continuing towards his next destination. To him, this survival match was a good opportunity to upgrade. Where in the wild would there be such a dense swarm of high-level magical creatures for him to brush up on? Compared to the ranking, what he was more concerned about at this moment was whether he could brush a few more groups of demons. The other side of the map. The original forest had been turned into a sea of burning fire. The teenager who had struck up a conversation with Song Chi earlier stood in the air, looked at the sky, and after realizing that the points were no longer rising, his right hand gently pressed down. Boom! The sea of fire that was dozens of meters high was instantly extinguished. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all of them had been turned into scorched black. The ancient trees in the sky were all turned into charcoal. But miraculously, hundreds of meters away, only less than a few centimeters apart, another large tree, but still alive as before. Not even traces of being scorched appeared. This area has also been cleared, but there is still a distance from Brother Song. Seeing that he had been surpassed, instead of being gloomy or angry, the teenager suddenly laughed happily. It was like seeing an old friend that he hadn't met for a long time. Sure enough, I was right when I asked Elder Lu to give him 3 copies of Origin Water. Otherwise this competition, even if we win, it's still a victory. I'm really looking forward to the official fight with him. The outermost layer. A group of a dozen or so people formed a small team that was constantly clearing out the surrounding peripheral level 30 or so small monsters. The leader of the squad had short blonde hair and always had a faint smile on his face. Occasionally, he encountered small groups of demons on the road, but he just raised his staff and lightly swung it. The group of demons were then instantly chopped apart, their bodies breaking into countless small pieces. It appeared elegant and subdued. And this person was none other than Rain Maynard, who had initiated the alliance movement. Obviously, his strength was equally extremely strong. To him, level 30 demons were completely unchallenging. At this moment, a tall, strong man with the same blonde hair and wearing armor that was 2.5 meters tall came over. He bent down and said softly, "Brother, I've inquired. That Song Chi is a genius from the 7th City District, and his occupation is a summoner. The Chu Xiaojiang in our team is from the same urban area as him." Rain nodded. "Do you know the quality of his summoning spirit and his skills?" The burly man thought about it and shook his head. No one seems to know. I've asked everyone on the team. Mainly he didn't have much of a reputation before, so there's really not many people who noticed him. So his information is basically something no one would guess or count. Regarding his identity and occupation, if it wasn't for Chu Xiaojiang, we wouldn't even necessarily know. But this survival tournament, he hit the ground running and is bound to attract a lot of attention. Perhaps we'll be able to get quite a bit of information in the next round of the team competition. Rain nodded and pulled out a bottle of lavender potion. Chu Xiaojiang has made a merit, so this bottle of diluted plague of demons potion will be my reward. The burly man nodded and took the potion. While then he seemed to remember something. Right, brother. Chu Xiaojiang has just found 2 consecutive demon camps and told me the location. Is the promised reward our first to give? He has already found 5. Or should we wait for a while and confirm the size of the camps before giving it? Chapter 95, Meeting Li Zong again. As time passed, the match gradually entered a white-hot situation. On the scoreboard, Li Zong and Song Chi were firmly locked in first and second place. Both of them had surpassed the 9,000 point mark. There was a cliff-like gap with the third place of 3,000 points. As for Lian, he fell to the west. Li Zong was alright. Many people knew his name. But Song Chi? Not many people had really heard of him. Some people even mistook Rain, who was working diligently in the periphery to kill low-level demons, for Song Chi. They were also curious about how fast they could save up points for killing peripheral magical creatures. It was only when they asked later that they realized that they had made a mistake. However, just as many people were curious about who this dark horse that had suddenly appeared was, and who was better between Li Zong and him. Song Chi, however, had already met up with Li Zong at the last demonic gathering place. The two of them started from the same place, one heading left and the other right. The two killed their way along the demonic gathering place all the way to the opposite side of this circle. The teenager named Li Zong's eyes lit up upon seeing Song Chi and immediately smiled cheerfully. "Brother Song, hello again." Song Chi's mouth twitched. It was then that he realized that this strange person who wanted to make friends with him in the opening round was Li Zong. I should have known that I would have made friends with him. It might have allowed me to brush 1 or 2 more demons from the gathering place. He mentally spat out. One way or another, if he could be allowed to brush the survival tournament solo again, it wouldn't be impossible for the first pick to make him give up the first place position. He had brushed from 3,000 points to 9,000 points now. Converted into magic items was 1,200 level 40 plus magic items, giving him a full 60 million experience points. With this round of brushing, the leveling primer had given him a pull from level 34 to level 36, only the last western level away from being able to summon the third summon spirit. One must know that when he had just entered this land, his level was still only at level 30. This was less than half a day. And the first level up was 6? If this last piece of demonic area, 1,000 level 50 demons could all be soloed for him as well, plus the level 80 Abyssal Inferno. He would even be able to level up to 40, leveling up 10 in a day? He hadn't even leveled up this fast on the first day of his transformation. This kind of exaggerated upgrade speed was really making him a bit addicted. Ahem. So what? You killed all the way from over there? Song Chi asked curiously with a bit of luck. If the other side didn't kill cleanly, maybe he could still go and pick up the slack. That's for sure. Li Zong responded with a smile. Just now, I was thinking that Brother Song's points had risen so quickly just after he left. Could it be that he's declaring war with me across the air? Wanting to compete in the speed of demonic kills? Now that I've heard it, it's as I expected. Luckily I didn't let Brother Song down, although it was a bit of a struggle, but at least I was barely able to keep up. Speaking of this, he also revealed a somewhat hearty expression. It's true. Whether it's a competition or life, one always needs to have opponents to experience the fun of it. Song Chi bristled. Still really all killed? Then there was no need to continue to search. Also, who's declaring war with you across the sky? That's just me simply getting addicted to brushing monsters. Do you know how hard it is to find a swarm of demons in the wild? Sometimes you can't even find half of them in the morning or afternoon in the freezing snow. and I've only met you twice, right? What's with all the songs on the left and the songs on the right? Although I couldn't figure out whether the other party was completely familiar with himself, or simply close to him. After all, Song-chi didn't have any desire to clash with the other party. After thinking about it, he still spoke. There's the last demon gathering, and there's a level 80 abyssal inferno demon inside. Can you beat it? Li Zong shook his head. With my level 25 strength, the highest I can match a level 70 or so demon. Any higher than that, and there's nothing I can do. But it's still fine to get through a few moves. At those words, Song-chi heatedly smiled. Coincidentally, it's hard for me to fight a level 80 demonic creature by myself. In that case, why don't we work together? Li Zong also became interested and immediately asked back. Cooperate? How to cooperate? Song-chi pointed inside. Like this, the two of us go in together. Then when we see the demon camp, my summon spirit will go first. I'll be in charge of scaring the snakes, and you'll be in charge of swatting the formation. When the level 80 inferno demon comes out, you'll make your move, and in the end, the head goes to whoever snatches it. Hearing this, Li Zong laughed again. Brother Song, although I'm not very clear about the ways of the world, I'm not a foolish person. Level 80 inferno demons can cooperate against the enemy, but as for the other demons, it's better to rely on their own abilities. And, speaking of this, Li Zong said with some hesitation, trust me, overtaking me in the genius tournament is not a good thing for you. Chapter 96, 100 million experience points. A great harvest. Entering the center area, Song-chi looked up and saw a crater not far away. However, this crater was very low, only tens of meters high, and it was piled up with all sorts of black rock pieces around the west. This kind of crater shouldn't be a natural formation. It's highly likely that after the abyssal inferno was dropped down, it took the initiative to use its transcendent power to remodel the environment in order to make this place more suitable for its own habitation. Song-chi judged the origin with a single glance. The surrounding black rock blocks were magma rocks formed after the magma had cooled. Judging from the shape and the condition of the scorched grass around it, it was obvious that this crater hadn't been excavated for a long time. In other words, it was highly likely that the abyssal inferno demon was sleeping in it. A level 80 demonic creature already possessed the ability to remodel the environment on a small scale. I really don't know whether to say I'm lucky or unlucky. Song-chi was somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that he had randomly picked a direction, and the first thing he did was run into the crater that was most likely the boss's lair. After thinking about it, he took out his map and marked it. Instead, he decided to go around first and clear out the small monsters before coming back to trouble the boss. Song-chi waved his hand, signaling Ying Zhang and Lu Bu to turn their heads. The three of them made a small circle and continued on. 10 minutes later, arrived. Song-chi strangled his horse. Happy, a large number of demons finally appeared in front of the trio. The demonic creatures that appeared in front of them at the moment were a type of lizardman whose skin was like a red-hot iron bar. This group of lizardmen stood on the ground with their feet on the ground, with a small amount of leaves or rags covering the crotch of their pants. Almost every lizardman held a shiny black stone weapon in their hands. Behind this group of lizardmen were camps that resembled tribal gatherings. They wandered around a certain area, walking back and forth. Song tapped on the message. Demon, Molten Lizardman. Level, 55. Strength, 1600. Physique, 1600. Agility, 1100. Spirit, 800. Skills, Molten Plasma Manipulation, Scorching Spit, Obsidian Manufacturing, Fire Attribute Reduction. Level 55? Then the experience value should be around 60,000. And there are roughly magical creatures here. Song-chi stood on the back of his horse and looked out, making a rough estimate. There are 5 camps in total, and near each camp is about 100 or so lizardmen. So the number of lizardmen here should be around 500? Plus if we add the triple experience card, then the total is over 90 million experience values. Once this number was calculated, Song-chi only felt a dry mouth. Turtle, did I calculate correctly? 60,000 plus the triple experience card. That's 180,000. Then multiply it by 500. That's right, that's more than 90 million. After confirming that there was no miscalculation, Song-chi only felt that the blood flow had accelerated, and for a moment, his heart was surging with excitement. Good fellow, nearly 100 million experience value? This is too cool, isn't it? A month ago, he was still killing zombies with 20 points of experience value. A month later, the experience value was starting to be recorded in billions. Looking at his panel, his current level was 36, and his experience bar was half full. This wave was almost exactly enough for him to level up 2 levels in a row. That is, level 38. Another step closer to level 40. This isn't a survival match. This is clearly an upgrade welfare area prepared for me by the human race's higher-ups. As soon as this result was calculated, Song Chi was overjoyed. This upgrade speed was unheard of for Jianshou. He couldn't even wait to come to the Genius Tournament once a day. Then, snap, another triple experience card was crushed. Kill. Boom. Lu Bu and Ning Zhang instantly charged out. An afternoon had passed, and their skills had long since cooled down. At the same time, because of Song Chi's leveling up, Ning Zhang's number of terracotta warriors had increased to 7. Paired with Lu Bu, the 8 cavalrymen formed an incomparably sharp arrowhead that rushed towards the enemy's camp in a swift and furious manner. Roar! The lizard men on patrol let out a roar. But the next moment, the sound came to an abrupt end. A red figure flew past like lightning, and countless heads accompanied by blood filled with a strong fire elemental aura rose into the sky. Behind Lu Bu, 7 terracotta warrior cavalrymen automatically separated, holding bows and arrows and lances, nailing those scattered lizard men one by one. Lu Bu was in charge of first charging the densest spots of the enemy. The terracotta warriors were in charge of checking for gaps, making sure not to miss a single demonic creature. Experience value plus 210, 000. Experience value plus 210, 000. Experience value plus 210000. The exorbitant experience value continued to fly into Song Chi's body, and the experience bar began to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Good. I didn't expect it to be undercounted. A lizard man can provide 70,000 experience value? Song Chi couldn't stop smiling. This time, his level 38 was considered to be completely seated. End of chapter. Chapter 97. Brother Song should be looking forward to it too, right? Quack. Woo. Poof. Lu Bu's figure wreaked havoc on top of the battlefield. Song Chi's level was 36, thus allowing Lu Bu's level to rise to 36 simultaneously. A level 36 Lu Bu's base full attribute was 1849. Adding the 50% bonus from the Yingling set, it was over 2700 points of full attributes. Even if he didn't turn on his skills, it would be enough to crush this group of level 55 lizardmen. Ning Zhang's terracotta warriors are counted by base spirit power, so they can only summon 7 of them. The molten lizardmen squealed and roared in some sort of plausible language of rage, but unfortunately, the difference in attributes between the two sides was too great for them, not to mention Lu Bu. Even the 7 terracotta warriors figures were difficult to capture. The 8 figures shuttled back and forth, rapidly harvesting the lives of their people. Seeing this, a group of lizardmen opened their mouths and transcendent power coalesced within them. Scorching hot magma was spewed out by them, which they then maneuvered to smash indiscriminately. They could only hope that this illogical attack would catch the enemy off guard. However, not only did this attack fail to hurt the enemy, instead, their own teammates were the first to suffer. The thick magma flames flew everywhere, accidentally smashing into the bodies of the teammates next to them. A large number of injuries were caused. Lu Bu and the terracotta warriors' movements were not affected in the slightest. Of course, the usefulness was a little bit. Their behavior caused Song Chi, who was watching the battle from the side, to become tense as his mental pressure increased. Hey, why did this group of lizardmen suddenly start committing suicide? Could it be that lizardmen have a tradition of committing suicide if they can't beat them? Don't. If you guys commit suicide, I won't have any experience value. However, fortunately, the group of lizardmen stopped after a moment of confusion when they realized that it was ineffective, and didn't cause too much internal friction. Song Chi was also relieved. At this time, the group of lizardmen's mentality had undergone a subtle change. Fighting, again, could not be defeated. Skill attacks, again, were useless. There was even the possibility of injuring fellow clansmen. This group of lizardmen who had started to possess intelligence gradually felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts from their initial anger. In the end, they looked at each other in dismay, watching the tragic deaths of their fellow clan members one by one, and the seed called fear was planted in the bottom of their hearts. As the number of deaths increased, a feeling of powerlessness was planted in their hearts. A kind of panic as if facing a natural disaster like powerlessness suddenly broke out. Eventually, croak, the mass panic triggered a complete rout. Countless lizardmen screamed and ran towards the outside. Even some of them even discarded the weapons in their hands, just wanting to get away from this place of death. Even though some of the remaining lizardmen, who looked like leaders, were constantly shouting, it was still to no avail. In the end, even those lizardmen leaders also joined the fleeing team. However, whether it was a blind onslaught or fleeing to the west, all that greeted them was the ultimate death. Experience value plus 210,000. Experience value plus 210,000. Experience value plus 210000. Experience value plus 210000. Experience value plus 210000. About 10 minutes later, all the lizardmen in the camp had fallen to the ground. Unsurprisingly, the white light above Song Chi's head flashed twice in a short period of time. He had successfully risen to level 38. My side has been resolved. I wonder if there's any left on Li Zong's side? Song Chi looked up. His own points had managed to break through 20,000 points. But as he moved his eyes down a little, he realized that Li Zong's points had also reached over 18,000 points. Close to 19,000 points. A level 55 lava lizardman had 20 points each. In other words, the other party had almost eliminated 500 lava lizardmen. Based on 1,000 magical creatures per area, there are no other lizardmen left in this area. Song Chi was a bit helpless for a moment. Wow, no. How did he move so fast? Lu Bu and Ying Zhang combined can only equal his killing speed? He had initially fought a quick battle, and after killing this group of lizardmen, he would then run over to grab the monsters. But now it seemed that it was really him who had overthought it. Truly worthy of being the descendant of Emperor Lier, a supreme heavenly pride that comes with its own profession at birth. What a monster! Song Chi sighed and walked towards the previously marked Inferno Demon settlement. The two of them had killed almost all of the demons in the entire gathering place themselves, and the remaining ones were just a few scattered demons. He didn't bother taking the time to look for them. On the other side, the golden-colored flames gradually went out above the plains. The bodies of all the lizardmen in the areas affected by this flame were not half damaged. However, the pupils in their eyes had turned white. The dead could no longer die. Obviously, what this golden-colored flame burned was not the body, but the soul or spiritual body. Phew! Li Zong wiped his sweat. Only then did the golden-colored flames dissipate. Chapter 98, Finding the Abyssal Inferno Demon. After eliminating the lizardmen, Song Chi returned to that low crater not far away. This is it. There's a high probability that the Abyssal Inferno Demon is down there. Ying Zhang summoned 7 terracotta warriors and walked towards the crater. Although the crater was very steep, none of it was particularly high, only about 30 meters, or the height of a dozen or so buildings. The terracotta warriors climbed to the top, paused for a moment, and then jumped into the crater one after another. Poof, poof, poof. The already overflowing magma immediately splashed and jumped out. The nearly 2,000 physique attributes were enough to allow the terracotta warriors to harden themselves against the 1,000-degree heat and act in the magma for a short period of time. However, Song Chi did not have to wait for too long before Ying Zhang, who was on the side, frowned. Sir, the area underneath this crater isn't big, only 100 meters long and wide. My terracotta warriors have searched all over the inside, but they have not found any signs of demonic survival. Song Chi froze. No? Then in that case, this crater wasn't actively remodeled by the Inferno Demon? That's not right. How can there be a naturally formed crater that's only this big? In that case, the Inferno only used this place as a temporary residence, and has now left? Or, this is the means it uses to confuse its enemies? Song Chi carefully surveyed Shizhou. Although the molten lizardmen had the word molten in their name, they didn't possess the ability to create such small craters, and they wouldn't bother to create this kind of terrain. Therefore this crater could only have been created by an Inferno Demon. Most of the level 80 demons already have the ability to think. It's reasonable for an abyssal Inferno Demon like this one that was captured by a human powerhouse to choose the cunning rabbit in 3 caves strategy for fear of being captured again. But I just ran for 10 minutes, and I didn't see any other craters in this neighborhood. Song Chi frowned and thought deeply for a moment. He always felt that something was wrong, and he vaguely detected an abnormality, but it was always that much closer to figuring it out. After a while, Song Chi really didn't have a clue and could only give up for the time being. Forget it, it's better to look elsewhere first. Maybe there's a crater on Li Zong's side? With that said, he mounted his sandhorse and prepared to head towards the back. However, just as he turned around, he realized that Li Zong had his feet stepping on flames, holding a compass in his hands, and behind him was the illusory great sun. Flying across the sky, there was no demonic creature chasing after him, and his expression was relaxed. Apparently, he hadn't encountered the Abyssal Inferno Demon's original body either. What a coincidence! Brother Song. Li Zong smiled and flew down, and the compass in his hands suddenly disappeared. According to the guidance of the occupation compass, the Inferno Demon should be in this direction, but by the looks of it, it seems like you haven't encountered the Inferno Demon either? Perhaps we can travel together? Song Chi was about to agree, but just as he opened his mouth, he froze. You said that you used the compass to divine that the Inferno Demon was in this direction? Li Zong nodded. To be more precise, it was the compass that detected the aura of the abyss in this direction, but in this tournament map, the rest of the high-level demons from the abyss have been cleared, so it would only be the Inferno Demon. That's not right. I came from over there. I've searched all over there. the Inferno demon isn't even there. Wait. At those words, it was as if Song-Chi suddenly figured out something, and he fiercely turned back to look at the crater that he hadn't found anything in before. That said, as pure elemental beings, Inferno demons should be able to transform into the corresponding substances, right? Although Li Zong did not understand the meaning of Song-Chi's words, he still responded. This should be possible. Then that's right. Song-Chi smiled confidently as a book suddenly appeared above his right hand, its pages clattering. He turned his head to look at Li Zong and smiled. Thanks to Brother Li for bringing me the information. Otherwise I don't know how long I'd have to look for the Abyssal Inferno. But now well, this boss will be mine alone. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to react, Song-Chi pointed a finger towards that crater. Swish! A spatial fluctuation flashed by, and Song-Chi, Ying Zhang, Lu Bu, and all the magma in the entire crater disappeared in place at the same time. Li Zong froze for a moment, and then quickly reacted as well. So that's how it is. The magma in that volcano is the Abyssal Inferno demon's body? Brother Song wasn't sure of the other party's location at first, but after learning two important pieces of information from me, he immediately reacted and thought of the point. Not only was Li Zong not annoyed, but instead, he slightly worriedly reached out his hand to touch the front. Thud! It was as if his palm touched a transparent wall, and a circle of transparent ripples spread out in space. Some sort of transfer-type skill? And Brother Song he seems to, confident that he can defeat a level 80 Abyssal Inferno demon on his own? Chapter 99, The difference between level 80 fiends, and the epileptic to the core Abyssal Inferno demon. Inside the dueling space. Snort! Scorching hot magma flowed over the plains, and the flowers and plants were instantly set ablaze as soon as they approached. A pile of magma flowed into the river, and an entire river seemed to be instantly boiled. The river tumbled, and white mist drifted up in the sky. Don't pretend. Since I can pull you in, it means that you are not a dead thing. Get up honestly, Abyssal Inferno. Maintaining a safe distance from the other party, Song-Chi stood 200 meters behind Lu Bu and Ying Zhang and shouted loudly. Ugh! After a long period of silence, a low voice came out from the magma mass. The mass of magma then slowly rolled. The black rock mass that had originally flowed into the river and had all cooled down turned back into hot magma and flowed back into the body. In less than a few moments, a nearly 100-meter-high giant inferno appeared in front of Song-Chi. Song-Chi first tapped on the opponent's information. Demon, Abyssal Inferno. Level, 82. Strength, 5,100. Physique, 6,200. Agility, 2,400. Spirit, 6,000. Skills, Inferno Armor, Elementalized Body, Skyfire Meteor, Magma Spit, Purgatory Fire Ring, Blazing Field, Soul Burning, Void Flame, Flame Crown, Intimidation, Abyssal Corrosion. Hiss! The moment he saw the Inferno panel, Song-Chi was a little taken by surprise. The long list of skills on the skill panel kind of stunned him. The number of skills was even more than his. However, the Abyssal Inferno demon did not first pick up his hand, but only helplessly said, Human, I have no intention of fighting you. I know that you have captured me here to test the potential of the so-called human genius. Therefore, I also understand that you guys are bound to have some sort of life-preserving props on your bodies, and I can only injure you, but I definitely can't kill you. But, you are not my opponent either. Inferno stretched out a finger, and then controlled it to rapidly air dry and turn into a black rock. You see, this is my skill, Elementalized Body. I can control my body to actively turn into rocks and spread out, while also having a certain level of perception. Through this ability, I know my current situation, and at the same time, I also understand your strength. I have to say, Human, with your current rank, your strength is indeed good, but it's really not enough for me. If you don't believe me, rumble. The Inferno demon's body suddenly spewed out flames, the molten plasma inside his body continuously tumbling, and a circle of armor-like items attached to his body. A crown made of flames then hovered above his head. The upper half of his body was originally the same as a human's naked torso without any extra objects attached. At this moment, it had turned into a heavily armed warrior, with shoulder armor, chest armor, and helmet. He then exhaled a long breath and looked at Song-Chi. Alright human, you can now take another look at me in my full strength. In your human words, attributes. Hearing that, Song-Chi didn't hesitate and clicked on the information once again. Demon, Abyssal Inferno Demon. Level, 82. Strength, 5,100 plus 5,100. Physique, 6,200 plus 12400. Agility, 2,400. Spirit, 6,000 plus 12,000. Crap. Song-Chi admitted that he was indeed intimidated by the other party. Good guy. It was even if the strength broke 10,000. Physique even tripled in the first place, soaring from over 6,000 to over 18,000. Lu Bu's, no plot, plus, sweep asterisk asterisk, was several thousand points lower than this value. In other words, even with all the statuses turned on, it would be difficult for Lu Bu to deal much damage to him. Is this a level 80 demon? The corner of Song Chi's mouth twitched. Although the textbook said that after level 60, every 10 levels was a qualitative leap, but there was only a few times difference between a level 60 demonic creature and a level 70 demonic creature. And this level 80 demonic creature was more than tens of times stronger compared to a level 70 demonic creature? He felt that a single Inferno demon would not have any problem killing through a battle formation of hundreds of level 70 demons. When the Inferno demon saw Song Chi's reaction, he knew that he had finished reading. It then put back the armor and crown on its body. Humans, don't think that you're the only ones who can use skills. Our Inferno demon clan also possesses its own inheritance and supporting skill sets. As you can see, I'm simply not an existence that can be taken down by people of your class. Saying this, he paused. Let me tell you one more thing. As a matter of fact, I have participated in this kind of tournament for I don't know how many times. I have also encountered several times the scenarios where you teamed up to challenge. But, so far no one has ever been able to last a single move in my hands, let alone defeat me. So, we might as well make peace. I promise I won't take the initiative to attack you. How about you just pretend you haven't noticed me? Chapter 100, Bitter Battle. Abyssal Inferno fell into a stunned state, but it still wasn't over yet. Ying Zhang raised his right hand, and a field centered on him immediately spread out. Mo is not the king's land. Ying Zhang spreads a field centered on himself. Enemies within the field will experience varying degrees of weakening, while friends will enjoy varying degrees of enhancement. Inferno's full attributes were once again reduced by 20%. On the other hand, Song Chi and Lu Bu's full attributes had risen by 20%. The full attributes of the duo were even surpassing the highest attributes of the Abyssal Inferno at this moment. The two gigantic demon god silhouettes followed Song Chi and Lu Bu's movements and slowly raised the halberds in their hands. Then, boom, boom, one after the other, the two halberd silhouettes slammed down. The Abyssal Inferno's body was split apart almost instantly, and the magma that made up his torso was smashed by the terrifying brute force into countless red raindrops that filled the sky. Wow! The river was instantly split into two, and the water was splashed up into the sky. The magma and the river water collided in the air, emitting a loud noise. The white mist spread out instantly, covering the entire area. Bang! Song Chi landed on the ground and glanced at his experience bar. The experience bar hasn't moved at all. That means that 2 consecutive sheer strikes didn't kill it? Sure enough, this final boss, it's not that easy to kill. If I'm not mistaken, it should be elementalized body that blocked most of the damage for him. This skill was not unfamiliar to Song Chi. Many elemental beings were born with the skill, while the effects varied depending on the object being elementalized. For a body like the other parties, which was purely composed of liquid magma, the odds were that it would be the effect of reducing damage, scorching the enemy, and enhancing the power of fire spells. Failing to kill the opponent with a single strike, Song Chi hastily retreated away to a safe area. The next moment, damn bugs, the magma body that had just been broken down instantly closed up again in the next moment, polymerizing into the original appearance of the Abyssal Inferno. He roared and pushed with both hands, a ring of blazing fire spreading out. Wherever the ring of fire went, everything was set ablaze. The tens of meters wide river seemed to be lifted up by a pair of invisible hands along the white mist. It was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blazing collar. The Abyssal Inferno demon was incomparably furious, and the moment he struck out, it was a super wide-range domain type skill. However, he just put it halfway. Dang! His brain had just been freed from the endless excruciating pain, and he once again entered this state. The ring of fire that was released halfway also instantly disappeared in place. In the distance, Song Chi held a book in both hands. Treasure, 7 Deadly Sins, Greed. Effect 1, select a target and cause the cooldown of a skill of the opponent to immediately return to 0. Cooldown time 24 hours. Effect 2, selects a piece of equipment and specifies that a certain effect of that equipment is immediately zeroed out, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Song Chi first revoked Ying Zhang's domain, causing the opponent's physique attribute to exceed his own once again. Then he utilized Greed, causing the cooldown of Jealousy, stun effect to instantly return to 0. Finally, he stunned Yen Demon again. And now, the effect of Anthem of Life was still in effect. The stamina value paid for Sacrificial Strike would only take 5 seconds to fully recover. Song Chi put away the 2 treasures, gripped the Feng Tian Hua halberd, and silently counted down in his heart. 5 seconds have passed. He leapt up. The 2 demonic god shadows emerged once again. Ying Zhang's domain also instantly enveloped down. Give me. Die. Boom. Boom. The earth trembled. It was as if the stone had broken through the sky. The two were left and right, showing no mercy. The body of the Inferno demon had just gathered and was once again blown apart. The river, which was already close to drying up, could no longer be seen in its original form at this moment. The center of the river was continuously bombarded by the west, and became the shape of a lake. However, this lake was filled with hot magma. Song-Chi landed back on the ground and breathed in sharply, huffing, but under the nourishment of the hymn of life, it quickly recovered again. Still not dead? TSK, it's really worthy of being a level 80 demonic creature. Song-Chi frowned. At this moment, he still didn't hear the familiar sound of experience value acquisition, and that, in turn, meant that the Abyssal Inferno demon was still alive. As expected, in the next moment, the magma began to surge again. He had no choice but to use a temporary retreat, and in passing, he also gave himself a life shelter shield for his own combat power. Song-Chi was very benumbered. Even if there was only a 5-second gap, he would never risk it, as long as he was fine. With the strength of Ing Zhang and Lu Bu in battle, there was absolutely no need for him to worry. In order to defeat this Abyssal Inferno demon, he had already prepared to save his life from the very beginning when he entered this place. Griffin, you've successfully enraged me. Chapter 101, Inferno Demon Death. 180 million experience points. Helicopter level 40. Ah-ha. Yen Demon pointed a finger at Song-Chi, and he immediately wailed with his head in his hands. Lord, Sir. Lu Bu and Ing Zhang were stunned before they angrily killed towards the Abyssal Inferno demon once again. However, the other party revealed a smug smile. I admit that your summon spirit is strong, but it's a pity. Your main body is just too weak. Experience it well, Griffin. The pain of having your soul seared, but you must hold out for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Over the forest, a group of city lords gathered around. Elder Mu was even holding his breath. As Song-Chi dispersed the Inferno demon's body twice in a row, he immediately became excited. Defeating a level 80 Abyssal Inferno demon with a level less than 40? This kind of battle performance was almost even able to tie Li's own. However, in the end, after seeing the skills used by the Inferno demon, his emotions instantly fell back down. Sure enough, he still can't. With his current strength facing a level 80 Abyssal demon, it's too much of a stretch. Mu Lao shook his head. Soul Scorch is a skill of the Inferno demon clan specifically designed for those with weak instincts. This child Song-Chi, I'm afraid he's going to fall to this. Another city lord also nodded. Yes, the summoner's essence is just too weak. Those two attacks just now knocked out 6 or 7/10 of the Abyssal Inferno's life force already. If he had 2 more attacks, he might have won. If he was a warrior or mage with the strength to injure the Abyssal Inferno to such an extent, Soul Scorch wouldn't be too useful. But on the contrary, he is a summoner. All-in-one is not in himself. One can only say that. In the beginning, we didn't expect that there would be summoners who could go this far, right? Soul Scorch was one of the rare skills that would first attack the enemy's soul essence. Those who were hit by this move would sustain damage based on the strength comparison between the two sides. If the person who possessed the ability to defeat the Abyssal Inferno demon was a warrior or a mage, then his or her own attribute value was bound to be high. This skill wouldn't be of much use, and at most, it would only weaken a few points of battle power. It couldn't affect the big picture. However, Song-Chi was a summoner. This move instead played out an unexpected effect. Elder Mu sighed. Although Song-Chi had proved his strength, however, not being able to defeat the Inferno demon with his own hands was always a little bit regrettable. Get ready. Once he can't hold out any longer, immediately go down to rescue him and treat him at the first opportunity. This child has good potential and is worth cultivating, but don't let him have mental problems. The red-haired female city lord at the side nodded. Understood. After saying that, the crowd quietly waited for Song-Chi's life symbol to be triggered. 30 seconds later. Ah-ha! Song-Chi was roaring at the top of his voice. He was still holding on. Elder Mu nodded in satisfaction, silently praising in his heart. Excellent willpower. It's amazing that a full half a minute has passed without losing consciousness. It's a buildable talent. In that case, my last worry can be put down. In this day, what he was most worried about wasn't Song-Chi's talent. Rather, it was his willpower. Anyone who achieved great things needed great perseverance, great persistence. And now Song-Chi was actually able to withstand the pain of having his soul seared with his own weak body, and still remain conscious? It's really rare. Another minute passed. Song-Chi was still wailing vociferously. Elder Mu's approval grew even more in his heart. 2 minutes passed. Song-Chi was still wailing at the top of his voice. Mu Lao frowned, sensing that something was wrong. 5 minutes passed. Song-Chi was still wailing in mid-sentence. It even seemed as if the voice was even louder than before. On the contrary, the Abyssal Inferno demon, who was confident just now, was on the verge of being killed by Lu Bu and Ing Zhang at this moment. Not right. Mu Lao frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Inside the dual space, Ing Zhang was using Che Tongji to deadlock Inferno's pace, making it impossible for him to break away from the fight with Lu Bu. The demon god's shadow behind Lu Bu began to coalesce again almost as soon as it dissipated. When it coalesced into shape, it smashed down without hesitation. The 5-second at a time move smashed him more than 60 times in a row. His body, which was originally 100 meters tall, was now smashed into a pool of writhing magma. Before he died, his eyes were still staring at Song Qi, who was constantly rolling on the ground in the distance. He couldn't understand even to his death. That human had clearly been hit, and the wailing didn't seem to be faked. Why? Why hard to hold up until now still howling so full of energy? Or did his skill actually had no effect? Chapter 102 Survival Match Ends. New quest released. Abyssal Inferno gave 10,000 points? Good. It's finally stable this time. Song Qi nodded his head. 30,000 points. Plus, all the surrounding demons had been cleared out. Previously, he had been unable to close the gap with Li Zong, giving him a sense of urgency. This time, he was finally able to completely secure the first place position. And just at this time, the long-lost system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing optional task 1. Your current remaining lottery chances are 6 times. Ha! Optional task 1 completed? Song Qi froze for a moment. Didn't he remember that the content of the mission allowed him to achieve the top 3 places in the Genius Tournament? It was only the first round. How come? He paused, and then realized. So it's as long as one of the rounds is in the top 3. Ha! As this task was completed, all the tasks on the system panel finally grayed out. Then, not surprisingly to Song Qi, ding! You have successfully unlocked the main quest, kill at least 10 level 80 or higher field demons. Rewarded with 5 draw opportunities. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional quest 1, participate in the second round of the Genius Tournament and achieve at least the top 3 results. Rewarded with 5 chances to draw a prize. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 2, level up to 60. Reward 5 lucky draw opportunities. Ding! You have successfully unlocked optional task 3, where 5 pieces of equipment of at least legendary quality. Reward 5 lucky draw opportunities. A series of system beeps sounded again, and the quests on the system panel lit up again. However, the content had changed slightly. Song Qi looked at it and immediately revealed a puzzled expression. What the hell is this main quest? Killing 10 level 80 or higher demons? One Inferno demon almost killed me, and you're asking me to kill 10? I'm afraid this quest will have to be completed after level 60. He shook his head and continued to look down. Optional quest 1. Second round of the tournament and finish in the top 3? Tomorrow is the team competition, so tomorrow should be completed. Optional tasks 2 and 3 are not urgent. Just go with the flow. Finally, Song Qi tapped on the lottery screen with some anticipation. I'm all the way at level 11. The third summoning bit has been unlocked, but I don't have any summoning coupons yet. Now there are exactly 6 chances. Try to draw it. Maybe the dog luck is coming? He laughed to himself and clicked the extraction button 6 times in a row with great anticipation. Tick tick tick. Congratulations, you have obtained a triple experience card *10. Congratulations, you have obtained a triple experience card *5. Congratulations, you have won the 10-fold experience card. Ding, you are 3 draws away from the guaranteed bottom. So please keep up the good work. There were no surprises. The imaginary summoning coupons didn't come out, but the experience cards exploded quite a bit. There was even an unprecedented appearance of a 10 times experience card. 10 times experience card? This feels okay? An unexpected delight. Song Qi wasn't too disappointed, but instead happily accepted the prize this time. It was just a casual try. Of course it was good to be able to draw, but it was normal if you didn't. Not to mention that a 10 times experience card was also drawn. The main thing is a good heart. Of course, if you want to ask him why the mind can be so good, he could only tell you that compared to the Kryptonite card drawing game he played in his last lifetime, Jianshou should not be too conscientious. Seeing that Song Qi didn't move for a long time, Li Zong hesitated for a while and still said, Brother Song, you won first place in this survival tournament. So for the next group and individual tournaments, for the sake of your safety, I might use a little bit of my strength. ? Song Qi had just exited from the draw interface and was confused. What do you mean? Did you say something before that I missed? However, before Li Zong could explain, countless white lights descended from the sky. All the contestants were once again all pulled back again. Wow! Dozens of Genius Tournament contestants landed on the ground at the same time. At this time, there were still a few other contestants who had been waiting here earlier and had been eliminated by the demons during the match. Most of these players were embarrassed and had no face to face their teammates. Chu Xiaojiang was also one of them. However, he wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he ran over after seeing Song Qi. In his hand, he was also holding several bottles of purple potions. Brother Song, this is your share. As soon as Song Qi landed, Chu Xiaojiang handed over the potion in his hand. What is this? The demonic potion of all demons? And some of them are still diluted. Why are you giving me this? He wondered. He. Chu Xiaojiang scratched his head slightly awkwardly. Brother Song, didn't you just show off your skills? Then there were quite a few people inquiring about you at the time. So I said I had top secret information and took the opportunity to sell it for some money. Chapter 103, Checking for Gaps. First place goes to Song Qi from the 7th City District, who is entitled to 30 points according to the rules. Wow! Although the results were already known, but after hearing it with their own ears, it still caused many people to let out a gasp. Many of the participants turned their heads over to look in Song Qi's direction and whispered, I didn't expect it. This survival match was actually taken first place by the 7th Urban District. In the past, it was always the top 3 urban districts that took it all. And this year, a dark horse popped up. This isn't that unusual, is it? I remember that a dark horse seems to appear every 2 or 3 years in the Genius Tournament. It's not like it hasn't happened before that the first place was taken by another city in a small round. The problem is that this time is different. This dark horse is a bit too dark, a person said seriously. This time, the first city district has sent the descendant of Emperor Li Zong, to compete. With Li Zong's status, he should crush the peers of the current generation in an unrivaled manner. This is the consensus of almost everyone. If someone had told you before this that Li Zong would lose even a small game, everyone else would have just thought you were out of your mind. But now, he actually did lose this round? Who would have thought? Another person also nodded with emotion. Over the years, Li Zong's reputation has gotten too big, and the officials have been secretly pushing the envelope to deliberately create a god. The first city district even has a star-chasing team formed by his fans. By the time the news gets out, even if Li Zong was just unlucky and that's why he lost, I'm afraid that some people won't quite be able to accept it. Dang! The man on the stage saw that the crowd had clamored and lifted his staff again and slammed it down. Speaking sternly, silence, buzz. The voice was not loud, but all the students present at once only felt a buzzing in their heads, and then quickly came to their senses. The crowd instantly quieted down. Then continue. Second place goes to Li Zong from the 1st City District with 25 points. Third place goes to Bo Yuanjun from the 1st City District, with 20 points. The western place is Ryan Maynard from the 10th City District, with 15 points. Fifth place was 2nd City Districts. For this survival race, the top 5 start with 30 points and go down in order by 5 points. And the 6th through 15th places start at 9 points and go down by 1 point in order. Those after 15th place did not have any points. After announcing the results, the middle-aged white-robed man on the stage raised his staff once again. This tournament has come to an end. All of you should not linger too much in the wilderness and return to the city as soon as possible. Tomorrow at noon, the team competition will be held in the center of the first city. As for the specific location and time has been written in the player's handbook. Then, see you. After saying that, he waved his cane and his entire person immediately disappeared. And with his departure, the many contestants suddenly clamored. Many people ran over excitedly and surrounded Song Qi. Holy shit, the big brother who defeated Li Zong. Big brother, can you give some advice on cultivation? You brush monsters so fast. Are you practicing in the wilderness a lot? This big brother, I heard someone say you're a summoner. Can you show me a summoning spirit? Big brother, I've heard that you people in the 7th district can't even afford to eat meat? Strange. Why does this big brother look flat and unimpressive? Song Qi froze. Hey. Saying that I can't afford to eat meat, I can take it as you being simply curious. Saying that I'm plain and ordinary is a bit much. This is a personal attack. My looks are still mediocre? Song Qi looked at him hard. You wait for me. Don't let me catch you in the team competition tomorrow. Seeing this, the Chu Xiaojiang behind him took over and stepped forward, peeling the crowd into 2 sides. Everyone, please give way. You're blocking the road. My brother Song has been tired all day today and is in a hurry to go back and rest. So please give way. Brother Song, please. Under Chu Xiaojiang's escort, Song Qi smoothly walked out of the crowd. As he walked to the teleportation array, he subconsciously looked back to Li Zong's side. However, he realized that at this moment, Li Zong had changed from the way he had been when he was with him before, and had become condescending and aloof, rightfully enjoying the cheers and adoration of the people around him. Is this what he said about maintaining his majesty? Song Qi scratched his head, somewhat unable to understand this behavior. Why did he have to pretend to be something else? Was there a purpose to it? Thinking fruitlessly, he shook his head and walked headlong into the teleportation formation, back to the city center. Drop. Your account has been credited with $180 million. As soon as he stepped out, Song-chi's cell phone immediately received the message, emitting a beep. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be that the items he had taken to auction earlier had already been bought. It actually sold for nearly $200 million? That's unexpected. It's a full $50 million higher than the price I predicted. Song-chi glanced at Shizhou. It was already 10 o'clock at night. If it was the 7th city district that didn't have a nightlife, the streets would have been cold and clear at this moment. Chapter 104, Group Match. Easy and cozy victory. After learning the skill, Song-chi first returned to the hotel. Although the Abyssal Inferno's soul burning hadn't been able to cause him too much damage, he was mentally exhausted. Returning to the hotel, Song-chi simply washed up, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Song-chi woke up and ate a meal, and then quickly returned to the house and retreated under the covers. Brush a full morning of short videos. It was only when the first one was almost 11 o'clock at noon that he stepped out of the room. However, what he didn't expect was that Chu Xiaojiang walked back at that moment dripping with sweat. Not only was his entire body wet, but there was white mist coming out of his head. It was obvious that he had gone out to cultivate. What are you? Gone out to cultivate? You usually work this hard? At those words, Chu Xiaojiang raised his head in confusion and realized that it was Song-chi, who immediately changed his face again. So it's Brother Song. No, I just got up a little early, thinking that I don't want to disgrace Brother Song. So I practiced my skills a little more and leveled up a little bit so as not to drag you down. Song-chi thought about it and asked, how many bottles of the Plague of Demons potion did you use today? Only used 2 bottles. Brother Song, you want to use it now? Saying that, Chu Xiaojiang pulled out a bunch of potions without hesitation. At those words, Song-chi was a little surprised. Used 2 bottles of the demonic potion in one morning? He had used the Plague of Demons potion before, and it would take at least 3 hours at a time. 2 bottles? That would be at least 6 hours ago? So you didn't practice in the morning. You started at 5 in the morning? You slept 5 hours a day? And by the looks of the other side, it seems to have gotten used to it a long time ago. I thought it was just a small person. I didn't expect a liver emperor who can endure hardship and labor. Good guy. Not only do you have a precise goal in life, but you also have a strong power of action. Most importantly, doing things shamelessly and without moral constraints, without a care in the world. Where is this template for a villainous protagonist? But fortunately, I have Brother Unity. Song-chi waved his hand. Keep the potion for yourself. We have to set off. Don't worry, I'll come right over after changing my clothes. Soon, the Song-chi duo followed the map to the competition venue. The competition venue for the team competition was in a tall building. This was the venue that the first city district specifically provided for professionals to compete in martial arts as well as resolve conflicts. From the outside, Song-chi felt that this building was not very big, just the size of an ordinary residential building. However, when he really stepped inside, he realized that the space inside the house was frighteningly large. The first floor alone was at least tens of thousands of square meters. The system for the team competition was also very simple. Everyone was divided into teams of as many as 5 or as few as 2 people based on their respective urban areas. These teams would be divided into high and low groups based on their rankings in the survival match. The 2 groups would then draw lots to determine the order of the matchups. For example, Song-chi was the first place winner of the survival match, so the squad he was in was the high grouping, and the number he drew was number 2. Then the team he's going to play against is the low grouping team that also drew number 2. The winner advances to the next round, while the loser is eliminated. The reason for setting it up this way was also very simple. It was to avoid the high grouping group that was really powerful from being eliminated from each other right from the start. Soon, the results of the draw were finalized. Although there were only 13 urban areas, the first urban area was divided into 2 squads due to the fact that it was divided into 2 squads. Therefore no one had a turn in this draw. Song-chi and Chu Xiaojiang's opponent in the first round was the battle team from the 13th urban area. Without leaving much time for the crowd to discuss, the match began immediately after the draw was completed. Although the venue was large, there were only 2 matches at a time in order to give the players room to play. The first to go on stage was Song-chi's team, as well as the team from the 3rd city district. The rest of the people retreated to the audience to watch, as Song-chi and Chu Xiaojiang stepped onto the ring. 3 men, 1 woman, and a total of Westerners walked up from the 13th city district side. Seeing Song-chi, the Westerners arched their hands. 13th urban district, Lu Chengfu, level 28 shield warrior. Kai Qingli, level 28 mage. Yan Yunjin, level 26 priest. Guo Qianyu, level 28 assassin. At those words, Song-chi and Chu Xiaojiang returned the salute. Chu Xiaojiang, level 25 assassin. Song Qi, level 40 summoner. Level 40? As soon as Song Qi's rank was said, the opposing Westerners were clearly stunned. It wasn't just the opponents, but a group of powerful people in the audience, including City Lord Fu, all revealed expressions of surprise. They had previously focused on the two summoned spirits. However, they had overlooked Song Qi's rank. After all, in their opinion, how many levels could one level up in a month's time? Level 30 would be tops. But now, level 40? In a month's time, he had risen to level 40? Old Fu, what's going on? How did this kid of yours upgrade so fast? Chapter 105, Defeat Without a Fight. Li Zong's True Strength. The first round of the tournament ended very quickly. Before participating in the Genius Tournament, Song Qi was still a little worried about his performance. But after the real contact, he realized that he had overthought it. His strength was almost a cliff-like gap with the other contestants. Other than Li Zong, no one was able to match him. Soon, the second round began. This time, the opponent he drew was the 3rd City District. It was one of the recognized powerhouse teams, but it didn't matter. It was all pretty much the same to him. For the next few matches, the process was exactly the same. Walk up to the stage and say hello. When he met a strong team, Song Qi summoned Lu Buaning Zhang, and put a life blessing on himself. If you meet a weak team, then just summon Lu Bu, then just wait quietly. In response, Song Qi said, "We summoners are really maneuvering." After a few rounds, there was no suspense. Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang entered the final, and their opponent for the finals, without any surprises, was a squad consisting of Li Zong and another assassin. Please invite both players to the stage. As the announcer's voice resounded throughout the arena, Song Qi and Li Zong, the two most popular players, finally collided together. And at this moment, all the players around them had not left. Whether it was Li Zong or Song Qi, the course of these two's matches were amazingly consistent. Going on stage, easily defeating their opponents, and then getting off the stage. Even the timing was maintained within half a minute. Everyone was curious. Was Li Zong stronger? Or would this dark horse that came out of nowhere be stronger? It was just a pity that the two sides failed to clash together in the first capital of the draw. First to now, it was finally time to resolve the crowd's doubts. Walking onto the ring, Song Qi arched his hand, and then immediately summoned Lu Buaning Zhang, with Soul Link and Life Blessing opening at the same time. The first one entered into a full strength state. Facing Li Zong, he didn't dare to slack off or relax in the slightest. On the other hand, Li Zong on the opposite side was still maintaining that cold and arrogant expression. Standing with his arms folded, abruptly, he slowly spoke. "You are very good. There aren't many peers who can enter my eyes, but you are one of them. I hope you won't let me down." He then looked at his teammate to the side. "Don't hurt yourself. Step back first." Without the slightest hesitation, the man next to him first jumped out of the ring. Crap, what the hell? So loaded? Song Qi was stunned. When he was in front of the others, Li Zong showed a character that was this kind of Dragon Ao Tian's appearance, and by the looks of it, the surrounding audience didn't seem to find it strange. Instead, they took it for granted. So, this was his persona? But why did the human race give him such a persona? Seeing this, Song Qi glanced at Chu Xiaojiang. Chu Xiaojiang immediately understood, and with a gentle bounce, he also landed under the ring. The original group match instantly turned into an individual match between two people. Hiss, this is both sides being confident to the extreme, vowing to defeat each other in a dignified manner. This Song Qi is truly powerful. To think that even Lord Li Zong had to recognize his strength. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, the silence around the ring was as quiet as a pin drop. It was as if it was the calm before a storm. It made people nervous and expectant at the same time. However, what they didn't know was that Song Qi's ears were ringing with the other party's voice. "Brother Song, I have to apologize to you in advance." His tone was filled with apologies and regrets. "Although I would have loved to keep the grades on par and fight you squarely, but the survival tournament's results came out and brought about consequences that were a bit out of my expectation. For the sake of your safety, I must defeat you as cleanly as possible in this match." Song Qi frowned, still pondering what exactly the other party meant when Li Zong on the opposite side moved himself. Then, he lowered his hands, his feet slightly firing, and his ice-cold eyes focused their sights on Song Qi. "Begin!" Bang! The ring's masonry was instantly stepped on. In just an instant, his figure disappeared into thin air. A gust of wind whistled out. Ying Zhang immediately reacted and pointed out a finger. However, surprisingly, the skill that had worked 100 times in the past failed to bring about the imagined effect this time. Li Zong briefly appeared for a moment, and he was surprised for a moment, but in the next moment he once again increased his speed. the speed still did not decrease in the slightest. It was even faster. He did not seem to be relying on his own attributes to move. Rather, it was some sort of extremely special spatial movement technique. Oh no, sir may be in trouble. Ying Zheng reacted extremely quickly, and the moment he realized that the skill was useless, he immediately turned on sweep *** again, raising Song Qi's full attributes to over 10,000 points. Chapter 106 Human Emperor Xin. No, Song Qi did not first choose to extract, but silently retreated outside the venue. His back looked somewhat desolate and lost. Chu Xiaojiang didn't dare to go forward to comfort him, but honestly followed behind him. Seeing this, City Lord Fu, who was on top of the high platform, also couldn't help but sigh as he dropped down and patted his shoulder. Song Qi, after all, the other party was transferred 18 years earlier than you, and even if they suppressed their strength, their experience in sparring is far superior to yours. It's normal to lose. There's no need to be too discouraged. In the City Lord's eyes, Song Qi could be described as a youngster who had grown up smoothly and unrivaled along the way. It might appear to be a happy-go-lucky person on the surface, but in reality, it was highly likely that there was an incomparable arrogance in his heart. With this failure, he was worried that it would hit him, thus he personally consoled him. Song Qi nodded without much change. I understand. Thank you, City Lord. Walking out of the competition venue, Song Qi maintained a contemplative state while walking towards the professionals' hall. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally wouldn't be discouraged by this blow. After all, his last life couldn't be said to have been smooth. It could only be said to have been a mess. There were 8,000 setbacks he had suffered, if not 10,000. The loss he had just experienced was just for show. Li Zong's words, he understood. If he understood correctly, it should be that he had performed too brightly during the survival match yesterday. As a result, the demon-worshipping sect, or the extraterrestrial demon race had noticed him. That was what led to today, when Li Zong suddenly struck out and defeated him with a single blow in an absolute crushing manner. When the results of this match came out, then his talent will change from a human pride whose talent is no weaker than Li Zong's, to an ordinary genius who had won a small game against Li Zong, but still had a huge gap between him and his opponent. In this way, he would also change from a major threat to an ordinary threat in the eyes of the extraterrestrial demon race. But, what exactly did the rules mean? He couldn't figure it out in one capital. Extrapolating from Li Zong's words, it seemed to be some sort of thing that needed to be comprehended. Something like a skill? Although Li Zong said yes, he would show it as clearly as possible. But he really didn't see anything other than an 8 trigrams formation diagram. Thinking about, Song Qi realized that he had reached the door of the professionals' hall. Oh, so soon. He interrupted his thoughts and looked up, lifting his leg and walking into it to the room where the summoning spells were. And only then did he open the draw interface, not drawing a prize outside. In fact, it was mainly because he was afraid that he would draw something good and laugh out loud on the spot, letting people notice the abnormality. It would be a waste of Li Zong's good intentions. But now, well, the summoning room belonged to a fully enclosed room, so one could feel free to laugh boldly. System, start extracting. It is extracting rewards for the host. In the sea of consciousness, a huge roulette will suddenly appeared. Song Qi didn't hesitate to tap it 3 times in a row. Tick tick tick. Congratulations, you have obtained an ordinary weapon. A standardized lance. Congratulations, you have obtained the triple experience card. Congratulations, you have obtained the triple experience card *2. Please note, your next draw is a guaranteed draw. Song Qi took out the occupation item designation ticket while clicking on it to use it. Designate occupation as summoner. Ding, you have removed all non-summoner occupation items. Swish, the items on the roulette wheel were instantly reduced by most of them. Phew, Song Qi let out a long breath. Although he had drawn several times, he was still nervous. Extract, he slammed a point, and then with his eyes tightly closed, he clasped his hands together and worshipped several times in a row. Jade Emperor, Buddha Rulai, Goddess of Mercy, 3 Ching Pangu, Jesus God, or Lord God Zeus, God of War Quietus, 1 Punch Superman Saitama bless. It's of course best for all the bigwigs to take over first. If it's really not possible, the doppelganger will also accept it. I'll be sure to serve you well, kid. As he prayed, the speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and the needle slowly pointed to an orange-colored area. Song Qi carefully opened one eye to look at the roulette wheel in front of him. However, it was with this glance that he first froze. The system's pleasant beep sounded. Congratulations, you have obtained the epic summoning ticket, Emperor Xin. Song Qi froze for a while, his pupils unconsciously emptying and becoming larger. Crap, groove. The smile on his face could not be concealed at all, and his joy was almost overflowing. After Song Qi's brief moment of disorientation, He was so excited that his western limbs were shaking and dancing. He was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. Emperor Xin. Human Emperor Xin? Who is Emperor Xin? Saying that name, some people might not know it, but if you say, Daji's male cousin, that dim-witted and tyrannical King Zhou, who made wine and meat forests, probably everyone would know. That's right, Daixin is King Zhou, but at the same time, Chapter 107, beginning level terrifying panel. Regarding Xin, Song Qi had once hated it, but the more he grew up and the more he understood, the more he liked it as well. But, while it's highly likely that Xin's tyranny is true, being dim may not be. Song Qi clearly remembers that before he crossed over, someone had already realized that something was wrong and started to debate for him. In the Zhou dynasty records, there were a total of 3 issues that were most criticized about Xin. The first accusation is, the mare, pin D11 sound, chicken takes the morning. Listening to the words of women. A female chicken is a castrated hen. The act of the male rooster reporting the dawn is referred to as sea morning. The female chicken was used to announce the dawn, meaning that the castrated hen was used to announce the dawn. The meaning is to accuse Emperor Xin of appointing a woman to his position and listening to the words of women, which led to the collapse of the rites and music, and the thundering of the cauldron. But in fact, it was not only Xin who listened to women's words. Before him, there was a woman named Wu Hao who served as a general. She fought for the Shang dynasty for more than 10 years. She fought more than 100 battles, big and small. More than 20 neighboring countries were destroyed and incorporated into the Shang dynasty by the hands of this woman. It was through her efforts that the Shang dynasty's territory expanded several times over. And in today's eyes, this deed of Xin's is not only not considered a crime, but rather a great merit. The second accusation is slacking on sacrifices and disrespecting the heavens. Since before the Zhou dynasty, the so-called sacrifices were made to the living. Xin, however, changed the living human sacrifice to a living creature sacrifice. He believes in my destiny, not the heavens. Human rights override divine rights, sacrificing his own father and grandfather with the same rituals used to sacrifice the heavenly emperor. And this accusation, in Song Qi's eyes, still counts as no crime. Not only that, but Dixin's action set the tone for the land for thousands of years to come. This land has never seen a scene similar to that of the West, where the divine power has proliferated. It can even be said to be a great achievement, great merit. The third accusation is killing the virtuous ministers and kissing the villains. Bygone, who possessed a 7-knuckle heart, had died as a result of his upward admonition. This is also the accusation that carries the most weight for Xin. But in reality, the villain here does not mean a person of low moral character. Rather, it refers to people of low status, such as slaves and commoners. Before him, all imperial dynasties would only select and employ people from the great families, not from the commoners. Much less would they choose slaves. For so long, Emperor Xin was the only one who did not dislike this group of people because of their lowly status. Instead, he broke the mold and used only talent. Fei Zhong, Fei Lian, and Wu Lai were all talents promoted by Emperor Xin. They contributed immeasurably to the prosperity of the Shang dynasty. In the 3 kingdoms, Dian Wei was called the Ancient Evil Lai. He was one of the 3 generals promoted by Emperor Xin. He was also one of the 3 villains of the Zhou dynasty. What is the meaning of kill the wise ministers? It's clear when you look at it in the context of villainy. The so-called virtuous ministers are those officials who come from big families. A commoner took up an official position. This move naturally caused the interests of the big families to be jeopardized. That's why they went crazy attacking Xin. But one thing to say, the way Xin kills people is indeed tyrannical. Song Qi lamented. But at least, Xin treated everyone equally. Civilians broke the law and he killed them. That group of people from the great families broke the law and he killed them as well. All in all, Xin is the first monarch in history to select cadres from the commoners. The first monarch in history to overcome divine power with human rights. Not only that, he was also the first monarch in history to successfully abolish the hereditary system of nobility. The first monarch in history to exterminate powerful foreign forces several times. The first monarch in history to realize the unification of the North and South. Apart from the fact that the method of killing was a bit brutal. In a sense, Dixin's thinking was indeed advanced. In addition to all this, Xin was also a physically strong to the point of perversion. He once had a huge bronze tripod cast and invited all the lords and warriors to come and participate in the competition. He promised that the person who carried the tripod would receive a generous reward, but the final result was that no one other than himself was able to lift it. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to invite this person this time. Song Qi let out a long breath, feeling his heart and liver trembling as his hands and feet became a little unruly. The last human emperor Although he wasn't as powerful as the wandering gods and Buddhas, this identity alone was enough to make Song-chi take it seriously. Song-chi came to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. As his consciousness gradually sank, the familiar ocean of consciousness reappeared in front of him once again. Endless summoning spirit consciousnesses flew by in front of him. Summon. Human Emperor DXIN. Whoosh. A consciousness flew by. It fell into Song-chi's brow. Chapter 108. No one can pretend in front of me. Crouching? 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 Song-chi exclaimed 3 times in a row, one sharper than the other. It was as if he had suffocated for a while, and then he suddenly giggled, the corners of his mouth grinning wider and wider. The laughter became clearer and clearer. He had the intention to suppress the joy within him, but unfortunately, couldn't suppress it at all. This Nima, is this the panel of the beginning level? Ahahaha. 8,500 dual attributes of strength and physique. The level 80 Abyssal Infernos panel wasn't even as high as his. And what the hell are these talents? Tyson couldn't be probed or sensed in any way, first or indirectly? Then in that case, wouldn't Song-chi be able to enjoy the same effects? After all, if Song-chi were to be spied upon or cursed, wouldn't that be equivalent to indirectly affecting him? As for whether or not the extraterrestrial demon race would have an existence with a bit character that surpassed Emperor Xin and personally inflict a curse, Song-chi didn't think it was possible. If you want to talk about strength, it's true that DXIN's strength was no match for the wandering gods and Buddhas, but if you want to talk about realms, I'm sorry, but as a human emperor, Emperor Xin was even on par with the heavenly emperor. There were probably only a few in the heavens and the worlds that could be even higher than him in terms of bitterness. So, from now on, I no longer have to worry about the spells of the extraterrestrial demon race? Song-chi never expected that the sharp sword hanging over his head would, just as suddenly, lose its effect. And what the hell is this, carrying the tripod? 50% damage reduction? And also storing all the damage received for a minute before exploding out at the same time? And this, severe punishment? Each attack makes the opponent lose at least 5% of their life force? Nice guy. Percentage true damage? It means that no matter how strong the opponent is, even if the city lord comes over, as long as he's not healed in time, he'll die a violent death after receiving 20 punches from you? Coupled with the female chicken skill, the opponent will have to rush over to fight you. Song-chi initially thought that DXIN's positioning was a front row meat shield, but only after seeing the back did he realize that this was no meat shield. This was clearly a mechanism monster with a numerical monster panel. Hey, female chicken, taunted the opponent over. And then the two of them began to beat each other uncontrollably and frantically. As a result, Dishin's damage reduction was 50%. Each punch also knocked out 5% of the opponent's maximum life value. After a minute of fighting, nothing happened to Emperor Xin, and the other party was the first to die a violent death. Even if the other party had healing skills, it was hard to carry the round of beatings. It doesn't matter. Carrying the tripod, skill has absorbed all the damage caused by the opponent in this minute. To know, with 5,000 points of strength to hit 10 punches, and with 50,000 points of strength to hit a punch, is definitely two concepts. And Dishin happens to have the ability to gather all the power of these 10 punches. Sustained damage doesn't work for you? Sustained combat is great? Still doesn't matter. DXIN said that if it really didn't work, then it would be one punch in seconds. And this, only talent? Although the effect wasn't that exaggerated compared to other skills, but it was a group-type skill. Not only could he mitigate himself, but when he was present, his teammates could also mitigate 30% of their damage? Wouldn't that mean that one's ability to save one's life could be taken to another level? I just don't know if the damage reductions from carrying the tripod in only talent will stack after I soul link to Emperor Xin. If it stacks, then I can go to the front line to fight in the future as well. Although Song-chi couldn't hit people, he could still take a beating. DXIN's skill set was just too suitable for him. Perfect. Song-chi commented on the results of this summoning, and then he got up, just as he raised his head. Whoa, what are you doing? DXIN was frowning at him. You kid, I almost thought the one who summoned me out just now was a fool. What the hell were you just thinking? Giggling for as long as 5 minutes. Song-chi was embarrassed. He was simply too excited, mainly to look up to your majesty. That's something I love to hear. DXIN smiled and readily accepted. It was then that Song-chi finally got a good look at him. Although they were both supreme rulers, DXIN and Ing Zhang were dressed completely differently. Although Ing Zhang was dressed in black, he still looked magnificent and majestic. The top of his head even wore a coronet that symbolized power. But Emperor Xin? Not to mention the tassel. Even his clothes were made of animal furs that had only been briefly processed. Except for his animal skin coat, he wore nothing underneath. His clothes were not buttoned up, but rather, they were boldly open. revealing the flawless muscles inside as if they were works of art. The entire person's temperament gave the first impression that it was more like a certain brisk and heroic warrior, rather than some kind of ruler. Well boy. Something to find me again. But now well, I see also nothing. Just go back first. Well, slowly go. Swish, DXIN's figure disappeared inside the room. Chapter 109, helping him become famous. First City District. City Lord's mansion basement. This was an extremely spacious secret room. At a visual estimate, it was at least around 1,000 square feet. The entire room was paved with some sort of white masonry no matter the top, bottom, left, or right. At the same time there was no furniture or sundry items placed inside. There was only a portrait hanging directly to the west. Li Zong sat cross-legged before the portrait, closing his eyes and gulping in some sort of breath. Click! The door to the secret room was opened, and an old man with completely white hair and a sparse beard walked in. It was none other than the city lord of the first city district, Elder Mu. You used the rules during the match yesterday? Mu Lao walked behind him and casually sat on the ground. Hearing the sound, Li Zong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His strength is very strong. To defeat him unopposed, I can only use this move. Oh, then how does it compare to when you were at West 10th level? It's hard to say. Mu Lao gave him a surprised look. Then after a slight pause, he said indistinctly, that means even you are not sure of winning the battle. So, the two of you are not on par? TSK. This child called Song Chi's talent is so good that it's a bit shocking. Although Li Zong's talent was outstanding, due to the fact that Song Chi was strictly guarded to prevent the demon race from attacking him, this resulted in him not being very good at getting along with people, always speaking first when he had something to say and hardly beating around the bush. Therefore, when he said that he was unsure, he was really unsure. It wouldn't be some kind of humble words, much less arrogant ones. You felt the existence of the rules yourself at level 40. On him, did you feel the aura of rules? Li Zong thought seriously for a while before shaking his head. On the man himself? No, but there is some aura on his two summoned spirits, but it's very faint, and it shouldn't have reached the point of mastery either. At those words, Elder Mu froze for a moment. He wasn't surprised that Song Chi himself didn't have the aura of rules. After all, the other party was only level 40, and had only just changed jobs a month and a few days ago, so it was only natural that he couldn't comprehend it. If you're talking about enlightenment alone, you can't ask everyone to be as evil as Li Zong. As a result, now, you tell me, his summoned spirit carries the aura of rules? Elder Mu's brows furrowed. The summoner himself had not realized the rules, but the summoning spirit has comprehended the rules in advance? For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that Song Chi had good or poor enlightenment. Could this summoning spirit's high level of enlightenment be counted on the summoner's head or not? After being torn for a while, counted as half. Mu Lao finally so characterized in his heart. By the way, I came over this time to tell you that you can fight your opponent normally in tomorrow's match. News has come from the secret speech master's side that the spell killing on the demon race's side has completely stopped. In the true sense of the word, it has completely stopped. There are no more spell killing movements. Upon hearing this, Li Zong not only did not let go of his heart, but instead, his brows were tightly locked in doubt. The indiscriminate bombardment that started last night ended immediately once the news was spread this evening? Even the tentative spell killing stopped? This is unreasonable. Which was last night when they were still putting in a great deal of effort to curse and kill. Crazy to the extreme. As if it was immortal. Only to have a day pass and then instantly return to calm? Even if the other party really thought they had misjudged, it shouldn't have stopped so decisively. Attempting to spell kill a human race heavenly pride instead. With the resources of the demon race, it was completely affordable. Elder Mu deeply shared his feelings. It's not just you. I don't think it's normal either. With the character of the demon race, even if they knew that Song Chi's talent wasn't that outstanding, they would at most reduce some of their efforts. But the tentative spell killing would never stop. And this time, is a complete, real and utter stop. The exact reason for this is still unclear to us for the time being. Of course, I have also guessed that it is possible that the demon race is preparing to secretly make a big wave. That's why I specially arranged for a large number of secret speechmasters to reinforce the defenses specifically for him. Speaking of this, he paused and took out a turtle shell that had been scorched to the point of drying out from his storage ring. There were still a few drops of dark blood on top of the turtle shell that had yet to dry. That's why I came over this time, hoping that you can divine his fortune. I've already dripped the required essence blood, so you can just use it. Don't say you don't need it. I've dripped it. It's a waste if I don't use it. Upon hearing this, Li Zong revealed a look of intolerance. But in the end, he still took the turtle shell. Your injuries are not yet healed. The essence blood required for this turtle shell is too damaging for you. The next time, if I have not been consulted, Even if you have already dripped it, I will never use it. You know, I never lie. Mu Lao explained helplessly. Anyway, I won't be able to live for a few more years, so I might as well contribute more to the human race while I still have my life. Halfway through his words, Mu Lao looked up, but realized that Li Zong's eyes were firm and resolute, and for a moment, he actually had some heart palpitations. Chapter 110, Individual Competition. Beginning. The conversation between the two was no longer known to a third person. As Elder Mu walked inside the office, a shocking news about the Genius Tournament instantly detonated a few minutes later. That night, the phones of countless bitter media hit workers rang one after another, and they were pulled up from their sleep and roadside stalls to return to the company overnight to rush out articles. With countless videos and articles rushed out urgently, the information began to spread geometrically. A news that was unbelievable to countless people spread rapidly. Countless people were stunned into sleeplessness as a result. Many of Li Zong's die-hard fans even angrily denounced the media for having no limits in order to gain attention. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Beep beep beep. The cell phone alarm by the bedside rang on time, and then was quickly pressed off. Song Qi sat up sleepily and yawned. Influenced by Chu Xiaojiang, he no longer slept, but prepared to brush up on his directional leap skill proficiency. Directional leap LV6, the user can instantly move to anywhere within sight, within a maximum range of 2 kilometers. Cooldown 4 minutes. Current proficiency 14 out of 100. Maximum level, LV10. As long as he leveled up the skill to full level, Song Qi would be able to instantly move without a cooldown. At that time, his safety could also be more secure. After waking up, Song Qi got up and washed himself before turning back to pick up his cell phone. The time is now 7 in the morning. But, what the hell is this news? Song Qi frowned as he tapped on the pop-up message. Shocked, a super dark horse from the 7th City District, whose strength even steadily suppressed Li Zong. He is facing the shock stream article. He firstly clicked on the article and skillfully slid to the bottom. Having said that, I believe that everyone is curious as to who this person is? That's right. This person is the super genius from the 7th City District, named Song Qi. No, he really knows. Seeing his name appear on it, he was confused. The thing that then confused him even more was that of the related articles recommended at the end of that article. 8 out of 10 were also related to him. Unbelievable. Li Zong suffered his first defeat since birth. Even Li Zong praised this man. Do you know who he is? The legend of invincibility at the same level was broken, and Li Zong's undefeated golden body was actually broken by him. Although none of these titles named him, this description he knew at a glance was talking about himself. No. Wasn't the Genius Tournament information kept strictly confidential? Why was it leaked out? Or was it leaked en masse? And even if it was leaked, the media article would have been quickly deleted, right? Doesn't the 1st City District have any reviewers? Although it was said that after having DXIN, he was no longer afraid of the demon race's spell killing, but having his information exposed still left him a little confused. After a short period of thought, he guessed the reason. Could it be that it was the official information that was deliberately released? Yesterday, they were still trying to find a way to make me keep a low profile, but today, they suddenly made a 180-degree turn to help me become famous? Strange. Did something happen last night? Or maybe, DXIN's ability has already been detected? From Song Qi's perspective, yesterday, Li Zong had even gone so far as to break his self-suppression and defeat him instantly, just so that he could make him a little less important in the eyes of the demon race. Today, he was making a big deal out of helping him become famous, deliberately revealing part of the information. The contrast between this back and forth was just too great. Then the only explanation is that the human race's senior management already knows that the demon race's spell killing is useless to him. That was why they were so emboldened. But Emperor Xin I haven't shown yet, so they should have learned part of the truth using some method, but are not aware of Emperor Xin's existence. But what is their purpose in publicizing me so loudly? Even if I'm not afraid of spell killing, I don't need to publicize it, right? Is it because they see my potential and want to cultivate a second Li Zong? Or do you want me to share the pressure of Li Zong? Song Qi shook his head, lacking key information. He didn't even have a clue where to guess, so he could only call it quits. After getting dressed, he prepared to go out. Although his information was now all over the internet, it was good that the photos had not been exposed. There was no impact on his daily life. Today's goal is to raise the directional leap level to 7. Swish. At 12 noon, Song Qi's figure reappeared at the hotel entrance. He held his forehead slightly tiredly before taking out a bottle of potion and dropping it into his mouth, instantly refreshing himself again. Very good. Although I used another 2 drops of my water of life, the skill level was also successfully raised to level 7. and the cooldown time was reduced to 3 minutes. If nothing goes wrong, at this rate, in at most a week, I'll be able to practice this skill to full level. Chapter 111, Jimen Ground. Hotian Bagua. Song Qi raised his head to look at the other side. Li Zong was sitting on top, still with the same indifferent look that made him unapproachable. There was absolutely no intention to communicate with him. After thinking about it, he still took his number plate and walked back to the audience. This time, the competition not only allowed him and Li Zong to meet in the first round, and it also specifically allowed the duo to compete individually. For the first 3 rounds, it was a dozen or so contestants in their respective areas in the ring, but in favor of the Western round, it was just the duo of him and Li Zong. Tens of thousands of square meters of space were completely emptied out, allowing the duo to play to their heart's content, and as Song Qi's reputation struck a chord, many of the contestants looked at him with a slight hint of admiration and reverence in their eyes when he arrived at the audience. Although he had been defeated by Li Zong in a single move yesterday, but that didn't stop him from crushing his way to second place, without a doubt. At this time, he had become the absolute pride in the eyes of the crowd, second only to Li Zong. Brother Song, eating? A few days ago I saw that you seemed to like demonic meat quite a bit, so I went to the street and bought a few portions and packed them over. Anyway, it's still a long time. Let's eat while we wait. As soon as his butt sat down, Chu Xiaojiang appeared out of nowhere. In his hand, he was also carrying a few packaged boxes with an exquisite appearance. Song Qi was somewhat speechless. No, aren't you being a bit too excellent as a dog's lapdog? But don't say it, this demon meat does smell good. After thinking about it, he still spoke. Then let's taste it. Alright, Chu Xiaojiang didn't hesitate to hand over a packing box. He also smoothly took out a liftable chair from the storage ring and spread it in front of Song Qi. Brother Song, it's too troublesome for you to eat it on your end. Eat it on the table. If you're thirsty, I still have transcendent drinks squeezed from plant-based magical creatures here. Try to see if it suits your appetite. Between eating and drinking, several hours quickly passed. As the last group of matches in the third round came to an end, the third round of matches are all over. So the contestants for the next round are Song Qi from the 7th City District, and from the 1st City District, Lord Li Zong. Ooh-hoo. As soon as they heard these two names, all the players and spectators were immediately energized. Will both players please come on stage? As the announcer shouted out his name, Song Qi took another sip of his drink and received an instantaneous headband into the ring. On the other side, Li Zong slowly opened his eyes, his gold-colored pupils gleaming. He stood up blandly, and a foot fell, stepping on the empty air. Thud! An illusory blazing sun appeared beneath his feet, carrying his body. He flew through the air as if he was stepping on countless great suns, falling step by step. Combined with the white clothes, the entire person seemed like a powerful person who had come from the endless stars. It caused many more fangirls to scream, "TSK, this guy is really pretending in front of outsiders," Song Qi said sourly. As his opponent landed on top of the ring, Song Qi didn't hesitate. Snap! With a ringing finger, DXIN, Lu Bu, and Ying Zheng appeared at the same time. Very good. It seems that our Song Qi player has already summoned his third summoning spirit. So will the course of today's match become a bit more convoluted as a result? The announcer was very professional. Although this match was not a program and would not be broadcasted, he was still working hard to pull the audience's emotions. However, the contestants in the audience were unimpressed. The quantity of summoned spirits is never the key. The quality is the most important criterion for judging. That's right. A person who had crossed paths with Song Qi nodded. I admit that those two summoned spirits of his are indeed extremely strong. The visual estimation is that they are at least epic level summoning spirits as well. Even if he could only summon those two summoning spirits for the rest of his life, he would still be able to level the playing field because of it, and deathly suppress a bunch of geniuses. But it would be a bit presumptuous to think that summoning spirits of this quality are something that can be summoned casually. Yeah, so the result this time shouldn't be too different. The bystanders agreed with deep sympathy. In the audience, the crowd of players were not optimistic about Song Qi. However, the city lords on the high platform revealed looks of surprise. The third summoning spirit has come out? This is a bit of a sight to see. I just don't know. Is the summoning spirit this time at the mythic or holy spirit level? From City Lord Fu's mouth, they learned the quality of Song Qi's two summoning spirits. As city lords, they knew very well that in this world, there was indeed the so-called luck. Being able to continuously summon two summoning spirits of such quality, Song Qi was a person of great fortune in their eyes. Not to say that the heavenly Tao was favorable, but in the future, he would at least be a strong person who could carve his name into an era. There was absolutely no way that he could have pulled his crotch when he was at the West 10th level. Chapter 112, You're being too rogue. Go! Lu Bu's eyes flashed red. and the red rabbit had appeared at his crotch. The no plot and sweeping were instantly added to him, together with the 50% bonus from the Yingling set and the 10% increase from the red rabbit on Song Chi's body. It was a full 860% high increase. Boom! An aura so powerful that it was unbelievable erupted from Lu Bu's body. The terrifying full attribute of a whopping 17,600 points made Lu Bu look as if he was an ancient beast devouring heaven and earth at this moment. Bang! The horse's rope flicked, and the figures of Lu Bu and the red rabbit disappeared in place. A series of white airwaves kept exploding like firecrackers. These airwaves were sound barriers. It is the state of air that has not reacted and has been compressed to its limit. The air in this state was even harder than steel. However, it was as fragile as glass under Lu Bu's unrivaled strength, and was crashed into powder by the trailhead. The airflow driven by running alone was as exaggerated as a hurricane. Even if it was hundreds of meters away, it still blew the faces of the people in the audience raw. Rats! Die! In just a blink of an eye, Lu Bu had appeared above Li Zong's head, his face twisted with rage. The square heavenly painted halberd was raised high, and the radial head slashed towards the other party's head. The last defeat was undoubtedly an extreme humiliation for him. The square heavenly painted halberd cut through space, whistling down. Before even touching the other party, the ground was already sunken in by this horrible airwave. However, Li Zong did not panic in the slightest. He only compared his right hand to a sword finger, and then raised it upwards, his lips slightly opening and closing. Koan character Earth River Chariot. The originally hard and incomparable earth seemed to have transformed into a river at this moment. The earth and rocks underneath the ground as well as the masonry on the ring were surging. The next instant, rumble, an earth dragon rose up into the sky. The endless mud and stones seemed like a great river pouring down, constantly washing over the square heavenly painted halberd and unloading the force contained within it. Lu Bu's appalling attack was actually blocked by his move. The two men were at a standstill. Ying Zhang drew his sword and pointed it remotely. 8 terracotta warriors coalesced beside Li Zong. However, before they could thrust out a strike, Li Zong had already pinched out a spell, and a ball of transparent flames emerged out of thin air. Li character Rootless Fire. The moment the terracotta warrior's body touched this flame, it immediately collapsed. The two of them, Ying Zhang and Lu Bu, actually could not defeat Li Zong even with their combined efforts. Seeing this, a book appeared in Song Chi's hand. Good guard, but it's a pity. He fiercely pointed at Li Zong, and the book in his hand flipped without wind. He didn't use Soul Link right from the start for this moment. 7 deadly sins, jealousy. As long as the opponent's attributes were higher than his own, then he could force a stun. Stun me. Song Chi heckled loudly. Li Zong in the distance only felt as if his brain had been stabbed into his skull by thousands of fine needles. His thoughts were instantly confused beyond belief, and he could no longer maintain the formation. The originally magnificent and incomparable Earth Dragon instantly collapsed. His spellcasting was also interrupted as a result. Without hesitation, Lu Bu once again exerted his power. Kill. He could never miss such a heavenly opportunity. It was just a pity that Li Zong's tenacity was still beyond their imagination. After just a moment of fainting, a green light flashed across his body, and then it returned to its original state. Chi-Men Heavenly Disc. Innate 8 trigrams. Shin Kuan Shift. Li Zong's right hand pinched, and his figure instantly became a blur. Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd slashed through his body, but he realized that what he hit was just a residual shadow. Boom! Lu Bu's strike was stone cold. The dust that flew up transformed into a small mushroom cloud slowly rising into the air in the center of the battlefield. The ends of the tens of thousands of square meters of the huge ring suddenly buckled, and then it landed heavily. All of the players in the entire audience were in a state of dumbfoundedness at this moment. Their mouths were wide open, and for a moment, they only felt their brains go blank. As the smoke and dust dispersed, the hundreds of meters wide mega pit in the center of the ring gradually unfolded in front of everyone. At this moment, all the people finally realized that the reason why the two ends of the ring suddenly buckled just now was because the entire ring had been blasted into two halves under this blow, and the residual force had also pressed down the two sides. In other words, the entire ring was like a ruler that had been pressed down at one end, and the other end had only warped up as a result. Am I dreaming? It was only after a while that someone came back to their senses, muttering to themselves in disbelief. This you're stepping on a horse and telling me that it's a match between intermediate level professionals? Which intermediate level professional can do such a thing? This Song Chi of Tramps, only a month after transferring, he has this level of strength. His eyes were filled with helplessness and skepticism, and his mind first cracked. His worldview was starting to collapse as a result. Chapter 113, Kid, don't die. Alright, this is the end of the idle chat, Song Chi said as he shielded DXIN to his body. You'd better use more power. If you only use this amount of strength, then you can already admit defeat. Emperor Xin clasped his hands to his chest as he looked towards Li Zong, without the need for any other gains. With just a single, sweeping, enhancement, his strength and physique attributes had broken through the 30,000 mark. In other words, with Xin's current strength, he could even lift this tens of thousands of square meters ring as a weapon to smash people. Ying Zhang stood beside Song Qi and gradually raised his 5 fingers. The Mo-Fei 1-2 domain instantly spread out. The carriage on the same track was also launched at the same time. Li Zong felt as if his body had become much heavier. Stepping, Lu Bu rode his red hair and surrounded him from behind without any hurry. At this moment, Li Zong had Xin in front of him and Lu Bu behind him. He thought about it and nodded his head. It makes sense. If we look at it so far, it's really a bit hard to win with just the ground and heavenly discs. Let's just unlock another 10 levels of suppression and answer the battle with 50 levels of strength. Then, Chi-Men human disc. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive circles of complicated and incomparable formation diagrams instantly spread out from beneath its feet, covering the entire field in its entirety. A golden-colored flame suddenly burned up on Li Zong's body as his feet slowly began to leave the ground. An illusory circle of great sun coalesced behind the entire person. The golden-yellow pupils gradually turned black. He let out a long breath, and what he exhaled was actually flames. The pressure of this move on his body was similarly not small. The human disc is different from both the earth disc and the heaven disc. It brings about an overall improvement in physical quality. And most importantly, this has stepped into the realm of rules. Brother Song, be careful. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Li Zong's figure disappeared in place. The gust of wind whistled. So fast? Another spatial transfer type of movement? Nope, there wasn't any spatial fluctuation this time. Ying Zhang froze for a moment. There were no spatial fluctuations. In other words, the opponent was relying entirely on his own speed to charge. But the problem was, he had already locked the opponent's agility. How could he possibly reach such speed? But soon, Ying Zhang reacted. It's my skill that failed to take effect? The opponent resisted my skill? Figuring out the key, Ying Zhang hurriedly summoned the terracotta warriors to surround himself and Song Qi. On the other hand, Xin stepped forward, confirmed his opponent's general location, and blasted out with a punch. Boom! With a power attribute of up to 30,000, he hardened the air and compressed it into a cannonball, hurling it out with a roar. The terrifying airwave transformed into a shockwave that surged like a tidal wave. The only remaining masonry on the ring was wrapped up and flew up, completely locking the direction of Li Zong's impact. Lu Bu riding his red rabbit had also come to kill. Looks like we still have to finish you off first. Li Zong's figure turned, and his target instantly converted into Xin. He choked with his left hand, and transparent flames emerged from the palm of his right hand. The expression was no longer relaxed, but instead became serious. Koan character Earth River Chariot. Rumble. Endless earth and rocks rushed out from the ground, constructing an impenetrable wall behind Li Zong. It temporarily isolated Lu Bu from the outside. He then instantly approached in front of Xin, his palm touching the other party's body. Li character Rootless Fire. With one hit, Li Zong did not hesitate to draw back. Rootless Fire, neither originating from heaven and earth nor being restricted by all things. Its very existence was meant to burn all tangible things to the ground. The stronger the physical body, the greater the damage caused by the Rootless Fire. An existence with a strong physical body like Xin was the best fuel for the Rootless Flame. Just as Li Zong had predicted, the transparent colored flame seemed to climb all over Xin's body as if it couldn't wait. Almost instantly, Xin was completely engulfed by this flame. Originally, there was only a small group of Rootless Fire, but after crawling all over his body, it spread wildly. In less than a moment, it had swollen into a giant fireball tens of meters in size. Even Li Zong felt a little surprised by this situation. However, what made him even more surprised was that the opposite side of the Emperor Xin seemed to be as calm as if nothing had happened, and swung out another fist. Rumble! Another pen-headed wave of air rushed out, destroying the ring even more miserably. Li Zong's figure swayed, dodging this terrifying blow. Strange, he's immune to Rootless Fire? Yes, after all, he is an existence that has mastered the rule ability. It's not surprising that he has this ability. The outer defense is actually so terrifying? Then I wonder how about your inner? Li Zong clenched his hands together, and silver-white thunder suddenly appeared in his hands, constantly flowing and rumbling. Xin took large strides and quickly approached. Chapter 114 Match Victory. Li Zong had the intention to avoid it, but when he looked into the perimeter, he realized that his opponent's attack range encompassed the entire ring. He wanted to jump behind his opponent through a spatial technique, but at this moment, the space had all been shattered. A series of spatial ripples rippled in front of his opponent. The space of the entire ring became incomparably disorganized. Under such circumstances, he was simply unable to unleash a similar spatial skill. Then we can only carry it hard. Li Zong gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage. Chi Men Divine Plate. Xuan Wu. The will to survive caused his hands to wave out countless residual shadows. Finally, he conjured up an illusory tortoise shell that was ancient and contained a certain divine flavor moments before the attack came. As soon as the turtle shell appeared, it immediately enlarged several times, firmly protecting him within it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying to suffocating airwaves bombarded the turtle shell. It was like surging waves, continuous. In the middle of the ring, a protective formation was placed by several level 90 formation masters at the same time. Under such a terrifying bombardment, it was actually knocked out of its original form, shaking in the wind like a blown soap bubble. The players in the audience only felt their legs go weak, fearing that this formation hadn't held up. The aftermath of this punch was several minutes long before it finally ran out of steam. As the dust fell, only then were the people in the audience finally able to see the scene in the center of the ring. But with just a glance, countless people were so shocked that their hearts trembled with fear. The entire ring no longer had any semblance of its previous appearance. It was as if it had been ravaged countless times by a violent and incomparable typhoon. The bricks and stones that were originally laid on the ground were all turned into powder and broken pieces. Tens of thousands of square meters in the middle was plowed out a semicircular trench nearly 100 meters deep, all the way to the edge of the formation. The head was pushed flat before it stopped. It's too scary. The players in the audience had palpitations. If it was me in there, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to stay alive, right? Not to mention a whole body. Even whether there are any traces is a problem. Not to mention being inside. I almost wanted to run away just now while sitting outside. It's so embarrassing. Everyone is obviously a genius. Why can he be so good? You're telling me that this Song Chi has only been transferring for a month? No. Why is he not only leveling up fast, but his strength is also so exaggerated? On what grounds? His first two summoning spirits were already powerful enough, and this third one is even more exaggerated. Is this the upper limit of a summoner? Because of Song Chi's performance? At this moment, many people had changed their views on the summoner profession. Dang lang. The turtle shell landed on the ground with a crisp sound before disappearing. Li Zong appeared on the ground intact. Seeing this, his fans were relieved. Indeed, even when facing such an opponent, young Master Li Zong is equally not weak. As expected of young Master Li Zong, he will surely become the next great emperor of my human race. Go for it, young Master Li Zong. You are invincible. Defeat him. After this strike, he must not have any other strength left. While the crowd was also thinking that the battle was going to continue, Li Zong slowly raised his hand. I admit defeat. Boom. It was as if a deep water bomb had been dropped. All the spectators in the room, including the staff, were instantly surprised beyond words. This was even more shocking to their hearts than the shock that Xin had just given them after he had delivered that strike. Li Zong. Lost? The undefeated god of war in everyone's mind. Lost? The only descendant of Emperor Lear. Lost? Am I dreaming? A player's eyes were in a trance, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if he was in a dream or reality anymore. If Song Chi had shown strength, it had refreshed their eyes. Then what Li Zong's defeat brought to them was a shock to their three views. Even the city lords on the high platform were a bit in disbelief. Elder Mu even frowned. Even the announcer who was always in charge failed to react in time. After a while, after the first Li Zong walked out of the ring and returned to the audience. Contestant Li Zong admits defeat? So, the winner is. There was still an obvious disbelief in his tone, but the scene in front of him was again laid bare in front of him. There wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood. After getting out of his brief daze, the announcer finally reacted. From the 7th City District, the strongest genius of the new generation of our human race, Song Chi. He roared out Song Chi's name in an almost hoarse voice. Song Chi, Song Chi, Song Chi. Too strong to actually defeat even Li Zong? Worthy of being a genius in my class. I knew my 48th place was because this genius tournament was too rolled up. Song Chi walked out of the ring amidst the tsunami-like frenzied cheers of the crowd. Chapter 115, A Trip to the Phantom Bar. 1st City District. Phantom Bar. City Lord Fu lightly led the two of them to push open the door and walk in. As soon as they entered, the eyes of a beautiful woman wearing a professional outfit with a white shirt on top and a rounded and full hip skirt underneath lit up. She immediately came over with a smile. Yeah, City Lord Fu, you are. Again. Ahem. You actually came too? Under Fu City Lord's eye gesture, she, who was like a human spirit, immediately changed her mouth in the middle of her words. What a rare guest. City Lord Fu. I didn't expect that this small store of ours would actually have the honor of entertaining a hero like you in our lifetime. However, it was a pity. As fellow geniuses amongst professionals, How sharp were the five senses of both Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang? The beauty woman's abnormal reaction naturally could not escape the observation of the two. The two of them had narrowed their eyes and looked at City Lord Fu, revealing a slightly contemptuous, yet expectant look. City Lord Fu coughed softly twice. Trouble arranging a private room. A larger one. No problem. Several people follow me. The beautiful woman twisted her hips and swayed forward. City Lord Fu followed behind the other party with a straight face, not slanting his eyes. However, it was obvious that he was already familiar with this place. Many times when he reached the place where he had to turn the corner, before the beautiful woman in front of him moved, his feet were already prepared in advance. This, in turn, made Song Qi and Chu Xiaojiang look forward to it even more. Soon, the three of them arrived in a private room. 3 of you. Is it by the standard, or by the highest standard? Okay, the beautiful woman answered with a smiling face before turning to leave. Song Qi surveyed the inside of the room. Those private rooms in the bar in his previous life were similar. The lights were somewhat dim, and there were drinks on the table. There were also some oddly shaped chairs placed in the west. Song Qi sat down on his butt and revealed a dazed look. City Lord, you shouldn't be preparing to. This is not too good. Our bodies are afraid that we cannot eat. After all, we've only just reached adulthood. Song Qi waved his hand and said helplessly, so it's best if a fresh adult comes to accompany me so that I can eat. City Lord Fu snorted in a humorless manner. Freshly adult? Do you want a chimera that's just reached adulthood and will drain all the transcendent power from your body? Yes. Song Qi raised his hand without hesitation, and was even a bit impatient. Don't think too much. This time we came over for business. Our coming here is just a means to cover our ears. Saying that, the head of Fu City Lord took a seat. After a while, a long-legged beauty with very revealing clothes and impeccable appearance and figure walked in. Although the appearance was almost indistinguishable from a human. However, the tip of her spade-like tail that gently swung behind her revealed her race. That's right, in the Phantom Bar, there were real phantoms. In the beginning, they were also one of the hostile demonic creatures that followed the demonic army to invade the world. However, the Chimera were not good at fighting, and they had to snatch the loot from the other demonic armies that were watching them intently. Not to mention the few harvests, the deaths and injuries were even more tragic. Some of them were even captured. But soon, some of them realized that even though they knew that they would be drawing on the transcendent power in each other's bodies during the movement, there were still a large number of human beings who came forward to let them draw on them. Subsequently, there was a nimble-minded senior Chimera who decisively betrayed the demon race and chose to defect to the human race. And he contributed some of the hidden information of the demon race. It made a lot of contributions to the counterattack of the human race. Since then, this part of the phantom demons had gained the power to live and set up store in the human race's region, due to the fact that the phantoms were all at the top of their game, whether it was their looks or their bodies. And compared to money, they valued the transcendent power in each other's bodies. There were additional discounts for charging professionals. Not to mention, their gift can also increase sensitivity and even bring pleasure that touches the soul. The only drawback might be that the chimeras would draw a certain amount of transcendental power as a reward, leaving the professional in a weakened state that lasted for days. But no one cares about this drawback. Because of its reasonable charges and cost-effective services, the Phantom Bar quickly became famous throughout the human world. Within a few short years, it blossomed in all urban areas. City Lord Fu, is it still the same as usual this time? The long-legged phantom seemed to have water waves flowing out of the corners of her eyes. Just a single look was charming. She gently closed the door of the private room and came before the three of them. Chu Xiaojiang spoke with some hesitation. Fu City Lord, the three of us. It's not too good to call only one, right? It's my first time after all, so if I can, I still want to be a little more grand. City Lord Fu ignored him and turned his head towards Big Sister Phantom. Trouble you. This time the test is for the two of them, so if there are no problems with the soul, help transfer the consciousness over. Chapter 116, Consciousness Space and Expedition. Elder Mu. The City Lord of the human race's first city district, once the only teammate of Emperor Lear, and still, one of the topmost powerhouses that was written about in human textbooks. In a big way, it could be said that apart from the original human race, those born in the later decades, all grew up listening to stories of him and great Emperor Lear. The first time they came into close contact with such a legendary figure, even Song Qi felt nervous. It's me. Elder Mu nodded with a kind smile. He casually pointed and fabricated a seat. Don't be nervous, child. We can play a few games to relax first. This is the space of consciousness. Everything is dominated by your consciousness. You can materialize anything here if you want. Anything? Song Qi asked with some surprise. That's right. As long as your imagination is strong enough, any object is possible. Only that it can't have life. Then can I try? Of course you can, child. After thinking about it, Song-Chi's eyes looked aside. Buzz. A fluctuation emanated from within the space, a silhouette with revealing clothes, identical to the phantom big sister from before, but wearing black silk was turning from virtual to real. Bang! Mulao smiled and shattered it with a finger. Forget it, let's go first to the topic. TSK, it's a pity. Song-Chi's regret was incomparable. Mulao didn't show any boredom, but instead looked at Song-Chi with immense satisfaction. For this kind of teenager who had a terrifyingly strong talent and was rooted in the right place, he liked it the most. These were the future pillars of the human race. The more you look at them, the better they look. What's wrong with being a little horny? At least it shows that the other party's aesthetics are on the side of the human race. Right, child? Do you know the division of geniuses of the human race? Mulao asked. Yes. Third-tier geniuses, second-tier geniuses, first-tier geniuses, and top geniuses. Song-Chi subconsciously replied. Different levels of geniuses correspond to different levels of treatment. But unfortunately, most of the geniuses in the urban area are only at the third-tier level, and there are very few who can become second-tier geniuses, and first-tier geniuses. None of them are peerless heavenly prides that can only appear one in a few years. As for the top geniuses, only 3 have appeared in the entire human race in 100 years. It can be said that it's hard to come by in 100 years. But you, Elder Mu, and Li Zong, are all top geniuses. And the treatment of top geniuses is even more exaggerated to the point of being staggering. But as for what exactly the treatment is, I'm not too sure. Speaking of this, he looked at Mulao in anticipation. So, are you here, Elder Mu, ready to declare me a top genius? After all, he had defeated Li Zong, a top genius. Today, there was no reason why he couldn't become one. Elder Mu smiled. Non-committal. That's half right. To be precise, I'm here to examine whether you possess the qualifications to become a top genius. Examination? No problem. Song-Chi patted his chest in assurance. I'll fully cooperate with whatever you want to inspect. Under Elder Mu's narration, Song-Chi gradually understood the meaning of the other party pulling himself over. This was the space of consciousness. It was a spirit-like space that Mulao had led and created with a combination of the abilities of the Phantom Demon Clan. Here, there was only pure consciousness and spirit. No matter. In this space, anyone's fluctuations in consciousness would spread out very clearly. Even if they lied, their own most instinctive reaction would be shown in Mulao's eyes. Unlike the potion of truth, even if you are telling the truth here, you will be detected even if you are hiding something. Therefore, this was also the place where Mulao used to check the qualifications of the personnel. At the same time, Song-Chi also learned a frustrating piece of news. That phantom big sister just now was one of the phantom executives who had signed a contract with Mulao, not picking up customers. 10 minutes later, Mulao ended the question and answer with satisfaction. In his perception, Song-Chi's life was clean and his answers were smooth. At the same time, there was absolutely no possibility of having an affair with the extraterrestrial demon race or any other foreign race. Other than thinking a little out of the box, there was no problem whatsoever. Alright, child. Congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are the third top genius of the human race. Ness, I'm really. Wait, third place? Song-Chi was about to cheer, then suddenly reacted that something was wrong. Doesn't the human race already have 3 top geniuses? Could it be that? That's right. Elder Mu nodded. The human race has only had 2 top geniuses since the beginning. And the so-called third person is actually just a target used to distract the human race's traitors and the demon race. But you won't be the explicit third person either. I'll only announce to the outside world that you're a first-tier genius. Of course, the resources due to you will still remain against the top-tier geniuses and will not be reduced by half. I've already sent someone to send it over. You should be able to receive it this evening. Chapter 117 Rule Level Skill. Rules? Elder Mu didn't seem to have expected Song-Chi to ask this kind of question, and was a little confused for a moment. 2 of your 3 summoning spirits have touched the edge of the rules, and 1 has even mastered them. As a result, you, a summoner, still don't know what the rules are? At those words, Song-Chi was a little embarrassed. His summoning spirit had mastered the rules itself? How did he not know that? Elder Mu let out a long sigh and pondered for a while. I see. You should have vaguely sensed the existence of the rules, but you don't know much about them. That's why you wanted to find me to ask for a specific description and a more in-depth understanding of the rules. Ah yes. Song-Chi nodded repeatedly. That's right. Mulao didn't listen to his words, but instead looked at his thought fluctuations. Well, it seems like you really don't know anything. It's true that the summoner profession is indeed different from other professions. Song-Chi. However, Elder Mu didn't belittle the other party because of this, and after only slightly organizing his thoughts, he began to explain. In that case, Let's start with the simplest first. The so-called rules are the embodiment of the world's will, the inherent roots of the world's operation. A simplest example, such as the entry rules for copies. Low-level copies can only allow level 1 to 20 professionals to enter, and intermediate-level replicas can only allow level 21 to 40 professionals. These are the rules we speak of. Even if it's the city lord, even if it's me, when faced with these rules, I can only honestly abide by them. The rules in the copy are the rules of the great Tao. They are set by the will of the world, an unshakable and absolute authority. By definition, this power cannot be created by living beings. It can only be operated by the heavenly Tao, or by the world will itself. Mu Lao stretched out his hand and drew a rudimentary pattern symbolizing the relationship between the world and living beings, making it easy for Song-Chi to understand. But, for our human race, what we are best at is trickery. Since we can't create, what if we simply imitate? For example, we discovered the rules for the birth of flames, so we relied on our transcendent power to mimic the laws of operation of the world's will. Saying that, he drew a small person crouching beside a pile of flames and fuming, and then he drew countless dense lines in the flame pile. At this time, a light bulb emerged from the top of the villain's head, and he seemed to realize something, raised the staff in his hand, and induced the transcendent power in his body to begin to operate according to a specific route. Upon closer inspection, one could also notice that the lines of the transcendent power's operation were exactly the same as the lines in the pile of flames. And then, bang! A fireball suddenly appeared in front of the villain. You see, with this, the fireball technique was born. Seeing this, Song-Chi came to a realization. So the skills we professionals use are imitations of these rules? That's right. Elder Mu nodded. This is also the reason why our human race is able to create their own skill books in addition to obtaining them from magical creatures. So the higher the quality of the skill, the closer it is to the rules? Song-Chi asked again. That statement is not correct. The higher the quality, the closer to the rules, the closer to rule level, the stronger the skill is? Wrong. Big mistake. This is the most common wrong thinking of newcomers when they first come into contact with rules. Mu Lao shook his head and drew a large and small ball of fire in the air. Look, there's a large and a small ball of flames here. The small fireball is just a rule-level fireball technique, while the large fireball is a legendary-level great inflammatory explosion technique. Guess, is the rule-level fireball art more powerful, or is the great inferno explosion art more powerful? Song-Chi froze. A rule-level fireball spell? Wasn't the fireball technique a normal quality skill? It could still become a rule-level skill, but since it was asked that way, it should mean that the answer was the opposite of what one would normally expect. He thought for a moment and prepared to point to the Great Inferno Explosion technique. It should be the Great Inferno Explosion technique. Oh, why do you think so? Because you have asked that. The answer must be unusual. You are resourceful. Mu Lao nodded with a smile and continued on. But unfortunately, only half right. Half right? Song-Chi was a little surprised. This kind of double-choice question could still be half right? Without letting him wonder for too long, Elder Mu began to explain again. To be precise, it's that the Great Inflammatory Explosion technique is more powerful when facing the weak, but when facing the powerful, the rule-level fireball technique is more powerful. Remember the skill description of the fireball art? Song-Chi thought briefly and blurted out. Creates a fireball and inflicts a small amount of flame and explosion damage on the enemy? Right. Mu Lao nodded and smiled. If this is just a normal fireball spell, then it doesn't actually necessarily deal damage. A freshly turned level 1 mage who fires a fireball spell at a city lord would not be able to do any damage to him even if the city lord is completely undefended. Chapter 118 Mythic Grade Staff. How can I master a rule level skill? It's very simple. Once you've gained enlightenment, you'll be able to master it. If you don't have enough enlightenment, you won't be able to do so for the rest of your life. Elder Mu got up and opened the wooden door behind him, pausing again before leaving and turning his head. If you want to try, you can come to the city lord's mansion to find me after the genius tournament. After saying that, without waiting for Song-Chi to continue asking, he left. Bam! As the wooden door was shut, the entire space of consciousness began to gradually dissipate in front of Song-Chi. He only felt a blackness before his eyes, and then opened his eyes again. The entire person had returned to the private room of the Phantom Bar. Turning his head, Xu Xiaojiang also happened to return to his senses. City Lord Fu was sitting on the sofa and drinking, while that phantom demon big sister had left long ago. All back? Let's go. Let's go have a celebration dinner. Ugh. Song-Chi and Xu Xiaojiang simultaneously exuded reluctance. Leaving right now? We've all come. Why don't we just eat here and forget about it? Order a so-and-so. City Lord Fu shook his head helplessly. It's not that I can't spare it. Rather, it's that being randomly drawn on transcendent power before level 60 is prone to cause root instability. after level 60. If you guys are still interested, I'll treat you all. Saying that, he conjured a black mist and forcibly pulled the duo out of the private room. The city lord brought the two of them to a restaurant called Wangjong Pavilion. This was the highest-ranking restaurant in the first district, and even in the entire human race. The signature dishes of this restaurant were even made by level 80 magical creatures. It was helmed by the only level 90 chef in the entire human race, and naturally, the prices were sky-high. In order to show that he wasn't cheating earlier, City Lord Fu wasn't petty, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered 5 signature dishes in a row. The 3 of them ate until the evening, and their stomachs just couldn't hold out any longer, before they left with an unfulfilled appetite. On the road, hiccup, it's so delicious. Song Chi touched his stomach that had been enlarged to the point of deformation, and walking became difficult. If he wasn't a professional, he might even have burst his stomach. Yeah, worthy of being a level 90 chef. Those dishes are really TSK. The tongue is all fragrant. Chu Xiaojiang also sighed with emotion. That's right, brother Song. Why don't I come and help you hold your stomach? Roll. Okay. The duo quickly returned to the front of the hotel. As soon as they entered the door, the front desk lady called out to Song Chi and took out a package and handed it to him. At first, Song Chi wondered who had mailed it to him, but once he returned to the room and opened it, it was actually the storage ring that Mu Lao had sent over. Ha! Song Chi was instantly confused. If he hadn't guessed correctly, this should be the resources given to him that Mu Lao had spoken to him about in his consciousness space a few hours ago, right? No. Are the resources for top geniuses bad? To actually have the first pick put on the front stage? It's the same as not taking it seriously. Curious, he brought the storage ring with him and induced his spiritual power imprint to go deep into it. There was a seal on the storage ring, but it instantly unraveled after touching his spiritual energy. Not bad, it's still slightly protected. Song Chi explored the space inside the storage ring. There were a total of 3 piles of things inside. On the left was a pile of glass bottles. It was filled with some sort of transparent liquid, and it was impossible to tell what it was. On the right was a staff-type weapon. The one in the center was a pile of miscellaneous things. Song Chi first took out the staff. As soon as he put it in his hand, he felt that something was wrong. The staff actually had a warm and cozy feeling in his hands. Even a legendary grade weapon had never given him this experience. Tapping on the message to take a look. Weapon, Morning Glory. Quality, Mythic. Applicable level, None. Required attribute, Spirit 1000. Applicable profession, Mage. Summoner, Priest. Strength, plus 50. Agility, plus 50. Physique, plus 500. Spirit, plus 1500. Spirit, plus 1500. Effect 1, increase the user's spirit by an additional 100%. Effect 2, gain different effects depending on the user's occupation. The current effect is all summoned objects have their full attributes increased by 50%. Effect 3, designate a location and invoke the light of the morning sun to blast the entire area from the sky. Causes a devastating blow. The area is up to 1000 square meters. Maximum distance 10 kilometers. Cooldown 1 hour. Evaluation, rumor has it that the goddess of the morning sun collected 100 days of morning sunlight to make this staff, which has incredible divine power. Crap. A mythic grade staff? The first receive increases 1500 points of spiritual attributes? My current base spiritual attribute is over 1,000. Plus effect 1 adds an additional 500 points. That's at least an increase of 2000 points of spiritual attributes out of thin air? Song Chi was taken aback the moment he saw the quality, and he was even more surprised when he saw the attribute additions behind it. Chapter 119, Treatment of Top Geniuses, Trillions of dollars worth of supplies, another legendary grade defense gear, and there's more. Song Chi just swept a glance and found another pair of pants inside. It was still a legendary grade equipment. Lower body defense gear, Freedom Leader. Quality, Legendary. Applicable level, above level 40. Required attribute, Spirit 500. Strength, plus 0. Agility, plus 50. Physique, plus 10. Spirit, plus 220. Spirit. Effect 1, adds an additional 15% to the full attribute bonus of the wearer's summon object. Effect 2, the user's summoned object will be able to move freely without being restricted by distance. Effect 2, the user's summoned object will be able to move freely regardless of distance. However, the longer the distance of the first line between the two, the higher the spirit power required to maintain the summoned object's existence. Comment, summoned objects also have their own world, but why would they still aspire to the freedom of the world the summoner is in? Song Chi took out the 2 legendary equipment clothes and changed into them, together with the ingenious amulet and helmet totaling a 15% bonus. At this point, Song Chi's full attribute increase for the summons reached 100% for the first time with this piece of equipment. It was equivalent to adding an additional enhancement skill for each summon spirit out of thin air, almost equivalent to a hero quality enhancement skill. As Song-Chi put on these two pieces of clothing, ding! Congratulations on successfully completing optional task 3, or 5 pieces of equipment that are at least legendary quality or higher. Rewarded with 5 lottery chances. You currently have 5 chances to win. 5 times. Ha! Oh yeah! I still have 2 legendary quality treasures. Where are the 7 deadly sins? Song-Chi said indistinctly. Just now when the quest beep sounded, he reacted to the fact that he still had such a quest on him. But the simple quest 1 and quest 3 are now completed. The remaining quest 2 and the main quest can be difficult. Optional quest 2 was to level up to level 60. The main quest was for Song-Chi to kill at least 10 level 80 or higher field demons. Whichever of these 2 quests he did, even if he did it deliberately, it would be enough to keep him busy for a while. After pondering for a while, Song-Chi finally shook his head and prepared to go with the flow. He continued to look into the storage ring. Apart from the 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment, the rest of the items in the center were basically herbs, healing potions, and various expensive disposable items. For the time being, Song-Chi couldn't use them. Then, there's still this last pile left. His gaze went to the piece of glass bottles piled up into a small mountain on the right. From the looks of it, it appeared to be ordinary water. Song-Chi took out a bottle and placed it in the palm of his hand. The bottle was about 10 centimeters tall and 2 thumbs wide, and the liquid inside couldn't be more than 200 milliliters. He opened the lid and sniffed it with the fan smell method. It was colorless and tasteless. Strange. There's nothing special about the smell. It can't be the mineral water that I forgot to take out before sending me the resources, right? That's not right either. It's impossible for Elder Mu to be so careless in his work. Take a taste? No way. What if it's poison? After thinking about it, Song-Chi rummaged through the pile of clutter in the center again. Soon, a slip of paper was found by him. List of resources. Item 1. 1,000 bottles of origin water? Wait, what? Song-Chi's eyes widened. His body that was originally sitting on the bed unconsciously stood up. His hand holding that list tensed. Origin water? And still 1,000 bottles? His breathing was suddenly several frequencies faster. The first time he didn't even dare to confirm it. First until he repeatedly looked at it again and again, confirming that this resource list was recorded correctly. Only then was he finally certain. This 1,000 bottles of origin water is true. Crap. Song-Chi was a little confused for a moment. This is the treatment of a top genius? The origin water that other people can't afford to beg for is given here in a wholesale fashion? With these 1,000 bottles of origin water, Song-Chi he could completely pour a bottle to death every day, even if he didn't have enough free attribute points to use. But the origin water itself could also strengthen his full attributes. With these 1,000 bottles down, the other attributes were unknown. But there was nothing too big of a problem for the basic main attribute to break 10,000. 1 bottle a day. Almost 2.5 years to drink it all. By that time, my spiritual attributes, the base value alone would have to be 10,000. By that time, coupled with the increase of a piece of equipment, I'll be able to wear at least a piece of epic level equipment by then. Right? That means at least 50 to 60,000 spiritual attributes. Crap. Suddenly I feel like the future me is so awesome. Song-Chi was instantly filled with hope for his future life. This kind of life was the only one that had any headway. After sighing a bit, he picked up the list and continued to look down. But there were no surprises behind it. It was just like what he had seen. But at the end of the list of supplies, Mu Lao signed a line. These are the resources you should have as a top genius of the human race. Those 1,000 bottles of origin water are your 10-year portion. Save them. Mu Shulong. Chapter 120, the third book of 7 Deadly Sins. The next 2 days of the competition were just a walk in the park for Song-Chi. The amazing battle between him and Li Zong had made the other players realize the gap between them. When facing Song-Chi, half of them chose to surrender and save their strength for the next match. There was also a small portion of players who wanted to see the gap between their strength and Song-Chi's. But Song-Chi, who was holding a mythic staff and clad in 2 pieces of legendary equipment, he didn't even bother summoning a spirit when he faced this group of 20-something levels again. The gap between the two sides was so great. Song-Chi dealing with them was nothing more than a single shot of Chimen Dun Jia Tianshong. If he encountered an individual tough one, then he would use jealousy to stun them and then knock them off the stage. Without any suspense, Song-Chi took the first place in the individual tournament with a total victory record. Li Zong, on the other hand, took second place with 1 loss and 47 wins. In the end, Song-Chi must become the champion of this edition of the Genius Tournament with the first place in the Survival Tournament, the second place in the Group Tournament, and the first place in the Individual Tournament. After the final rankings came out, Song-Chi came to the podium. Elder Mu stood at the front. 7th City District. Song-Chi. As the champion, you are qualified to pick a legendary item from the treasure vault, whether it be a treasure, weapon, or skill. Here are the items in the treasure vault that you can use. Just pick them yourself. Song-Chi nodded, a little surprised. He had thought that after taking the resources of the top geniuses, the prizes of the genius tournament would be gone. He didn't realize that it was counted separately. He picked up the list and scanned it slightly. Then he immediately made a discovery. His eyes lit up and without hesitation, he clicked on the column of treasures. I want this. 7 Deadly Sins, Overeating. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu smiled, seemingly not surprised at all. Are you sure it's going to be this treasure? Sure. Very well. Since you're sure, then, here you go. Saying that, Mu Lao took out a black, thick book and threw it to Song-Chi, obviously having prepared it long ago. Song-Chi took it and took a look. Unlike the previous 7 Deadly Sins books, this overeating book had a large raised mouth on the cover. Obviously, Elder Mu had prepared this specifically for himself. Thank you, Elder Mu. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation so that I can contribute my share to the human race. Fine. Then I'll look forward to your future performance. After receiving the award, Song-Chi walked off the stage. He tapped on the message. Treasure, 7 Deadly Sins, Overeating. Quality, Legendary. Applicable level, none. Required attribute, none. Strength, +1. Agility, +0. Physique, +3. Spirit, +4. Effect 1, select a target and let overeating devour the opponent's soul. Successful devouring can make overeating spiritual attribute +1, up to a maximum of 2. 000. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Effect 2, select a target, and allow overeat to devour the opponent's complete body. Successful devouring will allow overeat to increase its strength, agility, and physique by +1 for a random attribute, up to a maximum of 1,000 for each attribute. Note, devouring will last for half an hour. Once the process of devouring is attacked or moved, it will be considered as interrupted and will enter the cooldown at the same time. Note, devouring will last for half an hour. Once attacked or moved, it will be considered as an interruption and will be on cooldown. Sure enough, it was the 7 Deadly Sins he thought it was. The 7 Deadly Sins, collect all 7 of them and you will be able to open the key to the gate to the abyss. Song-Chi already had envy and greed in his hands, plus this, overeating. With only the western piece missing, he would be able to open the abyssal gate. And this time, it's also a growth attribute equipment. Devouring a soul increases the spiritual attribute by 1 point, and a complete physical body randomly increases the attribute value by 1 point. That means that it can increase up to 2,000 points of spiritual attributes, as well as 1,000 points each for agility, physique, and strength. If the full growth is complete, just from the attribute values alone, this equipment is comparable to a mythic grade weapon. Moreover, according to the text description, this equipment doesn't seem to be the slightest bit picky about the creatures it devours. Chickens and ducks and the like should be fine, but unfortunately, the time needed to grow is a bit long. It takes a full 3,000 days. I shouldn't be able to use it for the time being. Song-Chi pocketed the treasure and prepared to cultivate it for a while before using it. At this time, City Lord Fu happened to walk back from a short distance away. It looked like he was in a very good mood. City Lord, how are the purchases on your side going? Song-Chi smiled and went forward to greet him. Good, very good. Once City Lord Fu saw that it was Song-Chi, he was in a better mood. 6 food refining production lines, 25 regional climate controllers, and more than 100 newly developed high-yield grain, spice, and vegetable seeds, as well as specially bred western species of meat fowl pups totaling a western million. With all purchasing privileges open, I bought them all. Chapter 121 Rules in World Origin. Bidding farewell to the City Lord, Song-Chi arrived at the gate of the City Lord's mansion in the first city district. According to the agreement in the space of consciousness, Mu Lao would be here to talk to him about the rules. The receptionist received him into Elder Mu's office. However, at this time, Elder Mu was in the middle of an award presentation and would not be able to return for a while. Therefore, he needed to wait for a little while. More than an hour later, click, the door of the office was opened, and Elder Mu walked in. Coming so early? Looks like you couldn't wait. He was bashful after seeing Song-Chi, smoothly taking off the clothes on his body that were specially prepared for grand occasions and changing into a casual outfit. Alright, then follow me. After saying that, he waved his big hand and a light blue deep doorway appeared on the wall. And then Trailhead lifted his leg and walked in. Song-Chi thought about it, but still followed him in. Wow! As Song-Chi walked in, the door behind him instantly closed. What was revealed in front of him was a huge and incomparable room. The top and bottom of the room were covered in some sort of white masonry. However, It was obvious that these were not ordinary masonry, because when Song Chi stepped on these masonry, he could clearly feel that the transcendent power in his body was running much more smoothly. The room didn't have any other furniture or extra clutter. There was a portrait hanging right in front of him. However, the person on the portrait was blurred, and no matter how hard he looked, the face on that portrait could never be seen clearly. Li Zong was sitting cross-legged before the portrait, with a worn-out futon under his buttocks, and was gulping some kind of breath with his eyes closed. Perhaps sensing Song Chi's arrival, he turned his head to look. "Brother Song, you actually came over as well? I thought I'd have to wait until level 60 to see you here." "Level 60? Song Chi was a bit puzzled. "Why level 60? It's simple," Elder Mu explained. "It's because according to common sense, it's only after level 60 that a professional can possibly sense the rules. Even if Li Zong had already realized something at level 20, it was only after level 60 that he truly grasped the first rule. But you have already summoned a summoning spirit that has mastered the rules, so it's good to let you try it out in advance." "I see," Song Chi said indistinctly. "Alright, let's cut the small talk short. Li Zong, you first give up your place on the futon." Li Zong sniffed and stood up, revealing the slightly worn futon below. This futon looked from the outside to be a completely ordinary object that had been sat on for a long time, somewhat blackened and even slightly broken. "Song Chi, you sit on it." Song Chi thought about it. "Is there a requirement for posture?" "No, just next to the futon." He nodded and sat down following Li Zong's meditation posture. However, as soon as he settled down, the scene in front of him immediately appeared to have a shocking change. The originally empty space abruptly changed before his eyes. Countless vague and transparent thin lines were interwoven throughout the entire space. This is? Song Chi was startled in his heart and turned his head to look at Elder Mu and Li Zong. However, what surprised him even more was that there were actually similar fine lines crisscrossing inside Mu Lao and Li Zong's bodies. Turning his head again, he realized that there were actually a handful of fine lines entangled within his own body as well. "Didn't you want to ask what the rules are? These fine lines you see now are the figurative likeness of the rules," Elder Mu explained for him. "And the fact that there are thin lines within our bodies means that we have mastered the rules. But how come there are also within my body?" Song Chi asked in astonishment. "To be precise, it's all post-transformation humanoids that have it," Mu Lao said in a deep voice. Great Emperor Lear was merciful and preached to the world, spreading the profession together to the human race. In order for the human race to rise faster and gain a foothold in the world, he also prepared a great gift for all human races. The attribute panels in your bodies are the gift he prepared for the human race. The moment all professions are transferred, it's equivalent to being blessed by Emperor Lear, a natural mastery of a rule-level skill. A tribute panel? A rule-level skill that all humanoids come with once they change jobs? Song Chi's eyes widened, somewhat at a loss for words. But his attribute panel was shattered by the system panel awe. Was this actually a gift from Emperor Lear? Bad. If this was known by his old man, he wouldn't blame it, right? Seeing Song Chi speechless for a moment, Elder Mu was not surprised and only thought that he was caught in shock and could not extricate himself. Many of the things you take for granted are actually possible because of the blessing of great Emperor Lear. Why can you upgrade by killing demons? Why are dead demonic creatures able to burst out corresponding equipment, as well as skill books? Why is it that you can probe the information panel of a demonic creature, but the demonic creature can't probe your information? Why is it that a professional who clearly knows nothing can easily learn any skill as long as he obtains a skill book? Chapter 122. How come DXIN's origin is full? Part? Song Chi froze a little. This was a bit different from what he had imagined. That wasn't what the textbooks said. What the textbooks said was that the human race had broken through 9 major attacks by the extraterrestrial demon race in a row, ruthlessly thwarting the demon race's flames and repelling them back by thousands of miles. It was only because of this that the human race had regained control of a large area and set up the 13 urban districts. Yes, as much as it's hard to admit it, the gap in strength between our human race and the extraterrestrial demon race has grown to the point of despair. Elder Mu nodded gravely. What we think of as the demonic hordes that have ravaged the entire world and almost exterminated the human race, in reality, is just a scouting regiment sent by the extraterrestrial demon race. Song Chi completely froze. The extraterrestrial demon race had beaten the human race to the point where they were almost dead. Even if Emperor Lear came out of nowhere and passed down a career path, the human race had still only regained control of 13 urban areas even now. As a result, you're telling me that it's just a scouting regiment of the demon race? It's not even a main battle regiment? Did this world enter the countdown to destruction when I first traveled here? That means that the main battle regiment of the demons is most likely on its way? That's right, Mu Lao helplessly admitted. And according to that chimera leader who defected here, there will be at most 8 more years before the demon race's main war corps arrives. By then, If we haven't been able to find a way to resist the demon race's army, then the result could be, the phantoms can escape. They still have their own worlds and communities, but it's not the same for our human race. Saying this, he did not continue, but the meaning was already obvious. Song-Chi's originally Buddhist mentality couldn't help but be slightly nervous as well. 8 years? It should also be not too late for me. Let's hope that we can summon a strong enough person to give it a go. As he said this, the room was quiet for a moment. Then Mu Lao raised his head and shook it helplessly. Far from it. Let's move on to the two matters of rules and world origin. He first drew a large circle in mid-air. Then he dotted the center of the large circle and drew a few more thin lines at random. These thin lines were of different lengths and shapes. The only thing they had in common was that they all passed through the center of the circle in the middle. Suppose this large circle is our world. Then the center of this circle is the world origin. And these thin lines are the rules of the world. Rules that are derived from the origin and used to construct the foundation of the world's matter. Such as gravity, such as the law of conservation of energy, and such as the law of inertia. These are actually one of the rules derived from the world origin. And by world origin, I mean earth, wind, water, fire, life and death, time and space. All rules are thin threads constructed from these origins. And thus, by grasping these origins, one will also be able to create rules. It was only after hearing this that Song-Chi finally understood. Interpreting it with the novels he had read in his previous life, the origin of the world was actually something like laws. The so-called rule-level skills were actually skills that were constructed from the laws and were more powerful. It was only because the human race in this world was not strong enough that rule-level skills were as exaggerated as concept-level abilities in their eyes. So if I want to master rule-level skills, I must have the ability to invoke the world's origin? That's right. Elder Mu nodded. As long as you are able to invoke even one unit of world origin, and then make that one unit of origin turn around along the skill model you constructed in advance, this skill of yours will be equivalent to being promoted to a rule-level skill. Theoretically, the more origin you invoke, then the higher the priority of this skill of yours. When encountering a collision of the same rule-level skills, if there are conflicting effects, then the one with a higher priority will take effect, while the one with a lower priority will be considered null and void. Of course, no one would normally have the luxury of using two units crammed into the same skill. With this surplus, it's naturally better to have one more rule-level skill. Saying this, Mu Lao turned his head to look at Li Zong. Li Zong understood and used the skill to conjure up two formations. With the help of the futon, the models of the two formations were fully displayed in Song-Chi's eyes at this time. But at the same time there was an imperceptible thin line in the center of both formations that was swirling in and out. You see, after becoming a rule-level skill, the skill will look like this when you use it again. You should be able to see the little bit of origin weaving through the skill model now. Saw it. Song-Chi nodded and said, that means that rule-level skills can only be applied in this world, right? At those words, Mu Lao revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 123, Lu Bu seal lifted. Before Song-Chi could think about it. Dang. A fluctuation appeared in the rules above DXIN's head. Several skill models with origins appeared out of thin air. And a huge skill model emerged above DXIN's head. Then, boo! It was like cold light encountering the blazing sun. Those several rule-level skills that suddenly appeared were instantly melted. This is Ruin Sacrifice? Ruin Sacrifice, no prophecy, seer, snooping, or curse-type skill can first or indirectly probe information about DXIN. What just attacked Tyson should be the demon race's curse kill, right? They actually utilized a rule-level spell-killing ability without my knowledge? Song-Chi was stunned again. This was because he suddenly realized that the Ruin Sacrifice skill was similarly stuffed with densely packed skill origins, coupled with the Gi carry the tripod that DXIN was unleashing at the moment. It was as if his entire person was wrapped in origin. This is completely different from what Elder Mu said. Looking at the densely packed number of world origin in DXIN skill, it was on the verge of bursting the entire model. Song-Chi then recalled the pitiful 2 units of origin in Li Zong's 2 formations. If Elder Mu didn't lie to me, doesn't that mean that DXIN's rules are far stronger than any other? He fell into deep thought. And now, it seemed that DXIN appeared to have more than one skill that was rule level. It was very likely that all the skills were rule level, and they were all such skills that were stuffed with world origin and had a ridiculously high priority. If that's the case with DXIN, then what about Lu Bu and Ing Zhang? Song-Chi couldn't help but use his brain. Snap! After a ringing finger, Lu Bu and Ing Zhang also appeared at the same time. However, it was a pity that when the duo used their skills, no world origin appeared. In other words, both of their skills were just ordinary skills. However, Song-Chi did not lose heart. Instead, he explained to them about the rules. Then, he placed the futon in front of them. Although these two had not mastered the rules, They were undoubtedly the best of the best, not to mention the existence that had been enhanced by his talent. Although Song Qi didn't have this talent, it wasn't necessarily the case for Lu Bu and Ying Zhang. The two of them glanced at each other, and it was Lu Bu who stepped forward first. "I'll go first." With that, he took the futon and sat down on his butt. Within a few breaths though, he had already sunk his mind into a meditative state. Song Qi didn't disturb him and just stood quietly by the side. 5 minutes later, no reaction. 10 minutes later, no reaction. Half an hour later, still no reaction. Looks like it's not working. Song Qi shook his head, and just when he thought that Lu Bu was about to fail as well, the vision came out of nowhere. Buzz! An inexplicable buzzing sound emanated from the depths of space, and then Lu Bu's eyes lit up as he violently stretched out his hands. The square heavenly painted halberd and red hair horse suddenly appeared on both sides of him, and then only Lu Bu's hands violently grabbed them. The reins and the square heavenly painted halberd then automatically fell into his hands. An extremely strong aura erupted from Lu Bu's body. Immediately after, "Congratulations, your summoning spirit, Lu Bu, has realized the rule level skill, no strategy. Congratulations, your summoning spirit, Lu Bu, has broken through the seal, and the current level of seal opening is 50%. Ding, your summoning spirit has unlocked the companion weapon, God Fangtian painted halberd, 50%. Ding, your summoning spirit has unlocked the companion mount, God red hair horse, 50%. A series of system prompts entered Song Qi's head. Ha, it worked? He was still a bit incredulous. Lu Bu had managed to invoke the world origin here, allowing his no strategy skill to successfully become a rule level skill, and due to invoking the world origin, even the accompanying weapons and mounts had also unsealed half of their seals at the same time. Song Qi hurriedly clicked on the panel. Summoning Spirit, God LV Bu. Level, 40. Quality, Mythic. Strength, 4098. Physique, 2049. Agility, 4098. Spirit, 2049. No plot, integration of origin. Lu Bu enters a berserk state, immediately increasing his full attributes by 500%. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown half hour. God a square heavenly painted halberd, incorporated into origin. This weapon is a companion artifact, and no one other than the original owner can use it. Holding this weapon increases the basic strength attribute by 100%. At the same time, it can kill all enemies with less than 10% of their life force. God Red Rabbit Horse, integration of origin. This mount is a companion artifact, and can be used by no one other than the original owner. Increases the base agility attribute by 100% after riding it. Meanwhile, the full attributes of the Red Rabbit will remain the same as the user. Crap, an unexpected blessing. It's not just that, Schemeless has turned into a rule level skill. The two companion items have similarly integrated into the origin and turned into rule level items. Chapter 124. Ying Zhang seal lifted. Lu Bu got up to make way. Ying Zhang prepared himself for a moment before sitting on top of the futon. As soon as he took his seat, he immediately entered the state. It was even a little faster than Lu Bu. In just 5 minutes, the humming sound coming from the depths of space once again played within the room. Song Qi's eyes lit up. He knew that this was the unusual sound of the world origin being introduced into the skill. As expected, the next moment, "Congratulations, your summoning spirit, Ying Zhang, has comprehended the rule level skill running on the same track. Congratulations, your summoning spirit has realized the rule level skill, writing in the same language. Congratulations, your summoning spirit, Ying Zhang, has realized the rule level skill sweeping. Congratulations, your summoning spirit, Ying Zhang, has broken through the seal on his own, and the current seal level is 50%. Ding, your summoning spirit has unlocked the companion holy relic, Sacred Jade Seal of Transmission, 50%. A series of system beeps resounded beside Song Qi's ears like heavenly music. It's true, this is the correct use of the futon. 3 rule level skills, and if I'm not mistaken, there should be a world origin present in the Jade Seal of Transmission as well. Tap on the information panel. Summoning Spirit, Saint Ying Zhang. Level, 40. Quality, Holy Spirit. Strength, 1000. Physique, 1500. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 8000. The text descriptions of the first 3 skills hadn't changed much except that they had become rule level. The only thing that surprised Song Qi greatly was the effect of the Jade Seal of Transmission. Saint Jade Seal of Transmission, integration of origin companion holy object, increases the holder's base spiritual attributes by 100% while doubling the number of terracotta warriors summoned. Ying Zhang's summoning of terracotta warriors is determined by the value of his base attributes. Now that Ying Zhang's base attribute value has increased by 1x, the number and quality of terracotta warriors would have doubled, and then the Jade Seal of Transmission doubles again. That means, Song Qi silently did the math in his mind. Great guy. Now Ing Zhang can summon 32 terracotta warriors with 4,000 points of full attributes at once? Terracotta warriors with a combined attribute value even higher than mythical Lu Bu. And the later it gets, the more exaggerated the number and quality of these terracotta warriors become. He marveled. He couldn't help but fantasize about a few years later, when Ing Zhang raised his hand, and 100,000 troops surfaced in unison. And all of the terracotta warriors' full attributes were each and every one of them powerful at a heaven-defying level. In the later stages, Ing Zhang alone will be a terrifyingly powerful army. It's worthy of being a Holy Spirit level summoning spirit, although it's quite a bit worse compared to the beginning level. It's still slightly stronger when it grows up compared to the mythic level. Ing Zhang also exhaled a breath and smiled as he arched his hand towards Song Qi. Many thanks, sir. This has really benefited me a lot. As long as it's useful. Song Qi was happy as hell. Wasn't Lu Bu and Ing Zhang's increased strength equivalent to his increased strength? The fact that they had mastered rule-level skills was naturally equivalent to mastering them himself. And then Song Qi looked his sight towards DXIN. DXIN shrugged his shoulders and sat on top of the futon indifferently. But unfortunately, to Song Qi's disappointment, a full hour had passed. DXIN did not invoke any spatial origin. This was because all of his skills were originally all at the rule level. And they were also all the highest priority skills that had been stuffed with world origin. Song Qi knew from the start that there was a high probability that there wouldn't be any reaction, but still holding on to the fluke, thinking that cannot let DXIN further, stepped into another level. The result, well, I can only say that reality is cruel. An hour was wasted and nothing was gained. There are still a few hours left, so it's my turn next. Song Qi sat back down on the futon again. Although Lu Bu and Ing Zhang's strength increases were already enough to make him happy. But if it was possible, it was certainly better to be able to go even further. Then next, I'll trouble the two of you to explain it to me. Song Qi looked towards the duo of Lu Bu and Ing Zhang. The two of them had just successfully invoked the world origin. They should be able to provide him with a bit of experience. When Lu Bu heard this, he couldn't wait to step forward. My lord, Bu can solve your confusion. Very well, then start talking. Song Qi sat upright. First of all, my lord, you must first construct a model of the skill you wish to promote. He nodded and used Soul Link before using his transcendent power to make a complete replica of the entire model. Constructed. Very good. Then the next step, my lord, is for you to first perceive the world's origin, then invoke a part of it and just stuff it into the model. In order to worry that Song Qi wouldn't understand, Lu Bu also explained one extra sentence more. It doesn't matter where you introduce it from, but make sure to fix the model. Don't let the origin escape. It was because of this reason that I took as long as half an hour in the beginning. Chapter 125, What Scholastic Speech? You sat on it and then you sensed it? Good lord, so you two didn't have a sensing process at all? Touching the futon and immediately sensing the location of the origin? What kind of schoolboy speech is this? Song Qi was speechless. Lu Bu's words reminded him of the scene in high school when he asked a school bully a question. He took a geometry puzzle and asked the school bully. The school bully took a look at it and smoothly scratched an auxiliary line down. Then he answered it in 3 strokes. When Song Qi asked why he knew to draw the auxiliary line here, the school bully would only reply, "Isn't it obvious?" Obvious. Just like the word easily accessible in the reference answer. It was a word that Song Qi could never read. Even the eyes of the school bully were the same as these two. There was a bit of confusion in his puzzled eyes. It seemed to be asking him how he could ask such a taken-for-granted question. It was filled with disbelief at his ability. Forget it. Song Qi gave up his intention of taking lessons from the duo. He began to figure it out on his own. Lu Bu scratched his head, not knowing where he went wrong. He matched the information with Ing Zhang, discovered that it was right. Everyone sensed the world origin as soon as they sat down. Could it be that the function of this futon doesn't include this? 12 hours passed by in a flash. Elder Mu and Li Zong appeared on time. And at this time, Song Qi was still sitting on the futon, meditating. But nay, he really couldn't sense half of the so-called world origin. It seems like it's nothing, Elder Mu said with a smile. Li Zong nodded. Brother Song's rank is too low. His soul and physical body have not yet been perfected to a certain realm, and not being able to contact the origin is the normal situation. But with Brother Song's qualifications, he should be able to invoke it logically after level 60. The duo walked forward and patted Song Qi, who was still meditating. Awake. Seeing the faces of the duo, Song Qi was also aware that his futon experience ticket should have expired. He sighed. You guys are here? Hey, tonight actually Elder Mu hastily made a silent gesture, interrupting Song Qi. Shoo, you don't need to clarify or explain anything to us, whether you succeed or fail. Your current status is that of a top genius of the human race, a status equal to that of a city lord. There is no need to report any changes in your own skills and strength to anyone anymore. No matter what happens, even if I ask you about it, you have the right to refuse. Song Chi was taken aback. So serious? Fine. Then I know. Do you have any more questions about the rules and also the origin? Elder Mu asked. Right, I still have a question. Song Chi was reminded of this, and then suddenly remembered. I want to ask, how many units does a skill need if it wants to stuff all of its models with world origin? And what is the next step or the next realm after it is stuffed? Upon hearing this, Mu Lao was a bit confused, but after thinking for a while he eventually spoke. This is a bit too far away for you, but since you asked, I'll talk to you about it. To stuff a skill, the world origin needed is 180,000 units. This is the number that Great Emperor Lear himself told us back then. As for after stuffing an entire skill model, what it represents is your extreme familiarity with the rules. According to what Lear the Great said, once someone reaches the limit, the next realm will be able to touch the world's origin and utilize it. However, Great Emperor Lear did not name that realm, so we call it the Supreme Realm. Song Chi was dazed for a moment. 180,000 units? The Supreme Realm. Doesn't that mean that DXIN is infinitely close to this realm? One must know that all of DXIN's skills had been stuffed with origin. According to the way Lu Bu and Ning Zheng uncovered the seal, perhaps I need to find a way to break through the Supreme Realm in order to uncover Dixin's seal? It dawned on him a bit, as if he had figured out a little something. I see. I understand. Any other questions? It just so happens that I have time today, so I'll answer them all at once. No more. Thanks, Elder Mu. Then it's just as well. There's something else on our side. Elder Mu turned his head and looked towards Li Zong. Upon hearing this, Li Zong walked forward and handed out a piece of jade depicting complicated austere runes. Brother Song, this is the amulet that Elder Mu and I specially made for you last night. Although it's disposable, it's strong enough to withstand 3 attacks from a city lord level powerhouse. Considering that you've recently gained a lot of fame and may be targeted by the demon race or human race traders, it's better for you to carry it with you. Even if you encounter danger, you can increase your chances of saving your life by a few more points. Song Chi took the jade. It was cold in his hand, and there was a peculiar aura that kept surging out. Chapter 126 City Lord Tang. As the curtain fell on the Genius Tournament, the first city district seemed to be back on track once again. One after another, players and city lords from other city districts chose to return to the city. There was also a portion that had gained rankings, as well as special item purchasing privileges that stayed for a few days. In the next few days, Song Chi lived a very regular life, getting up in the morning with a cup of origin water, then roll on the ground for half an hour. After lunch, he started practicing his skills. At night, he went out to casually stroll around and experience the nightlife of the first city district. Compared to the lack of supplies in the seventh city, the first city was much more diverse in terms of food and use. When Song Chi came across some novelty snacks or special foods on the road, he would try them first. After feeling that the flavor was good, he would first pack them in bulk and put them into the system backpack for storage, ready to bring back to the family to taste fresh. Anyway, he now has money. These days he bought to vomit, but also only spent hundreds of thousands of credits. Time came to the morning of the 7th day. Song Chi was lying in the house, sweating profusely. He had just finished today's origin water time and immediately received a message from the city lord. It turned out that the city lord had bought all the equipment he wanted last night. Therefore, today was the day they would return to the city. Gathering at the gate at 9 in the morning? It's 7:50. There's still an hour to go. Go take a bath first. Song Chi got up unhurriedly and headed for the bathroom. While taking a shower, he was also summarizing the gains of these few days. In these few days, the most rewarding thing was, of course, the attribute boost brought about by the origin water. His spiritual attribute had broken through the 1200 mark. The other 3 attributes had also been slightly strengthened. In addition, all of his skills had improved drastically. First, Directional Leap was successfully practiced to full level. Directional Leap LV10, the user can instantly move to anywhere within sight, up to a maximum range of 2 kilometers. Cooldown time none. According to his tests, with his current mental power, he could use it about 120 times continuously. After 120 times, he would begin to experience adverse reactions such as dizziness. In addition, Soul Link, he had been using it for the past month. As a result, the level had also changed. Soul Link LV4, 250th summoner can designate a summoned beast and share all of its attributes and skills. Duration 50 minutes. Cooldown 20 hours. Maximum level 20. It will take at least half a year for this skill to be practiced to full level. But, there's no rush. After I rise to level 60 and invoke the world origin to integrate, there might be new changes. Song-chi changed into a new outfit and walked out of the room. Just as he opened the door, he saw Chu Xiaojiang, who seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Brother Song, let's go together. Well, let's go. Soon, Song-chi and Chu Xiaojiang arrived at the city gates together. In addition to City Lord Fu, there was another City Lord, as well as 3 people of the same age. As soon as he saw Song-chi, City Lord Fu revealed a smile. Just in time, I was just talking about you. Come, quickly say hello to City Lord Tang. City Lord Tang, *2, the Song-chi duo said in a well-behaved manner. Well, not bad, worthy of being the Genius Tournament champion. Not only is his talent amazing, his appearance is also extremely handsome. As for this one, he is also a talented person. The 7th Urban District really does have a lot of talent. City Lord Tang smiled and responded. It was only at this point that Song-chi had the opportunity to take a closer look at this Tang City Lord. Song-chi raised his head and realized that this Tang City Lord was wearing loose martial arts clothing. His figure was not exaggerated, and his muscles were not exaggerated, just slightly bulging. However, the overall proportion of the muscles Jane had was perfect. It was as if it was breathing some sort of unspeakable explosive power. Just by looking at it, it would make one's hairs tremble slightly, making one not be able to help but raise a faint sense of danger. However, what puzzled Song-chi was that his right cheek had an obvious scar. At the same time, the bare western limbs also had dense unabraded scars, which made people feel shocked just by looking at them. Jane Head is a boon to dense fear sufferers. The density of the scars on his body. Jane Head is as if he has been lynched. If he didn't intentionally leave scars on himself, then the intensity of the battles this one has experienced is absolutely horrifying. Song-chi was vaguely a little alarmed in the bottom of his heart. As if he had read Song-chi's mind, City Lord Fu began to introduce himself. This is City Lord Tang, the City Lord of the 13th City District. You guys shouldn't think that he's weak just because he has a lot of scars on his body and the Urban District is ranked at the back of the list. You have to know that even I have to respectfully address Brother Tang. Back then, when the foundation of the 1st City District was not yet stabilized, in order to open up the 2nd and 3rd City Districts, Elder Mu and Emperor Lear went out to fight, and the demon race took advantage of the situation to enter. It was City Lord Tang who burned his origin, draining even his essence blood. Alone, he carried the 500,000 demonic hordes for dozens of days without taking half a step back. Chapter 127. It wasn't me who betrayed the human race. It was the human race who betrayed me. Ha! Song-chi froze. Why do you want me to stay away from City Lord Tang? Is the other party dangerous? His eyes towards City Lord Tang revealed some doubt, but he quickly returned to normal. Naturally, he came to sit behind City Lord Fu. Tang City Lord walked up to take a look, and there was a strange flash in his eyes, but he didn't say anything, just pulled himself along and sat in front of the few people in his urban area, on the wide black mist, with City Lord Fu as the dividing point. Song-chi and Chu Xiaojiang sat behind him, while City Lord Tang sat in front with his own people. The 2 city lords seemed to have not seen each other for a long time, and one was nostalgically reminiscing about the past, chatting with one another. The atmosphere was yet cordial. However, I don't know if it was Song-chi's illusion. He always felt that City Lord Fu seemed to be on the other side of the defense for one Song. Could it be that this Tang City Lord has a problem? Song-chi was somewhat appalled in his heart. This can't be, can it? He is a heroic figure of the human race. After several hours had passed, most of the trip had passed. In about less than an hour, they would be able to reach the 7th City District. While Song-chi was thinking that he was overthinking things, City Lord Tang, who was exchanging pleasantries with City Lord Fu, suddenly turned his head, and his head froze as he looked at them. It's really worthy of being City Lord Fu. Along the way I had not found a single chance to strike yet. You guys have already suspected me, right? City Lord Fu's body tightened slightly before he sighed, still trying his best to redeem himself. Brother Tang, let's just go back to the city. You've taken care of me before. One could even say that my life was saved by you. I don't want to fight you. As long as we go back to the city, it's not too late. This is an opportunity. As long as we return to the city safely, with your status and merits, we can uncover this time. The duo's conversation caused the other few people on the black mist to instantly stand up and sweat. Even if they were more foolish, they also heard it out. This former hero of the human race appeared to have done something against the interests of the human race. The 13 city lords of the human race have actually betrayed the human race? Song-chi's heart set off shocking waves. This was something that hadn't occurred in 100 years since the human race had created the urban area. Upon hearing this, City Lord Tang was silent for a moment before he laughed self-deprecatingly. The twisted scars on his face flared up like a centipede. The face appeared hideous and terrifying. You know, City Lord Fu, I'm actually quite envious of you, becoming famous at a young age. all the way to the top. Even though you're just a rising star, you're doing things without a drop of water. And you're exceptionally sophisticated. Whether it's cultivation or learning other knowledge, you will always come out on top. As such, you won Elder Mu's regard early on, and stood out amongst the fierce competition from a bunch of seniors to snatch the 7th City District City Lord slot, which is like me, who put my life on the line and was only the City Lord of the 13th City District, and who was unable to make another inch of progress in strength for the rest of my life. You said, is there any point in staying in the human race for a loser like me? Upon hearing this, City Lord Fu let out a long sigh and raised his right hand slightly. In that case, there's no point in talking more. Wow! A black mist churned, and the other few teenagers were wrapped up in it. They disappeared in place before emerging beside Song Chi. The entire piece of black mist suddenly broke from the center, holding Song Chi and the others as they quickly retreated. City Lord Tang glanced at it and did not stop it. However, the next moment, bang! A black light traveled from the void, and the black fog was only slightly blocked for a moment before it was pierced through, first rushing at Song Chi's face. However, he moved with a thought. An extremely burly male instantly appeared in front of him, and it was none other than the beginning level summoning spirit DXIN. DXIN fiercely blasted out with a fist. Splat! The black light was extinguished by a single punch. However, a scorched black color also appeared on DXIN's fist. Ha 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 ha. Several chillingly sharp laughs came out from the depths of space. What a human pride! What a supreme genius who can defeat Li Zong. Only level 40, and he was able to catch this move of mine? In the future, if he grows up, I'm afraid he'll have the chance to touch, or even master, the origin power, right? But it's a pity that it looks like you're going to fall here today. I'm afraid that your human race wouldn't have dreamed that the titular city lord would actually defect, right? Buzz. After a spatial buzz, Western humanoid creatures of various sizes appeared in front of Song Chi and the others. They wore smug smiles on their faces, and the aura emanating from their bodies made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if they were not allowed in this world. Extraterrestrial demon race? Song Chi's pupils instantly dilated several times. He was shocked. This was the first time he had seen the appearance of the extraterrestrial demon race with his own eyes since he had traveled to this world. Unlike the uniform appearance he had imagined, the extraterrestrial demon race had different forms, and their skin colors were all different. Chapter 128, Have you thought about how to die? I, Tang Chungfeng, have risen to prominence since the humble beginnings of the human race, and have followed Emperor Lear in his conquest of the foreign races. I've fought no less than 10,000 battles. I have fought for the rise of the human race for 100 years. Have I ever complained? When the first city district was established, I rushed to the forefront. I had no regrets even when I was severely injured. Not long after the first city was established, before the formation was perfected, you people were in a hurry. You left me, the injured, alone in the city. And what happened? The devil race took advantage of the situation. They almost broke the formation in a matter of moments. At that time, half of the human population had already been transferred to the city. They were about to be annihilated by the demon race's butcher's knife. Who saved the entire human race in the city? It was me. Tang Chungfeng roared in a maniacal and incomparable manner, pounding his chest twice with his hand. The corners of his eyes reddened with excitement to no end. It was I, the wounded man, who burned his own essence blood and resolutely rushed out beyond the city center. It was me who fought to the death against the demonic army for more than a month. Even though my life force was burned to the point of exhaustion and my potential was completely drained as a result, I still had no regrets. In that battle, my spine was broken and nailed to death. My right eye was completely corroded, and the power of the curse penetrated into the very depths of my soul and flesh. The residual power left me disabled for life. As a city lord, now I can't even fully control my facial expressions. At that time, my skin was set ablaze and turned into ashes. All my western limbs were severed. My head was scorched until it dried up, and even my soul was worn out by 30%, but I still didn't take half a step back. Even though my consciousness has dissipated, my physical body still stood firm for a full 5 days, killing until the demon race dared not advance any further, killed until hundreds of thousands of demons were cowed. But what did I get? It's a future where I can't advance an inch. It's the belated arrival of the remote and barren to the extreme 13th City District City Lord only decades later. Tang Chengfeng was furious to the extreme, almost roaring out in anger. But how did the human race treat me? You grandly used this as an excuse to let that Nye surname snatch my city lord position. Let your mother's bullshit go. At those words, Elder Mu couldn't hold back his curses any longer either, shouting across the air without regard for his image. The human race has wronged you? At that time, your life was nearly dried up. You were as good as dead. In order to cure you, Emperor Lear personally led a team to travel across the ocean and hunted down several rule-level demons for you from a distance of 10,000 miles to extract the essence from them, compressing the monstrous essence of your flesh into your body. And after that, he spared no expense in expending his own essence blood to remove most of the curses from your soul. After that, I even used all kinds of precious medicinal herbs at all costs, and let Vivian, a priest who had mastered the rules, guard you for 5 years without moving an inch. Only then were you saved from the borderline of death. How about the 13th city district? How about the 2nd or 3rd district? Which city was not in the same state when it was first created? Others have spent nearly 100 years to develop their districts into what they are today. Why can't you see it again? Not to mention that your 13th district is the only one with purchasing privileges. Besides, what state were you in decades ago? Who dared to let you serve as the city lord? Put the lives of millions of people in the hands of a delirious madman? Tang Chungfeng snorted coldly. I guarded the entire human race. Why shouldn't I? The entire human race was saved by me. So what if it's a mere 10 million people? At those words, Mu Lao's face sank. I think you're crazy. Hearing this, the few demon clansmen themselves grew impatient. The leading demon clan frowned. Alright, it's time to make a move when we're done, right? Our goal this time is to kill that little guy called Song Qi, right? Like this. The three of us stop this old guy Mu Shulong. And that who? Tang Chunfeng, right? You stop that city lord in front of you. As for that one called Song Qi, I'll leave it to you. Fish scale, be faster. The three of us may not always be able to beat this old guy. Upon hearing this, the demonic race with black fish scales all over his body grinned. Don't worry, it's just a level 40 little guy. How talented can a genius be? Could he still break the limit and comprehend the rules at level 40? Watch me end the battle in 1 minute. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. City Lord Fu and Tang Chengfeng were instantly at war. On the other side, the fish-scaled demonic figure shifted and gradually became blurry and transparent. A cold light flashed in Mu Lao's eyes. Lock! Thud! The entire space underwent an inexplicable change, and the fish-scaled demon race that was almost merging into the space was instantly popped out again. Make no mistake, your opponent is me. A low voice came out from Mu Lao's mouth as his surroundings began to distort. An unspeakable pressure was as if heavenly might had suddenly fallen. Chapter 129 Elder Mu. You stayed your hand. Boom! The aura on Mu Lao's body was so terrifying that it had condensed into substance and rose up into the sky. The entire heaven and earth trembled at this moment. The earth and mountains under their feet were rumbling. Simply by releasing their aura without any concealment, they had caused a certain degree of heavenly calamity. The three demonic clansmen were horrified beyond measure. Even the flesh of their calves was trembling. This kind of strength that was terrifying to the extreme. They had only seen it in their own generals. At the same time, they were furiously cursing their own intelligence agency in the bottom of their hearts. Didn't they say that this old man has been seriously injured and dying, and doesn't have a few years to live? This aura. You're telling me he's seriously injured and dying? If we had known, we wouldn't have taken this damn mission. However, there was no waiting for the three of them to react. Zzz. The space around Elder Mu emitted a clear ringing sound like cloth. A spatial rift spread out at an astonishing speed, as if a giant beast had pushed across. Everywhere it passed was filled with shattered spatial voids. The speed of this move wasn't fast, and the three demon race members easily dodged it. But soon, they realized something was wrong. The opponent's purpose for this move didn't seem to be to attack, but to involve them. The space around them was disorganized. After this move, they could only rely on their physical bodies to cross over. However, the infinite suction force in the void pulled the three of them, making their movements incredibly difficult. Don't sit and wait for death. Counterattack. The leading demon race's body burned with a blazing black flame, and the lava deep within the earth began to surge. The original plains actually rose up into a 100-meter-high volcano in a matter of moments, and the magma in the volcano was actually black. The temperature of this black magma was terrifyingly high. As soon as it appeared, the already disturbed space was instantly scorched to pieces. On the other side, a monstrous river condensed into light blue extreme cold ice, and the swaying earth was instantly stabilized. It was as if even time was frozen at this moment. In the sky, infinite astral winds drooped down, whistling and attacking like severe ghosts. Facing Mu Lao, the three demons didn't dare to hold back and test their moves, and the moment they struck, it was their strongest and most confident move. With a single move, the three of them began to gasp for air, almost to the point of collapse. But the next moment, I don't know what to say. Elder Mu gently raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together, comparing it to a sword finger, with a white light shining at the tip of his finger, and then only saw him gently stroke. In silence, snap, the necks of the three demon race members snapped open at the same time. There wasn't even the slightest time lag in the crisp ringing sound that was made when it was broken. Then their bodies and minds separated themselves. Damn it! With their heads severed, the 3 demon race members still did not die. Their figures shifted and reappeared again in the distance. At the same time, the aura on their bodies was nearly waist deep. The 3 of us are all existences that have mastered the rules. Put in the human race, we are all city lords. To actually be nearly killed by him in 2 moves? At this moment, there was no more battle intent in their eyes. What filled them was the fear that struck them deep in their souls. It was too terrifying. These 2 moves of Mu Lao made them realize the gap between them that was like a rift in the sky. Run! The leading demon shivered and immediately took out the goat-headed man statue. But big brother, if we invoke it now, what about fish scale him? He went after that human race called Song Chi. There's no chance to think about that much. The leading demon race cried out in terror. It's better for one of him to die than for all of us to die here. Quickly, take over and invoke the statue. One more step slower and we'll all have to die here. Buzz, not dead? Then it seems I'm rusty after not fighting for so long. Mu Lao's fingertips flickered with light once again, making a gesture to slide down again. Seeing this, the other 2 demons' hearts trembled, not daring to hesitate any longer. The 3 goat-headed man statues immediately collided together. Bang! A cloud of black mist instantly emerged and wrapped the 3 of them before turning their heads and rushing towards the battlefield between City Lord Fu and Tang Chengfeng. The 1 man and 3 devils cut through the sky at speeds that surpassed that of the naked eye, trying to escape. Elder Mu pointed out a finger, and the space along the way was instantly chopped open. A distance of hundreds of kilometers was sliced open almost simultaneously. Ah! Miserable screams came out from the black mist. However, the speed of the black mist remained unabated and soon escaped the area blocked by Elder Mu before disappearing into thin air. The Fu City Lord, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, froze for a moment, and then his black armor turned into black mist and dispersed, revealing his original appearance. He looked at Elder Mu with somewhat complicated eyes. Elder Mu, you just stayed your hand. He had seen the scene when Mu Lao was fighting at full strength, so he understood very well that the strike just now was not Mu Lao's full strength. If Mu Lao was truly determined to leave that group of people behind, even with the black mist covering him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to walk away with such ease. Chapter 130, not to be an Anan starving corpse, but to follow the example of the Endeavor Mantis. Elder Mu, what you mean is, literally, Mu Lao said in a low mood. The human race is too weak compared to the demon race. Want to win with weakness? How can it be like a fairy tale without any sacrifice? How can we, who were favored by great Emperor Lear in the beginning, not understand this? Tang Xingfeng's body contained the concentrated essences of several rule-level demons that had once been stuffed into his body by great Emperor Lear himself. These essences were the key to his life renewal, and were constantly feeding his flesh and maintaining his life. But at the same time, these concentrated essences were also a terrifying bomb to the extreme. Once detonated, it was an extreme means of self-destruction that could even shake the origin. Therefore, as long as he could get close to the center of the demon race's teleportation array, it would be enough to put the other party's efforts of several years to the torch. It would delay the entry of the devil race's legitimate army into this world for at least a few years. In the entire human race, there were only 2 people who were capable of destroying the devil race's teleportation array. One was Elder Mu, but with him surrendering, there was no way that the devil race would completely trust him, or even expose the location of the teleportation array, because they knew Mu Lao's strength. Therefore the only candidate was Tang Chengfeng. More importantly, Tang Xingfeng's experience was just enough to provide him with a motive that could be described as impeccable. But, the emotions he just expressed don't seem to be faked, and his motives are very reasonable. Unemotional and unreasonable. How can anyone believe that? And don't think he's acting, at least at this time. He is the true traitor of the human race. Mu Lao shook his head. Tang Chengfeng was one of the original city lord level powerhouses of the human race. His own talent was heaven-defying, and his potential was even higher. But at the same time, he was also arrogant to the extreme. He was so spirited that he fought against the heavens and the earth. He would always charge forward in the face of the demon race's army. He once considered himself to be one of the 3 guardian gods of the human race, and deserved to clear all obstacles for the human race. Apart from great Emperor Lear, he maintained the same boundless confidence and sharpness even in the face of Mu Lao, not willing to be left behind. In that battle 100 years ago, his life was drained and he almost died. After being awakened, he neither lamented his misfortune, nor did he ask the human race for resources because of it. Instead, after learning that his potential was exhausted, he immediately refused to take all the subsequent heavenly materials and treasures. He preferred to carry his tattered flesh, endure the pain that pierced his heart and soul, and rely on time to recover little by little. But he was also unwilling to waste half of the human race's resources. He was depressed for a long time. Those words may not have been from his heart either. But when I found him, he accepted the mission with almost no hesitation. Perhaps, the grief in Mu Lao's eyes could not be concealed. He has actually been searching for death for one song since 100 years ago. Right. Looking for a worthy death. Perhaps the demon race will never be able to understand. Why is it obvious that we are noble and powerful, and that we will definitely survive if we surrender? Yet we have to fight to the death for a group of mole-like existences? Why is it that when the gap between each other's strengths is so great that it is unimaginable, we don't become lean and starving corpses and follow the example of the fighting mantis? But I know. Because the path of resistance of the human race over the centuries has never been paved with blood and sacrifice. It's also my turn. With the last sentence, he murmured softly in a voice only he could hear. After a pause, he turned his head to look at City Lord Fu. I also have to thank you, City Lord Fu. It was you who unearthed this human genius, Song Qi, and allowed me to see the hope of a possible victory. But that is precisely why we must squeeze out as much time as possible for Song Qi. Even if we use our lives as firewood, we need to drag it out as long as possible until the moment he grows up. A moth to a flame is only for the survival of some firelight. After the words were spoken, City Lord Fu was already shocked to the point of no return, and then he lowered his head, his eyes complicated beyond measure. It's actually like this? It's actually like this. He realized that he had really underestimated the awareness and spirit of the first generation of human ancestors too much, but at the same time, it was as if there was a huge boulder pressing up in his heart, weighing him down. Elder Mu, I understand. It's good that you understand. You are Song Qi's bull. You are qualified to know about this matter. In addition, Tang Qingfeng's family, please go and pick them up in the name of supervision. My identity is not very convenient. No problem. City Lord Fu nodded, then reluctantly said, Elder Mu, I still want to make a comment. Is there really no way to save City Lord Tang? Perhaps there is a way to have the best of both worlds? A way to achieve the goal without having to sacrifice him. Knowing the truth, he really couldn't watch things go in an irreversible direction with his own eyes. Mu Lao shook his head. The best of both worlds? Chapter 131, there's room for one more. A few hours ago, on the other side, Song Qi and the others were sent into the teleportation gate in a black mist. On the other side of the door was the gate to the 7th city district. As long as they went down a little bit and took 2 steps, they would be able to enter the urban area that was guarded by a large formation. But before they could make a move, even the black fog was only halfway through, and Song Qi and Chu Xiaozhang were still inside the door when, bang, the entire portal instantly burst open. Song Qi only felt that the space in front of him instantly changed from clear to blurry. This was followed by a heavenly rotation. Song Qi forced himself up and looked to the west, only to find that his surroundings were like boundless darkness. They were ripped into the spatial turbulence. DXIN. Song Qi hurriedly hugged DXIN's thigh, holding on for dear life, not daring to let go. Brother Song. Chu Xiaozhang struggled and hugged Song Qi's thigh, holding on for dear life, not daring to let go. Several minutes later, the three of them finally landed on the ground. Song Qi looked up and saw that this was a forest-like place. There were several verdant mountains in the distance. There were also huge flying demonic creatures whizzing by in the sky, but the only thing that could not be seen were signs of human life. What are we? Teleported to where? Song Qi got up and was just about to walk farther away to take a look, but suddenly a coldness came from behind him. He didn't wait for him to react. Bang! DXIN's figure flowed and appeared behind Song Qi, violently punching a piece of fish scale and shattering it in midair. Oh, your summoned spirit seems to come with some sort of defensive rule? A black figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the demon race from before that was covered in fish scales and had a fish head. Strange. You're only level 40, right? To actually comprehend the rules? Or maybe the person surnamed Tang provided false information? You're actually level 60? He exuded some confusion before looking at Shizhou with impatience. TSK, actually followed me to the 3rd continent? It's going to be a bit troublesome to go back. But never mind. Let's hurry up and finish you off. With that, he raised his hand, and the black fish scales on his small arm stood up, ready to strike. Song Qi instantly summoned the 2 of them, Ying Zhang and Lubu. At the same time, he cautiously looked towards the western Zhou, but he did not find several other demons. You're the only one who came? Song Qi asked suspiciously. Against you, one of me isn't enough? I think it's still close. Song Qi said rightfully. Ha! The fish-headed demon was amused by him. A level 40 summoner in the district seemed to be looking down on himself a bit. I'm afraid that he had beaten the confidence out of beating a rookie of the same level. Interesting. Then why don't I let you have a move first? Thanks a lot then. Bang bang bang. Before the words left his mouth, the fish-headed demonic creature only felt a strong wind meet his face. His smile was still stuck on his face when his sandbag-sized fist broke through 3 sound barriers in a row, wrapped in a terrifyingly strong force that first struck him in the face. Under the support of several gain statuses, DXIN's strength attribute had already exceeded 30,000 points. This kind of swinging a fist in the air could compress the air into a cannonball, and could also shatter the ring's 100-meter-long exaggerated power. At this moment, it was solidly punched on the face of this demon race on the opposite side. Ka-ching! A crisp ringing sound came from the fish's head, and several visible cracks appeared on the gill covers. Scarlet blood and fragments of the torn gills flew about. Boom! The fish-head demon clan didn't even manage to react, and instantly flew out sideways. Countless trees were stopped and impacted into wood chips. It was only until he crashed into the mountain nearly 100 meters deep that he finally stabilized himself. What was that move just now? Why didn't I see it clearly? The fish-headed demonic race could not believe it. In that instant just now, he realized that his reaction was actually instantly retarded by more than tens of times. Once more, he touched the injured part. He realized that half of his face had shattered into crumbs of flesh, and a large fist mark was faintly visible. Is it a mitigation skill? But I've clearly turned on my scale armor in advance. It's a rule-level defense skill that can resist all negative statuses. Could it's a mitigating skill of the same rule level? The fish-headed demon's eyes narrowed as the injuries on his torso were rapidly recovering. At this level, most of them had a few healing aspects. Unless it was a lethal level flesh wound, it would have almost no effect. No wonder it's so confident. So it's the summoning spirit that's the problem. But it's still a bit too naive to think that you can fight against me just because you've mastered a rule. And for you, I'm afraid the cooldown time for this kind of skill isn't short. Wow! The fish-headed demon clan climbed up from the rubble and lifted his leg to step outside the cave. Walking out of the cave, he realized that his opponent actually didn't run. Not running, but it saves me a lot of time. Don't let the big brothers wait for a long time. First take over to end the battle. His gaze was cold and indifferent. In his opinion, that human child was at his wit's end, just fighting to the death. Chapter 132. He didn't die. So you're in deep shit. Song-Chi waited a little while. When the smoke and dust cleared, there was only a little bit of black blood remaining in the 100-meter deep pit. A layer of black sticky substance covered the bottom and was still spreading. The system did not send out any hints of experience value acquisition. Still not dead. Song-Chi took a step back and flew into the sky between flashes of his silhouette. He had initially used 7 deadly sins, jealousy. However, he soon realized that both the stun effect and the effect of pulling into the dueling space, all of them were useless to the other party. In other words, this high-level demon race on the other side did not only have the fish-scale offensive rule-level skill, there was at least one other defensive skill. However, fortunately, the effect of greed could still be activated normally. I'm afraid that this black mud is also some sort of rule-level skill. DXIN can touch it, but I'd better take it easy. Song-Chi surveyed Shizhou as a circle of golden shields surrounded him. Hidden from view, he muttered to himself. Also, the demon clan's appearance resembles that of a swimming fish. He might possess some sort of swimming skill, and that black mud is most likely the carrier for his swimming. Compared to the ground, it's safer to stay in the air. The words just fell. The space in front of Song-Chi's eyes suddenly rippled apart. The figure of the fish-headed demonic race suddenly appeared in front of him. Although his breath had already weakened a lot, his face wore a sardonic smile of a successful scheme. Human brat. Good brain. But it's a pity that you only guessed half right. I can indeed swim, but my carrier is space. Poof. A black fish scale suddenly burst out. A berserk aura swept out. Even if one ignored the world origin carried on this fish scale, the power of the skill itself alone was so great that it was unimaginable. Boo! The protective shield around Song-Chi was easily pierced through like a bubble. However, he still didn't have the slightest bit of panic and just nodded bashfully. So the carrier is space. Now I know. Thanks a lot. Bang! The jade at Song-Chi's waist flickered with light. A large 8 trigrams formation appeared out of thin air, shaking the fish scales away instantly. This was the amulet given to him by Elder Mu and Li Zong a few days ago. It could be released a total of 3 times, and its power was equal to a city lord level powerhouse's full force strike. There's actually a means to save your life? The fish-headed demonic race froze, and then the killing intent on his body became even more intense. It seems that the human race does attach extreme importance to you, but the more so, the more you must die here. Oh, is that so? Song-Chi asked with a smile as 3 figures suddenly appeared beside him. It was none other than Lubu, DXIN and Ing Zhang. Life Shelter creates a shield around the user. Once the shield is broken or voluntarily revoked, all summons can be forcibly recalled. The fish-head demon's eyes narrowed, and he was about to vanish into space again, looking for his next chance to strike, but with a light taunt from behind. Rubbish! At those words, His movement to turn around stopped, and then an inexplicable rage blazed up in the bottom of his heart. It washed over him in a moment. What did you just say? Uncontrollably, he looked towards DXIN and glared angrily. The scales of his entire body instantly stood up, no longer holding back the slightest bit. Boom, 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 boom. As if 10,000 cannons were fired in unison, tens of thousands of scales erupted in this instant. A single scale was enough to induce a gale. The simultaneous firing of tens of thousands of scales stacked up into one giant black scale. The tips of the scales shattered even space. This was his strongest strike. It was also the last resort he used to fight for his life. Just after delivering this strike, the fish-headed demon immediately came to his senses. Strange. What just happened to me? Why did I suddenly use this move? He gasped for air and touched his body, which had lost all its scales and was as smooth as ever, and was a bit puzzled for a while. After using this move, my vitality was greatly injured. In order to return to the second continent, I'm afraid I'll have to recuperate for a few months before I can move. But that human kid across the street is also dead. He raised his head and looked ahead. Huge black scales pressed across the entire space. Even time seemed to be held down. This move of his not only possessed a locking effect, but also blocked the entire space of the entire area at the same time. Even the flow of time could be delayed. Everything in the surroundings would constantly be pulled closer by this scale. Whether the opponent was utilizing spatial movement or escaping physically, they would all be restricted. It could be called an absolute must-hit strike. With the opponent's strength, it could be said that he would definitely die. And the result was just as he expected. Bang! Almost instantly, without even reacting, DXIN was first brought rushing towards the earth. Immediately after, rumble. The earth, which had just been ravaged by Lubu, suffered another heavy blow. Chapter 133, 3. 6 billion experience values, and the acquisition of the world origin. Buzz. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into an eerie state of tranquility at this moment. The only thing moving in the heavens and earth was this white light. Everything else had stopped. The change in expression of the fish-headed demons from calm to horror could even be clearly seen throughout the entire process. It was as if everything had entered an extremely high magnification slow-release lens. First to the moment when the white light came into contact with the fish-head demon race. Bang! There wasn't any sonorous impact. The body of the fish-head demon race was instantly vaporized for the most part, and the white light still cared for itself as it sped towards the high heavens. Then the flow of time returned to normal again. Splat! A pile of rotten meat fell heavily to the ground. There was still the last trace of breath left. Hiss! It's finally settled. Emperor Xin once again appeared beside Song Qi. Only this time, the injuries on his body were much more severe. The wound on his chest was visible to the bone. A large portion of his skin had been blasted until it was broken. Even the gums on the right side of his cheek had been half cut off. Obviously, the other party's strike wasn't completely harmless to him. It's really worthy of being a high-grade demon race. Song Qi sighed with emotion before invoking the transcendent power within his body. A high heaven and earth ensemble sound suddenly resounded beside Song Qi. The hymn of life, which was not used during the battle, was currently being used to heal Dixin's injuries. And this skill was worthy of being an epic level skill. Just as soon as it was released, the wounds on DXIN's body began to grow buds of flesh, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, it had fully recovered. Much more comfortable. This healing skill of yours is quite effective. After Emperor Xin was healed, he touched the ribs that were originally torn, but at this moment, they were as good as new. Alright kid, next time there's this kind of enemy, remember to definitely call out to me. Go! After saying that, he waved his hand and disappeared into thin air. Song Qi smiled as he bid farewell to DXIN. He then turned around and looked at the two of them, Lu Bu and Ying Zhang. I'm also thankful to you two for your help these days. Kid Song Qi is here to thank you. After saying that, he was about to bow and salute. Seeing this, Lu Bu immediately became anxious, and hurriedly assisted Song Qi, holding him in place. Lord Gong, do not do this great gift. You are a heavenly. Halfway through his sentence, Ying Zhang hurriedly pulled his sleeve. Lu Bu hurriedly changed his words halfway through his sentence. But I am Lu Bu's lord. But due to his dumb mouth, the words he said seemed very inexplicable. Ha! Song Qi froze for a moment. Didn't understand what Lu Bu meant. On the side, Ying Zhang smilingly took over. All in all, sir, if there is nothing else, then we will take our leave first. After saying that, the two of them also disappeared into this world at the same time. It seemed as if they were afraid of being forced to ask questions. Alone, Song Qi was left in a state of confusion. However, it was good that he wasn't a person who liked to dwell on things, since the two of them were unwilling to say it explicitly. Then forget it. The matter was soon put behind him. Also, the effect of the healing skill seems to have begun to decrease. although Emperor Xin had just recovered very quickly. However, Song Qi was still keenly aware that it took 20 seconds or so for Xin's injuries to heal. Logically speaking, it was only right that the hymn of life was recovering at a rate of 10% per second. However, it was obvious that in Xin's case, the recovery speed was reduced quite a bit. It was probably only around 3% 4%. Is it because Xin's body contains too much world essence? He was a bit confused about the situation, but he vaguely guessed the reason. At the same time, Song Qi also anticipated a problem. Nowadays, it was still too much for him to face a strong person who had mastered the rules alone. This one fish-headed demon had firstly injured Xin, and that was even if the other party was gullible. If the other party was careful enough and mastered a few more rules at the same time, victory or defeat would not be certain. It's better to be slightly more cautious in the future. As much as possible, only look for magic creatures below level 90 to fight. Song Qi summarized. Anyway, he had unlimited potential and had unicorn in hand. As long as he steadily upgraded, his future was unlimited. There was no need to be too anxious. Just as he was thinking this, that piece of rotten meat finally swallowed its last breath. Ding! Experience value plus 360. 000. The system beep sounded. The experience bar on the panel was instantly stuffed, then full and empty. Empty and full. A white light flashed up a full 8 times consecutively above Song Qi's head. 3.6 billion? Song Qi's contemplation was instantly interrupted. His pupils began to dilate, surprised beyond measure. The demon race actually provides experience as well? This fish-headed devil race had contributed a terrifying experience value of up to 3.6 billion points to his first pickup. The first connection allowed him to soar from level 40, all the way up to level 48. After he had risen to level 40, the required experience value had passed the billion. Chapter 134, Little Sister. What's your name? The rewards given to Song Qi after killing this high-level demon race could not be described as anything less than rich. The heavenly amount of experience value needed no introduction. More importantly, with a little bit of world origin, it would allow one of his skills to be promoted to a rule-level skill. Then, which skill to choose? Song Qi tapped on the panel. There were 7 skills in total, but there were only 2 of them that could catch his eye. One was directional leap. After this skill was regularized, it allowed him to ignore all non-regular skill blockades. Escaping was much easier. One was soul link. The benefit of this skill was that once it was regularized, it was equivalent to him having all the rule-level skills of Lu Bu and Ing Zhang in the others. At the same time, his own battle power could be taken to the next level. As for whether Xin's could be copied over, he was a little unsure. After thinking about it, it's better to soul link it. If we meet an enemy that we really can't beat, we'll just link Lu Bu and run away with witlessness on. If we take Lu Bu's agility attribute now, he won't even be able to run away with no Mao. Then directional leap is also hard to run. Saying that, he pointed his finger and pressed down. At the instant the point went down, Song Qi's eyes flashed. The entire world had re-entered the state it was in when he touched the futon, and the line of sight was much clearer. Countless thin lines intertwined in his eyes, and even the earth and the sky, which had no transcendent power, were covered by the thin lines, and then a ball of light of unknown size, blazing like the sun, hung high in the sky. Magnificent, spectacular, and warm. Is that the world origin? Song Qi was a little shaken. This was the first time he had seen what the world origin looked like. And then the transcendent power in his body automatically operated, constructing a model of the soul link. A drop of liquid fell from the origin high in the sky, the seemingly unattainable world origin. But the liquid that dripped from it instantly landed in front of Song Qi. There was no spatial fluctuation, nor was there any flickering. It was as if world origin wasn't far away, but right in front of him. Then Song Qi, in a daze, withdrew from that metaphysical state and resumed his original appearance. When he looked at the panel again, Soul Link had turned into a rule-level skill. Who said that it's absolutely impossible to comprehend rules before level 60? I, Song, have an amazing talent, a talent that shines through the ages. Complemented by his amazing wisdom, he forcibly broke the limits of this world, and took the origin of this world into his own body, breaking through the imagination of the mundane generation. Successfully certified on the 3rd continent at level 48. It is hereby remembered. Brother Song is awesome. Snap. Song Qi turned his head and realized that Chu Xiaojiang had run back at some point. It was there clapping vigorously for himself. Ha, you didn't die? He was surprised. The aftermath of the battle just now was not something an intermediate level professional could carry. The entire piece of earth had been lifted up. Chu Xiaojiang he actually acted as if he was fine? It was just that his face was a bit lousy. Thanks to Brother Song's concern, it was indeed dangerous just now. But I luckily found a hole behind the mountain and safely hid until now. What a scourge. Song-chi spat out a sentence. After knowing Chu Shaojiang's character, you have to say you like it. That was definitely impossible. There would be people who would like to use a villain to do things, but there will never be anyone who likes a villain. After all, a villain is an existence that will not hesitate to betray anyone for the sake of profit. Even as a villain, one would definitely prefer a character who is more sentimental and righteous. But to say hate it? It didn't seem to be so. After all, the other party was indeed very good at providing emotional value. It was also commonly known as being able to kiss ass. Since you're still alive, let's go together. But if we meet a strong enemy, I won't necessarily be able to care for you. Take care of yourself. Don't worry, brother Song. Seeing that the other party hadn't kicked him out and was willing to take the time to protect him, Chu Shaojiang happily agreed. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something. Right, brother Song. I just saw a few people over at the cave entrance. They aren't professionals, but they have transcendent powers. But the strength isn't too good. I felt they were quite suspicious, so I knocked them all down and tied them up. Do you want to go take a look? At those words, Song-chi froze. Humans? Isn't this the third continent? How could there be humans? Go and take a look. In the school textbook, the entire world nowadays had a total of 5 continents. The first continent was where humans were now stationed in the urban areas. However, half of its territory was still occupied by demons and devil races. The second, western, and fifth continents were all occupied by the demon race as well. Only the third continent was filled with endless demonic creatures. There were even an unfathomable number of rule-level demons surviving in this continent. The quantity of demons was so high, and the quality was so high. Chapter 135, Lord God Emperor. Humph. The little girl's mouth turned away and she stubbornly turned her head away. The pair in the back also broke into tears when they saw Song-chi. The female spat. You bunch of the sorcerer lord's lapdogs. Helping the evil, sacrificed an unknown number of children. And now you're here pretending to be good people? I poo. Kill us if you have the guts. The warriors of the Long River tribe will avenge us. Which lord? Sacrifice? Long River tribe? Hearing these 3 words, Song-chi didn't get angry, but instead revealed a look of realization. The humans of the third continent appear to possess a civilization completely different from the 13 urban regions. It was a tribal civilization. However, the level of civilization should be very low. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they were still using living people as sacrificial offerings, and it's still mainly children. Based on their descriptions, there was also a so-called sorcerer lord one that was hunting them down. You guys are from the Long River tribe? And who is that witch lord? Don't worry guys, we don't even know that so-called witch lord. Song-chi handed the lollipop to the little girl's mouth, signaling the other party to try it. The little girl hesitated for a moment, perhaps too hungry, and took a bite. Afterwards, a sound filled with unspeakable happiness came out of her mouth. One could only say that it was worthy of being sugar, a resource that could be defined as a strategic material even in modern times. It was also one of the few foods that could raise serotonin and stimulate the brain to secrete dopamine. As soon as the sweet flavor entered her mouth, the little girl's expression when she looked at Song-chi immediately became much kinder. Ha! Still pretending? The man didn't look like he was going to believe it at all, and said a mouthful of thick phlegm first spat out. Song-chi tilted his head and easily dodged it. Chu Shaojiang's eyes narrowed. A short blade appeared in his hand and he angrily cursed. I see you guys are looking for death. Saying that, 2 cold shadows instantly chopped out. The opposite duo only felt a coldness in their necks, followed by a stabbing pain. Bright red blood instantly flowed out. Chu Shaojiang's precision was high. The arteries at the 2 men's necks were almost pierced, but they were still a little short, just enough to make the 2 feel death without actually dying. The expressions of the 2 men suddenly changed, from anger to horror, and Chu Shaojiang didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Holding the dagger with a gloomy face and approaching once again, he made a move to kill. Red face and white face? Song-chi instantly read Chu Shaojiang's meaning, and then stepped forward. Enough! Snap! Song-chi stopped Chu Shaojiang and frowned angrily. As the same human race, we should help each other out. How can we make a move at the drop of a hat? Still not quick enough to uncover the rope? Big brother, what do you care about them? If you ask me, why don't we just kill them with a knife? Shut up, you're big brother and I'm big brother? Upon hearing this, Chu Shaojiang seemed to arch his hand very unwillingly and cut the rope with a single slash. The 3 people thus finally regained their freedom. However, when they looked up, they realized that Chu Shaojiang's face was still unkind, as if he might give them another slash at any time. Song-chi, on the other hand, revealed a warm smile, taking out 2 sweets. Sorry, this brother of mine has a short temper, and I can't control him sometimes. Here is considered my compensation for him offending a few of you earlier." After saying that, he stuffed the sweets into the hands of the two. These were high-class snacks that he was going to bring back for his own family. The two adults clad in animal skins looked at each other. The thoughts in their hearts began to waver. Even though they didn't recognize the food on the package, they could tell how precious this package was. More importantly, this kind of thing they had never seen before. It wasn't something that the sorcerer lord could take out. The man touched the blood on his neck, his heart palpitating. The three men retreated into a corner and discussed for a while. Finally the man stepped forward. "If you really aren't the sorcerer lord's people, then please let my wife and daughter leave first, and I, Zhao Pa, can stay and answer your questions." "No problem." Song-Chi nodded and made way. The woman and child left in a hurry, as if they were afraid that the two of them would back out. Seeing his wife and daughter walk out of the cave, the man finally let go of his heart. He let out a long breath and was about to open his mouth, but turning his head, he realized that the wife and daughter who had just left had gone and returned. Before he had time to ask, he heard two more poofs, and the first of his wife and daughter fell to their knees. "Rivering, the daughter of the chief of the Long River tribe. I didn't know that it was the divine blood angel that came. Please forgive the divine envoy. Forgive me, forgive me." The little girl also followed suit, and the chief knelt down. Bang bang bang. With that, the two of them kowtowed towards Song-Chi, one louder than the other. "What the hell?" Song-Chi also froze and hurriedly went forward to help the two up. He wasn't in the habit of being knelt down. The man behind him first froze, and then seemed to suddenly think of something and ran out of the cave. As soon as he came out, he first stood frozen in place, as if he had turned into a wooden man. Chapter 136, Tribal Civilization and Infant Offerings. More than half an hour later, with the couple complimenting each other, Song-Chi finally figured out the current situation. This couple was the son and daughter-in-law of the patriarch of the Long River tribe, therefore knew quite a few things. The place where they were now was called the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom was formed by several supreme gods, and it was vast and thousands of miles deep. The gods dominated everything in the Divine Kingdom, and all of the human races in the entire third continent lived under the rule of the Divine Kingdom. There were about hundreds of human gatherings of tens of thousands of people like the Long River tribe in the Divine Kingdom's domain. The Divine Kingdom gave them a certain amount of protection so that the human race would not be exterminated. At the same time, they were not allowed to kill and attack each other. Instead, the human race needed to turn in regular and quantitative offerings every year. The human race here only knew that their ancestors once came from another continent. The same language and writing are passed down, but do not know exactly where they originated from. In addition, although the human race here did not follow the path of transmigration, but have tapped into another path of transcendence on their own, they used the herbs of the third continent as supplementary ingredients, as well as the essence of magical creatures as the main ingredient. A special medicinal bath was made, capable of allowing the human race to undergo a certain degree of blood exchange, thus mastering transcendent power. Depending on the strength of the demonic creature, the power gained from the blood exchange was also different. Therefore, those who were able to lift a 1,000-pound boulder were called beast blood warriors. Those who can lift a 10,000-pound boulder are called brute blood warriors. But the price of blood exchange is that the lifespan will be drastically reduced. Due to the abundance of transcendental power, ordinary people here can live to be over 90 years old and still be in high spirits. On the other hand, the life expectancy of beast blood warriors was only about 60 years old. The barbarian blood warriors were even more so at an average of only 70 years old. Only the divine blood warriors, they were not quite sure. They only knew that divine blood warriors were incredibly powerful and high above the rest. It was a great existence that served the supreme gods first. Every year, only when the other side came to collect offerings, they could have the honor of witnessing the true face of the divine blood warrior, or when other gods invaded the territory of the divine kingdom, the divine blood warriors would also step in to protect them. The human race. This place of theirs could only be considered the countryside compared to the divine kingdom. The two of them lived in the Long River tribe in the barbarian Ox Mountain range. Originally, the 6 tribes all had their own territories, with similar populations and similar strengths, so they didn't violate each other. Life was quite peaceful. However, 10 years ago, the Lord of the Mountain Tiger tribe suddenly said that he had received a revelation from the gods and began to conquer in the west. And this Lord of the Mountain Tiger tribe is what they call the Witch Lord. He called himself the Great Sorcerer, called the Lord of Witches. He could communicate with the gods and should rule over the tribes. He hunts the people of other tribes like cattle, pouncing on them in the west. If children are found, they are gathered together and dragged back to the Mountain Tiger tribe for inhumane life sacrifices. It was for this reason that the couple thought that the duo of Song-Chi and Chu Xiaozhang were the Sorcerer Lord's men. It was because they had just been hunted down by the Mountain Tiger tribe's people not long ago. Hearing this, Song-Chi couldn't help but curiously ask, "Wait, Didn't you guys say that all 6 tribes were similar in strength? Why was the mountain tiger tribe able to beat the 5 of you by 1? The man sighed. The god emperor doesn't know. It's because the witch master, he didn't know what method he used, actually became a barbarian blood warrior in a short period of time. Our other 5 tribes still couldn't resist even though all the civilians were beast blood warriors. The woman also nodded. The strength of a barbarian blood warrior is just too terrifying. Ordinary beast blood warriors like us are simply unable to fight against them. Even the leader of our Long River tribe was only able to resist for a few minutes. Saying this, the woman smiled to herself again. Fortunately, we had already sent a letter of request for assistance to the Divine Kingdom a month ago. That's why we waited for you, Lord God Emperor, to arrive. Song-Chi nodded. Only in this Divine Kingdom was there any sign of human existence. And most of the time, as long as the offerings didn't become less, those gods and divine blood warriors wouldn't care about these small tribes of theirs. It was completely unexpected to see Song-Chi this time. Song-Chi nodded thoughtfully. According to this standard, a beast blood warrior is probably equivalent to a fully equipped professional warrior above level 20. A barbarian blood warrior is equivalent to a level 40 plus, fully equipped professional warrior. A level 40 warrior can wreak havoc on 5 tribes? Divine blood warriors shouldn't be too powerful either. Just by level 60 it's weak as well. And with a single profession, it's hard to cooperate with each other. In that case, the strength of the humans over here is pitifully low. Then in that case, the so-called gods in the kingdom of God should be the group of demons that have mastered the rules? Interesting. Chapter 137 Extremely Vicious Tactics. More than an hour later, Song-Chi and Chu Xiaozhang followed the other 3 to the Chinha tribe gathering place. There was a slight difference from what Song-Chi had expected. Although the people in the Chinha tribe were all beast skins, however, the houses were not made up of thatch or dead branches. Instead, they were made of the kind of round logs that had been sharpened and reinforced. And there weren't too many broken leaks. Instead it was very dense, and the warmth and soundproofing effect looked good. But it's also right. After all, the strength of the people here can be much greater than the average savage. A few thousand pounds of strength. I'm afraid that using a fingernail cap can be used as a file. The Song-Chi duo stood in place. Not long after, the couple hurriedly arrived leading an old man. The old man had a robust figure, and at the moment, his body still bore several scars that had just healed. It seemed to be the leader of this Long River tribe. Having just walked in front of Song-Chi, the moment he took a good look at the gorgeous clothes of the duo that were clearly different from theirs, he no longer had any doubts. Aside from the Divine Kingdom, there was no place in this continent that could produce such showy clothes. His knees went weak and he was about to kneel down. Beast blood warrior Zhao Ji pays homage to God's envoy. Song-Chi couldn't afford to kneel down from this 60-year-old looking man, and just wanted to extend his hand. But Chu Xiaojiang on the side was even more quick-eyed and grabbed the other party first. No need to kneel. Chu Xiaojiang's face was incredibly cold. Lord God Envoy has a good character, doing things step by step. Do not like these false. The first to step into the main topic is good. Prepare the Sorcerer Lord's information, then take us for a stroll around the tribe, and finally take a look at the offerings your tribe has prepared. Song-Chi gave Chu Xiaojiang a slightly puzzled look. Not, are you a roundworm? I haven't even said anything yet, and you guessed it first? Seemingly sensing Song-Chi's line of sight, Chu Xiaojiang turned his head. Lord God Emperor, is there anything else you wish to explain? Perhaps we can take this opportunity to inquire about the abilities and information of those so-called gods? Since they ruled this place, then it was assumed that they should have made a move. There might be a record of it. Song-Chi thought for a moment and opened his mouth. There are also mythological stories here. Chu Xiaojiang understood in seconds and turned his head again. Yes, there are also all the books that you have treasured for Lord God Emperor to read. Especially books about Lord Godmind. It's best to take out all the books that have recorded the battle heroics of the gods. If you can satisfy Lord God Ambassador, there will be no shortage of goodies for you. At those words, the old man didn't dare to slack off. Don't worry, Lord God Emperor. I'll let someone go fetch them. After saying that, he pushed his son and daughter-in-law. The couple understood and arched their hands to Song-Chi before running towards the other side. 2 adults. Next old man will lead the way for the 2 of you? Then I'll trouble you. Old man. I don't dare to do so. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them began to turn around in the tribe. Soon, Song-Chi realized that something was wrong. Although there were many people in the tribe, most of them were weak in stature. There were only a few who were unusually strong and sturdy. And most importantly, the further back they went, the more dilapidated the house became. There were even many people who were skinny and bony. It was completely different from the earlier appearance where everyone was lean and strong. Old Abbot, it seems like there aren't many people in your tribe who have changed their blood? Earlier, I heard your son say that not everyone in your tribe had changed their blood? The old man respectfully said. Lord God Emperor has misunderstood. All the civilians of our tribe will all become beast-blooded warriors on the day they reach adulthood. The group of people we see now are actually just slaves, not qualified to change blood. Slaves? Song Chi froze for a moment. How many slaves and civilians are in your tribe each? Back to my lord. 25,000 slaves and 3,000 civilians. The proportions definitely do not exceed the boundaries that the gods have drawn for us, and at the same time, we can also maximize the protection of our offerings to the gods. Speaking of this, the old man's face still showed a hint of complacency. Please rest assured, Lord God Emperor, although the mountain tiger tribe snatched away 2,000 slaves, this year's offerings will definitely not be reduced by half. Slaves? Civilians? God Emperor? Boom! Song Chi's brain instantly exploded. He finally understood why the couple from before hadn't been the least bit uncomfortable about taking infants as offerings and handing them over. The problem was class and strength. Due to the existence of the blood exchange method, not only was there a gap between civilians and slaves in terms of status, the gap in terms of strength was even greater. Facing a group of existences that they could crush with their hands, coupled with the gap in status, they had already completely disregarded the so-called slaves. They had already completely stopped treating the so-called slaves as their own kind. So naturally, they wouldn't be outraged by the sight of a slave's baby being sent away. They would even take the initiative to suppress that group of slaves, or that group of people who wanted to free the slaves, out of fear that their own class would be stripped away. Identity as a means of provoking class division. Chapter 138, Large Human and Animal Farm. The contents of one stone slab were read by Song Chi. It was obvious that the Chinha tribe hated the mountain underworld Janehead with a passion. Words such as great treason, disrespecting the gods, rebelling against the heavenly dipper, and going against the grain were written on almost every stone panel, were written on almost every stone tablet. I want to make him as angry as possible, so that he can go as soon as possible to solve the other side. But unfortunately, at first, after listening to the Long River tribe husband and wife, his impression of Shan He was that he was still a brutal and ruthless person. But after reading this information, instead, it made him change his view of Shan He quite a bit. What kind of brutal ruler was this? He was clearly a man of insight who had sensed the oppression of the gods on the human race and had risen up. As for the people of the other tribes killed by Shan He, he could only say that reform was not a treat. What Shan Mei wants to move is the god's cake. At the same time, it is also the interests of many commoners. This kind of matter is related to their own core interests. How can we sit down and talk about it and be successful? Since ancient times, all changes in the law have been made through bloodshed. Not to mention this kind of big change that can be said to turn the world upside down. The only thing that puzzled him was that the other party knew that there were powerful divine blood warriors and gods in the divine kingdom, but still dared to first pick up the bottom of the resistance? Was it simply recklessness? Or was it some kind of card? Dang jang. Song Chi finished reading the last slate and tossed it aside without much change in his expression. Seeing this, the three hearts of the patriarch on the side had doubts. How come Lord God Emperor doesn't seem to have much of a reaction to the other party's blasphemous actions? But the three didn't dare to say anything more. Song Chi picked up another pile of stone tablets. This pile of stone slabs contained information about the gods. Half an hour later, all the stone tablets had been read. Most of these stone tablets were all sorts of rainbow farts. However, the basic information about the Divine Kingdom was also known by Song Chi. The Divine Kingdom was an area on the third continent. The human race was only allowed to live in this region. The other areas of the third continent belonged to other gods. In other words, the entire third continent had basically been completely divided up by those demons who had mastered the rules. There were a total of 6 gods in the kingdom of God. Most of them were half human, half beast, and their appearance was perfect in the eyes of humans. The supreme ruler was the main god, with the highest degree of humanization, and could barely tell the difference between them and humans. The rest were the subordinate gods. The appearance of the slave gods all had the characteristics of their respective species before they took form. For example, the arms of one of them were covered in magnificent feathers, clearly a bird-type demonic creature. Each of the 6 gods possesses incredible power. Sometimes they would even engage in battles with other gods. As for their abilities, there were no records on the tablets, or rather, with their strength, they couldn't actually see the battles between the gods at all. They only knew that once a divine battle was opened, the sky would fall apart. Not to mention observing it, their group could only flee the battle range as quickly as possible, or else they would have to be seriously injured without dying once they were affected. In addition to these, the stone slabs also specifically recorded the gods' favorite foods. Infants under the age of 1, divine messenger, RU, may still be satisfied. The patriarch asked carefully. Satisfactory. Saying that, he drew out a rare grade greatsword from his system backpack. This is a reward for you all. Keep it. Seeing this, the three of them immediately smiled, although the rare grade equipment could not add attributes to them. However, their own hardness and materials were sufficient. For their group of savages who used beast teeth and stones as weapons, this kind of equipment was already a good thing that could be used as a town treasure. Next, show me the place where you provide offerings. The matriarch took the weapon and touched the blade slightly, and instantly had no more doubts about Song Chi's identity. Other than a god emperor, who else could casually give out such a valuable weapon? He nonchalantly carried the great sword on his back and courteously led the way ahead. The expression on his face was all flattery. "You are too polite. Lord God Emperor, please follow me." The Westerners continued on their way. Soon, they arrived in front of a wooden house that had been constructed in a dilapidated state. In order to avoid being attacked and robbed by the sorcerer lord, we hid the infants that were offered in the secret room, the patriarch explained, and then came to the house and lifted a piece of the floor. Before entering it, the cries of the infants were already faintly heard. At the same time, there seemed to be women wailing in pain in the depths. Creak, "Lord God Emperor, please." The gate was pushed open, and Song Chi walked in. As soon as he entered, the scene in front of him made him somewhat dazed. The room was incredibly dim, with several torches hanging in the center, but there was still only a faint light in most places. The house was divided into two scenes, front and back. The center was blocked by walls. The front was one square compartment isolated by wooden boards. Chapter 139, Female Sacrifice. Behind the house was a 100-meter long and wide courtyard. On both sides of the courtyard were cages made of wood. Countless unclothed females were imprisoned in them. Their bodies were completely exposed in front of everyone's eyes. However, at this moment, this image did not bring Song Chi the slightest bit of a luscious feeling. Instead, it made his sweaty hair stand on end. The women in this group of cages had deep eye sockets and lifeless eyes. The skin and flesh almost strangled the shape of the bones. The shapes of the ribs and the upper body were clearly visible, and the in front of their chests were even flattened like two punctured balloons. But in favor of, most of them were holding a big belly that didn't match their body shape at all. They had long since lost the sense of shame of normal people. The appearance of Song Chi and the others didn't cause them to cause even the slightest reaction. They just lay quietly in the cage, staring stupidly at the ceiling. The cries of the infants behind them seemed like background music from hell. The entire basement was bleak to the extreme, foul-smelling to the extreme, and miserable to the extreme. It was like a hell. The first moment he saw the scene inside, Song Chi's scalp instantly tingled, and a cool air rose steeply in the bottom of his heart. An unspeakable and nameless fire blazed in his chest. At this moment, Song Chi finally understood what it meant to be thin and bony. What is called walking corpse. He never dreamed that someone could treat his own countrymen so cruelly. At this moment, he also finally understood why this group of people called female animals. He also finally understood why the mountain tiger tribespeople were the first to kill civilians. The things that this group of people did, calling them feudalistic, was a compliment. Song Chi took a deep breath and forced down his anger. He pointed ahead and asked, "Why are these pregnant women in such a poor environment? Won't it affect the baby's fertility?" Upon hearing this, the patriarch laughed. "Lord God Emperor, please rest assured. I have already prepared a full 500 strong heart grasses in advance, and for the 100 pregnant women here, I've specially assigned 10 beast blood warriors to watch over them, and whenever I find anyone out of place, I'll stuff a strong heart grass for them to eat. Before giving birth to a baby, it's guaranteed that they won't die. The average ones are able to give birth to Western 5 babies. There are those with strong bodies who can even conceive more than 10 babies, and for those who can make female animals give birth more than 10 times. In the entire barbarian Ox Mountain range, there is only our Long River tribe." Speaking here, the patriarch was obviously very proud. No half-hearted sympathy or guilt could be seen. "If we release them now, will they still be able to live?" Chu Shaojiang suddenly asked. At those words, the patriarch was a bit puzzled, but still answered honestly. "This should not be able to live. Although the strong heart grass can hang a life, it is actually forcing a life by draining the life force. So some after taking the strong heart grass, the state of the female sacrifice still has not improved will be our first to throw away, because it means that they are not far from death. But this kind of meat we also generally will not waste. Therefore, please rest assured that this year's share is guaranteed to be completed on time." Hearing this, Song Chi suddenly smiled. "Good, very good. In that case, there's no rush for now." Seeing Song Chi smile, the patriarch was also instantly relieved. He had initially thought that the God Emperor wasn't satisfied with the environment here. It would take a lot of effort to rectify it. "Oh yeah, are the other few clans in the same situation?" "It's all comparable." Song Chi nodded silently. "It's better to show me the offerings of a few other tribes." What was there to see? The patriarch was a little puzzled for a moment. On the side, Chu Shaojiang's face turned cold as he picked up the conversation. Divine messengers are the eyes and ears of the gods. There must be no negligence in their work. No matter how big or small the matter is, you always need to see it with your own eyes in order to feel at ease. This clan of yours is qualified. But what if there are other clans that are unqualified? Upon hearing this, the patriarch came to a sudden realization. I see. I was negligent. Lord God Emperor, please follow me. I'll lead the way for you. Several people walked towards the outside of the tribe, Barbarian Bull Mountain Range. In the Mountain Tiger Tribe Patriarch's tent, dozens of people were sitting at a table. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man with one arm. Despite only having a right arm, his chi and blood surged, and there was an essence light flashing in his eyes. His eyes were firm and incomparable. The gazes of the people present looking at him were filled with reverence and trust. As long as he was there, he was able to give people unlimited confidence. It was as if as long as they followed each other's footsteps, there would be no insurmountable mountains in the world. This battle saved a total of 2,000 Western Hundred compatriots. They have already been settled down, and after a month of recuperation, they will be able to start changing their blood, and after 3 months, they will be able to start trying to make some of them become savage blood warriors. But 6 months from now will be the day when the Divine Messenger comes to receive the offerings, so we only have 6 months left. Chapter 140, I can communicate with the gods. Divine Messenger. How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? As soon as they heard the word God's envoy, the crowd inside the tent immediately tensed up. A God's envoy represented more than just a status symbol. It was more so a symbol of a force that they could not reach for the time being. Don't look at the fact that they were now whisking away the other 5 tribes to fight. It was so impressive. However, they knew very well that as long as a divine blood warrior entered the battle, the situation would be instantly reversed. It shouldn't be. How could a divine messenger appear? The entire Savage Bull Mountain Ranges road leading to the outside world has already been ambushed by us. The people sent by those tribes to deliver the message were all intercepted as well. There shouldn't be any news from the Divine Kingdom side. Could it be that they sent out from the Divine Beast region toward death and escaped without incident? But, even if that's the case, we should have received news of the Divine Envoy's descent in advance. So why haven't we noticed anything at all? The one-armed man pondered for a moment before slowly rising. Quiet. His voice was low and slightly hoarse, and it wasn't very loud either. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the originally rowdy tent instantly fell silent. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at him. There's no need to rush. Let's go out and take a look first. That so-called God's envoy isn't necessarily real yet. Saying that, he got up and took the lead to leave the tent. The rest of the crowd only paused for a moment before they too immediately followed. 10 minutes later, Shanhei led a group of warriors to the edge of the tribe. Just as the warriors who had sent the orders earlier had said, the other side's 5 tribes had joined forces. Nearly 10,000 beast blood warriors had almost filled the entire mountain. The patriarchs of those 5 tribes had also swept away their previous disheveled state, and their faces were unable to hide their excitement. Mountain meditation. The Divine Messenger has arrived. Why don't you, a mere barbarian blood warrior, hurry up and kowtow and surrender? That's right, Lord God Emperor is merciful and kind, willing to give you a chance to repent. Don't be ungrateful. Anyone who dares to resist, death to the clan. Boom. Instantly, nearly 10,000 beast blood warriors roared at the same time. Human death clan extermination. Death to the clan. Death to the clan. An aura like a mountainous roar came crashing down on them. For a moment, it caused the Mountain Tiger Tribe's warriors to fall into a brief panic as well. Mountain Meditation looked to the very front. There were 2 teenagers standing there who were gorgeously dressed, and their looks and figures were also clearly different from their group of savages. Could it be that they are really God's ambassadors? Shanhei was unmoving on the surface, but inwardly, he also jumped violently. To say that he wasn't panicked would be a lie. However, he was not afraid of the 2 god envoys in the district. Divine ambassadors were unbeatable in front of his hidden cards. What he was worried about was that the gods of the Divine Kingdom had noticed this place. With his current strength, he was really outmatched against the gods. However, just as he was pondering, swish, the teenager on the opposite side of the hill suddenly disappeared in place. Then, who is Mountain Meditation? An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded above his head. The people of the Mountain Tiger Tribe were shocked and backed up. Looking up again, it was actually none other than the leading teenager from across the street just now. 1,000 meters away from each other. He had actually crossed over in an instant. It's really a divine messenger. The crowd was horrified. This kind of speed. I'm afraid it would be easy for him to kill any one of us just now. That's terrifying. Song Chi's methods were unheard of by Jane Head in the eyes of this group of savages. The magic type of instantaneous transfer that was so bad in the eyes of the professionals was like a miracle in their eyes. For a while, many of the Mountain Tiger Tribe's warriors' legs began to go soft. Hundreds of years of domestication had caused them to have a deep fear of God's messengers and gods in their brains. When they heard the name, they were subconsciously afraid. Now that the first face of the god envoy had not yet retreated, he was already considered to be courageous. It's me. Mountain Meditation raised his one arm and greeted him alone. Very good. Courage is not bad. Songqi nodded and landed in front of him. Don't be nervous. I will ask you a few questions next. And these questions will determine my attitude towards you. Not the first to receive a hand, but instead asking questions first? Which god envoy didn't view the human race as ants that could be beaten and killed at will? Asking questions? This was not the style of a god emperor. Shan He froze, then his eyes became complicated as he looked at Songqi. You don't seem to be a god emperor? That's right. Songqi nodded his head without hiding anything. More accurately, I'm a human from another continent. Saying that, he stretched out his hand and fiercely sent out a strike of heavenly punch at the giant tree to the side. Bang! The huge impact instantly broke the giant tree that required several people to surround it. You see, this is my ability that is enough to prove my identity. I learned about your ongoing operation from the mouths of those 5 clans earlier. Your actions make me feel admiration. I want to save you, and I am willing to lend a hand. Chapter 141, A God Who Only Needs Faith. Another god? Songqi had a strange expression. In that case, this god must have asked for something from you as well, right? This kind was nothing more than a being that was powerful to another degree, and guys who called themselves gods basically held a certain purpose. That's right. Mountain Meditation admitted it decisively. The gods ask us to offer our loyalty and faith to him. He made a promise to me. As long as the number of people who believe in him is large enough, he will be able to descend into an incarnation in this world. And after that, it will be possible to take us out of this infernal hell, into heaven. If he walks the earth one day, he will be able to bring us endless extreme happiness. Songqi nodded indistinctly. Religion's usual pie in the sky ***. And listening to this argument, odds were that it was again something that was the same virtue as the extraterrestrial demons. It appeared to be saving this side of humanity, but in reality, it was just preparing for the invasion of this side of the world. But this kind of argument was indeed extremely tempting for the savages. So, you believe it? You think that this god will be different from those gods in the God Kingdom? However, Mountain Meditation's reply slightly surprised Songqi. No, I didn't believe it. I'm just betting instead. Shan He's eyes did not waver in the slightest, filled with determination for the future. With the power of our human race, it is absolutely impossible to break out of this current situation without the help of external forces. Thus he is our only hope. I can only gamble. Even if it's just a little bit better, it's already enough. If you gamble, there is still hope. If you don't gamble, then you'll be muddled for the rest of your life, forever becoming a captive human animal in the hands of that group of savage beasts. Songqi nodded. Makes sense. Then can I take the liberty of asking, what do you plan to do with those slaves and civilians? On a distant hilltop, the patriarchs of the 5 tribes looked at each other. Songqi had already been conversing with Shan He for as long as 10 minutes. I say, why is the God Emperor chatting with a blasphemer? No Dao Wow. Just as the crowd was getting more and more confused, Songqi finally made a move. He was only seen turning around and reappearing on top of the mountain. However, before several clan leaders could surround him, Songqi's voice resounded throughout the entire army. Shan Meinai is acting by the will of the gods. All the remaining tribes quickly put down their weapons and shall not resist. Those who defy, die. Boom! The moment these words came out, they instantly caused an uproar. Originally thinking that they were here to crush the blasphemers, they didn't realize that what the other party was doing was actually meant by the gods. For a moment, many beast-blood warriors trembled and put down the weapons in their hands. One of the clan leaders sensed that something was wrong and shouted loudly, all of you, don't be fooled by him. We were all mistaken. This person is not a divine messenger at all. How can the sorcerer lord robbing our offerings to the gods be an offering that is subject to the gods? Before the words were finished, a powerful and incomparable wave of chi surged forth. Boom! The head of the person who spoke was instantly crushed like a watermelon. Red and white matter flowed all over the place. Although Songqi's frontal combat ability was not strong, it was also in terms of opponents of the same level. Facing this group of savages that were only equivalent to level 20 or lower level professionals, Songqi didn't even need to summon a spirit to easily resolve them. Father! A teenager violently rushed out, glaring angrily at Songqi. He violently drew the crude longsword at his waist. Warriors of the Du Wei tribe, kill this false god messenger. Clattering, a portion of the warriors took up their weapons in unison. However, Songqi stood on a high place and just coldly swept his eyes around, and then suddenly raised his scepter high. Buzz, rumble, an incomparably thick red light descended from the sky. It swept through. Terrifyingly high temperatures scorched the earth, and all those who touched it didn't even leave their bones behind. All the warriors of the Du Wei tribe died in an instant. Only a long ditch half a man high was left behind. Everyone's eyes looked at the head. This power that was like the might of heaven and earth. Even just seeing it was enough to shock the hearts of the people. Who else thinks I'm a fake? Song Chi's tone was cold and merciless, and the scepter in his hand emitted a piercing and eye-catching light. Hiss. For a moment, the rest of the Western Great Tribe's patriarchs only felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts recoiled in fear. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the chiefs fell to their knees. Whether Song Chi was a divine envoy or not didn't matter anymore. The strength he had shown was enough to easily level their Western tribe's army. Clattering. With the Western-named patriarch's admission of defeat, nearly 10,000 beast-blooded warriors also chose to surrender in unison. The crowd of the Mountain Tiger tribe was also in a daze. It was only when the chief of the clan, Shan Mei, gave the order that they finally reacted and began to surround towards the other side. Even if the nearly 10,000 beast-blood warriors surrendered, it took the Mountain Tiger tribe several hours to escort them all back to the tribe. Chapter 142 Living Area of Divine Beasts. The Divine Kingdom, located in the upper rightmost part of the third continent. It covered an area of about 1/10 of an inch. It consisted of 6 humanoid demonic creatures that preferred to devour human infants. The rest of the third continent was controlled by the rest of the gods, the rest of the powerful demonic beasts. In the third continent, the demons were called by other names, with differences in strength and intelligence. They were divided into 3 classes. Those with average strength were called beasts. Those with considerable strength and possessing certain transcendent abilities were called savage beasts. And the magical creatures that live in a specific area and have a specific appearance, they were called divine beasts. The areas where these divine beasts live are places that are strictly forbidden by the gods. As long as the human race enters the area, regardless of whether or not they have hunted or killed the divine beasts, once they are discovered, they will be sentenced to death immediately, and it would bring endless plagues and punishments to their tribes. In the entire divine kingdom, there were a total of 15 areas where the divine beasts lived. Thousands of human tribes and nearly 10 million humans basically surrounded these 15 areas. This was because most of the areas where the divine beasts lived were the areas with the richest prey. Even the leftover scraps they ate were enough to feed a large portion of the humans. I see. After listening to Shan Hei's words, Song Chi pondered. Divine beasts had both strong and weak strengths. However, the top existences among them were separated from the other demonic creatures by a huge gap. This was because the rest of the powerful demonic creatures had been driven out of the divine kingdom by the gods. So, if I want to upgrade here, the best way should be to hunt divine beasts? According to Shan Hei's description, the most powerful savage beasts in the entire divine kingdom were probably only around level 60, and they were extremely scattered. With Song Chi's current level, it was really a bit hard to see, but if he didn't upgrade, with his current level, facing those 6 rule level demonic beasts was again really out of his reach. Will the gods sense if those divine beasts die? Will. Mountain Meditation nodded. Not only will they be sensed, but they will also be able to accurately sense the location of the death as well as the location of the murderer. The barbarian Ox Mountain range actually had 7 tribes a long time ago, and the one that was exterminated was because one of the clansmen secretly slaughtered a young divine beast in order to be promoted to a divine blood warrior. The very next day, a god personally arrived and erased the tribe from that map. That's serious? Song Chi was taken aback. But it was reasonable when he thought about it. This group of so-called divine beasts were, I'm afraid, the same tribe as that group of gods. It was only normal to have some protection. Hiss, he said with some afterthought. Luckily I didn't initialize a kill here in the beginning. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd be surrounded. In that case, I still have to go outside the divine kingdom if I want to practice? Although Emperor Xian's ability could evade the other party's probes. However, it was unable to actively shield the information of a divine beast's death. In other words, if he killed a divine beast, that group of gods wouldn't know who killed it, but the odds were that they would know that one of their own clan members had died, and not being able to detect it would aggravate the group of gods' suspicions. It might even cause that group of gods to mistakenly think that some supreme powerhouse had come, thus causing them to come out in force just to catch him, a tiny summoner. This would be a bit dangerous for Song Chi. Upon hearing this, Shan Hei shook his head. After the two of them had talked, he had already known that the human race of another continent could raise their strength by killing demons. Thus, he did not feel puzzled by Song Chi's words. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not quite feasible either. Don't forget that the entire third continent has been divided by that group of gods. The divine beasts in the divine kingdom were set up with protective means. How can you be sure that the divine beasts in other regions don't have similar means? Makes sense. Song Chi got up and frowned, a little helpless for a moment. Then do you have any good methods? There is. Mountain Meditation laughed lightly, as if he had been waiting for Song Chi's words for a long time. He stood up and extended his hand. Cooperate with me, fellow countrymen from another continent. Cooperate? Song Chi was a little surprised. How to cooperate? It's simple. Remember I said that I can communicate with a god? I can request from that god to block out all messages from the death of the divine beast for you. Then what do I need to pay? Song Chi asked. There is no need for you to pay anything extra. Mountain Meditation replied. As long as you leave us the remaining corpses and blood after killing the divine beasts. Of course, there's also the population of the other tribes around the area where the divine beast lives. The gods need more believers. Hearing this, Song Chi asked with some concern. Believers? How many believers does that god of yours need to appear in our world? 1 million. As long as the number of believers exceeds 1 million, he will be able to cross worlds. Chapter 143, The Hunt begins. The two of them, Song Chi and Chu Shaojiang, rested for 2 days in the mountain tiger tribe. By the way, they understood how the entire tribe operated, and gave Mountain Hay a reference to what the human urban area said. It was only on the third day that the duo finally took some action. Although Chu Shaojiang was only level 20 or so, his strength was comparable to the barbarian blood warriors here. At Song Chi's suggestion, he followed the other warriors to hunt the savage beasts. At the same time, he was able to level up a bit in the meantime. Song Chi, on the other hand, took a rudimentary map and arrived alone in the middle of the divine beast area of the barbarian Ox Mountain range. This is the territory of the divine beasts? It's true that, as Mountain Meditation said, high-level demons basically don't exist anymore. Song Chi stood on top of a giant tree, with a herd of level 40 boars running wildly past under the roots of the tree. But he was unmoved. This time when he dived in, he was targeting the 3 highest level divine beasts in this area, not this group of wild boars. At this moment, there was a flame mark flickering brightly on his forehead. That was the blessing given to him by the gods in the mouth of Mountain Meditation. It was capable of shielding all messages from the death of a divine beast. According to Shan He, because he wanted to study the way to become a divine blood warrior, he had long ago sent people to investigate the situation here. Although divine beasts were naturally powerful, their growth cycle was far behind that of humans. Although there were many divine beasts here, there were only 5 adult divine beasts, and most of the rest were divine beasts that had only lived for 20 to 30 years and were still underage. After poking around the western Zhou and finding no targets, Song Chi instantly disappeared in place with a thought. With a full level of directional leap in place, the probability of him being discovered within the divine beast area was extremely low. Half an hour later, found it. Song Chi stopped his search and landed on a tree. At this moment, there was a black bison that was at least 2 stories tall in front of a cave in the distance, with its skin shining with a metallic color, sleeping soundly. That was precisely the divine beast that lived in this area. He tapped on the information. Demonic beast, black golden bull, level 60, strength 4,800, physique 4,300, agility 1,500, spirit 900, skills, punch, metallized skin, thick skin, fury, death gaze, growth. A level 60 magical creature should be close to adulthood. It looks like it's particularly good at defense, with 3 defensive skills in its skill bar. Just right. Use it to try out how strong this kind of demonic creature is. Swish. Lu Bu appeared beside Song Chi. My lord. Trouble General Lu to test the defensive ability of that demonic creature. Yes. Lu Bu arched his hand in response, and then his right hand clenched out of thin air, and the square heavenly painted halberd appeared in his hand. Bang! Stepping through the air, without any skill bonus, his speed still instantly surpassed the speed of sound. The halberd cut towards the hardest skull of the black golden bull. Clang! A long and trembling metallic tremor resounded through western Zhou. The sleeping black golden bull wanted to climb up from the pain, and just wanted to roar, but the halberd fell again. And this time, the halberd slides down smoothly, splitting its entire head, along with its body, in half. Experience value plus 400,000. This level 60 divine beast died in the paradise that only belonged to their tribe without even uttering a single wail or roar. At the moment of the black golden bull's death, the flame mark on Song Chi's forehead flickered for a moment. He touched his forehead and looked at Lu Bu, who had returned to his side. How does it feel? Back to my lord. This demonic creature was able to resist 80% of my normal strength, but there were 2 ways of unloading the force I felt when I slashed at it twice. Percentage damage reduction, I'm guessing about 15% or so. But fixed unloading might be able to cancel out all power below 4,000 points. Song Chi nodded. Sure enough, it was a demonic creature that focused on defense. Not only did it have fixed unloading power, it also had percentage damage reduction. But if that was all there was to it, then as long as this group of demons didn't have a grasp of the rules, they were no different from lambs to the slaughter in Song Chi's eyes. The tension in his heart lessened quite a bit. He jumped down from the tree and collected the corpses, and then disappeared in place once again, with the first black gold bull he had just encountered. The number of times Song-chi encountered this kind of demonic creature began to become more frequent in the process afterward. Obviously, his route was very correct. He was continuously approaching the other party's lair. 10 minutes later, earth-shattering grunts came out from the muddy pool. The 5 black golden bulls that were as big as small mountains were lying comfortably in the middle of a mass of mud and bogus sleep. Song-chi's eyes narrowed and he didn't act immediately. This was because he realized that in front of the mire, there was another peculiar creature. The appearance of the other party was half human, half beast. There were cow horns on top of its head, and its legs were still cow hooves. But on the contrary, its face and torso were no different from a human's. The other party was supporting its head with one hand, sleeping on top of a huge rock. Those 5 gigantic black gold oxen should be the adult divine beasts that Sean Hay told me about. Chapter 144, Die. Worm. Who? The black gold divine bull that was soundly sleeping instantly woke up. A great crisis came from above his head. He was just about to get up. Phew! A strong wind instantly attacked. A sandbag-sized fist came at him head-on. Bang! Just as he was about to get up, DXIN's first fist blasted him in the face, sending him flying into the sky. He could feel that an inexplicable force had invaded his body, and his originally impenetrable body defense was instantly broken open with a small opening. A sense of crisis that had never been felt in decades surged to his heart. Moo! Not daring to hold back any longer, his body rapidly expanded, and in a single breath, he transformed from a one-man tall orc to a huge mountain-like demonic creature. Boom! The sheer size of its body was so huge that the vibrations brought about by the landing alone triggered a small-scale earthquake. The top of the opponent's head was even covered in tiny bull horns. It was only at this moment that he finally saw the enemy's appearance. That was one of their clan's captive rations. Humans! For a moment, the slight uneasiness in his heart instantly turned into shame and boundless anger. He had actually been attacked by a group of humans, and was also tangibly injured in the torso? How would this allow him to raise his head in front of the other clansmen in the future? Damned humans! Do you know what will happen if you attack me? I'm going to crush all of your entire clan, stab all of your clansmen into bunches, and then devour them alive. The black gold divine bull's roar was deafening. His Zibi attributes were skyrocketing in Song-chi's eyes. Physique and strength surpassed 20,000 the instant he recovered his prototype, and they were still rising. The first until it skyrocketed to Xivan points before it finally stopped. Hiss! Saiwan's physique and strength? Turtle! That's higher than even DXIN who has added, sweep asterisk asterisk. Combined with those defensive skills, even if Lu Bu is on fire, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to kill him. Song-chi couldn't help but lament. But, to DXIN, this kind of high defense, high attack, low sensitivity demonic creature is no different from a sandbag while it lasts. Facing the Westerner, the black gold divine bull on the opposite side had reddened eyes, and the 2 bull horns on top of his head haunted a green-colored flame. Die! Boom! The huge body erupted with an instantaneous speed disproportionate to it, and impacted towards the Westerner. The entire dueling space seemed to be shaken between the swinging of the Western hooves. What greeted him, however, was a headbutt punch from DXIN. The huge fist blasted to meet him. The first strike struck the opponent's hardest skull. Seeing this, the divine ox sneered without the slightest pause. At this moment, not only had he regained his original form, but all of his states had been turned on. His strength was more than 10 times higher than when he was in his human form, not to mention his strongest offensive move. With this attack, even if his father came, we'll have to avoid the front line. Both sides are confident in themselves to the extreme. There was no concession. Fist and bull horn collided together. Then, boom! This was the purest collision of power. Exaggerated energy instantly erupted. A circle of terrifying white airwaves spread out like a hurricane. Song-chi almost failed to stand still and was blown away. Ka ka ka! A gash cracked open above the dueling space. A collision between the two had actually almost torn the entire space apart. Bang! After a short delay, DXIN flew out backwards. The huge divine ox's hind limbs rose up into the air, and its full force impact was stopped hard by this punch. Ouch! The black gold divine bull frowned, abruptly realizing that a strand of blood had actually flowed down his forehead. He used his divine thoughts to check, only to find that those tiny bull horns that were originally sharp had actually been blown flat by a small amount. How is this possible? My horns were actually broken. What shocked him even more was that an inexplicable force was raging within his body. Cough! With a sweetness in his throat, a strand of blood was spat out from his mouth. His most confident defense did not seem to have played much of a role. The internal organs had actually suffered some damage as a result. What a terrifying power. It was actually able to penetrate my skin and injure my internal organs? He was astonished beyond measure. As a black gold divine bull, he never carried any other defensive gear. This was because to their clan, Their bodies and skin were the best defense. Thus no matter what enemy they faced, they would always use their flesh to harden all the damage. But this time, the enemy on the opposite side seemed to have some sort of ability that could pierce through their defenses. When he looked up again, the person who had just been knocked away was back in front of him. What a powerful human. No wonder he dared to take a shot at me. Gasping for air, he finally looked squarely at the Westerner across from him. But, having endured the full force of one of my impacts, I'm afraid he's not doing well either. And the other three were slow to join in, so they shouldn't be strong enough. Chapter 145 Death Gaze and Beefy Approach. Red light swept over DXIN's body, and then the black gold divine cow confidently averted its gaze. Under the gods, all are ants. Death Gaze. This was the stance that their black gold divine cow clan relied on to become famous. It was one of the very few curse-type attacks that specifically targeted the soul. Any creature with a soul, even if their strength was slightly higher than theirs, would fall into a coma if hit, or have their soul obliterated if hit. In order to be on the safe side, he had also used the bottom card left to him by his father, incorporating his divine power into it. Not to mention, the other party had also first met his eyes. Not to mention a mere human. Even other divine beasts of the same level were bound to die instantly and violently. It's over, he said softly, his stomach beginning to retch, preparing to force out the tears and save them for another time. However, without waiting for him to make any further movements. Phew! A strong wind suddenly struck his face, and he looked ahead in surprise. A large fist enlarged in his eyes. Boom! A simple hook punch that contained great brute force first blasted him on the right side of his cheek. The metallized skin was instantly cracked. Dang, dang, dang. The mountain-like body fell back several steps in succession. His brain buzzed. Blood spilled out of his body from the corners of his mouth and nose at the same time. A sense of unreality arose from the bottom of his heart. Not dead? How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. I know. He must have used some strange method to block my sight just now. Then this time, I'd like to see what method you actually used. His heart was shaken, but he did not panic as red light shot out from his eyes once again. Buzz! The red light shot out again. This time even thicker. However, DXIN was still on the same line of attack without dodging or avoiding. Charging towards him. The red light did not cause any substantial damage to DXIN. Instead it looked like two spotlights that were guiding him. Gazing up against death without being half harmed? Impossible. The panic in the divine cow's eyes could no longer be concealed. I see. It's a fake body. It's a fake body. His real body is somewhere else. The divine bull quickly averted his eyes, wanting to look for DXIN's true body. However, the next moment, boom! A wave of white chi spread out from his face. It was another gut-wrenching blow. With a solid punch, DXIN told him that the one in front of him was the real and true person. Dang, dang, dang. The divine bull's body once again stormed back several steps, and the damage brought about this time caused his consciousness to be slightly lax for a moment. The huge body almost toppled over. But soon, he came to his senses again and forced himself to stand still. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief and self-doubt. His worldview almost collapsed. A gift from his own father. A supreme god. A stance that contained great divine power. It actually didn't cause any damage to the other party? Wouldn't that mean that the other party was even more powerful than his father? This is impossible. This is impossible. It must have just been a mistake. District human. A mere mole cricket. How could it possibly resist the power of a god? Terrified in his heart, he desperately urged the tears in his stomach to refine all of the divine power before condensing it above his eyes. Death, death, gaze, see, boom. Red light shot out violently. The power was terrifying to the point of being shocking. Even the barriers of the dueling space were first pierced through. Emperor Xin laughed heroically, then leapt up and rose against the red light against the current. Very good. I like opponents like you who don't give in. Boom. Another punch landed. The divine bull's head connected with the western punch. Crimson blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and the violent vibrations finally caused his brain to lose its sense of balance. Under the effect of the huge inertia, rumble, the mountain-like body slowly smashed down, collapsing a large portion of the entire plane. DXIN had no intention of letting the other party go as he accelerated down from the air. Boom! A full-force kick struck him squarely in the abdomen. A mouthful of black, dirty blood gushed out. There was also a portion of chunks mixed in with it. It was the broken pieces of internal organs that had been shattered by DXIN's ability. Boom, 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 boom. Consecutive western punches blasted each of his western hoof joints. Moo. The wail of the sacred cow and the sound of crisp broken bones echoed over the dueling space. Only then did DXIN finally stop. He jumped down from his opponent's body and looked away. And then he blasted out 2 more punches, knocking the divine ox back tens of meters once again. He plowed a short ditch hundreds of meters wide across the entire plain. The black gold divine bull that was still in high spirits just a moment ago. At this moment, the corners of its mouth were constantly overflowing with blood, and half of the cheeks of its entire head had been shattered. A large chunk of its abdomen was sunken, and at least half of its ribs were broken. Chapter 146, 5 consecutive level rises. Tens of billions of levels of experience value credited. More than an hour later, Song-Chi ended the conversation with the other party. Very well, I have finished my inquiry. Many thanks. The divine bull's gaze was dull, and its hind limbs were still trembling slightly. Since it's all been asked, then as promised, do it. Don't worry. Song-Chi made way, and DXIN came to him and slowly raised his fist. Bang! The large bull's head instantly burst open. Experience value plus 8 billion. Swish swish swish. Several white lights fell. A whopping 8 billion experience values first filled up Song-Chi's small experience bar. His level instantly jumped from level 48, all the way to level 52, and with the death of the enemy, the dueling space finally ruptured. Inside the divine cow living area. Wow! A huge pile of bull carcasses as tall as a mountain abruptly fell. The entire swamp immediately set off a huge wave. The 5 black cows that were slumbering in the swamp were startled in unison, and then sighed in relief after seeing the falling cow. They couldn't even see the whole thing because the carcass was so big. One obviously smaller black cow slightly annoyed bumped the cow's body twice, its voice crisp and pleasant. Third brother, what are you doing suddenly turning into your original body? Scared us a bit. That's right, scaring my sister. Be careful, she won't marry you when she grows up. He. If third brother really doesn't marry, I'm afraid the one who'll be sad at that time will be my sister. You. What are you guys talking about? Humph. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. A shy voice came out from the mouth of the smallest black cow, as she sheepishly ran the swamp, the boulders in her way being smashed to smithereens by her head. Hot eyes. Song-Chi on top of the tree squinted his eyes and rubbed them again. The situation here is all known. Then, let's kill. Saying that, the Westerners instantly separated. Ying-Zheng and Song-Chi came to the sides of the swamp at the same time. Countless yellow mud rose up from the ground, and a terracotta warrior soldier coalesced into shape. Level 52 Ying-Zheng's spiritual attribute was up to over 12,000 points due to his 50% unblocked status, plus the effect of the Jade Seal of Transmission. At this point, the number of terracotta warriors he could summon was 48, and all of the terracotta warriors' attribute values were as high as 6,000 points or more. It was even higher than the normal attribute value of that level 90 divine bull just now. Not to mention, the number of sweep *** was also based on Ying-Zheng's spiritual attributes. At this moment, the number of targets for this skill had been raised by a full 48, together with Song-Chi's soul link. That was 96 terrifying terracotta warriors with a total attribute of up to 18,000 points. In less than a moment, patches of terracotta warriors surrounded the entire swamp. An inhumane massacre slowly kicked off from the periphery. The so-called divine beasts were no different from lambs to the slaughter in front of them. With just a gentle poke, the metal skin that the black bulls were so proud of was easily pierced through. Experience value plus 210,000. Experience value plus 40,000. Experience value plus 80,000. Experience value plus 80,000. Pieces and pieces of divine beasts fell into the hands of the terracotta warriors. Pleasing system beeps continued to reach Song-Chi's ears. He couldn't help but be in a good mood. Comfortable. How long has it been since I've heard such a dense, high number of experience gain beeps? But unfortunately, the numbers are still not big enough. Lubu and DXIN haven't made their move yet? The western-headed black bulls that were frolicking in the swamp hadn't yet realized that danger was upon them. Lubu arrived above their heads, and a huge and illusory demon god shadow slowly coalesced behind him. The movement of the demon god moved along with Lubu, holding the halberd in his right hand and raising it high. The huge halberd shadow suddenly fell. And then, boom! Black mud and rocks splattered into the sky. The western adult divine beasts that were frolicking and playing one moment were like rags in the next, sent high into the sky by the tremendous impact. Blood sprayed wildly from their mouths, and their torsos were all broken. Snap! 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 The strike was complete, and the demon god's shadow dissipated. A light rain fell over the entire area. A light rain made up of silt and stones, blood and debris that formed raindrops. The swamp, which was hundreds of meters long and wide and tens of thousands of square meters, disappeared under this strike. In its place, there was an immense and incomparable pit. The western adult divine beast died in midair. Experience value plus 600 million. Experience value plus 50 million. Experience value plus 400 million. Experience value plus 800 million. And in the distance, DXIN had also caught up with the shy big black cow that was escaping. Bang! A fist fell. Experience value plus 400 million. A full 2.7 billion experience points fell into Song Chi's body. The experience bar, which was already half full, just stopped for a moment and immediately rose again. Ding! A white light fell. Chapter 147 Epic Boots as well as 10 consecutive draws. Experience value plus 900,000. Experience value plus 2400000. Experience value plus 60,000,000. Ding ding ding. The sound of experience value being credited kept ringing out. Most of the divine beasts levels were not low. Therefore the experience value provided could be considered abundant. The flame mark on his forehead was a full circle smaller because the divine beasts were dying too fast. After about another half an hour or so, all of the divine beasts and demonic creatures in the vicinity of the swamp had been completely slaughtered. Their numbers weren't particularly large, but they weren't small either. With the 5 times experience card, Song Chi's experience bar still struggled to climb about halfway up. Large swathes of ebony silt were dyed a dark red color. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, some of the areas close to the perimeter, Song Chi also specifically had the terracotta warriors bury them, in order to avoid the group of divine beasts that had gone out to return to their nests from noticing anything different. After doing all of this, Song Chi arranged for 3 more summoning spirits to lie in ambush around the swamp, waiting for the arrival of the last few divine beasts. He glanced at the panel and then at the sky. 5 times experience card, 18 minutes and 34 seconds. There's still 18 minutes left, but it's only noon now, and the hunting team won't be back until the evening. It feels like it's going to be a waste. Although there was a desire to go out and take advantage of these 20 minutes to kill a few demons, but in order to play it safe and prevent the other party from returning early or discovering anything unusual, Song Chi still didn't take the risk. He just stayed honestly in the swamp, scavenging the equipment popped out by that group of divine beasts in the meantime. Even in the third continent, this group of divine beasts were equally capable of popping out equipment. Of course, except for those who had mastered the rules. For example, that high demon race from before didn't explode for him. Song Chi first came to the corpse of the black gold divine bull. Time passed in a flash, and night gradually descended. It was only then that Song Chi finally examined the entire corpse. Since the 3 summoning spirits needed to watch the perimeter, it was all done by him alone. Phew, I'm exhausted. A strand of Song Chi sat on the ground, panting heavily. The weight of those black cows really wasn't something to blow off. But fortunately, the harvest is quite fruitful. He hemmed and hawed and lifted his feet to look at them. Shoes, black gold divine boots. Quality, epic. Applicable level, level 50 or above. Required attributes, strength 100, agility 301. Applicable occupation, all occupations. Applicable occupation, all occupations. Strength, plus 500. Agility, minus 300. Agility, plus 300. Physique, plus 500. Spirit, plus 200. Effect 1, the wearer is completely immune to all attacks with less than 5,000 points of strength. Effect 2, the wearer's damage is reduced by 15%. Effect 3, the wearer can grow a pair of real and unimaginative bull's horns on his head. Evaluation, skinned in an instant strike while the black and gold divine bull has all its statuses turned on and the civi attributes are at their maximum value. Contains some of the black gold god bull's abilities. This epic equipment was the item that the level 94 black gold divine bull had popped out. It just made up for Song Chi's lack of good shoes. The downside was that the agility attribute was deducted a bit too much, but it doesn't matter. It just happens to be a match with Ying Zhang. If I'm deducted, it's equivalent to the enemy being deducted as well. In addition to this shoe, there were 2 other legendary equipment. However, neither of them quite matched Song Chi's profession, so they were first put into the system backpack. Other than that, there were over 100 other items, but none of them were of much use. Just at this moment, bang! A dull crashing sound came from the distance. Song Chi turned around violently. It's coming! This kind of sound could only be made by that group of extremely tonnage divine beasts. He made a leap to the top of the tree. At a glance, he saw the group of giant black bulls that were several meters tall. They were also dragging a pile of small mountain-like demonic corpses behind them. Obviously, they had harvested quite a lot this time. A total of 13, plus the divine beasts I killed in the swamp. The total number is exactly right. After waiting for a day, we can finally wait for the last batch. Song Chi sighed in relief. He was afraid of running away and missing a divine beast. Once one was missed, the next day the divine kingdom side would receive the news. At that time, not only would he have to run away, but Shan Hei's side wouldn't be able to escape either. And the entire tribe would have to be slaughtered. Life shelter. Song Chi turned on the skill while revoking the shield. Swish! 3 summoned spirits appeared in unison in his western week. Go! Seeing the group of black bulls in front of them, There was no need to say anything as the three of them instantly rushed out from the top of the tree. Bang! Clatter! Dozens of terracotta warriors blocked the path of that group of black bulls. Before they could react, a splash of cold ons descended from the sky. Puff! The heads and necks of two black bulls were sliced off as crisply as tofu. Who is it? We are the Black Gold Divine Bull Clan. If you dare to kill my clan, you are at war with the Divine Kingdom. We will not rest until we die. The black bull in the lead was clearly on the verge of adulthood, and was able to barely speak a few words of human language. Chapter 148 Skill Quality Enhancement Coupon. Ding! Prizes are being prepared for you. In the sea of consciousness, a familiar huge lottery wheel slowly emerged. Song-Chi couldn't wait to reach out his hand and tapped 9 times in a row. Tick 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 tick. The huge roulette wheel began to rotate, and then was first skipped over the animation. In a flash, 9 items flew into the system backpack. Congratulations, you have obtained Transcendent Grade Armor, Ultralight Tactical Armor. Congratulations, you have obtained the Rare Grade Weapon, the Staff of the Big Dipper. Congratulations, you have acquired the Rare Skill Book, Flame Slash. Congratulations, you have obtained the Occupation Item Designation Coupon, *3. Congratulations, you have obtained the Triple Experience Card, *5. Congratulations. Ding, it has been detected that you have drawn 9 consecutive draws. The next draw will be a guaranteed draw and will automatically remove items below the Transcendent level. Ding, your level has exceeded 50. The guaranteed quality will be automatically raised to Legendary Grade or above. Oh, there's actually a surprise after level 50? Song-Chi froze for a moment, and then became even happier. In that case, in the future, my guaranteed prizes will all be of Legendary Grade or higher quality? Great! I was still thinking about what to do in case I drew a heroic grade item that was useless. With his current level and wealth, he really couldn't look at heroic grade items. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate, and the first pick helped him raise the guarantee to legendary level. Very good. Then, Song-Chi took a deep breath and crushed the occupational item designation ticket, and then tapped on the draw button. Ding, your use of props has been detected, removing all non-summoner items. Drawing in progress. The huge illusory roulette will begin to slowly rotate. Skip. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. Skill Quality Enhancement Coupon. Song-Chi froze for a moment. Skill Quality Enhancement Coupon? This was the first time he had ever drawn one. Tapping on the information. Skill Quality Enhancement Ticket. Select a skill and enhance its quality, while the skill effect will also change slightly. Crap, there's actually no limitations? Song-Chi Prime froze in place. That meant that this item could, in theory, even allow Holy Spirit level skills to evolve into beginning level skills? Then what if I don't use it on myself? With a twitch of his eyes, he summoned Dishin, and then without hesitation, he clicked use. And then, ding, the natural ability cannot be raised. The system tone of failure to use rang out. Miscalculated, Song-Chi said with a slight disappointment. He remembered that on the Summoning Spirits panel, it was indeed written as a talent and not a skill. Then in that case, I won't be able to upgrade my divine summoning talent either? Unfortunately, DXIN glanced at him helplessly and disappeared in place. After DXIN left, Song-Chi clicked on the panel and looked at it. After selecting half a day, in the end, he chose the Soul Link skill. It can't be helped to say that the best skill in my entire body is only this one, although it was only a legendary ranked skill, but it was a perfect fit for a high-quality summoner like him. Is it confirmed to use this item on Soul Link? Yes. In the process of boosting. Congratulations, upgrading successful. Soul Link skill quality upgrade completed. The current quality is Mythic Grade. Crap, Mythic level? Actually raising 2 levels at once. Song-Chi couldn't wait to tap the panel and look at the skill description. Soul Link, the user can designate a summon spirit and share all of its attributes and skills with no consumption. How come the text description hasn't changed much? Song-Chi glanced at it and felt that something wasn't right. Thinking about it, he glanced at it again. Strange. Where's the cooldown and duration? How come there's no? Halfway through his words, his insides trembled violently, and his pupils suddenly shrunk several times. Shocking waves stirred within. He closed the panel with some trembling. Murphy, he gently raised his hand. Swish! A terracotta warrior formed from yellow sand instantly solidified into shape. But that wasn't the end of it. He waved his hand to turn the terracotta warriors back into yellow sand, and then he made a move with his right hand. Swish! A square heavenly painted halberd with a chilling flash instantly appeared in his hand. Sure enough, now Song-Chi could be completely certain. A mythic level Soul Link. The first pickup makes the skill without a cooldown. Crap! He was excited beyond words. Is this a mythic level skill? Outrageous! Outrageous! The cooldown-free Soul Link represented more than just Song-Chi being able to use this skill without fear. Even more importantly, the fact that the skill had no cooldown also meant that he could switch between all of his summoned spirit templates at will. This would allow his battle power to increase geometrically. Chapter 149 Defects of the Divine Blood Warrior. Back in the middle of the tribe's gathering place, Mountain Tiger came out to greet them at the news. Rumble. As soon as he stepped out, he was startled by the amazing sound. Looking forward, he found that it was actually a tens of meters tall and about 100 meters long. The skin was also emitting a metallic luster of a super huge black bull. This kind of bull he recognized. It was precisely one of the 6 divine beasts of the divine kingdom. Looking to the right again, the corpses of the divine beasts were still being thrown out, and there were piles of both big and small ones. There were even the corpses of 5 black cows that were even more massive than the house they lived in. Beside them, there were quite a few clansmen from the Mountain Tiger tribe who were watching, constantly making sounds of amazement. Gods, just how many divine beasts has he hunted? Even if this pile of small divine beasts is small, this one is as big as a small mountain, right? Even if it's small, take a closer look. The smallest one is 2 to 3 meters long. It's definitely a savage beast level existence. Looking at the mountain-like corpses of divine beasts in front of him, Sean Hay was a little dazed for a moment. The blood of divine beasts that was once out of reach was almost filling his sight at this moment, and a steady stream of divine beast corpses were still falling from the heights. Boom! As the last divine ox fell, Song-Chi arrived in front of Sean Hay. Well, this should be enough for you guys, right? It can't be helped if it's not enough though. There aren't any more divine beasts in that area already. Enough, completely enough. At those words, Sean Hay laughed bitterly. He had thought that the other party had only gone to the region where divine beasts lived to hunt down 1 or 2 juveniles. Unexpectedly, the other party had actually slaughtered an entire divine beast region? And looking at the situation, not only were there 5 adult divine beasts, but there was also an existence that was even more above the adult divine beasts that had died in his hands as well. When he looked at Song-Chi again, he was able to clearly realize that the other party was not half uncomfortable, as if he had just gone to take a break and killed all of these divine beasts in passing. Previously, he felt that Song-Chi's strength might be equivalent to that of a divine blood warrior. Therefore, although he was respectful, he didn't feel too much. At this moment, he looked at Song-Chi again, but his heart was vaguely jumping. It was like an ordinary person seeing a 2-meter-tall elephant. Although he knew that the other party was friendly, his heart would still inevitably beat a drum. When the difference in strength between the two sides is too far, even if the powerful side did not show any malicious intent, just standing in front of the other side is already enough to make people nervous. After thinking about it, Sean Hay arched his hand and said, "Brother Song." "No, many thanks to Brother Song." He followed Chu Shajiang's call and gave a tentative shout. He had already seen Chu Shajiang's strength today, and if the other party could shout like that, it should be fine for him to shout like that as well. Song-Chi didn't care too much about this kind of small detail, pointing to the corpses over there. "With all this blood, how long will it take for you guys to research the results?" The promotion method for divine blood warriors was covered up by the divine kingdom, and all the races had no way of knowing about it. Therefore, Sean Hay and the others could only research it little by little, including the herb ratios and constituent ingredients. "It will be researched tomorrow," Sean Hay replied. "I'll request the gods and have him send down his blessings to recreate the process of the birth of the divine blood warrior. At that time, we only need to memorize the exact steps. Then this god is really convenient." Song-Chi nodded thoughtfully. "Oh yeah, have that god reinforced the mark on my head again? Look, it's gotten several circles smaller." "No problem. I'll pray to the god along with it." "Alright, then I'll go rest first." After receiving a response, Song-Chi waved his hand and turned to leave. After Song-Chi left, Sean Hay let out a long breath, his tense body finally relaxing. He then fell into deep thought. He is already infinitely close to the realm of a god, right? Can the human race actually reach such a realm by relying on themselves alone, without resorting to external forces? There is also his henchman is also strong overly. Obviously the body's ability to resist blows is not strong, but the speed is so fast that even I can only barely see it. Is the way of the profession. Perhaps it's a path different from that of a divine-blooded warrior, a supreme path that can first reach the realm of the gods? If we can know the so-called way of profession, perhaps the human race of our continent will be able to give birth to similarly strong people? His eyes were filled with longing and desire. He could clearly perceive that this was the true method of salvation that could lead this side of the human race out of their misery. But, I wonder how I have to step into this transcendent path. And the method of stepping into this transcendent path should be top secret information. I also don't know if he knows it or not. Mountain Meditation pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow. If the divine blood warrior is ineffective, ask him again. One night passed. Early in the morning, Song-chi woke up from the mountain underworld tribe's most luxurious beastskin bed and looked at Shizhou. There was a basin of hot water by the door.